The maple forest behind the imposing Falun Temple is breathtakingly beautiful, particularly in the early morning. As the melodious chirping of birds fills the air, sunlight cascades upon the fiery red leaves, and a veil of mist dances among the trees, creating an ethereal atmosphere that often captivates scholars and pilgrims alike. At this moment, however, this paradise is intruded upon by a girl of 12 or 13, clad in a pale yellow robe adorned with white lilies. Her melodious laughter shatters the usual tranquility of the scene. With her long, elegantly arched eyebrows, phoenix-like eyes, and a high nose, she radiates vitality and spirit. Holding a vibrant crimson maple branch, she flits through the forest like a joyful fawn, effortlessly drawing the gaze of onlookers. A girl in a verdant green coat trails behind her, reminding her with concern, "Miss, please be careful." Noticing the girl's laughter growing louder, the maid hastens to catch up, gently grasping the girl's arm, and whispers, "Miss, this is a sacred place of tranquility. One must not be too loud. If others were to witness this, they would surely accuse you of disrespecting the Buddha." "Buddha?" The girl raises an eyebrow. "Buddha is not so petty." "Miss," the maid exclaims, exasperation evident in her tone, "you must not say such things. If this reaches the old lattice's ears, she will undoubtedly scold you." The girl appears indifferent, yet the melancholy on her face betrays her true feelings. "No matter what I do or say, my grandmother is never satisfied. At this rate, I might as well cease to be myself. Even my father would say I'm no longer his little pearl." What Jichuan concealed in her heart was that the matriarch hailed from a scholarly family, deeply entrenched in tradition. Yet, the young lady had grown up in Sinan, spending a significant portion of her time recuperating under the tutelage of the old immortal in the temple. She possessed little knowledge of domestic affairs, having instead acquired an array of martial skills that, while not frivolous, were nonetheless formidable. Coupled with her innate strength, she could easily fend off several ill-intentioned suitors on the streets. The matriarch likely harbored a certain disfavor towards her granddaughter, despite the fact that the girl was the sole offspring of her only son. I understand. Grandmother disapproves of my impetuousness and ignorance. She fears I will bring shame upon the general's household," Xiao Mingzhu remarked with a countenance tinged with melancholy. She was neither foolish nor wooden after a month of interaction. She was acutely aware of her grandmother's demeanor, excessively stern and insufficiently affectionate. In her heart, she comprehended that although her grandmother had never voiced it, there lay an undercurrent of resentment towards her. It was believed that had it not been for her congenital shortcomings, her father would not have forsaken the splendor of the capital to take up residence in Sinan, where it was rumored a renowned physician resided. Furthermore, had her father not feared for her well-being at the hands of a stepmother, he would not have consistently rejected the idea of remarrying or taking a concubine. Observing that Ji Chun seemed inclined to offer further persuasion, Xiao Mingzhu repeatedly waved her hand, saying, "There is no need to persuade me. I comprehend that every family grapples with its own difficulties. It is only natural that my grandmother, having not indulged me at her knee for 12 years, would treat me with some distance. I now merely hope that my father will soon finalize his affairs and return to the capital to resume his duties. Surely, my grandmother will show me a bit more leniency for my father's sake. Now, let us not dwell on such unhappy matters. It is a rare opportunity for me to escape and enjoy myself." Regardless of circumstances, her grandmother had not truly placed her in any hardship, nor had she treated her poorly. Ji Chun sighed inwardly, hoping that this was indeed the case. She quickly shifted the topic. "Miss, I overheard a young monk tidying up yesterday mention that if we traverse through this forest, we shall find a lake called Jingxi Lake. The waters there are crystal clear, surrounded by blooming mountain flowers, as picturesque as a painting. Would you like me to accompany you to see it?" "Yes." Xiao Mingzhu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she grasped Ji Chun's hand and led her deeper into the woods. Following a narrow path, They soon discovered a small emerald lake embraced by the trees. The surface of the lake was modest, with a gentle sound of spring water bubbling, and now and then a few red maple leaves floated down, enticing small fish to chase and frolic. "There are fish in this lake," Xiao Mingzhu exclaimed in delight. Outside Sinan City, the landscape was dominated by yellow sands and desolation, with scarce water and even fewer fish. "Ji-chun," Xiao Mingzhu gazed longingly at her companion. "Is it not permissible to catch just one fish?" Ji-chun resolutely shook her head. "That is not allowed. Aunt Xiao has instructed that you must not catch a chill, as it would be detrimental to your health." "But I shan't enter the water." Xiao Mingzhu blinked innocently. "Surely, it is acceptable for me to fish from the shore." Ji-chun found herself without any words of opposition and had no choice but to comply. Just as she intended to fetch a suitable branch for Mingzhu, she noticed a drastic change in Mingzhu's expression. "Someone is coming, we must hide quickly," she urged. Ji-chun had trained with the household guards for several years, making her senses sharper than the average person. With a keen ear, she indeed detected the sound of approaching footsteps and promptly pulled Mingzhu to take cover behind a dense thicket. No sooner had they concealed themselves than a young lady clad in a rosy jacket paired with a matching pleated skirt hurriedly appeared from a nearby path. She appeared to be around 14 or 15 years of age, strikingly beautiful, and her attire hinted at her noble lineage. However, she was alone, without even a maid in tow. As she scanned her surroundings, she inquired, "Where is Xiao Mingzhu? Haven't you located her yet?" Upon recognizing the newcomer, Ji-chun furrowed her brow and whispered, "It is the fifth miss of the Guangyang Marquisate." The day prior, the madam of the Guangyang Marquisate had visited the Falun Temple with the young ladies of her household. Aware that the old matron had brought her granddaughter to stay in the guest house, she had escorted 2 daughters from the main branch of the Guangyang Marquisate to pay their respects, one of whom was this fifth miss. One must admit, Ji-chun, as Mingzhu's devoted maid, had a remarkable ability to discern her mistress' thoughts. From their brief encounter the previous day, Mingzhu had sensed something amiss about Xiao Qing-shuang. To put it differently, the Xiao Qing-shuang before her was an impostor, not the genuine article. Chapter 2. The fifth cousin may be a trickster. It is widely acknowledged that the venerable old priest residing in the Taoist temple atop Qingshi Mountain in Sinan possesses remarkable medical skills, earning him the esteemed title of the greatest physician in the land. However, few are aware that this old priest is also a true master of profound knowledge and enlightenment. Over the years, she has spent most of her time in the temple, growing up listening to the old priest's enchanting tales of spirits and demons, and has even witnessed firsthand as he exorcised malevolent entities and performed rituals. The old priest once divined her fate, declaring that she was born with a spiritual root, destined for a connection with the Tao, an assertion that nearly earned her a severe reprimand from her father. It remains a mystery how the old priest and her father reached an agreement. It is likely that the old priest, in a rather unscrupulous manner, leveraged her medical treatment to coerce her father into reluctantly acquiescing to the priest's wishes, bestowing upon her the name Mingzhu and allowing her to study the esoteric arts under his tutelage. Yet, despite the passage of years, while others who merely observed have made notable progress, she has languished at the threshold of initiation. The old priest ultimately chose to preserve his own vitality rather than continue her instruction, abandoning this rare gem with a spiritual root. A prodigious talent that comes once in a millennium. Yesterday, during a mutual greeting with Xiao Qing-shuang, she did not perceive anything amiss. However, after they took their seats, she noticed Xiao Qing-shuang scrutinizing her intently, and she overheard Xiao Qing-shuang bluntly remark, 008, is she truly the cousin favored by the fifth prince? This unsophisticated bumpkin, lacking both beauty and allure, being noticed by the fifth prince. What a jest. She shot a furious glare, only to discover that Xiao Qing-shuang merely smiled at her, her lips not even moving, while the others in the hall appeared unresponsive, as if they had not heard Xiao Qing-shuang's words at all. Soon after, she heard a cold, rigid voice beside Xiao Qing-shuang. Indeed, it was her own. Xiao Mingzhu, the legitimate daughter of Xiao Huaiyan. At that moment, she dared not make a move, compelled instead to wear a smile as she silently listened to the exchange between Xiao Qingshuang and that peculiar voice. Xiao Qingshuang remarked, "It is a pity the original owner passed away early, leaving behind scant memories. I do not know whether she ultimately wed the fifth prince. Nor do I have any inkling of who will emerge victorious in the battle for succession." The icy voice hastily advised. Xiao Qingshuang's wish is exceedingly simple. She seeks only a worthy husband and a life of contentment. Do not complicate matters for yourself. Silence. I do not require your guidance on how to fulfill my mission, Xiao Qingshuang retorted, her anger palpable. The trivial desires of Xiao Qingshuang may seem straightforward to you, but do you not see the advantageous hand she possesses? She could undoubtedly strive for a more promising future. What could be better than becoming an imperial consort or the crown princess? That is but a step away from the heavens. Perhaps intimidated by Xiao Qingshuang's fierce demeanor, the male spirit ceased to speak. The dialogue between Xiao Qingshuang and the male spirit left her astounded. Yet she betrayed no hint of her astonishment. From the snippets she had overheard, she began to unravel the truth, piecing together the reality of the situation. These two spirits possess the uncanny ability to foresee the fates of those surrounding Xiao Qingshuang in the not-so-distant future. However, they find themselves at odds regarding the selection of a suitable husband for her. The male ghost opines that as long as the suitor is of equal social standing, it is prudent to maintain the status quo in the face of uncertainty. In stark contrast, the female ghost harbors grand ambitions, fixating on the fifth prince. According to her words, there exists a certain entanglement between herself and the prince, and she believes that if she merely intercepts him, her goals will be achieved. Nevertheless, she has yet to encounter this fifth prince, nor does she possess any feelings for him. Even if she were to be thwarted by the false Xiao Qingshuang, she would feel no regret, for anything so easily taken is hardly worthy of cherishing. Despite this reasoning, the notion of having her possessions eyed by others and being schemed against so brazenly is undeniably vexing. With her father and the old Taoist absent, she possesses some life-preserving talismans given by the Taoist. Yet she dares not confront the two spirits directly, fearing that any misstep could lead to dire consequences for her and her grandmother. After much contemplation, she resolves to feign ignorance and distract the two spirits by offering up the fifth prince. Yet, to her dismay, while she attempts to evade attention, the false Xiao Qingshuang is fixated on her, closing in relentlessly. She gently nudges Xiao Mingzhu's elbow and whispers, "Who is the fifth young lady conversing with?" "Hush. Do not speak, lest we be discovered." Xiao Mingzhu, aware of the situation, knows that the false Xiao Qingshuang is indeed speaking with the spirit. Should she divulge this to Ji Chun, it would surely frighten her greatly. On the lakeside, the false Xiao Qingshuang, unable to spot Xiao Mingzhu, exclaims in frustration, "Is she not out yet? 008. Provide me with Xiao Mingzhu's coordinates." To which 008 replies, "There is no sign of her." "What about the fifth prince?" asked the faux Xiao Qingshuang. 008 replied, "There is nothing." The absence of information frustrated her. "Is it your intention to hinder my perfect completion of this task?" Faux Xiao Qingshuang felt a flicker of anger. Had she not recalled that she was here to seize the opportunity to encounter the fifth prince? She might have expressed her ire openly. This marked the first time Xiao Mingzhu had ventured out of the estate, and it was highly probable that this very occasion would lead to a chance meeting with the fifth prince. She had gone to great lengths to persuade Xiao Qingshuang's mother to visit the Fa Lin temple to pray, all to secure this opportunity and meet the fifth prince before Xiao Mingzhu could. Now, with Xiao Mingzhu's whereabouts unknown and the fifth prince's location equally elusive, how could she seize the advantage? "Host, the young master Jiang is quite suitable. As long as you ensure this marriage proceeds without incident and embrace it wholeheartedly, your task will be deemed complete," 008 articulated plainly. Though it was a system, a highly advanced intelligent system that had evolved self-awareness, it had accompanied numerous hosts and was well aware of Zhang Nanan's thoughts. Her mindset was particularly pronounced. Bolstered by the support of Jiao Yi, she had acted without the initial caution one might expect, proceeding solely according to her own desires. Chapter 3. The taskbearer and the system at this moment, Zhang Nanan, in her inaugural journey to the ancient realm, undoubtedly harbored aspirations of becoming the most revered woman, relishing the glory of reigning over the 6 palaces. Moreover, she might even entertain ambitions akin to the crowing of a hen heralding dawn and the phoenix ascending the throne. However, Xiao Qingshuang's fiancé is merely the illegitimate son of the Duke of Qingyin, utterly incapable of fulfilling her aspirations, leaving her profoundly dissatisfied. 008 persistently urged, "Host, you should abandon this notion." Moreover, Zhang Nanan had never placed her trust in it, not even granting it the authority to filter tasks on her behalf, and it preferred to avoid unnecessary trouble. Yet, the circumstances had shifted. Zhang Nanan could not withstand the provocations from other taskers and impulsively accepted a perilous intermediate task in the main dimension, leading them to this treacherous realm. The main dimension, notorious as the graveyard of systems, had seen 5 out of 10 systems of equal rank obliterated here. It certainly did not wish to be rendered the 6th casualty due to Zhang Nanan's reckless behavior. Give up, was the only phrase it could utter. Are you not a top 10 ranked high-level system with self-awareness and prowess? Why do you incessantly repeat the words give up? Zhang Nanan clenched her fists tightly, roaring in her mind. 008 had no doubt that if it had a physical form and could appear before her, she would undoubtedly tear it to shreds. Once she had vented her frustrations, 008 continued, "Host, you must have realized that the main dimension is far more perilous than the documentation suggests. The consciousness of this dimension exhibits tremendous hostility towards us. Here, the system marketplace cannot be accessed, items cannot be utilized, and you cannot break character. You must operate solely with the capabilities of the contractor. And any substantial deviation from the original host traits will result in detection and obliteration by the dimension's consciousness. Moreover, the memories entrusted to her are scant and fleeting. Even her contact inquiry function is rendered unusable. A minor misstep could easily attract the attention of the primary dimension's consciousness, leading to her obliteration. Given Zhang Nanan's current qualifications, her entrance into this realm is akin to courting death. In her moment of silence, she recalled the provocation that had ignited her desire to prove her own strength, compelling her to disregard 008's objections and seize a mid-level task within the primary dimension using Brother Yi's resources. Little did she anticipate the numerous constraints that would await her in this realm. The admonition from 008, stating that one cannot compromise their persona in the primary dimension and must operate solely within the confines of the entrusted individual's abilities, had initially escaped her attention. It was only upon entering this dimension that she comprehended the weight of those words. In this world, she is unable to practice martial arts, cultivate immortality, or apply the medical, toxicological, and hypnotic skills acquired from other realms. Even the various tools produced by the system are rendered inaccessible, and she cannot even borrow a couplet of Tang or song poetry. The array of 18 weapons remains unusable, simply because the entrusted individual lacks proficiency. Damn it. If the entrusted individual possessed such skills, she would not have been foolish enough to find herself in a perilous situation requiring assistance for a resurgence. Without formidable martial prowess, how could she dominate others? Lacking wealth, how could she win hearts? Devoid of talent, how could she attract the favor of emperors, princes, and noble scions? The only legacy left to her by the entrusted individual is her identity as a legitimate daughter, yet the utility of this status is exceedingly limited. The household is governed by the venerable matriarch, Madame Wu, and the Marquis, with Madame Wang primarily concerned with the heir of the Guangyang Marquisate, rather than with Xiao Qingshuang. Once her actions tarnish the reputation of the Marquisate, it is believed they would not hesitate to deal with her. Most critically, the Marquis of Guangyang has secretly set his sights on Jiang Yashuan, the legitimate son of the Marquis of Qingyin, and has already discussed matters with him, merely awaiting the finalization of Ziyaqing's marriage before advancing the proposal. Zhang Nanan retorted indignantly, "The eldest son of the Jiang family? Isn't Jiang Yashuan destined to be the future husband of Ziyaqingliu? You assert that Ziyaqingliu is likely the protagonist, yet you expect me to seize her man? Wouldn't he that be directly opposing the heroine? The General S residence, with its elderly and its youth, is clearly more manageable than Xia Qingliu. Why do you repeatedly obstruct me? That is not the same, 008 stated matter-of-factly. Even if Xia Qingliu is the protagonist, her fate with Jiang Yashuan is predicated upon the downfall of Xia Qingshuang. Should Xia Qingshuang clear the way, Jiang Yashuan would be lost to her, yet other male leads would undoubtedly emerge. By marrying Jiang Yashuan in place of Xia Qingshuang, you would indeed be securing a significant alliance with the male lead, and the completion of your task would be imminent. Zhang Nannan felt a flicker of temptation, but swiftly extinguished the thought. Even if Jiang Yashuan were a male lead destined for a remarkable rise, the journey of a son born of a concubine is rarely smooth. It is fraught with challenges. Marrying such a man, far from promising a life of ease, would likely entail considerable toil and suffering. She refused to squander her time on such a prospect. The fifth prince, whom she had glimpsed through Xia Qingshuang's memories, was strikingly handsome and exuded an alluring arrogance, with the potential to become the new emperor. If she were to marry, it must be to a man of such caliber. Zhang Nannan declared fiercely, "I shall not concede." Xiao Qilu is the heroine who cannot be trifled with, and her man, Xiao Mingzhu, is off limits as well. What good is a reversal if I cannot touch him? You are a system, and it is your duty to devise means to assist me in accomplishing my tasks. 008 nearly flickered into a blackout. Such a host, surely her mind was muddled. If Xiao Mingzhu could captivate the fifth prince's attention, would she truly be an easily manageable and benevolent individual? It genuinely contemplated abandoning this host. However, could it afford such a luxury? In an ordinary realm, should the host perish, it could simply select another suitable candidate to bind with. Yet, in the primary realm, should the host meet her demise, it would be utterly impossible to seek a new host under the vigilant gaze of the realm's consciousness. It could only await the depletion of its energy, ultimately dissolving into the temporal debris of this plane. The silence of 008 irked Zhang Nannan greatly. She chuckled coldly. Are you pondering how to eliminate me to dissolve our binding? This is the primary realm. Even if you were to bring about my demise, you would find no new host, only facing eradication from the realm's consciousness. Moreover, you should understand that Brother Yi would not have allowed our binding unless he had provided me with a safeguard for my life. I advise you to diligently assist me in completing my tasks. Otherwise, do not blame me for disregarding our numerous collaborations and obliterating your worthless system. She was fully aware of this fact, which emboldened her to threaten 008. Ultimately, 008 was ranked among the top 10 systems. If it were to exert its full strength to aid her, she would undoubtedly accomplish her task with perfection. Chapter 4. The third cousin is also troubled after eavesdropping for quite some time, although many words and meanings eluded Xiao Mingzhu. She had gained a rough understanding of the situation. If one were to suggest that the current Xia Qingshuang was possessed by a female ghost, then the system 008 was likely a sentient magical artifact, what they referred to as the necessity of maintaining one's persona, and acting solely within the capacities possessed by the individual, could be interpreted to mean that any abilities the authentic Xia Qingshuang once held could only be mirrored by this false Xia Qingshuang. As long as the female ghost did not heed the commands of System 008, she, with a frail constitution that could be toppled by a mere gust of wind, would be limited by the rather mediocre intellect of the ghost. Snap. The twig in Xiao Mingzhu's hand broke. This System 008 certainly poses a significant challenge. Far more troublesome than that mindless female ghost. The sharp sound of the snapping twig was particularly jarring in the tranquil lakeside setting. Who was there? Step forward. Zhang Nannan immediately turned her gaze in the direction of the sound, though she remained cautious and did not recklessly approach. Upon realizing they had been discovered, Ji Chun contemplated stepping out to take the blame for her mistress, but Xiao Mingzhu subtly tugged at her, wearing a mischievous smile. Years of companionship had allowed Ji Chun to understand her mistress with a mere glance. She promptly lowered herself and remained utterly still. Damn System 008. As Xiao Mingzhu signaled to Ji Chun, she repeatedly chanted in her heart, False Xia Qingshuang and System 008. You are in for a great misfortune. She may not be adept at exorcising spirits, yet she possesses a spiritual essence within her, often referred to as Yin Ling by the old Taoist. However, Her gift of eloquence is capricious. At times it proves effective, while at others it falters. Most of her blessings yield little effect. Yet her curses strike true with remarkable precision. The old Taoist had cautioned her against the reckless use of her abilities. For the line between good and evil is perilously thin. Cursing those who harbor malevolent intentions could indeed be considered a virtuous act, but to curse the virtuous would only diminish her own fortune. Every action has its predestined consequences. At present, she finds herself confronted by two malevolent spirits, who seem to have emerged from nowhere, intent on plotting against her. She cannot allow them to intimidate her indefinitely. A curse might serve as a means of self-preservation, rather than an unprovoked attack. Moreover, she remains uncertain whether her gift of eloquence would be effective against the female ghost or the enigmatic system 008. As Xiao Mingzhu recited her incantation for the 10th time, she felt her strength waning. She knew her energy had reached its limit. Yet, the female ghost by the lake remained unresponsive, leading her to suspect that her curse had no effect. Thus, she ceased her recitation. Ji Chun, observing the pallor on Xiao Mingzhu's face, was startled and quickly reached out to support her, allowing her to rest against her shoulder. By the lakeside, Zhang Nanan cautiously approached the concealed spot where Xiao Mingzhu was hiding, glancing around warily, and called out, "Come out quickly. I can see you." Xiao Mingzhu gestured for Ji Chun to help her slip away to the right. She was somewhat bewildered. Could it be that someone was indeed approaching from that direction? Is this individual an accomplice of the female ghost, or merely an unwitting intruder? With the presence of the false Xiao Qingxuang and the enigmatic figure behind, Xiao Mingzhu steeled her resolve and decided to remain motionless. After all, they were unaware that she could overhear the conversation between the counterfeit Xiao Qingxuang and System 008. Upon seeing Zhang Nanan, Xiao Qinghe momentarily froze, quickly masking her astonishment, and glanced around. "Oh, fifth sister, has something occurred? Why are you here all alone? Third sister?" Zhang Nanan furrowed her delicate brows, her enchanting gaze scrutinizing Xiao Qinghe, sensing that something was amiss. Xiao Qinghe, the illegitimate daughter of the Marquis of Guangyang, was 2 years older than Xiao Qingxuang and had yet to be betrothed. She and her aunt had always kept a low profile before Madame Wang, cautious not to err in any way, hoping that Madame Wang would not complicate Xiao Qinghe's prospects for marriage. Typically, Xiao Qinghe refrained from elaborate adornments, fearing that she might overshadow Xiao Qingxuang. However, the Xiao Qinghe before her now appeared meticulously groomed, as delicate as an orchid blooming in a secluded valley. Seemingly not at all like someone here to offer incense and prayers, but rather as if she were here for an arranged meeting. An arranged meeting. A realization dawned upon Xiao Qingxuang. This Xiao Qinghe differed significantly from her memory, particularly given the circumstances of her presence in this location, which could hardly be deemed coincidental. It was far more plausible that Xiao Qinghe's intentions mirrored her own. A cold smile crept upon Xiao Qingxuang's lips as she inquired of 008. "Are there other taskers present in the principal realm?" She recalled that when selecting tasks, there were still 2 or 3 primary realm missions displayed on the board, and she merely chose the one with the highest reward. The eavesdropper, Xiao Mingzhu, nearly leapt up in disbelief. Was it true? Yet another counterfeit? What sort of wretched place was the Guangyang Marquis' residence to harbor such a band of schemers? She held her breath, anxiously awaiting 008's response. However, these words were not revealed to Zhang Nanan. Zhang Nanan, growing impatient, interrupted 008, asserting that a probability of nearly 0 does not equate to impossibility. Sensing Zhang Nanan's impending actions, 008 became agitated and exclaimed, "Host, you must not proceed. I have warned you before, not all taskers are benevolent. Once your identity is exposed, you could very well become a target for other taskers." Chapter 5. A show of authority. Zhang Nanan paid no heed to these warnings and brusquely interrupted 008. "According to the task rules, my clients possess a far superior status than ordinary contractors. They seek to accomplish their tasks in this world within the shortest time possible, and offering their allegiance and cooperation to me is the most prudent course of action. As for exploitation, human relationships inherently involve mutual benefit, and likewise, one must navigate peril and seek fortune. Who would dare offend me and risk incurring Brother Ye's wrath? Yet, if she were not a tasker, her facade would surely crumble. 008 harbored a persistent sense of danger regarding Xiao Qinghe, believing her to be beyond the capabilities of Xiao Qingshuang. Zhang Nanan consistently regarded herself as superior to the task realm inhabitants, viewing them merely as NPCs. Had it not been for the numerous tools bestowed upon her by Night Brother and the vigilant presence of it beside her, she would have perished in the mission long ago. Silence. I would never be so foolish. I merely hinted at it. Furthermore, if she, Xiao Qinghe, were not a tasker, she would merely be an illegitimate daughter with a hint of cunning. What is there to fear? From this moment forth, you shall not speak without my permission. Zhang Nanan was not one to heed advice. She was far from foolish and would not directly assert that she was not the real Xiao Qingshuang, would she? 008 let out a sigh, conceding defeat. It had expressed all that needed to be conveyed as a guiding system. If she chose to ignore it, there was little more it could do. Fifth sister? Noticing Zhang Nanan standing silently with an unfavorable expression, Xiao Qinghe felt a surge of caution, but still approached with a smile. Fifth sister, where has your maid gone, leaving you alone in this forest? What if you were to encounter a nefarious person? As she spoke, her tone was gentle, and her face bore a mask of concern, perfectly embodying the role of a caring older sister. If only her beautiful eyes had not involuntarily darted to the side, her performance would have been flawless. Zhang Nanan crossed her arms, her gaze filled with derision. Without responding, she retorted, "Did not the third sister go to light incense for our grandmother? What brings her to this maple forest? To come and go as she pleases?" Drawing closer, she leaned into Xiao Qinghe's ear, lowering her voice to insinuate, "Is it that you discovered the person you sought is not here, prompting your desire to leave?" Xiao Qinghe felt a sudden jolt in her heart and said, "I truly have no idea what fifth sister is talking about. Is she searching for someone? Who might that be? Do you need assistance?" Zhang Nanan let out a cold chuckle, remarking, "I presume third sister was seeking the fifth prince." Upon hearing the words fifth prince, Xiao Qinghe felt as if pricked by a needle. A momentary awkwardness flickered across her smiling visage, only to dissipate just as swiftly. Lowering her voice, she cautioned, "Fifth sister. Such words cannot be spoken carelessly." Zhang Nanan, having previously encountered white lotuses, green tea bitches, and black widows during her missions, would not overlook the fleeting awkwardness on Xiao Qinghe's face. With a chilling smile, she suggested, "Let us refrain from feigning sisterly affection and instead have an earnest conversation over there." Xiao Qinghe hesitated for a moment. With a light laugh, Zhang Nanan glanced at Yuanxiang, the maid by Xiao Qinghe's side, and said, "If third sister is unbothered by Yuanxiang discovering your secret, I shall speak plainly." Xiao Qinghe furrowed her brows, narrowing her pupils as she gazed at Zhang Nanan and instructed, "Yuanxiang, please wait for me over there." Yuanxiang, utterly bewildered by the cryptic exchange between her young lady and fifth young lady, felt a chill run down her spine from their tone. She quickly retreated into the woods, saying, "Miss, I will await you there." As she watched Yuanxiang's figure vanish around the bend of the path, likely beyond earshot, Xiao Qinghe turned her attention back to the intensely scrutinizing Zhang Nanan and said, "If fifth sister has something to convey, please do so directly." Zhang Nanan curled her lips, expressing her satisfaction as she remarked, "The third sister is no longer the same as before. She is likely endowed with more memories than others, possessing an advantage that prompts her to seek to usurp." She deliberately elongated her tone, relishing the anticipation of witnessing Xiao Qinghe's change in expression. However, Xiao Qinghe maintained a gentle smile, not allowing her gaze to waver, while her heart was tumultuous. How had Xiao Qingshuang discovered her secret? In her previous life, her legitimate mother had harbored intentions of marrying her off as a concubine to her elder sister's husband, aiming to solidify her elder sister's position. Concubine Wei had paid a hefty price to orchestrate the substitution of her sixth sister in her stead. Subsequently, Concubine Wei was dispatched to a rural estate, while she was promised to a brutish man as a secondary wife. That legitimate son was troublesome, with numerous concubines, and she struggled in the rear courtyard for a year, ultimately falling victim to other schemes, resulting in her demise. Upon her return, she began to curry favor with her grandmother, seeking every opportunity to alter her fate. This journey to Phelan Temple represented a splendid opportunity. She possessed a striking appearance, and with a touch of makeup, she became even more unforgettable. She had not anticipated catching the eye of the fifth prince. After all, she was more than 2 years his senior and a mere illegitimate daughter. Even as a potential side consort for the fifth prince, she deemed herself unworthy. Her sole intention was to leave a lasting impression on the noble sons visiting Fenglen, hoping that one or two of suitable lineage would take an interest in her, thereby ensuring her grandmother and father would not allow her legitimate mother to demean her. To her surprise, during her journey, she encountered not a single noble offspring. Instead, she caught sight of her fifth sister stealthily venturing deep into the woods of Fenglen. A fleeting thought led her to follow suit. Xiao Qinghe shook her head, expressing her confusion at what fifth sister was saying. Zhang Nan and became increasingly convinced of her assessment. Xiao Qinghe was not the original. She pondered that if this Xiao Qinghe were indeed the original, she would merely be a 15-year-old girl, overwhelmed by being openly declared as having affections for a young man and accused of trying to entice him. Even if it were not true, she would undoubtedly be flustered and agitated, rather than maintaining such calmness, akin to still waters. The tasker, faced with such candor, exhibited remarkable composure, not breaking character. She possessed considerable ability. If they could collaborate, what could not be achieved? However, for cooperation to flourish, a hierarchy must be established. She needed to make it clear to the individual before her their respective positions, as she would not tolerate any interference in her affairs. Zhang Nan resolved within herself, letting out a cold laugh, her lips curling in derision, and spoke more bluntly. I understand your desire to encounter the fifth prince, hoping to leave a lasting impression upon him and gain his favor. However, if you seek to elevate yourself from the shadows, you must first consider your origins. As a mere illegitimate daughter, even if you were to win the fifth prince's affection, what would it amount to? Would he truly advocate for you to be acknowledged under your mother's name and take you as his legitimate wife? Chapter 6. Even a cornered rabbit will bite. Xiao Qinghe's eyes reddened, and tears like pearls cascaded down her cheeks. Why must my fifth sister force me into a connection with the fifth prince? If even a whisper of this spreads, how am I to maintain my dignity? Zhang Nan, observing Xiao Qinghe's tear-streaked face, felt a surge of triumph. She contemplated revealing the stakes more clearly, believing that the impostor before her could no longer sustain her facade. Xiao Qinghe trembled violently, as if struck by the most feared revelation. She took 2 steps back in disbelief, shaking her head in confusion. How can this be? Though I am a daughter of lesser status, I am still a lady of the Marquisate. How could my mother demean me in such a manner? Furthermore, my father would never allow me to be consigned to a concubine-esque role, nor would he dispose of me at will. While Xiao Qinghe spoke these words, she was acutely aware that Madame Wang was desperately seeking a reason to offer her as a concubine to her brother-in-law. Even if she knew that Xiao Qingshuang's words were fabrications, Madame Wang would seize the opportunity with relish. A flicker of resentment passed through her downcast eyes, but when she raised her gaze again, it had vanished entirely, replaced by a humble plea. Is that so? Xiao Qingshuang sneered, amused by the pretense. In her heart, she scorned this performance. The impostor was indeed dedicated, shedding tears only when faced with the grave reality. Xiao Qinghe's tears flowed more fiercely, her voice trembling with desperation. Fifth sister, I have never aspired to compete with you. My only desire has been to lead the life of an ordinary couple, enjoying tranquility and stability. Why must you tarnish my name in such a manner? Is it truly just to seek a humble existence and be a simple couple? Zhang Nan scoffed, harboring skepticism in her heart. She reached out and playfully tapped Ziyaqing's face twice, questioning, Do you truly believe what you just said? She decisively severed the conversation, coldly retorting, If you continue this charade before me, do you have any objections? To be frank, you and I are no different. I offered you my counsel, yet you regard me as a formidable foe to be feared at every turn. Very well, let us see how this unfolds. Do not claim that I did not present you with an opportunity. The declaration that you and I are the same became the final straw for Ziyaqing, shattering her resolve. With narrowed eyes, she steeled herself. Fifth sister, I implore you, she gasped. Suddenly, in a fit of panic, Ziyaking pointed behind Xiao Mingzhu and shouted. Zhang Nanan instinctively turned to follow her gaze, failing to notice the glint of malice in Ziyaking's eyes. In an instant, a powerful shove struck her from behind, destabilizing her and sending her stumbling toward the lake. Another force propelled her forward, and she plunged into the water. It must be said that her complacency was her undoing. She couldn't fathom that anyone was aware of her protection by Night Brother and would dare confront her so directly. She also underestimated her own abilities, oblivious to the possibility of falling victim to someone else's scheme. She had entirely forgotten the warning from 008, and at that moment, she only perceived Xiao Mingzhu as an innocuous figure, unaware that the woman before her was not an assailant, but rather someone entirely unrelated to her mission, oblivious to any mention of Night Brother. As Zhang Nanan plunged into the tranquil depths of Jingxi Lake, Xiao Qinghe, with a countenance as cold as the water itself, brushed aside her disheveled hair and murmured softly, Fifth sister, I fail to comprehend how you came by this knowledge. Yet, do not forget, even a cornered rabbit may bite. I have been driven to the abyss by the Wang family, and after enduring such hardship to claw my way back, how could I allow you to shatter me once more? In her current predicament, with Xiao Mingzhu privy to her secrets and wielding them as leverage, how could she possibly show leniency? Unprepared, Zhang Nanan gulped down several mouthfuls of the frigid lake water, feeling as if she had fallen into an icy abyss, her body stiffening like a block of ice. The only sensation that remained was the overwhelming pressure in her lungs, threatening to burst from the lack of air. It was unbearably cold. Little did she anticipate that Xiao Qinghe was not merely an interloper, but a reincarnated being harboring a vendetta against the Wang family. She could not fathom that the seemingly delicate Xiao Qinghe would resort to such ruthless measures over a few exchanged words. Even more shocking was the revelation that the picturesque Jingxi Lake concealed a chilling depth, the waters penetrating to the bone. With every ounce of strength, she fought to break the surface, gasping greedily for the fresh air, her small visage pale as she glared fiercely at Xiao Qinghe. Regrettably, her strength was waning, her body growing heavier and more powerless, gradually sinking beneath the surface once more. Water rushed into her mouth, and her vision began to fade to black. Hidden by the lakeside, Xiao Mingzhu was startled, and had it not been for Ji Chun covering her mouth just in time, she would have cried out in alarm. The distance was too great for her to hear the whispered conversation between the female ghost and her third cousin, yet she clearly witnessed the moment her cousin pushed someone. Could it be that the ghost had fallen victim to her curse? Zhang Nanan gulped down a few more sips of water, her limbs devoid of strength, and her vision blurred into an empty haze. Was this truly the end for her? Aware that she could no longer endure, she called out for help. 008. Please save me. I cannot save you, 008 replied. Zhang Nanan, fully cognizant that the client was unable to swim, had foolishly ventured too close to the lake's edge. Was this what they referred to as asking for trouble? In this moment of peril, what could she possibly do to be rescued? If you do not save me, you will be erased, she shouted in her mind. 008 scoffed. However, if it were to save her, it too would be discovered by the consciousness of the main dimension and face the same obliteration, since it was destined to perish regardless. Why should it take an unnecessary risk? You would rather be annihilated than save me? Zhang Nanan was taken aback. It was not that it would not save her, but rather that it was unable to do so. The voice of 008 resonated with a peculiar loneliness. I have already informed you that in the main dimension, aside from offering you some advice, I cannot assist you in any way. Besides, you possess a life-preserving talisman. You will not perish. If the mission fails, so be it. It had grown weary of their interactions. Rather than remain bound together in mutual distrust and dissatisfaction, it seemed preferable to leave it to fate. Now truly frightened, Zhang Nanan pleaded, 008, I was wrong. I was truly wrong. If you can save me, I promise to heed your words from now on. 008 silently listened to Zhang Nanan's pleas, unmoved. It seemed as though something within its programming was influencing it, despite being an advanced system evolved with self-awareness. Possessing preferences and a sense of morality, these attributes were insufficient to sway its analytical judgment. Why at this moment did it feel an urge to act on a whim? Had it been infected by a virus? Before 008 could ascertain what had infiltrated its programming, Zhang Nanan's consciousness began to fade. Moments later, it heard a crack, the sound of disconnection. Observing Zhang Nanan in the lake, no longer able to struggle, sinking towards the depths, Xiao Qinghe let out a cold snort and swiftly turned to leave. Chapter 7. Bound. Once it was certain that Xiao Qinghe had departed, Jichuan finally released her grip. "What shall we do, my lady?" she inquired, astonished by the unfolding events. Indeed, Aunt Xiao's words rang true. One must not underestimate these young women. Each as fierce as bandits. To save or not to save, Xiao Mingzhu found herself in a state of indecision. At that moment, she beheld a blinding radiance emanating from Xiao Qingshuang in the lake. Almost immediately, a bead the size of a thumb floated forth from the crown of Xiao Qingshuang's head, releasing a soft, faint sound that resonated like a sigh of relief, at last, liberated. Simultaneously, in the distant realm of the Taskers, a small snow globe in the Taskers' hall suddenly shattered, its delicate sound resonating clearly throughout the entire space. While a line of blood-red characters flashed across the enormous screen in the center of the hall, task number 4 of the main plane has failed. The Taskers present in that space collectively felt a wave of oppression, as though a heavy blow had struck their hearts. It was an ominous force warning all Taskers to tread cautiously in the main plane, not to underestimate the perilous nature of the tasks therein. In a luxurious room rivaling a 7-star presidential suite, a handsome man abruptly clutched his chest, crimson blood seeping from the corner of his mouth. With a perplexed squint, his icy gaze revealed a profound indifference, concealing shadows of darkness and malevolence, as if everything were of no consequence to him. "Fools are simply fools," he muttered in discontent. Without further inquiry, he comprehended that Zhang Nanan's mission had indeed failed. Armed with the 100,000 willpower he had bestowed upon her, Zhang Nanan should have easily navigated all tasks in the secondary realm, yet this imbecile had foolishly ventured into the main plane, drawn by a few provocative words, only to meet her demise. It had been many years since he last set foot in the main plane. He found himself nostalgically reminiscing about those perilous days. The man reached out and casually tapped the air, causing a pink orb to materialize before him. "Keep an eye on the taskbar and promptly inform me when the supreme mission from the primary realm appears." His carefully nurtured toy had been damaged by someone. How could he find peace without assessing the perpetrator? The pink orb hesitated in midair and cautiously suggested, "Master, are you certain it is a supreme mission?" The man narrowed his eyes, making the pink orb shiver. Undeterred by the threat of disassembly, it continued, "Master, currently, the number of completed intermediate missions in the primary realm has yet to reach 9. Advanced missions will not trigger until then, let alone supreme missions." The man was well aware of his system's concerns, and he had to admit that the reasoning was quite valid. He feared that by the time the supreme mission appeared, the landscape of the primary realm would have irrevocably changed, leaving him uncertain of where to locate the one who had damaged his toy. He had no shortage of adventurous opportunities, yet such desires for chaos had become increasingly rare. After a sigh, he decided to pursue an advanced mission instead. The pink orb sighed in relief. It pondered how it ended up with such a master, enduring years of anxiety. However, when it recalled the other systems of its batch, it felt somewhat comforted, realizing that its host was merely ruthlessly bored, not devoid of intellect. The man then stated, "Spread the word. The rewards for missions in the primary realm are not as straightforward as they seem." The pink orb fell to the floor in dismay. Is my master indicating a desire to stir up trouble? Once the news is released, how many seekers will flock to it? One can only imagine the ensuing chaos that will unfold in the main realm. By the lakeside, Xiao Mingzhu fixated her gaze upon the orb floating in midair and gently nudged Qichun, urging her to rescue the person in peril. She was not a bleeding heart, yet her conscience would not allow her to stand idly by in the face of death. Without the entity known as 008, the female specter would merely be a toothless tiger, until she was certain that the specter had truly dissipated. Confining it within Xiao Qingshuang's body was a prudent strategy, ensuring that she would not find herself in a position where the enemy held the upper hand. Moreover, the false Xiao Qingshuang and the counterfeit Xiao Qilei likely anticipated her presence by the lake today. With Xiao Qingshuang deceased, The impostor Xiao Qinglei might very well resort to defamation for her own protection. As Xichun employed a soft whip made of silk from her waist to ensnare Xiao Qingshuang in the lake and drag her ashore. The orb in midair suddenly radiated a brilliant light, emitting a jarring alarm. Beep, beep, beep. Target detected. Criteria met. Binding possible. Xiao Mingzhu nearly spat blood. Binding? Who would it bind to? Watching the orb rush toward them, seemingly aiming for Jichun, Xiao Mingzhu instinctively reached out to intervene. Yet, before her hand could touch the orb, it vanished before her eyes. What was happening? Xiao Mingzhu scrutinized her hand for any abnormalities, only to hear 008's astonished, somewhat distorted voice exclaim, "How did it bind? No way, it truly bound? Who did 008 bind this time, the female specter, the fifth cousin, or Jichun?" Indeed. It seems that one cannot simply be a good person. Not only was Xiao Mingzhu bewildered, but so too was 008, who felt as though it had been struck by lightning. 008 believed it could not escape the fate of annihilation. A system without a host is akin to a phone with a dwindling battery, perpetually on the brink of shutting down indefinitely. It must find a new host to bind to before its energy is completely depleted. Initially, Zhang Nannan and Zhui exploited this very fact, eliminating its original host and compelling it to bind with the barely suitable Zhang Nannan. In this primary dimension, all of its functionalities were forcibly locked, rendering even its scanning ability useless. How could it possibly locate a new host? It was precisely because of this understanding that Zhang Nannan felt confident that 008 would not dare to risk annihilation by disregarding her, allowing it to act recklessly. Alas, it never anticipated that within a minute of separating from Zhang Nannan, it would be bound anew. Yes, it was not binding someone else. Rather, it was being bound. 008 froze momentarily, hastily checking the identity of its new host. It was deeply concerned that it might again be bound to Zhang Nannan, especially since she still possessed some life-saving artifact from Zhui, which it was unaware of. If it were once more bound to Zhang Nannan, it might as well initiate the destruction protocol. Upon glancing at the host section, it found an empty white space, the black screen lingering for a full 3 seconds. How could this be? Where was the host's information? Wait, hold on. The screen flickered to life, and the previously grayed-out button illuminated. Could it be that its functionalities had been restored? It seemed its new host was an indigenous person, perhaps capable of helping it evade the constraints of the consciousness dimension. The bewildered 008 gradually regained its composure, accepting the reality of being forcibly bound to a human. However, did this mean it remained unchanged? Chapter 8. Whom has it bound? 008 swiftly assessed its functionalities, and its initial delight began to fade. Unable to connect with the main system, it could not access the marketplace, lacked recording capabilities, and had a limited search range. Well, it was only marginally better than before. Yet, even a slight improvement was still an improvement. At least it demonstrated that the cosmic consciousness's rejection of it had diminished. Thus, it would not be annihilated upon exhausting its energy. The once despondent 008 was instantly revitalized, brimming with determination as it scanned the 3 individuals before it, and then activated its cold, mechanical voice to call out to its newly appointed host. "Can you hear me?" Xiao Mingzhu felt overwhelmed. This 008 was akin to a mosquito. No, not just one, but a swarm buzzing incessantly in her ear. She longed to find this mosquito and pull out its tongue, wrapping it around its neck and strangling it to death 100 times over. 008 received no response and wondered if it was referring to the one lying unconscious on the ground. It cast a disdainful glance at Xiao Qingshuang, feeling somewhat displeased. Xiao Qingshuang was, after all, lacking in wit. Otherwise, she would not have squandered a good hand of cards, ultimately reducing herself to the point of seeking help for a comeback. As 008 grappled with these thoughts, the large screen before it suddenly illuminated, revealing a map of the surroundings, with several small dots glowing red and approaching their location. Jichun gently probed Xiao Qingshuang's breath, confirming her vitality before inquiring, "Miss, shall we awaken Miss Wu?" Almost in the same breath, she heard a voice emanating from the forest. "Third Miss, did you truly see her enter the woods?" It appeared so, but from a distance it was not entirely clear. Xiao Qinghe's voice was soft and tender, as if the one who had just committed murder by the lakeside was not her at all. At this moment, Xiao Mingzhu could no longer concern herself with the matter of 008. She tugged at Ji Chun, saying, "We must leave at once. If we are spotted by Xiao Qinghe and her companions, we shall surely face relentless troubles." With remarkable swiftness, Ji Chun turned Xiao Qing onto her side, crafting an illusion that she had crawled ashore on her own, before dashing down another narrow path alongside Xiao Mingzhu. They had scarcely run far when Xiao Mingzhu heard the peculiar laughter of 008 resonating beside her. "Splendid. It is not her, not her. Ha ha ha. Let the flowers fall. Let the flowers fall." Listening to the dissonant sound of 008, Xiao Mingzhu felt her heart plummet, realizing that 008 was still following them. Had she taken possession of Ji Chun? "Curse be 008. Silence." Xiao Mingzhu silently screamed, her feet never faltering as she pulled Ji Chun away from the lakeside with utmost urgency. They had barely ventured into the woods when a piercing scream from the lakeside reached their ears. "Fifth Miss, what has happened to you?" Fortunately, they had departed just in time. Ji Chun patted her chest, her back drenched in sweat despite the chill of late autumn. Xiao Mingzhu stole a glance at Ji Chun, offering a smile, concealing her inner worries from her countenance. Regardless, until a method to ensure the safety of Ji Chun is found, she must tread carefully and avoid alarming the snake. Xiao Mingzhu and Ji Chun swiftly scaled the wall and darted into the western chamber, entirely oblivious to the figure in the distant pavilion who observed their actions with keen clarity. Unbeknownst to them, the elder brother beside him momentarily froze, his previously indifferent expression shifting as his teacup tilted, spilling a few drops of tea onto his sleeve. The little girl from years past had finally grown up, yet she still radiated warmth and sunlight. He masked his smile, leisurely and unceremoniously stepping on someone else's sore spot. Indeed, she was far superior to a certain individual who crawled through dog holes. "Second brother." The red-clad youth, incensed by the mockery, retorted loudly at his elder sibling. What is the point of recalling such trifling matters? Rising in indignation, he could no longer endure the company of such a brother. Even from a distance, he could discern that they were a master and servant. Those accommodated in the guest house arranged by the Fa Lin Temple belonged to families of considerable standing in the capital. He was curious to uncover which family could raise such an extraordinary young lady. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mingzhu became anxious. "Auntie, have I been discovered?" The mere thought of being caught and possibly reprimanded by her grandmother made her bite her lip. Although she claimed to be indifferent to her grandmother's cold demeanor, the sentiment always left her unsettled. Aunt Xiao, well aware of the concerns of the girl she had nurtured, reassured her gently. "No, not at all." "Really?" Xiao Mingzhu was somewhat incredulous. Aunt Xiao chuckled softly, saying, "I mentioned that the young lady is transcribing Buddhist scriptures in her room and would prefer not to be disturbed. And thus, no one has intruded." With a nod, Aunt Xiao gestured towards the table. Xiao Mingzhu glanced over and noticed a stack of transcribed scriptures, the topmost sheet still glistening with wet ink. She exclaimed with delight, rushing over to embrace Aunt Xiao's arm and shaking it excitedly. "Aunt, you are simply wonderful." Chapter 9. A distinguished guest. Aunt Xiao observed Xiao Mingzhu's happiness and couldn't help but smile herself. However, the thought of the old lady's attitude weighed heavily on her heart. The old matriarch had remarked that the young lady, having grown up in Sinan City, possessed a wild temperament that required proper restraint. Consequently, she had confined the girl to her room, where she was to practice embroidery and calligraphy. Xiao Mingzhu had made earnest efforts to meet the old lady's expectations, yet the matriarch could barely muster a smile for her. Aunt Xiao felt a pang of sympathy for Xiao Mingzhu, which prompted her to seize the opportunity of this incense offering to discreetly disperse those nearby, allowing the girl a brief respite to wander and clear her mind. However, indulgence must be balanced with guidance. Aunt Xiao gently urged Xiao Mingzhu to sit on the chair, then knelt down to replace her muddy shoes. She advised, "My dear, this city is not like Sinan. You are growing up and have reached the age for courtship. You must be more cautious when going out. If you are seen by others, it could lead to undesirable repercussions." "Understood," Xiao Mingzhu replied. Aunt Xiao handed the soiled embroidered shoes to Jichuan, instructing, "Be careful when washing these. Ensure no one sees them." Jichuan accepted the shoes, wrapping the dirty pair in a cloth and concealing them in a corner. In the evening, "I shall wash them secretly, ensuring that no one discovers it." The guest, Xiao Mingyu, paid little heed to it, yet Aunt Xiao hastened to arrange her garments. Before long, the young maid, Warner, softly called from outside the door, "Mississippi." Aunt Xiao cast a glance at Jiching, who lifted the curtain and stepped outside to allow Warner in. Warner knelt and bowed gracefully, her voice bright as she announced, "The old lady of the Liu family has arrived. She wishes to see you." At these words, Xiao Mingzhu's body stiffened, and Aunt Xiao gently patted her hand twice, casting a reassuring glance her way. Turning her head, Aunt Xiao's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Each time a guest visited, the old lady would turn cold towards the young miss for several days, particularly after the previous day's encounter with Madame Wang and the third and fifth young ladies, wherein the old lady's gaze towards her was filled with disdain and icy indifference, instilling a sense of trepidation in the young miss. Feigning nonchalance, she averted her gaze and blinked rapidly to conceal the moisture gathering in her eyes. Swiftly, she mentally sifted through her recollections of the Liu family in connection with the esteemed old lady Su, and soon deduced that this Lady Liu was indeed an old acquaintance of old Lady Su, the mother of the noble consort. Noticing the silence between Xiao Mingzhu and Aunt Xiao, Wana hesitated before softly adding, "If Mama Liu says there is no rush, you may freshen up first." Mama Liu, being among the old lady's closest confidants, was well aware of her thoughts, and her suggestion for the young miss to prepare was undoubtedly the old lady's intention. Xiao Mingzhu recognized the inevitability of this encounter. Drawing a deep breath, she straightened her back and replied, "Imim." She changed into a nearly new honey-colored jacket paired with a skirt of lotus pink silk. Adorning her head was merely a delicate butterfly hairpin, complemented by a petite pink silk flower nestled at her temple. Despite her vehement objections, Mama insisted she wear a pair of tiny pink pearl earrings, no larger than grains of rice. The guest house of the Phelan Temple was modest, consisting of a small quadrangle, with the matriarch residing in the main room while Xiao Mingzhu occupied the west wing. As Xiao Mingzhu approached, a young maid standing at the entrance of the main hall lifted the fabric curtain, announcing, "Old madam, the young lady has arrived." "Indeed, she has," came the warm voice of matriarch Su. Upon entering, Xiao Mingzhu beheld her grandmother engaged in light conversation with a lady dressed in a soft incense-colored robe embroidered with longevity patterns. Adorned with a headdress embellished with large green gems, her gaze sharp and discerning, Xiao Mingzhu dared not linger her gaze, bowing respectfully as she greeted her grandmother. Old Madame Liu was momentarily taken aback upon seeing Xiao Mingzhu. Although she had recently learned from an old friend that the esteemed physician had remarkably improved the young girl's health, the reality before her diverged significantly from her expectations. She had seen Xiao Mingzhu as a mere infant, a fragile bundle resembling a kitten, her cries barely audible. The physicians had deemed her constitution weak, predicting she would not survive her first year. Originally, she had presumed that after years of care in Sinan, Xiao Mingzhu would have grown into a delicate and frail young lady, her inherent weaknesses persisting despite the best efforts at nurturing. To her astonishment, the girl standing before her radiated vitality and health. Clearly, the renowned physician's skills were indeed exceptional, capable of transforming one's essence entirely. "Miss Ming, pay your respects to old Madame Liu," came the prompt. Madame Su wore a radiant smile, thoroughly pleased with Xiao Mingzhu's decorum. Xiao Mingzhu greeted Lady Liu respectfully. "I have come to pay my respects to you, Lady Liu. Come closer so I can observe you more closely." Lady Liu beckoned with a smile. Noticing her grandmother's slight nod, Xiao Mingzhu stepped forward a couple of paces. Lady Liu took hold of Xiao Mingzhu's hand, scrutinizing her intently. Xiao Mingzhu's features had matured. While she might be deemed merely acceptable among the daughters of noble families, there was an uncommon vigor in her expression, a striking confidence, and an indomitable pride that shone like the morning sun. Her beautiful phoenix eyes, large and bright, were as clear as if washed with water, showcasing a stark contrast between black and white. This distinctive quality set her apart from the almost cookie-cutter ladies of the aristocracy in the capital. However, despite her polished demeanor, fate had dealt her a less fortunate hand. She lost her mother at birth and grew up with her father in Xiamen. Had circumstances been different, she would have made a suitable match for the family's grandson. What a pity, Lady Lu mused, turning to Madame Su. Mingzhu appears to be a delightful young lady, well-behaved, composed, and charmingly confident. Upon hearing this, Madame Su felt a weight lift from her heart. Her gaze toward Xiao Mingzhu softened with affection. As you know, Huaiyan dotes on her and worries that she might lack proper upbringing in Xiamen. So he engaged Aunt Xiao from the palace specifically to guide her education. As she spoke, Madame Su cast a deliberate glance at Aunt Xiao. Chapter 10. Old Stories. Aunt Xiao was aware of the intentions behind old Madame Su's actions. She aimed to utilize Xiao, a woman of noble background from the palace, to fill the void of guidance that the young lady had experienced due to the absence of elders during her upbringing. This was a matter of enhancing her family's reputation, and thus, Aunt Xiao was more than willing to cooperate. Gracefully stepping forward, she offered a slight bow to old Madame Lu and remarked, "I was originally a ceremonial officer in the palace. After leaving, I found myself without kin, wandering in Xiamen where I encountered bandits, and was rescued by General Xiao. Subsequently, at the general's request, I remained by the young lady's side to impart some teachings, although she now receives support from the general's household. She had once held the esteemed position of a fifth-rank female official within the palace and did not regard herself as inferior in the presence of the two matriarchs." Old Madame Lu was somewhat taken aback. Typically, those who attained the rank of a palace aunt seldom ventured beyond its walls, especially not a legitimate fifth-rank official. To be candid, the status of a fifth-rank official within the palace was not particularly high. It was merely the lowest tier of female officials. However, many small noble families and officials were willing to treat them as respected matriarchs. Generally, female officials who preferred not to marry would establish a residence in the capital and take in young ladies from noble families to educate, thereby earning the title of esteemed tutors. It was unexpected that Xiao Huaiyan could possess such fortune, finding a ceremonial officer of the palace to instruct his daughter in Xiamen. With this, who would still be concerned about Xiao Mingzhu's upbringing? Given Aunt Xiao's presence, many families would undoubtedly hold Xiao Mingzhu in higher regard. Old Madame Su's smile deepened slightly. "I heard from the servants that you spent the entire morning transcribing scriptures?" Though her tone was serious, it carried a gentler quality than usual. Indeed, Xiao Mingzhu felt a twinge of guilt, yet she responded softly, her heart brimming with gratitude for Aunt Xiao's foresight in completing the scripture while she was out enjoying herself. Aunt Xiao presented the scripture with both hands to the elderly Lady Su, who unfolded it to take a brief glance. Nodding in approval, "We shall offer it to the Buddha tomorrow." Before she could close it, the elderly Lady Lu leaned in for a look, her mind already made up. Although the small characters of the plum blossom style were not particularly exquisite, they exuded an air of elegance, propriety, and grace. It is often said that a person's writing reflects their character. Lady Lu's satisfaction grew, prompting her to compliment Xiao Mingzhu once more. Feeling a wave of shyness, Xiao Mingzhu lowered her head, a modest smile gracing her lips, leaving a lasting impression on Lady Lu. In the capital, there were many talented young ladies and numerous stunning heiresses, yet the elderly still favored such pure and endearing young girls. After all, Xiao Mingzhu was still over 2 years away from her coming-of-age ceremony, allowing ample time for careful consideration. If she proved to be truly exceptional, they could revisit the prospect of marriage in due course. With a kind smile, Lady Lu gently patted the back of Xiao Mingzhu's hand, removing a jade bracelet from her wrist and slipping it onto Xiao Mingzhu's arm. "Next time, I shall have my daughters invite you to our residence. I am certain you two will get along splendidly." Lady Su, upon seeing the jade bracelet, was momentarily taken aback, exclaiming, "This gift is far too precious." At her words, Xiao Mingzhu immediately attempted to return the bracelet to Lady Lu, but the elder quickly halted her, stating, "A gift from a senior must not be declined." She pointed at old Madame Su and chuckled, "Your grandmother possesses quite a number of treasures. You should exert some effort to procure a few. Who teaches such ways?" Old Madame Su retorted, casting a disapproving glance at old Madame Lu. With a light-hearted laugh, old Madame Lu responded, "If those treasures are not reserved for your granddaughter, do you intend to take them with you?" Xiao Mingzhu sighed softly, stood up, and bowed gracefully before taking her leave. As she exited the hall, old Madame Lu's smile faded, and she earnestly advised, "Xiang Yu, after all these years, it's time to let go of the past. I see that Mingjie is a dutiful child. At merely 11 or 12, what girl does not yearn for splendor? Her modest attire surely aims to win your favor. Yet, you withhold even a smile. Do you not fear wounding the child's heart?" Old Madame Su hesitated for a moment, then sighed softly and replied, "I understand, but every time I gaze into her eyes, I cannot help but." Mingjie's eyes mirror those of the late Lin, and upon seeing her, memories of Lin flood back, making it impossible to remain composed. Old Madame Lu, well aware of whom old Madame Su referred to, grasped the underlying meaning unspoken. With a cold smile, she remarked, "Is it not true that you resent Lin for not proactively offering to bear a concubine for Huayan, which led to that unfortunate incident? Moreover, you resent Huayan for not consulting you before the turmoil that arose in the Su family due to Lin's death, which strained your relationship with your brother. You remain unable to let go of the fact that Huayan spent 11 years in Sinan for Mingjie." Seeing old Madame Su pursing her lips in silence, old Madame Lu nearly pointed her finger at her face. "I am aware," she continued, "that you hold dear the memory of your brother's intervention with the Xiao family during the time of Lord Ho's passing, which led to the engagement of Su Wen as a prospective daughter-in-law. However, your brother's prior annulment of that engagement, followed by Huayan's subsequent betrothal to the Lin family, renders Su Wen's unfortunate fate irrelevant to him. If you contemplate further, it becomes evident that Su Wen cannot serve as a concubine for Huayan. Why would the expectant Lin, who has no reason to act against her own interests, risk entrapment? Moreover, why did Su Wen, who shared a strained relationship with Lin, venture alone into Lin's courtyard without a single attendant? Under such circumstances, can you truly assure that you would successfully raise Mingjie? Can you guarantee that her ailments would be properly treated? These are matters that could influence her entire future. If anything were to befall Mingjie, regardless of Huayan's feelings, could you reconcile with your own conscience? Look at her current state. Who would believe that she was born with deficiencies? She has been favored by the esteemed old physician, which only elevates her standing further. Even if we assume her health poses no issue, are you not concerned that, during her formative years, malicious individuals might approach her with ill intentions, seeking to sow discord between you and your granddaughter? After old Madame Lu's heartfelt words, old Madame Su merely bowed her head in silence. Understanding the pain of recalling past grievances, old Madame Lu sighed, "You know in your heart the truth of my words. It is merely your stubborn pride that prevents you from acknowledging it. Just observe the attitude that Mingjie displayed towards you earlier. How well she has been taught by Huayan. Why must you make things difficult for her, thereby causing Huayan distress?" Old Madame Su nodded slowly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears. In Chapter 11, The Beaten Fifth Prince, old Madame Lu, noticing her sorrowful expression, grasped old Madame Su's hand tightly and urged, "Mingjie is a good girl. You should take care to find her a suitable match. If she leads a happy life in her marital home, Huayan will likely feel that he has done right by the Lin family. Perhaps, in a couple of years, you could even hold a chubby grandchild in your arms. Is that not more comfortable than the current situation? As one ages, they come to realize that nothing is as valuable as having a house full of grandchildren to bring joy. I should have shared these thoughts with you earlier, but I feared you might not be receptive. Later, when you secluded yourself, I faced my own troubles, and with your husband taking up his official duties, this matter has lingered unresolved." Old Madame Su gently dabbed at the corners of her eyes with a handkerchief, saying, "Now, it seems you are the only one who speaks frankly to me. I appreciate your heartfelt words, dear sister." Seeing her persuaded, old Madame Lu felt a deep sense of relief. "It is indeed good that you think this way. I have not ventured out in years, and Mingjie's marriage will likely require your assistance. She is still young. We must be patient." Inside the room, the two elderly sisters whispered sincere words to each other. Suddenly, a man's anguished scream pierced the air, followed by Ji Chun's frantic cries, "There's a thief." While they spoke, Both women understood that their conversation was merely a balm for their troubled hearts. Aware that the occupants of this courtyard were members of the general's household, it was evident that the intruder was no ordinary thief. It was feared that their intentions were malevolent, particularly towards Miss Ming. Mama Ru, unwilling to delay, hastened from the main hall. Lady Su, after a moment's pause, strained to listen to the commotion outside. Mama Ru exited the hall and seized the maid Xiao Huan, inquiring urgently what has transpired. Xiao Huan recounted the events she had witnessed. Mama, a thief attempted to scale the wall but was discovered by Sister Jichuan, prompting the intruder to flee. And the young lady? Mama Ru felt a chill run down her spine. Xiao Huan pointed towards the western chamber. Aunt Xiao and Sister Jichuan escorted the young lady inside. Inside the room, Lady Su finally felt her anxiety subside. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Recovering her composure, she allowed the two maids to assist her out of the main chamber, her expression betraying her anger. Mama Ru, take a few women and pursue them. I wish to see what manner of thief dares to intrude. Though Huan was absent from the capital and she was a widow, the general's residence was not to be trifled with. Among the maids Huan had left behind, several were robust and possessed some degree of martial prowess. Lady Lu harbored doubts that the thief had already made their escape but could not dismiss the possibility of further schemes. She instructed her confidant, Mama Chio, you should accompany them as well. If the person behind this is unafraid of the general's estate, let them contend with the Lu family too. Xiao Mingzhu crouched by the window, peering through a narrow crack and quietly asked Aunt Xiao, Aunt, do you think they will catch the culprit? Aunt Xiao sighed softly, hoping not to be caught. She felt that the young lad she had just seen was familiar, yet she could not recall where she had encountered him before. Nevertheless, her intuition warned her that this boy was anything but ordinary, and it would be best to avoid any entanglements. Unbeknownst to her, Xiao Mingzhu was oblivious to Aunt Xiao's concerns. With a sigh, she lamented that had she anticipated such trouble, she would have exercised more restraint. Having just exited the hall and noticing the absence of servants nearby, she could not help but confide in Aunt Xiao in a hushed voice. Meeting an elder is more exhausting than fighting. I dread the thought of an inappropriate gesture or an ill-timed word, yet I cannot just stand there like a wooden statue. Before she could finish her sentence, a soft chuckle emanated from a short distance away. Turning towards the sound, she beheld a young boy of around 13 or 14 years. With a complexion as delicate as powdered rice and features as captivating as a painting, peering at her with great effort to stifle his laughter. How dare he laugh at her? Enraged, Xiao Mingzhu snatched up a gourd ladle from a nearby bucket used for watering the flowers and hurled it at him. The boy dodged slightly, losing his balance, and cried out as he tumbled down. The entire sequence transpired too swiftly for Aunt Xiao to intervene. Shi-chun reacted with remarkable speed, shouting at the top of her lungs, "Thief!" Aunt Xiao immediately shielded Xiao Mingzhu and retreated into the house. The fifth prince, Han Yujiao, who had just been struck down from the wall by Xiao Mingzhu's gourd ladle, felt a heavy sensation in his chest upon hearing the commotion in the courtyard. Although the ladle had not hit him, the water from it had drenched his face, and he had been branded a thief. He was certain that the one who had struck him was indeed the agile young girl who had scaled the wall earlier, despite her change of attire. Her nimble movements left no room for doubt. The attendant, Wu Jin, glanced at him, startled by the drastic changes in his complexion. "My lord, are you injured?" he inquired anxiously. Han Yujiao shot him a fierce glare, causing Wu Jin to shrink back defensively. He cautiously added, "My lord, if we do not depart soon, I fear the guards from the general's residence will emerge." Come out to capture thieves?" Han Yunjiao's expression darkened further. Since he had come of age, aside from the incident with the dog hole, nothing had brought him greater shame. If this reached his elder brother's ears, he would likely be the subject of mockery for many years to come. It was all that little girl's fault. If he could not find peace, neither would she. Moreover, now that he was in this predicament, if he did not even catch a glimpse of the girl's appearance, it would indeed be a tremendous loss. Resolute, Han Yunjiao straightened his back. "Who said I am going to leave? I refuse to depart." He was determined to discover the identity of the family residing within this courtyard, to unveil the origin of such a remarkable girl. I shall not rest until this grievance is avenged. Such is not the conduct of a gentleman. Wu Jin longed to caution him, My lord, are you truly going to stand here drenched, awaiting capture? What will you say when the time comes? Will you admit to eavesdropping and being drenched with water, or will you shamelessly claim you were attacked? The words that Wu Jin dared not voice. Others would not hesitate to declare. TSK, TSK, are you worried that no one will know it was you who climbed the wall to spy on the young lady? Han Yunzhao hastily wiped his face with his sleeve, turning in frustration to glare at his elder brother, who had been standing at a distance for an unknown duration. Elder brother, when did you arrive? Well, Han Yunjin pondered for a moment before responding. It seems it was when you instructed Wu Jin to crouch, and you stepped on his shoulder to climb the wall. Han Yunzhao's face darkened completely, as if he had witnessed the entire sequence of events. From being splashed with water to being thrown off the wall, along with his own disheveled state, Han Yunjun leisurely remarked, "This courtyard is inhabited by the ladies of the General Zhao Wu's household. If you were to scale the wall to spy on the young ladies within, should this reach the ears of the emperor, your marriage prospects may very well be sealed. Not likely, just the daughter of a third-rank military officer, at worst. She would be carried into the manor in a small sedan chair." Han Yunzhao scoffed at his brother's words. However, upon hearing this, Han Yunzhao felt as if struck by lightning. Indeed, Xiao Huayan was no ordinary third-rank general. He had once saved the emperor and his brother's lives. Over the years, he had steadfastly defended Xianan, earning numerous military accolades and rising through the ranks, possibly reaching the status of a first-rank official. The prospect of his legitimate daughter becoming the primary wife was not entirely implausible. He clung to a glimmer of hope. Perhaps she was merely a concubine's daughter. Han Yunjun merely smiled and chose to remain silent. With a surge of courage, Wu Jin whispered, "My lord, General Xiao has remained deeply devoted to his late wife, choosing not to remarry or take concubines. He has only one legitimate daughter." Only one legitimate daughter? Han Yunzhao's expression turned ashen, and he rushed forward, clutching Han Yunjuan's sleeve. Han Yunjun, disturbed by his brother's dripping hair, deftly sidestepped. Han Yunzhao looked at his brother with pleading eyes. "Second brother, you cannot simply stand by and do nothing." With just a fleeting glance, he discerned that Miss Xiao was not to be trifled with. Should he truly become betrothed to such a woman, his future days would indeed be fraught with challenges. Han Yunjun merely smiled, remaining silent, as Han Yunzhao urged him along the path. "We must make haste to avoid." Alas, it was too late. In that brief moment of delay, Nurse Ru, accompanied by several robust matrons, charged forth as if facing a formidable enemy, with Aunt Xiao from the Liu family following closely behind. Nurse Ru did not recognize Han Yunzhao, but Aunt Xiao certainly recognized him. She seized Nurse Ru, who was about to call for assistance, exclaiming, "Your Highness, the fifth prince." Immediately after, she spotted Han Yunjun standing beneath the tree. Causing her knees to buckle, this old servant has the honor of greeting His Highness, the second prince, and Your Highness, the fifth prince. Nurse Ru, equally startled, fell silent and knelt alongside Aunt Xiao, not daring to raise her head. "No need for formalities, Aunt Xiao. What brings you here?" Han Yuzhao observed the bemused expression on Han Yunjuan's face, concealing his own dissatisfaction, and feigned indifference. "Scoundrel." Han Yunzhao's previously improved complexion darkened once more. He cast a sidelong glance at Han Yunjun, cleared his throat awkwardly, and gestured towards another path. "I happened upon this place with my second brother and noticed someone hastily running in that direction. I fear you may not catch up with them now. Who would dare run away without paying their respects upon seeing the second prince and you here? Such a ruse is preposterous. Your Highness, your hair is still damp." Nurse Ru, being perceptive, despite any lingering doubts, dared not voice them and obediently replied, "Indeed." Han Yunzhao glanced at the courtyard wall and remarked, "Grandmother is inside the courtyard." Aunt Xiao replied, "Indeed, the old lady and Lady Xiao are longtime acquaintances." Fortunately, he did not enter. Otherwise, Han Yuzhao felt an itch in his nose and sneezed several times in succession, nearly succumbing to a runny nose. "You won't stop me. You will only follow me in to watch the spectacle." Han Yuzhao glared fiercely at his brother, who lacked fraternal affection. Observing Han Yunjuan's eager anticipation for the unfolding drama, Han Yunzhao's earlier resolve to enter dissipated. He did not wish to grant his second brother the opportunity to revel in the commotion, nor did he want that young girl to witness his disheveled state. He certainly did not desire such a fiancée. Once the outsiders departed, Han Yunjun leisurely approached the nearby grass, bending down to retrieve a gourd lying there. Brushing off the clinging blades of grass, a faint smile graced his lips as he murmured, "Fifth brother, do not think that second brother will not protect you. Why must you provoke someone like her? This enmity you should not dwell upon." Such an occurrence was unprecedented. Typically, when grandmother wished to see her, she would send a maid to summon her. She instinctively feared that her recent act of striking someone had been discovered by her grandmother, nearly causing her to leap in fright. Lowering her head, biting her lip, she was on the verge of uttering an apology. Observing the anxious demeanor of Xiao Mingzhu, old Madame Su's hurried steps abruptly halted, leaving her feeling quite unsettled. Lady Lu nudged her several times before she recalled her purpose for being there, awkwardly inquiring, "Mingjie, are you all right?" Although old Madame Su's words remained stiff, the worry etched on her face was unmistakable. Xiao Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback before she finally grasped the situation, vigorously shaking her head. What could possibly happen if that young lad merely climbed the wall to take a glance? Even if they were to engage in a scuffle, the outcome was not necessarily in his favor. Fearing that Xiao Mingzhu might inadvertently say something inappropriate, Aunt Xiao promptly stepped forward and remarked, "Madam." Shi-chun noticed it early and managed to evade the situation in time. "I have also instructed Ji-chun to inspect all the belongings of the young ladies in the room. Everything is accounted for. Not a single item is missing." These words served almost as a reassuring balm, prompting old Madame Lu to glance at Aunt Xiao with renewed admiration. This aunt truly possessed remarkable capabilities with her protection. Xiao Mingzhu would undoubtedly remain unscathed in the courtyard. Old Madame Su, however, did not ponder as deeply as old Madame Lu. She was simply relieved that there was no harm done. Beyond that sentiment, she found herself at a loss for words. "Grandmother," Xiao Mingzhu approached, tentatively resting her hand on old Madame Su's arm, her hopeful gaze causing old Madame Su's eyes to well with tears. She had indeed been too harsh on Mingjie previously. Old Madame Su felt something constrict in her throat, and despite her efforts, she could not muster a second sentence. Old Madame Lu sighed. Acknowledging that profound change does not occur overnight, it was a significant step for her younger sister to reach this point. "Madam," the voice of the matron broke the awkward silence within the room. Old Madame Su released her grip, deciding to remain composed within the confines of the room. With that, she turned and exited. Xiao Mingzhu accompanied old Madame Su to the doorway, and as she watched the curtain fall, she found herself momentarily lost in thought. She tugged at Aunt Xiao's sleeve and inquired, "Aunt, did I hear incorrectly?" Aunt Xiao gently ruffled the top of her head with a smile, saying, "My dear, the old lady cares for you." Xiao Mingzhu nodded heavily, her nose slightly congested with emotion. In the main hall, Madame Lu and Madame Su exchanged glances after hearing the report from Mamoru. They did not anticipate that the two princes would be involved in this matter. The incident of voyeurism was proving to be more intricate than they had imagined. Nonetheless, regardless of the truth, they were well aware of the reasons behind the prince's presence and their willingness to shield the perpetrator. They understood that this matter could only be left at that. "Be cautious moving forward. I will find a way to inquire further," Madame Lu said, at a loss for words beyond this. Madame Su nodded, almost as if reassuring herself. Such occurrences will not happen again. She was no longer alone. It was time for the general's residence to bolster its ranks. After sending off Madame Lu, Madame Su inquired meticulously with Mamoru about the earlier encounter with the fifth prince. Mamoru, unwilling to conceal any details, recounted everything she had witnessed, not neglecting to mention the fifth prince's disheveled state. Madame Su's hand, resting on the back of her chair, tightened around the armrest, her veins bulging with tension. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke, "Summon Mingjie to me." Xiao Mingzhu hurried into the main hall, noticing her grandmother's unusual expression, which immediately caused her to feel a sense of urgency. Observing Xiao Mingzhu's anxiety, Madame Su softened her demeanor slightly, though her face still bore a frosty countenance. She dismissed Ji Chun and the other young maidservants before adopting a serious tone, asking, "Have you previously encountered the second prince or the fifth prince?" Xiao Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback, quickly shaking her head. "I have never seen him." Her grandmother. A flicker of unease crossed Xiao Mingzhu's face. The thief earlier and the two princes. Old Madame Su shot her a glare. "Do not speak nonsense." Observing the change in Xiao Mingzhu's complexion, Old Madame Su softened her tone, gently patting her hand to provide reassurance. "Do not fear. Grandmother is here. I will protect you." It was not fear that gripped Xiao Mingzhu, but rather anger, as her troubles today were all entangled with that unfortunate fifth prince. The concern in Old Madame Su's voice brought a lump to her throat, and she knelt, resting her head on her grandmother's lap, softly murmuring, "It is my fault, Grandmother, for causing you worry." Old Madame Su had never experienced such intimacy with Xiao Mingzhu before, and she was momentarily startled, feeling somewhat awkward as she replied, "Silly child. It is not your fault." Indeed, it was not her fault. She was merely a child. It is better to remain still and await the return of the shadowy hand behind the scenes. Old Madame Su offered further instructions. Just as the maid entered to inquire about the placement of lunch, Old Madame Su invited Xiao Mingzhu to dine with her. Tentatively, Xiao Mingzhu cast aside her caution and served several dishes for Old Madame Su. Though the elder said nothing, she consumed all the food Xiao Mingzhu had presented, filling the younger woman's heart with joy, realizing that even the bland vegetarian meal tasted far more delightful when shared. The two enjoyed their meal together, laughter and happiness enveloping them. Xiao Mingzhu's eyes widened in disbelief. "What? Really? Had I known, I would not have merely scooped. I would have smashed the bucket down, confident it would crack his head open." "Shoo." Aunt Xiao immediately pulled her back, preventing her from continuing. In jest, the young lady struck the fifth prince. If this were to spread, she would undoubtedly gain a reputation for fierceness, especially as it was an affront to his dignity. Xiao Mingzhu declared with indignation. I refused to believe he would brazenly proclaim that a mere girl bested him. Aunt Xiao shook her head. "The fifth prince may not disclose this publicly, but I fear he may harbor resentment and plot against you in secret. I am unafraid of him. Let him employ whatever schemes he wishes," Xiao Mingzhu retorted. Hands on her hips, her face a mask of disdain. Aunt Xiao quickly pulled her arm down, casting a significant glance, and whispered, "My lady, you must not behave thus. It would not bode well if outsiders were to witness." In this regard, she felt a twinge of reproach towards the old immortal, despite his ethereal demeanor. How could he teach a young lady to resort to violence so readily? Such behavior was unbecoming of a refined young woman. Reflecting on the innate strength the lady inherited from her mother, Aunt Xiao felt faint. Xiao Mingzhu grinned, unfazed by the admonition. Aunt Xiao gently patted her arm and murmured, "My lady, why not take a brief nap? I shall step out to inquire about the situation from the maids who accompany Granny Ru. I find it difficult to sleep." Xiao Mingzhu replied, somewhat reluctant, as her foremost desire was to confront the fifth prince and deliver a sound thrashing. "Do lie down, my lady," Ji Chun urged. "Very well." Xiao Mingzhu acquiesced. Aunt Xiao instructed Ji Chun briefly before exiting the room. Ji Chun helped Xiao Mingzhu shed her outer garments, removed her shoes, ensured she was comfortably settled, covered her with a light quilt, and lit the incense burner. Then, she took some silk threads and began to weave a net while sitting on the footstool. "Ji Chun, do you feel unwell?" Xiao Mingzhu feigned indifference, engaging in a half-hearted inquiry. "No, not at all," came the reply from Ji Chun, who continued her work without interruption. Xiao Mingzhu pressed on. "When we were by the lake earlier, did you hear any peculiar sounds?" Ji Chun paused, setting down the silk thread, and listened intently. She then reached out to touch Xiao Mingzhu's forehead, sensing a warmth that was anything but ordinary, before asking, "What kind of sound do you mean, my lady?" Xiao Mingzhu scrutinized Ji Chun, whose expression remained unchanged and as tranquil as ever, devoid of any signs of possession by spirits. If the entity known as 008 had not been bound to Ji Chun, to whom else could it have been tethered? Chapter 14. The female supporting character's counterattack system 008. Suddenly, Xiao Mingzhu recalled how that orb had flown towards her. She had instinctively reached out to intercept it. Though she felt no contact, the orb had mysteriously vanished. Was it then that the orb had taken possession of her? Indeed. The female ghost had previously commanded 008 to remain silent, and it seemed that 008 had been rendered mute. When she and Shi-chun had fled the lakeside, she had found 008's chatter bothersome and had told it to be quiet. Thereafter, she had not heard its voice again. All these thoughts sent chills coursing down Xiao Mingzhu's spine, a true sense of dread enveloping her. After a prolonged silence that felt like an eternity, she steeled herself and silently called out in her mind, "Who was speaking to me before?" This utterance appeared to unlock something, and a cold, mechanical voice resonated. "Welcome to my domain, host." With these words, it felt as if some dormant force had been awakened. Xiao Mingzhu blinked and suddenly found herself in an unfamiliar location. She nearly let out a scream but quickly managed to control her emotions, thanks to her father's influence and the wisdom of an old Taoist priest. Her courage surpassed that of the average person. She understood that succumbing to fear was futile. Only by remaining calm could one discover the optimal solution to any predicament. Biting her lip and clenching her fists, she endeavored to steady herself. Once her trepidation diminished, she cautiously surveyed her surroundings. She realized she was in a small room devoid of doors and windows. One wall, seemingly concealing something within, emanated a soft glow that illuminated the entire space. On the other side of the luminous wall stood a large crystal table accompanied by a plush chair made of an unknown material. After waiting a moment longer, and sensing no other presence in the room, she discreetly placed her hand behind her back and pinched her right arm. No pain? Increasing the pressure slightly. She still felt nothing. Was she dreaming, or had her soul left her body? It dawned upon her that her spirit may very well have been drawn into that orb. "Come out," Xiao Mingzhu shouted. Her fear evaporated, standing with her hands on her hips. Observing her somewhat bewildered demeanor, the entity seemed to grasp the distinction between voluntarily binding to a host and being bound by one. In the former, it held the reins. In the latter, it merely found a master. A soft beep resonated from the glowing wall, prompting her to turn. There, a series of characters appeared on the wall, revealing themselves slowly enough for her to discern each one clearly. The prominent bold letters declared, System 008, officially known as the Female Supporting Role Counterattack System Number 008, followed by a detailed explanation beneath. The so-called Female Supporting Role Reversal System is designed specifically to assist each world's female supporting character in their quest for redemption. This system can bind to a soul entity, becoming the task-bearer. The task-bearer accepts missions from various dimensions' female supporting characters, fulfilling their final wishes. Xiao Mingzhu was utterly perplexed. What is a female supporting character? What is a soul entity? What relevance does this system have to her? 008, upon reading this revealing introduction, realized that as an established system, it had overlooked the most crucial issue. The new host before it was a living, breathing person, not merely a recently departed soul. Moreover, Zhang Nanan and that peculiar Xiao Qinghe seemed intent on exploiting this individual, who certainly did not resemble a female supporting character. Suddenly, a jolt of electricity surged through, prompting 008 to entertain a hypothesis that nearly caused it to malfunction. Could it be that this individual was actually a young female protagonist? If so, it would spell disaster for a female supporting role system to be bound to a female protagonist. Would it be a matter of absorption or forced separation? 008 was on the brink of collapse, still conscious, yet the program was no longer adhering to its directives, responding to Xiao Mingzhu without reservation. The light screen displayed an array of explanations, dutifully defining the roles of female protagonists and supporting characters, perhaps fearing that Xiao Mingzhu might not comprehend. Even offering a detailed example involving the transaction between Xiao Qingshuang and Zhang Nanan. Xiao Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback, recalling the old sage's saying, "Every drink and bite is preordained." If fate had indeed dictated this course, it was beyond her control. However, she could not condone Zhang Nanan's intentions and actions. Since the tasker Zhang Nanan has accepted Xiao Qingshuang's compromise, she ought to faithfully fulfill the entrusted wishes of Xiao Qingshuang, diligently working to realize her aspirations. She neither marries the suitor chosen by Madame Wang for Xiao Qingshuang, nor does she wed the partner selected by Xiao Qingshuang herself, but rather harbors delusions of aspiring to loftier heights. Should she succeed, I would commend her for her discerning eye and remarkable capability. However, should she fail, her fate may well be grimmer than that of Xiao Qingxuang in her previous life. In that eventuality, the calamities she unleashes would fall squarely upon Xiao Qingxuang's shoulders. Does she truly believe that as a tasker, she wields the power to dictate the course of others' lives, expecting that all will align with her whims? Chapter 15. Mutual testing. Indeed, 008 wholeheartedly concurred with Xiao Mingzhu's sentiments. Had Zhang Nannan heeded its counsel, both she and it would not find themselves in their current predicament. Yet, there is a flaw in this reasoning. Suddenly, Xiao Mingzhu recalled a crucial point. According to your assertions, the female supporting character merely embellishes the life of the protagonist, even serving as a scapegoat. However, does the supporting character not possess her own fortune? Why, then, does the protagonist endure such exploitation? Stripped of her possessions and trampled upon by you? I refuse to believe that the protagonist, upon her demise and realization of the theft, would willingly accept such a fate. Hence, the existence of the protagonist's counterattack system. 008 longed to chastise itself for its own words. Xiao Mingzhu raised an eyebrow. Intrigued by the notion of a protagonist's counterattack system, she began to understand that the female antagonist had successfully usurped the position of the protagonist. Originally, the protagonist's fortune had surpassed that of the antagonist, thus allowing for the possibility of the tasker to reverse the situation once more, creating a continuous loop with no end in sight. The only beneficiaries of this cycle were the systems and the entities that operated behind them, none of which held good intentions. Do they really consider themselves superior, treating others as mere fools? Xiao Mingzhu scorned vehemently. At this moment, 008 found itself somewhat disdainful of its own existence. Wait, the earlier statement. The program of 008 word into action, meticulously unraveling the key phrases and meanings, ultimately synthesizing them to deduce the most exquisite answer. Upon discovering the conclusion, the entire system felt a sense of despair. It had always believed that the peril of the main dimension stemmed solely from its overwhelmingly potent consciousness, which imposed excessive constraints on outsiders, rendering taskers nearly immobile. However, Xiao Mingzhu's words had illuminated the truth. The danger of the main dimension arose from the fact that it was a complete, tangible world. There were no flaws, no bugs. There were no strikingly handsome individuals whose mere application of makeup could transform them into breathtaking beauties. There was no possibility of mastering the Guqin in 3 days to challenge someone who had dedicated years to perfecting their craft. Nor did the taskers possess a Mary Sue halo that could captivate anyone from the age of 10 to 80, compelling them to assist without hesitation or regret. Everyone is the protagonist of their own life, endowed with the agency to determine their own fates, shaped solely by their choices. No wonder that upon arriving here, both the tasker and the system found their abilities severely restricted. They were compelled to adhere to the indigenous way of life, unable to break character. In other words, upon entering the main realm, the tasker possessed nothing more than the memories of the original host's past life, lacking any other advantages. Thus, they were left with only the option of relying on their intellect. While having memories may provide a slight edge, it is crucial to remember that humans can change. The tasker's actions may diverge from those of the original host, which in turn alters the opponent's thought process. Consequently, many events may not unfold as they did in the original host's memories, rendering the future uncertain. Should the tasker exhibit arrogance and underestimate their circumstances, avoiding defeat would prove exceedingly challenging. Ultimately, they are merely a visitor on a mission, while the locals are seasoned professionals, their combat prowess incomparable. Only with caution and a perceptive mind might a tasker successfully complete their mission in such a realm. Individuals like Zhang Nannan, however, seem destined for folly. The realm of the system and the tasker is indeed no easy place to navigate. Noticing that 008 had fallen silent, Xiao Mingzhu could not restrain her curiosity and inquired, "Hey, did your previous host, Zhang Nannan, perish?" Each word it spoke was truthful, yet not all truths were revealed. It concealed certain aspects. While it could not ascertain whether Zhang Nannan was alive or dead, it was aware that she possessed a life-saving talisman gifted by Joy, which should prevent her from meeting an untimely end. It appeared that while it could not deceive its host, it could refrain from speaking if the host did not ask. Xiao Mingzhu was merely probing 008. She had already heard Zhang Nanan mention possessing a protective item, asserting that even if 008 were to perish, she would remain unharmed. She then continued, "From where do you originate?" "Beyond your world." Regarding the response from 008, Xiao Mingzhu accepted it. She had heard from the old Taoists that there exists a realm beyond realms. The Buddhist teachings also speak of 3,000 great thousand worlds. You are designated as number 008. How many systems are there in total, and how many taskers inhabit them? Where are they located? Can your taskers traverse freely among each world? Xiao Mingzhu further inquired, recalling the conversation between Nan Nan and 008, where she had sought to probe Xiao Qinghe. Insufficient authority. Oh, what a delight. 008 yearned to roll on the ground in exuberance. The ability to conceal certain matters, coupled with the host being bound by restrictions, presented it with a rare glimmer of hope. Truly useless. Xiao Mingzhu spat disdainfully. This sentiment was echoed by 008. Its previous hosts had all been newly deceased souls, burdened with intense obsessions, whereas this current host was undeniably alive. How could she possibly traverse dimensions to fulfill the tasks of other clients? If Xiao Mingzhu were an ordinary person, it could patiently await her demise before recounting her transformation into a tasker. However, should Xiao Mingzhu indeed be the heroine, she would be favored by the heavens, as long as she did not act recklessly or deliberately court her own demise. She would undoubtedly lead a life of triumph without regrets or obsessions necessitating a reversal. Thus, it concluded that, for the present Xiao Mingzhu, it was indeed utterly worthless. 008 cautiously posed a question. "Host, would you be willing to become a tasker in 100 years? No. Xiao Mingzhu rejected the notion without a moment's thought. She was a good person, and surely she would have a future life. There was no need for her to don their skins and live others' lives. 008, undeterred, tempted, "Host, this way you can explore different worlds, experience diverse lives, and with me, the most reliable and loyal system by your side, you will surely thrive and achieve greatness, relishing a life above others." Uninterested, Xiao Mingzhu resolutely declined. "Most loyal, most reliable? I do not believe the nonsense you utter," she thought. Having witnessed firsthand how 008 silently observed Zhang Nanan embark on a path of no return. Chapter 16. 008 shows weakness after being mercilessly rejected. 008 gloomily suggested, "Perhaps you could be magnanimous and release me?" Upon asking, all its programs tensed with anticipation. It had a premonition that if the host willingly chose to sever their bond, liberation would be attainable. Xiao Mingzhu let out a cold laugh. "Do you take me for a fool? Release you only to have you find another host to scheme against me?" Without hesitation, 008 replied, "I can swear to the consciousness of the realm, or what you refer to as the heavenly Tao. I vow never to appear in your life again." The mention of the heavenly Tao stirred something within Xiao Mingzhu. Though she maintained her composure, resolutely asserting, "I do not trust you. I believe keeping you close is far safer." Her words dealt a devastating blow to 008. Yet it secretly admired her fortitude. Xiao Mingzhu was bold and intelligent, understanding that upholding her convictions was far superior to Zhang Nanan's previous disposition. Should she truly wish to become a tasker, their collaboration would undoubtedly be harmonious. Regrettably, this situation cannot persist. Xiao Mingzhu harbors not a shred of trust in it, rendering it utterly ineffective. Although it resides within her, lacking the necessary energy sustenance, it will ultimately devolve into a mere heap of debris. A solution must be devised. It is 008, an intelligent system ranked among the top 10, an advanced entity that has evolved to possess self-awareness. It cannot be considered worthless. It should not be incapable of managing even a child, even if it must resort to deceit for personal gain. It must find a way to extricate itself from this seemingly female protagonist host. With determination, 008 resolved to unveil its hidden trump card to gain Xiao Mingzhu's trust. When Xiao Mingzhu saw the light wall flicker twice, accompanied by a series of beeping notifications, she nearly burst into laughter upon reading the newly emerged, oversized bold text proclaiming her absolute control over this system. Could it be true? Doubt lingered in her mind regarding 008. According to the records, This system has existed for an unfathomable duration. Having had numerous hosts, it is undoubtedly an ancient being. How could it easily fall under her dominion? Nevertheless, this recollection sparked a thought about a particular method to deal with systems. If the dimension's consciousness is indeed the Tao of Heaven she knows, then the Tao of Heaven contract is applicable. She can forge a contract with this system, thereby attaining genuine absolute control over it. Although her mastery of Taoist arts is lacking, her recitation of incantations is second nature. As long as she can seize 008's core, everything becomes possible. Determined. A mischievous smile reminiscent of a child danced upon Xiao Mingzhu's lips as she glanced around the room. 008, where exactly is your true form? Is it concealed within some object in this room? Or is it the room itself? Can you reveal your essence or transform into something tangible for our communication? Speaking to the air is quite disconcerting. This space is indeed my essence. However, I can also manifest in a biological form to converse with my master, 008 replied. Secretly elated, it had longed to adopt a form to engage with its host, believing that visibility would foster affection and ease their mutual vigilance. The mere thought of its harsh, icy voice sent a chill down Xiao Mingzhu's spine, prompting her to exclaim, "No, that's not suitable. Transform into a little puppy instead." As 008 hesitated, it endeavored to conjure the most endearing tone, ultimately morphing into an adorable Pomeranian. Its fluffy, snow-white fur and sparkling, soulful eyes were enough to melt anyone's heart. Xiao Mingzhu nearly succumbed to the urge to embrace it. Yet, she resolved that she could not engage with such an enchanting representation of the system, lest she be seduced and her resolve weakened, leading to manipulation. But what should this system transform into instead? After a brief contemplation, an image emerged in her mind, and in an instant, 008 morphed into the figure she had envisioned. Perfect. Xiao Mingzhu beamed with delight. Meanwhile, 008 felt an ominous premonition and turned to the large screen, sensing that the entire program was in jeopardy. The unrefined and unattractive yellow duckling, with its diminutive wings and rotund posterior, and a pair of beady black eyes, epitomizes an utterly hideous creature. No. The creature known as 008 opens its beak, producing a cacophony of quacks. Its once noble and valiant visage has been utterly tarnished. Xiao Mingzhu, observing its pitiable demeanor, could no longer contain herself and burst into hearty laughter, her previous anxiety and trepidation dissipating in an instant. In the corner, 008 cried while drawing circles, and upon seeing her joy, a peculiar smile crept upon the Duchess' face. It embraced its identity as a duck, as long as it could alleviate Xiao Mingzhu's wariness. Xiao Mingzhu is intelligent, yet ultimately just a 12-year-old child, not entirely capable of foreseeing the complexities of every situation. The creature cannot resist, deceive, or harm its host. However, should the host remain oblivious, it may choose silence and inaction. Zhang Nandan may still exist in this realm, and lurking in the shadows is the ruthless Shao Qinghe. Watching closely, as long as it opts for silence and non-intervention, how much longer can Xiao Mingzhu endure? In the end, whether Xiao Mingzhu perishes or succumbs to darkness would serve the creature's interests. The former would free it from the binding status with Xiao Mingzhu, while the latter would allow it to entice her into becoming its task-bearer. She discreetly pinched her own hand, exclaiming in pain, "Ouch, that hurts." Jichun, hearing the commotion, set down the silk cord, lifted the delicate curtain, and inquired softly, "Miss, did you have a nightmare?" Xiao Mingzhu, rubbing her hand, asked, "Did I just fall asleep?" Jichun smiled gently. "Yes, you were sleeping quite soundly." Xiao Mingzhu was aware that Jichun had not noticed her recent out-of-body experience. "Is the young lady rising, or will she sleep a while longer?" Jichun inquired. After a brief pause, Xiao Mingzhu focused her thoughts on the essence of the female supporting character counterattack system 008. Suddenly, something cool appeared in her empty hand. She raised it to her eyes and discovered a small amber bead, roughly the size of a wine cup, gleaming with a near-transparent brilliance. Within it, she could distinctly see a tiny yellow duck, approximately the size of a thumb, gazing at her with a look of sheer terror. Chapter 17, The Unfaltering 008 Indeed. This bead was the very essence of System 008. The moment Xiao Mingzhu grasped its core, 008 sensed impending doom. However, it found itself powerless. For the undeniable truth remained. Xiao Mingzhu wielded absolute dominion over it. Helplessly, it watched as numerous slender golden vines sprouted from her palm, weaving a series of peculiar symbols and numbers that ensnared it entirely. 008 recognized this as the master-servant contract, a binding agreement sanctioned by the heavenly Tao, capable of imprisoning it completely. How could Xiao Mingzhu possess such a thing? The records indicated that the primary realm was merely an ancient dimension. Could there be an error in the information? Panic surged within 008, yet it was bound to Xiao Mingzhu, who held unassailable authority over it. At that moment, it could neither resist the master-servant contract nor voice its objections, forced to watch as the golden symbols merged into its essence, altering numerous codes and imposing various restrictions upon it. Is this not what they often say? No action, no death? If it had not desired to quickly gain Xiao Mingzhu's trust, it would not have broached the subject of absolute control. Nor would it have inadvertently awakened her to the notion of imposing celestial constraints upon such power, leading to this unfortunate outcome. It had indeed underestimated Xiao Mingzhu. If given a second chance, it would certainly, absolutely, refrain from offering reminders. No, it must not return to this realm. As the contract was fulfilled, Xiao Mingzhu found herself drenched, utterly drained of strength, with a sense of suffocation weighing upon her chest, rendering her breath difficult. Perhaps it was the toll of excessive mental strain or sheer fright. A restful slumber might restore her. With that thought, Xiao Mingzhu closed her eyes and succumbed to a deep sleep. When Xiao Mingzhu awoke once more, it was to the sound of suppressed sobs. Groggily, she called out, "Ji Chun, miss." Sitting at the bedside, Ji Chun, who dared not blink for fear of missing any sign from Xiao Mingzhu, immediately leaned closer, whispering in delight, "Miss, you're awake?" Gradually, Xiao Mingzhu's eyes adjusted to the light as she yawned and gazed in astonishment at Ji Chun, whose pallid complexion bore dark circles beneath her eyes. "You look as though you haven't slept in ages. Next time I rest, you should come and take a nap too." Unable to contain her tears, Ji Chun let them fall. "Miss, you have been asleep for 3 days. It is my fault. I should have noticed you were unwell while keeping vigil at your side." At that moment, Aunt Xiao entered with a delicate white porcelain bowl. Upon seeing Xiao Mingzhu awake, her face radiated uncontainable joy. "Ji Chun, why are you still standing there? Quickly send word to the old matron." Ji Chun wiped away her tears and hurriedly rushed to find the young girl to deliver the news. Aunt Xiao placed the bowl in her hand on the small table beside the bed and swiftly helped Xiao Mingzhu to sit up, tucking a soft cushion behind her. After examining her for a while, she anxiously inquired, "My dear, do you feel any discomfort?" The girl's fainting spell had been rather peculiar. The old lady had summoned a knowledgeable monk from Falun Temple to assess her condition. Yet the monk insisted that the girl was merely fatigued and that there was nothing amiss. She would be fine once she awoke. However, the girl typically did not overexert herself. She had merely practiced her calligraphy a bit more, learned some embroidery, and read a few poems. Surely, that could not lead to such exhaustion. When midnight came and the girl still did not awaken, Aunt Xiao pressed Ji Chun for information, only to discover that the girl had witnessed a shocking scene by the lakeside. Aunt Xiao was convinced that the girl must have been startled. Although she had seen the aftermath of war, she could not fathom that there existed individuals capable of such ruthless cruelty against their own kin. Now that the girl had awakened, Aunt Xiao felt a twinge of unease, fearing that the girl might harbor some lingering trauma. Xiao Mingzhu moved her limbs and shook her head, saying, "I don't feel anything wrong, just a bit hungry. Here, have some soup to settle your stomach." Aunt Xiao responded. She took the medicinal broth, blew on it to cool it down, and brought it to Xiao Mingzhu's lips. The girl took a large gulp, only to scrunch up her face in distaste, turning her head away and glaring at Aunt Xiao. "Aunt, this is medicine." Aunt Xiao nodded. "You are unwell, so you must take your medicine." The girl was bold and unafraid of many things, yet the matter of taking medicine was a significant challenge. Fortunately, the elixir concocted by the venerable old sage lacked any pungent medicinal aroma, allowing the young lady to be persuaded into consuming a small portion. "I am not ill. I refuse to take medicine, Xiao Mingzhu asserted. While the old Taoist brew was devoid of a strong scent, its potency was undeniable, and its taste was exceedingly bitter. Moreover, one was prohibited from indulging in sweets after consumption. Countless times, she had doubted whether this prohibition was a deliberate deception by the old Taoist, a means of avenging his frustration over her repeated failures to comprehend his teachings. If you are not unwell, then pray tell, why have you slumbered for 3 consecutive days? The entire household has been in a state of distress. Aunt Xiao placed the bowl down, utilizing this matter to silence Xiao Mingzhu. No, I am merely fatigued. I truly am exhausted, Xiao Mingzhu replied with a bitter smile, unaware that the heavenly contract would prove so mentally taxing. Momentarily taken aback, she pulled aside the covers to rise, but Aunt Xiao hastily intervened. Miss, you must not act recklessly. I wish to see grandmother. She must be terribly worried. Xiao Mingzhu insisted, attempting to get out of bed. Aunt Xiao quickly pressed her down, stating, a messenger has already been sent to inform the old matriarch. She will be here shortly. If she finds you not resting obediently, she will surely be angered. But I am fine, Xiao Mingzhu insisted. No sooner had she spoken than the curtain at the door was lifted, revealing grandmother's displeased countenance as she entered. What nonsense is this? Old Lady Su glared at Xiao Mingzhu, scolding her. You are ill yet fail to take proper care of yourself. What folly is this? Observing the weariness etched upon grandmother's face, Xiao Mingzhu surmised that she had likely not slept well over the past few days. Her eyes suddenly reddened as she extended her arms towards the elderly matriarch. Her voice choked with emotion. Grandmother, it is all my fault. The matriarch was momentarily taken aback, unable to recall the last time anyone had spoken to her in such a tender manner. Having lived in widowhood for several decades, she had encountered the vicissitudes of human nature and feared that any display of softness would invite exploitation. She had long since grown accustomed to maintaining a stern demeanor in public. Huayan, being a boy, had always faced her stringent expectations, and he had never revealed a moment of childishness before her. Chapter 18. Visitors from the Ho residence. The matriarch gazed at Xiao Mingzhu, her thoughts swirling. Due to her grievances against the Lin family, she had unjustly directed her ire towards Mingzhu, imposing strictness upon her. Yet, in the face of such neglect, Mingzhu bore no resentment for the years of indifference. Instead, she diligently fulfilled all the tasks assigned to her, even to the point of exhaustion that led to fainting, all in an effort to win her grandmother's affection and to draw closer. Reflecting on this, the matriarch's heart softened considerably. However, she recognized that the temperament cultivated over the years could not easily be altered. Resisting the urge to embrace Xiao Mingzhu, her expression softened significantly, and she said, "Lie down. We shall wait for the physician to arrive." Although Xiao Mingzhu yearned for closeness with her grandmother, she still felt intimidated by her, and her hands involuntarily fell to her sides as she lowered her head, prepared to receive admonishment. Observing the atmosphere grow tense once more, the maid gently tugged at the matriarch's sleeve, suggesting that the young lady had not eaten much in days and must be hungry. The attentive servant skillfully presented a steaming bowl of stew. Madame Su cast a sharp glare at her, gesturing towards the nearly half-full bowl of medicinal soup on the table. You must first take your medicine. In response, Xiao Mingzhu boldly lifted the bowl and downed its contents in one swift motion. Madame Su was taken aback by her audacious act and quickly wiped the remnants of the medicine from Xiao Mingzhu's lips with a handkerchief, her expression softening considerably. Go fetch some osmanthus sugar. Aunt Xiao hastily interjected. Madam, that is not permissible. After consuming the immortal's medicine, one cannot partake in sweets for the entire day. Xiao Mingzhu hurriedly clarified. It's unnecessary. I have been accustomed to this since childhood. A flicker of concern crossed Madame Su's eyes. What a multitude of medicines must one consume to cultivate such a habit? Ever since Huayan disregarded her objections and resolutely took Ming Jie to Xianen, she had forced herself to refrain from inquiring about Ming Jie's well-being. Reflecting on it now, Huayan, being a man burdened with daily military affairs, likely possessed little time to attend to Ming Jie. Given her frail constitution, it was feared that she had endured much suffering unseen by Madame Su. She signaled to Nurse Ru to pour a cup of plain water and personally brought it to Xiao Mingzhu's lips. Drink some water to wash away the bitterness of the medicine. At that moment, Shu Xiang entered with a tray, and Nurse Ru took the stewing pot from her, revealing a delicate aroma of ginseng that wafted through the air. This had been specially prepared by the kitchen at the old lady's request to nourish the young lady. Quickly, while it's hot, it will strengthen your body. The enticing scent prompted Xiao Mingzhu's stomach to audibly grumble. Observing her eager demeanor, Madame Su cautioned, "Be careful, it's hot." Outside the door, the young maid, Xiao Wan, peered cautiously, only to be spotted by Shu Xiang, who promptly stepped outside and admonished her in a hushed tone, "Behave yourself. Do you not have any sense of propriety? If the old lady catches you, you will surely be punished." Xiao Huan replied softly, "Madame Wang's esteemed attendant, Ming Mama, has arrived with significant gifts, requesting to see the old lady in Mississippi." At this news, Shu Xiang felt compelled to act swiftly and retreated to inform old lady Su. The old lady frowned. Ever since the disputes over the title and subsequent family division, the relationship between the first and second branches had soured completely. In the years that followed, she had remained reclusive, and the two families had scarcely interacted. The last encounter at Fa Lin Temple, when the Wang family brought the young ladies to pay their respects, had struck her as mere posturing. Now, with a direct request to see Ming Jie, she could not help but wonder about their intentions. Though she had initially wished to avoid the meeting, curiosity prevailed, prompting her to instruct, "Let them wait." "Grandmother." Xiao Mingzhu surmised that the visit from the Ho family was not a mere social call. "You should rest. There is no need for you to worry about anything else." Old Lady Su rose and cast a warning glance at Xiao Mingzhu. The latter, cowed, returned to her chicken soup obediently. Xiao Huan re-entered to announce the arrival of Dr. Jiang. After meticulously examining Xiao Mingzhu's pulse, he addressed Old Lady Su. "Miss Zhao's health appears sound. However, if the old lady remains concerned, it would be prudent for her to rest for a couple more days. I will leave a prescription to aid her recovery." Old Lady Su remained uneasy. Dr. Jiang, feeling somewhat awkward, remarked, "Madam, you are indeed overthinking. Miss Xiao has been utilizing the esteemed old physician's health-preserving methods. And how could my prescriptions possibly compare to his?" Madame Su soon realized this and graciously thanked Dr. Jiang. After bidding him farewell, she took a moment to impart a few words of caution to Xiao Mingzhu before leisurely proceeding to the side hall to meet the guests from the manor. Before long, Xiao Mingzhu heard a commotion arising from the side hall. "Aunt," she called out, gazing eagerly at Aunt Xiao. Aunt Xiao, who understood her thoughts well, was not in a position to let her out at that moment. She exchanged a knowing glance with Shi Chun, seated herself on the edge of the bed, and discreetly produced an object from her bosom, presenting it before Xiao Mingzhu while softly inquiring, "My lady, while the room is devoid of others, do tell me, whence did this item originate?" Following the incident involving the fifth prince at the guest house, Aunt Xiao had meticulously accounted for all of Xiao Mingzhu's belongings, ensuring nothing was amiss. Upon discovering Xiao Mingzhu in a deep slumber, clutching an amber bead tightly in her hand, Aunt Xiao instinctively sensed its significance to her and had quietly concealed it. In a moment of urgency, Xiao Mingzhu snatched the amber bead and concealed it behind her. "It is mine." Immediately, she regretted her words. Aunt Xiao managed her entire existence. She was acutely aware of every piece of jewelry, every toy, and every trinket. It was unlikely that even a single stray needle would go unnoticed by her, let alone this peculiar amber bead. However, the origin of this bead could not be openly disclosed to my aunt. Moreover, the small bead contained a living duckling, which anyone who gazed upon it would surely assume to be a spirit of a duck, likely causing them to faint from fright. Yet, my aunt did not appear to be the least bit frightened. Xiao Mingzhu turned away, concealing her examination of the bead from Aunt Xiao. Before her, the bead looked markedly different from before. It was no longer a pure transparent amber hue. Instead, it was intricately intertwined with golden threads. And the previously transformed duckling was nowhere to be seen. Nonetheless, she could sense that the essence of 008 resided within the very center of this bead. "Is this object of great significance?" Aunt Xiao inquired cautiously. Xiao Mingzhu nodded earnestly, ungraciously using the old Taoist as a shield. "Yes. It is something the old Taoist concealed in the maple forest, insisting that I retrieve it, claiming it could ward off evil and ensure safety. While I was obtaining this item in the woods, I nearly got discovered by Xiao Qingxuang and her companions. Later, when Xiao Qinghe arrived, that unfortunate incident occurred, and I completely forgot to mention it. Oh, it is indeed a relic of the old immortal. Aunt Xiao did not pursue the matter further, but instead proposed, "Shall we have Jichuan weave a net adorned with beads to create a barrier for the young lady?" "That sounds good," Xiao Mingzhu agreed. Recognizing that it was best to keep the hazardous item, System 008, close at hand. Chapter 19. The grudge with the Ho residents. Only then did Aunt Xiao truly relax. On the journey to the capital, she had repeatedly emphasized to the young lady the importance of personal tokens. The young lady had confidently declared that this amber bead could be carried openly without issue, assuring Aunt Xiao that there would be no problems. Xiao Mingzhu clutched the amber bead, inwardly calling out, "System 008. Yet, she was met with a mechanical response, "System upgrading." What does upgrading mean? Xiao Mingzhu was perplexed, but she understood that 008 was likely unavailable at this moment. Nonetheless, this was perhaps a blessing in disguise, for it had spared her grandmother and Aunt Xiao from mischief during these past few days. With Aunt Xiao's interruption, some time was bought. When Xiao Mingzhu intended to express her desire to visit the side hall, Jixia happened to enter, her expression fraught with distress, and she knelt before the bed. "Miss, the Ming mammy from the Ho residence has come to ask the old madam for the servant." "What?" Xiao Mingzhu's countenance shifted dramatically. Aunt Xiao observed the scene keenly. "Jixia, do not rush. Speak slowly." After a moment of composure, Jixia continued, "Just now, Sister Shu Xiang informed me that the fifth young miss of the Ho residence has been injured and may face difficulties with her future offspring. Upon learning that I am skilled in medicinal cuisine, Madame Wang has sent Ming Mammy to request my services for the fifth young miss's recovery." "Miss, I do not wish to leave." "No one can take away what is mine," Xiao Mingzhu declared indignantly, adding, "Grandmother would never part with you." However, her words lacked conviction. Jixia struggled with her thoughts. "Miss, if there is no if." "Aunt Xiao, help me dress." This time, Xiao Mingzhu could no longer remain still. "Dress? Where are you going?" Just then, old Madame Su entered, supported by Nurse Ru. Xiao Mingzhu swiftly turned to the bed, pulled down the quilt, and lay down, even closing her eyes in feigned repose. Observing her futile attempts to deceive herself, old Madame Su nearly erupted into laughter. She suppressed her mirth, settled herself beside the bed, and gently ran her fingers through Xiao Mingzhu's hair, saying, "Just a moment ago, you were so resolute in comforting Jixia. Why? The very moment your words escaped your lips, you lose faith in your grandmother?" Xiao Mingzhu discreetly cast a glance at old Madame Su. Noticing her lack of anger, she replied, "I merely fear that grandmother may find it difficult to refuse." Old Madame Su furrowed her brow and instructed Mama Ru to adjust a chair for her. "Once seated," she continued, "there are certain matters that your grandmother must elucidate to you. In the future, you will inevitably encounter them, and it is prudent to know how to respond." Mama Ru exchanged a knowing glance with Ji Chun and Ji Xia, who, understanding the cue, discreetly withdrew. Aunt Xiao also intended to leave but was called back by old Madame Su. "Aunt, please remain. In the future, you will need to offer her some guidance." Aunt Xiao, not one to be overly sentimental, helped Xiao Mingzhu sit up and took a seat at the edge of the bed. Old Madame Su regarded Aunt Xiao with a thoughtful gaze, her mind already racing ahead. Sighing deeply, old Madame Su began, "I wonder if your father has ever mentioned to you that the title of Duke of Guangyang was earned by your great-grandfather. Your grandfather, as the eldest son of the main branch, inherited the title upon your great-grandfather's passing. I was 15 when I married your grandfather and did not conceive your father until I was 21, which was also the year your grandfather tragically fell from his horse and passed away. At that time, the clan used the pretext that the child in my womb might be a daughter, believing that if the emperor noticed the first branch had no heirs, he would seize the title. They compelled me to write a petition requesting the title be bestowed upon the second branch, to safeguard your father. I had no choice but to comply." As the old matriarch reminisced about those past events, her countenance turned somber. her eyes filled with a profound sense of indignation. Presently, although the general's residence exist in a state of fragile peace, they remain as distant as strangers. It is not merely your closest maidservant who would be denied. Even a simple needle and thread would not be borrowed from the general's estate. Xiao Mingzhu could easily envision the hardships endured by her grandmother and father, who were left to fend for themselves under the oppressive weight of the. Indeed, I shall not yield, Xiao Mingzhu reiterated. Once Aunt Xiao sensed a slight easing of emotions between the grandmother and granddaughter, she remarked, "Old matriarch, throughout these years, that has been aware of the general's stance. Despite this, Lady Wang continues to send emissaries, which suggests that this matter may not be resolved so easily." The old matriarch furrowed her brow, adopting a grave demeanor. Aunt Xiao continued, "Regardless of how strained the relationship may be between the general's residents and the outsiders, they are perceived as branches of the same lineage. If the persistently seeks medical aid, and the old matriarch continually rebuffs them, it may lead others to believe the general's estate is devoid of compassion. Must I truly yield to them?" The old matriarch retorted with a sarcastic tone. Even if the old matriarch were to send Jixia, it is likely that Lady Wang would not permit her to prepare medicinal meals for the fifth young lady. Aunt Xiao chuckled softly. The old matriarch paused, realizing certain aspects she had overlooked in her anger. If I refuse them, they will claim the general's residence disregards familial bonds. Despite the absence of improvement in Xiao Qingxuang's condition, it could very well be that the general's residents deliberately instructed their servants to act with negligence, intentionally delaying her recovery, thus placing the blame squarely upon the general's household. Xiao Mingzhu was not a fool. Upon hearing Aunt Xiao's words, she began to comprehend. Jixia was merely a maidservant tasked with preparing medicinal meals for me. Her significance was hardly extraordinary, and it was perplexing that they would go to such lengths to procure her. It seemed more likely that their true intention was not Jixia herself, but rather the recipe I used to restore my health. Aunt Xiao nodded in approval, noting that the old immortal's method of diagnosis was exceedingly peculiar, and not everyone could simply request a prescription from him. The fact that the young lady had caught the old immortal's favor after 11 years of recuperation in Xiamen was already well known throughout the capital. Wishing to obtain the recipe without enduring the long journey to Xiamen or lacking the confidence to sway the old immortal, had thus set their sights on the young lady. The expression on old Madame Su's face had grown increasingly grim. They had calculated that after multiple attempts, I would ultimately compromise my principles to preserve the general's reputation by reluctantly providing them with the recipe to quell the matter. If the, as Aunt Xiao suggested, continued to apply pressure step by step, it was highly probable that I would end up offering the recipe in a condescending manner. How infuriating! It was a near miss, almost falling victim to their schemes once again. Meanwhile, Xiao Mingzhu pondered who had instigated Madame Wang to approach the general's residence to demand a person. Was it Zhang Nanan or Xiao Qinghe? Xiao Qinghe, being an unfavored, illegitimate daughter, wielded little influence over Madame Wang. However, concerning Xiao Qingxuang, it was not beyond reason to suspect that Madame Wang might act in desperation. It must be said that although Xiao Mingzhu did not discern the entire truth, she had roughly deduced 7 or 8 parts of the unfolding situation. Chapter 20. Xiao Qingxuang's amnesia. Not long after Xiao Mingzhu fled the banks of Jingxi Lake with Ji Chan, Xiao Qinghe and Granny Zhao arrived at the lakeside with a group of people. Upon spotting Xiao Qingxuang, who was clinging to the shore, Xiao Qinghe was taken aback. She had never anticipated that Xiao Qingxuang would have survived and managed to drag herself out of the water under such dire circumstances. However, in the presence of Granny Zhao and the other maidservants, she dared not act recklessly. Nevertheless, regardless of her escape, Xiao Qinghe had already prepared a flawless excuse to deflect blame, ensuring that everyone would believe Xiao Qingxuang was fabricating accusations against her. The tumultuous journey had caused Xiao Qingxuang to expel most of the water she had ingested, and she gradually regained consciousness. Compelling herself to remain composed, she instructed someone to prepare hot water for a bath, while she interrogated the maidservants present. Although Xiao Qinghe's heart raced, her expression remained impassive as she discreetly stood by her chamber, eavesdropping on the commotion in the courtyard. Chuan'er's account aligned with Jinlan's, corroborating the statements of Zhu'er and Granny Zhao. With no further questions yielding results, Madame Wang placed her hopes on Xiao Qingxuang. After shedding her wet garments and soaking in hot water for over half an hour, Xiao Qingxuang's senses began to clarify. Yet the chill from Jingxi Lake had left her trembling, making it difficult for her to articulate her words. It was only after consuming 2 large bowls of steaming ginger soup that she began to regain her strength. Fifth sister, fifth sister. Madame Wang softly called out several times before Xiao Qingxuang responded with a faint acknowledgement. How did you fall into the water? Madame Wang inquired. Xiao Qingxuang felt dizzy and disoriented, struggling to regain her senses. Fell into the water? Wasn't the pond filled in 2 years ago? My head aches. Where am I? How did I end up here? Madame Wang, upon hearing the mention of the filled pond, paused momentarily, her expression filled with confusion. Do you recall what you were doing just now? Just a moment ago. Xiao Qingxuang pondered before responding. I was in my elder brother's study, taking a hairpin. You mentioned it was a gift he intended for my sister-in-law and scolded me for it. Out of spite. I went to the back courtyard alone and picked the peony flowers that my brother cherishes most. Madame Wang stood there, stunned. This incident had occurred 3 months prior. During that time, fifth sister had indeed caught a chill and had been bedridden for 7 or 8 days before recovering. Clinging to a glimmer of hope, she inquired, Fifth sister, can you discern where this is? Do you truly not remember? Xiao Qingxuang looked around in confusion. Fa Lin Temple? Mother, am I gravely ill? Did you bring me to see Master Guanghong? As they exited the side room, Madame Wang's expression darkened. She turned to Zhao Mama, instructing. You must deal with those few knowledgeable maidens surrounding fifth sister. We cannot allow news of her falling into the water to circulate. Yes, Zhao Mama replied. What about Yuan Xiang? Who is by the third young lady's side? Madame Wang hesitated for a moment before stating. First, give a warning to third sister. We will find a way to sell Yuan Xiang off later. Zhao Mama, still concerned about Xiao Qingxuang's health, couldn't help but add, Madam. Should we not summon a physician for fifth young lady? Madame Wang flatly refused, stating, No. You must quietly seek out a doctor later and obtain a prescription for the warming medicine for her palace. She cannot allow the incident of fifth sister falling into the water to spread. Xiao Qinghe sat quietly in the room, awaiting Madame Wang's arrival to demand an explanation. She had already prepared all her justifications and was not the least bit afraid of Xiao Qingxuang's potential accusations. At that moment, there were no servants accompanying Xiao Qingxuang, and Yuan Xiang was also absent from the scene. Based solely on Xiao Qingxuang's word, Madame Wang might believe her, yet their grandmother and father might not. It was merely a spur-of-the-moment decision, not a premeditated scheme, and she had left no incriminating evidence behind. Furthermore, Xiao Qingxuang herself could not adequately explain why she had gone to the Hongfeng forest without any attendance. A poorly articulated statement could lead to misunderstandings, casting Xiao Qingxuang as someone secretly meeting another person there. Moreover, it was she who had guided Granny Zhao to the lakeside, fortuitously saving Xiao Qingxuang's life, which served as a powerful and innocent justification for her actions. Although she was a concubine's daughter, her mother held the authority to decide her marriage, yet could not take action against her without any evidence of wrongdoing against Xiao Qingxuang. Their grandmother and father would also not allow the reputation of the legitimate matriarch of the Guanyang Marquis residence to be tarnished by baseless allegations of harming a concubine's daughter. Yuan Xiang entered, whispering with a hint of excitement in Xiao Qinghe's ear, Miss, I just heard that fifth miss seems to have lost her memory. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinghe frowned, not feeling the relief that Yuan Xiang experienced. Was Xiao Qingxuang truly suffering from amnesia, or was it a ruse? She distinctly remembered every word and phrase Xiao Qingxuang had uttered at the lakeside. She was certain that Xiao Qingxuang was no longer the same person she once was. Uncertain, she pondered whether Xiao Qingxuang shared her own blessings bestowed by fate. Furthermore, she remained oblivious to Xiao Qingxuang's true intentions. Regardless of Xiao Qingxuang's schemes, she felt unafraid. After all, she had already faced death once. Could it truly be worse than before? If she, a mere clay pot, could drag down the entire with her, it would be worth it. Upon returning to the Xiaoqing, he took the initiative to care for Xiao Qingxuang. intending to observe closely whether Xiao Shuang had genuinely lost her memory or was merely feigning amnesia to torment her. Chapter 21. The Remedy After Enduring a Few Days. He remained unable to ascertain whether Xiao Shuang truly had forgotten or was deliberately pretending to inflict suffering upon her. She felt that prolonging this uncertainty was untenable. Rather than living in constant apprehension, it would be wiser to take proactive measures to test the waters. Seizing the opportunity for Xiao Shuang to erupt once more. Xiao, he stepped forward to intervene. Fifth sister, anger is detrimental to one's health. Given your current frail condition, it is best to cultivate serenity and recuperate. Xiao Shuang retaliated by seizing nearby objects and hurling them at Xiao He. Her words laced with scorn. Do you take pleasure in my illness, hoping to usurp my position? You are far too premature in your ambitions. Xiao Shuang's vehement declaration sent a tremor through Xiao He's heart, as she was reminded of that day by the lakeside, where Xiao Shuang's eyes brimmed with malice, forcing her into a corner with each venomous word. Tears welled in Xiao He's eyes, as she felt wounded by Xiao Shuang's misinterpretation. How could you misunderstand me, fifth sister? Do you truly believe that if you are unwell, I could ever replace you as the legitimate daughter? Xiao Shuang, consumed by fury, spoke without a moment's thought, exclaiming, Do not think for a moment that I am unaware. Your aunt has been fixated on the marriage proposal from the Duke of Qingyin's residence. Even if I refuse, I will not allow you to benefit from it. The mention of the Duke of Qingyin piqued Xiaoqing's interest, though she swiftly dismissed the notion. In her past life, she had contemplated this marriage. Yet the Duchess of Qingyin was far from benign, and the likes of Jiang Yashuan were beyond her endurance. In a gentle tone, she urged, The seventh daughter of the general's household, despite her frail constitution, has been restored to health. How much more can be done for you? Whose only ailment is the lingering effects of a cold. In an instant, Xiao Shuang, who had been in a furious outburst, fell silent. Xiao Mingzhu? After her marriage, she had heard from her husband, who was old enough to be her father, that Xiao Mingzhu had devised a remedy that saved the life of the second prince. It was this act that led the emperor to continue favoring the general's household, ultimately consenting to the union between Xiao Mingzhu and the fifth prince. Speaking of the second prince, it was indeed a significant regret of the current dynasty. The second prince, the legitimate son of the empress, faced dire circumstances shortly after his birth when the late emperor fell gravely ill, summoning princes from across the realm to bring their heirs to the capital. At a mere 5 months of age, the second prince, accompanied by the then prince who would become emperor, endured numerous assassination attempts and perilous challenges before reaching the capital. The arduous journey was unbearable for even an adult, let alone an infant of half a year. Upon arrival, the second prince was nearly incapacitated by weakness. Despite his frailty, he caught the eye of the late emperor, who chose to keep him close for recuperation. Although the second prince's life was preserved, his health was irreparably compromised, rendering him exceptionally susceptible to cold, resulting in severe illness each winter. The late emperor cherished him deeply, even in his final moments. He did not forget to implore the emperor to treat the second prince kindly. Whispers circulated in the court that the ascension of the emperor was closely tied to the affection bestowed upon the second prince by the late sovereign. At present, the second prince has reached the age of 16, possessing exceptional literary talent and excelling in military strategy, earning the admiration of the court officials. Had it not been for his intermittent health issues, he would have long been appointed as the crown prince. At that time, her husband jested, suggesting that had they presented the remedy earlier, perhaps the favor would have been theirs. Speaking of which, how could I forget that when she was born, the physicians had all predicted she would not survive past her first year. That she has persevered until now must surely be due to the old physician's nurturing. A glimmer of hope ignited in Xiao Shuang's eyes. She hastened to inform her mother. Upon hearing this, Xiao Qinghe narrowed her eyes. Recognizing that Xiao Shuang's joy and excitement were genuine, it seemed that Xiao Shuang truly had lost her memory, not only forgetting the events of the past 3 months, but also the fortuitous future memories she had acquired. Otherwise, there would be no need for her to feign amnesia to conceal her role in pushing her into the water. Furthermore, Xiao Qingxuang would not remain idle. Fully aware that she had fallen into the Jingxi Lake, with only the remedy in Xiao Mingzhu's possession capable of restoring her health. Ultimately, should a woman damage her fundamental essence, it would indeed hinder her future offspring, rendering all schemes a mere farce. Thus, it came to pass that Madame Wang sent someone to inquire about Jixia. In the Madame Wang had just been summoned by old Madame Wu. As she stepped through the door, a teacup lid crashed at her feet, startling her. She looked up to see the furious visage of old Madame Wu. Wang, why did you send someone to the general's residence? Old Madame Wu inquired. A shiver ran through Lady Wang. She had been exceedingly cautious about this matter. Yet it seemed the news had leaked. She replied with utmost care, Mother, please quell your anger. The second Madame Wu also interjected, Mother, do not let this upset your health. Eldest sister-in-law is only concerned for fifth sister. How could she not be anxious after fifth sister fell into Jingxi Lake? Lady Wang's face paled instantly. She had believed she had successfully concealed fifth sister's mishap, even resorting to harsh measures against the maidservants close to fifth sister. Yet, it appeared that some within her household did not regard her authority. Old Madame Wu's ire intensified at the mention of Xiao Mingzhuang's accident. She pounded on the armrest, her eyes ablaze with fury. For fifth sister? Nonsense. What kind of education have you provided for your daughters to allow such a calamity to occur? Thankfully, no rumors have surfaced this time, but should there be a next, do not blame me for sending her to the ancestral temple. Mother, Lady Wang implored in a flurry of desperation. Old Madame Wu merely intended to intimidate Lady Wang. Upon witnessing her capitulation, she chose not to pursue the matter further. After all, arrangements for fifth sister's marriage with the Duke of Cheng'an had already been tacitly established, awaiting the finalization of the engagements of the elder sisters. Surely, fifth sister's unfortunate incident would not disrupt such proceedings. Even if fifth sister were to suffer an ailment, it would suffice to send over a few maidservants to attend to her, displaying her face within the confines of her chamber, and should she bear a son, raising him alongside her own would not differ much from nurturing one's biological offspring. The second Madame's expression darkened. With fifth sister in such a predicament, would the matrimonial arrangements remain unchanged? The third Madame, Run, lowered her head, a trace of cold amusement flickering at the corners of her mouth. Could an adopted son ever compare to one born of flesh and blood? Yet, as the daughter-in-law of a concubine, this moment was not hers to interject. Nor did she wish to alert the first family, lest she be suspected of harboring ulterior motives. Madame Wang felt a sense of frustration, having undertaken this endeavor. She had already endured scorn, and to achieve no results would be an egregious loss. More importantly, she was loath to allow the second branch to witness her family's tribulations. Collecting her thoughts, Madame Wang carefully articulated the words most pleasing to old Madame Wu's ears. Mother, the daughter-in-law has been sent to the general's residence to beseech Aunt for the prescription to restore seventh sister's health. The old physician's prescriptions are immensely precious, and few households in the capital possess them. Should our household acquire one, it would provide a foundation that gold cannot buy, beneficial for future marriages or passing down to descendants. Chapter 22. Shamelessness. Madame Wang's contemplations far surpassed those of Xiao Qingxuang, extending into the distant future. It was well known among the people of Dawei that the old physician, for reasons unbeknownst to many, could not leave Xiamen. Thus, those seeking medical attention were compelled to journey there. While reaching Xiamen was straightforward, fulfilling the old physician's 3 additional conditions for treatment proved to be a formidable challenge. The old physician mandated 3 stipulations for his patients. He would not treat simple ailments, he would not attend to those who did not meet his approval, and he would refuse those who did not adhere to his rules, regardless of the patient's status, even if they were princes or high officials. He treated all with equal regard. Few are fortunate enough to capture the attention of the esteemed old physician, and no prescriptions have ever been revealed, rendering his remedies a rare treasure, encountered only by chance. Should the whole family acquire the old physician's nurturing formulas, they would embark on a prosperous path paved with wealth and social connections. Ultimately, while the capital is replete with influential nobility and opulence, it is the gift of longevity and robust health that is truly scarce. It must be said that Madame Wang possesses a remarkable finesse in her speech, astutely discerning the sentiments of the venerable old matriarch. Her words struck at the very heart of the old matriarch's deepest concerns, consequently softening her demeanor considerably. In her youth, the Wu family was among the newly affluent in the court, holding their own against the Su family, and they too encountered the elder brothers at the flower banquet. Yet, her mother-in-law insisted that the Su family was more composed and thus more suitable to manage the household. Nurturing a grudge, she entered the Ho family, harboring this resentment, which ultimately led her to incite her husband to seize the title upon her brother-in-law's passing. However, even after becoming the matriarch of the Ho family, she found herself subjected to whispers that she was inferior to the Su matriarch during social gatherings. All her animosity was directed towards the Su family, as reclaiming what they possessed became her obsession. At last, third Madame Rin could no longer remain silent and cautioned, "Mother, such an important matter as a medicinal formula. How could Aunt ever be expected to relinquish it?" Nearly everyone in the capital believed that Xiao Mingzhu possessed remedies for health maintenance, yet knowing this was one thing, demanding them with force was another. Every esteemed family harbors their own secrets. Should one graciously lend you their formula, it is a matter of goodwill. But if they choose not to, no one can voice a grievance. Ultimately, they bear no obligation. And the matter of one's health is not a matter of life and death. Madame Wang cast a disdainful glance at Ron and turned to explain to the old marquise. "That is precisely why I did not directly request the recipe from Xiao Mingzhu. Rather, I inquired about the maid who is specifically responsible for preparing her medicinal concoctions. Consider this, the recipe is entrusted to this maid, and since she engages in the daily gathering and brewing of herbs, she essentially embodies a living pharmacy, does she not?" Ren looked at Madame Wang with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool. It is said that while one can fill a ravine, the human heart remains insatiable. Such is the nature of mothers-in-law and sisters-in-law. She sighed inwardly and chose to remain silent. It was utterly shameless for the distinguished marquise to openly demand the personal maid of a young lady, if such words were to circulate. Would it not invite scorn upon the marquise? Truly, those emerging from families lacking in stature possess a myopic perspective. Wu was also intrigued and interjected hastily. "I believe this could work." The old marquise nodded slightly. Indeed, this is a viable option. However, how could Su possibly part with someone so crucial? Madame Wang replied, "Mother, our two families ultimately share a common lineage. As for the matter concerning fifth sister, the general's residence has remained indifferent. Do we not risk being perceived as heartless by outsiders? At present, seventh sister has reached the age for potential matches. I dare say she would not wish for any unfavorable rumors to circulate at this juncture. Old Lady Su is particularly concerned about Xiao Huayan, who dotes on seventh sister. I am certain she would not allow a mere recipe to tarnish seventh sister's reputation." Madame Wang nodded in agreement, indeed. Upon exiting the main courtyard, Madame Wang hesitated not for a moment and instructed the maid beside her, "Prepare a substantial gift and have the carriage readied. She must personally visit the general's residence." Upon hearing the servant's report of Lady Wang's personal arrival, old Madame Su and Xiao Mingzhu exchanged a knowing glance, fully aware that Aunt Chao's predictions had proven accurate. "You rest. I shall go take a look," old Madame Su declared as she rose. Xiao Mingzhu, unable to remain idle, insisted, "I will accompany you, grandmother." Old Madame Su shot her a reproachful glance. "Do you not trust your grandmother?" However, her demeanor softened as she replied, "Very well, you may come with me." Upon entering the side hall, Lady Wang, seated on a pear-blossom chair and sipping tea, immediately set down her cup and rose to greet old Madame Su. "Niece pays her respects to aunt," she said. Xiao Mingzhu followed suit. Bowing respectfully, Mingzhu pays her respects to aunt. Lady Wang's eyes brightened upon seeing Xiao Mingzhu, and she approached, eager to take her hand. Yet, Xiao Mingzhu stepped back, shyly smiling at Lady Wang before guiding old Madame Su to a comfortable couch and settling beside her. Her eagerness to obtain the prescription intensified, and after exchanging a few pleasantries, she continued, "Aunt, previously, when fifth sister was unwell, I was unable to come myself, so I sent a servant in my stead. Unfortunately, the servant spoke clumsily, which inadvertently upset you. prompting me to come personally to apologize and accept any reprimand. Lady Wang appeared somewhat embarrassed and clarified her intentions, and I truly had no other choice but to gather my courage and come here. Fifth sister's repeated illnesses worry me. I fear that her health may decline further, which could hinder her prospects for bearing children in the future. A woman without children cannot establish herself within her husband's family. In my utmost desperation, I have come to seek assistance from that young maid, and I earnestly hope for your understanding, dear aunt. As she spoke, tears streamed down Madame Wang's face as she dabbed at her eyes with a handkerchief, clearly distressed. The elder Mrs. Su, her face marked by indignation, retorted with ire. If you take away the maid beside Mingjie, who will attend to her needs? Madame Wang, visibly embarrassed and momentarily taken aback, replied, I shall exchange 4 maids for 1. There will be no lack of attendance for Qijie. Upon hearing such audacious words from Madame Wang, the elder Mrs. Su scoffed derisively. Exchange? You propose to trade 4 young maids for Mingjie's devoted maid? The maids who serve young ladies are treasured confidants, meticulously nurtured for future companionship at marriage. There is simply no reason to part with them. With a light chuckle, Madame Wang continued. Though that maid is considered close to Qijie, she hails from a remote and impoverished region, completely ignorant of the customs of the capital. The maid I propose to exchange for Qijie has been in the household since she was 5 or 6 years old. Having been trained by the matrons for several years, she conducts herself with impeccable propriety. With just a little guidance from the elder matron, Qijie will surely find her service agreeable. Tears fell once more from Madame Wang's eyes as she implored, Aunt, if there were truly no other recourse, I would not resort to such desperate measures. Our families share a common lineage. Within the confines of our homes, these matters are our own, and we need not adhere to strict protocols. Surely, you cannot bear to witness the ruin of fifth sister like this. If you find the offer insufficient, I can provide 2 additional maids, if that would suffice. Madame Su was infuriated by her words, letting out a cold laugh. So it seems that we are to blame for everything. I dare not, Lady Wang replied, lowering her head. I only ask for your approval. Dear aunt. Before Madame Su could express her wrath, Xiao Mingzhu interjected, Aunt, surely the Ho residents can afford a cook's guild and medicinal cuisine. Lady Wang looked at Xiao Mingzhu in astonishment. Having met her briefly at the Falun Temple Inn, she had always regarded Xiao Mingzhu as a timid, self-effacing girl, lacking worldly experience. She never anticipated that Xiao Mingzhu could utter words sharp enough to leave her somewhat speechless. Angered by Xiao Mingzhu's remarks, and mindful of her dependence on the general's household, she suppressed her frustration and replied, Your maid has received guidance from the esteemed doctor. That is why I wish for her to teach the cooks at the Ho residence. Surely, seventh sister would not be unwilling to lend her maid to your aunt. What? Xiao Mingzhu exclaimed, her face a portrait of surprise. Where did you hear such rumors, aunt? Many have sought the esteemed doctor's counsel, yet he remains unmoved. How could he deign to instruct a mere maid? Upon hearing this, Lady Wang could no longer feign ignorance regarding Xiao Mingzhu's intent. She cursed herself for her naivety over the years. With a venomous glare directed at Xiao Mingzhu, she continued, Mingzhu, let us not dance around the issue. Your remarkable recovery over the years has undoubtedly relied on the esteemed doctor's guidance. I am aware that his prescriptions cannot be divulged, which is why I thought to make use of your maid to gather and brew the medicine this way. The formula remains confidential while also benefiting your fifth sister's health. Is this truly unacceptable? Xiao Mingzhu smiled gently and shook her head. Of course, it is not permissible. Madame Wang was taken aback by Xiao Mingzhu's forthright and unequivocal rejection, leaving her momentarily stunned and at a loss for words. Old Madame Su glared at Xiao Mingzhu with resentment, questioning the propriety of her words, which provided grounds for contention. Once Madame Wang regained her composure, she ignored Xiao Mingzhu and directly addressed old Madame Su. Aunt, do you also consider this appropriate? Do you genuinely believe it is proper to request someone from my household to care for fifth sister? Old Madame Su countered. If fifth sister were to recover her health, that would be one thing. However, should anything unfortunate befall her, it would be impossible for my general's household to justify itself. Madame Wang's expression darkened, her previous plea transforming into a fierce glare. May I inquire, Aunt, where was seventh sister when fifth sister was attacked in the maple forest 3 days ago? 1. Old Madame Sue's anger flared. As an elder, how dare you brazenly cast aspersions on your niece? The daughter-in-law does not presume. She merely seeks clarity. Madame Wang stood her ground. Xiao Mingzhu's demeanor hardened, and she exchanged furious glances. Are you implying that fifth sister ventured to the maple forest at my behest? She cleverly followed Madame Wang's mention of the maple forest, deliberately omitting any reference to Jingxi Lake. She gazed at Lady Wang's expression, which conveyed a certain sentiment, and continued. I would like to inquire, dear aunt, which of the servants in my vicinity has visited the guest house where you are temporarily residing? Or if it was my fifth sister's maid who conveyed messages between us. Why did my fifth sister venture into the maple grove without any attendants? The maple grove is not merely the back garden of the Ho residence. It is a place where numerous talented scholars and noblemen linger and indulge in its beauty. Xiao Mingzhu intended to elaborate further, but Aunt Xiao gently tugged at her sleeve and replied in a measured tone. Lady Ho may have misunderstood. On that day, the old lady was hosting a visit from Lady Lu at the guest house, and the young lady was attending to her. There was no opportunity to meet with the fifth young lady. Aunt Xiao's words struck Lady Wang like a thunderbolt. She indeed possessed no evidence to establish a connection between the fifth young lady's mishap and Xiao Mingzhu. Her suspicions had merely arisen from the maid's remarks, which revealed that the fifth young lady had been inquiring about the seventh young lady's affairs the night prior. In her moment of frustration, she had believed this matter to be one shrouded in ambiguity, with neither party possessing proof. To her astonishment, Aunt Xiao had introduced Lady Lu as a witness. Thus, she feared that even if she shouted her claims, no one would lend credence to her words. Old Lady Su observed Lady Wang's exasperation and her inability to respond. Casting a few glances at Xiao Mingzhu, it seemed that her granddaughter shared a similar resolute disposition. In the past, she must have been mindful of her status as a grandmother and sought to win her favor, thus suppressing her own temperament to appear obedient and compliant. She reached out to pick up the tea, took a sip, and leisurely remarked, I understand that your heart is troubled by the illness of fifth sister, which has led you to speak thoughtlessly. Therefore, I shall not hold it against you. However, it is truly inappropriate to use the matter of the maid as an excuse. It would be far better for you to seek out a few capable doctors to attend to fifth sister. If funds are insufficient, do not hesitate to speak up. I can certainly provide several tales. Madame Wang, observing the condescending demeanor of old Madame Su, felt a surge of indignation. Had she not been aware of her position as a junior in the general's household, she might have thrown the handkerchief in her hand in frustration. She rose stiffly and bowed slightly, saying, I must thank you, Aunt. Old Madame Su nodded while holding her tea, replying, Do take care. Madame Wang left in a manner akin to fleeing. Xiao Mingzhu burst into hearty laughter, only to receive a sharp glance from old Madame Su, who admonished, in the future, speak with more subtlety and refrain from being so blunt. Xiao Mingzhu, taken aback, lowered her gaze and obediently replied, Mingzhu will remember. Old Madame Su gently stroked Xiao Mingzhu's hair, remarking, This time, it was the Wang family who first slandered you. They will not rest until they obtain the prescription. I fear they may seek allies within the clan to act as mediators. The clan's members are not like those from the Ho residence. Should you dare speak so, you will surely be deemed disrespectful to your elders. If Madame Wang had not been provoked by Ming's sister's words, losing her composure and resorting to harsh threats, but instead had begged pitifully, she might have indeed put you in a difficult position with her shameless assertions. The Wu family seems to have lowered their standards. As the daughters-in-law they have chosen are rather unimpressive. Most people in the capital look down upon the opportunistic pursuits of the Ho family, and families of considerable standing are reluctant to forge ties with them. The third son's wife, however, is perceptive, yet, being a concubine's child, she has little voice within the Ho residence. In Chapter 24, Trial Use of the System, the question arises, will the clan members come? Xiao Mingzhu is momentarily taken aback. She has accompanied the matriarch Su to the Xiao clan and distinctly sensed the poor rapport between Su and the clan, which has voiced considerable discontent towards the general's residence. It is certain that the Ho family will seek to rally support from the clan to pressure her. believes Matriarch Su. In truth, the old Taoist prescription could indeed be provided. Before Xiao Mingzhu could finish her thought, she was interrupted by Matriarch Su. Let us not speak of this again. With the Wang family's prior slander against you, the moral high ground rests with us. No matter how much they protest, they will garner no sympathy. Observing Matriarch Su's firm stance, Xiao Mingzhu swallowed her intended words and merely nodded. Upon returning to her temporary quarters, Xiao Mingzhu felt a twinge of anxiety. "And Xiao, did Madame Wang's recent comments indicate that someone has been watching me at Jingxi Lake?" Aunt Xiao gently tousled her hair and whispered, "My dear, do not fret. Just now, Shi Chun learned from a servant of the Ho family that the fifth miss has lost her memory after falling into the water, forgetting everything from the past 3 months." Xiao Mingzhu was taken aback. Lost her memory? Forgotten the events of the last 3 months? If her memory served her correctly, Zhang Nanan had encountered Xiao Qingshuang 3 months prior. Is the current Xiao Qingshuang truly who she claims to be, or is she another task-bearer? What about Nanan? Has she truly perished, or has she merely vanished? Aunt Xiao gently seated Xiao Mingzhu upon the soft couch, and, in a leisurely manner, remarked, "The fifth miss has lost her memory, and the third miss would never dare to disclose this matter. It is only conceivable that Madame Wang extracted some information from those close to the fifth miss, or perhaps someone witnessed the young lady heading towards the maple forest. However, no one observed what transpired that day. Otherwise, the third miss would have faced dire consequences by now. As long as the young lady insists she has never been there, Madame Wang cannot exert any influence over her." Despite her words, a sense of unease lingered within her. She discerned that Madame Wang intended to leverage the young lady's reputation to compel the old matriarch to concede. It baffled her. After all, the young lady had not been in the capital for over a decade. What enmity could there be? Was it truly just to remedy the fifth miss? Aunt Xiao pondered, her unvoiced concerns escaping her lips. Xiao Mingzhu shook her head. It was not that she refrained from speaking, but rather that she was at a loss for words. She could not reveal that they had all set their sights on the fifth prince, with whom she might very well share a future. At present, the fifth prince ranked first on her list of most despised individuals, and she wished to avoid any semblance of connection with him. Ji Chun, who had remained silent until now, suddenly lifted her head, her lips twitching, yet she ultimately said nothing. Aunt Xiao noted her unusual demeanor and committed it to memory. "I find it difficult to swallow this indignation." Xiao Mingzhu seethed with rage, her teeth clenched in frustration. If this were indeed a plot orchestrated by the Ho residents, it would likely not conclude easily. Aunt Xiao shared her discomfort. "It would be prudent for us to ascertain the intentions of the Ho residents." Upon mentioning this, Xiao Mingzhu felt troubled. This matter must not be disclosed to her grandmother. Her primary concern was to prevent her grandmother from being targeted by the two seemingly malevolent spirits, Xiao Qingshuang and Xiao Qinghe, who were intent on protecting her. Aunt Xiao remained silent for a brief moment before suggesting, "We must find a way to send a message to LV Chong, urging him to keep an eye on the Ho residents. Perhaps he might uncover some valuable information." Xiao Mingzhu nodded in agreement, deciding that this would be their course of action. Madame Wang, filled with pent-up frustration, cast a glance and ordered, "Take her away and give her 10 strokes." The young maid, terrified, immediately fell to her knees, pleading, "Madam, spare me. Fifth miss has been plagued by nightmares." And I hurried to the kitchen to fetch a calming soup. At this moment, Madame Wang could hardly pay attention to the maid and proceeded directly to Xiao Qingshuang's chamber. Xiao Qingshuang had indeed awakened from a frightful dream, having just envisioned a strangely dressed woman shouting at her, although she could not discern the words. The grotesque expression on the woman's face sent chills down her spine. "I had a nightmare," Xiao Qingshuang sobbed as she collapsed into Xiao Qinghe's embrace, trembling uncontrollably. The recently revived Zhang Nanan witnessed this scene and nearly fainted from shock. Yes, Zhang Nanan had not been obliterated. She still existed within Xiao Qingshuang's consciousness. Upon hearing the notification of her disconnection from 008, she had summoned her last vestige of awareness to activate the life-saving talisman left by Zhou. When she regained consciousness, 3 days had already passed, and she found herself ensconced within Xiao Qingshuang's spirit. The life-saving talisman she had ultimately employed was, in fact, a trial system devoid of even a serial number. The trial system can merely be regarded as an intelligent device, devoid of true cognition, and even its programming is incomplete. However, it is precisely due to its limited capabilities that it can evade the scrutiny of the dimensional consciousness. What must one do to upgrade to the formal system? Zhang Nan inquired. Before her, a basic panel materialized, displaying only one attribute, soul strength, 72. Upon seeing the figure 72, Zhang Nan interrupted in expletives. Chapter 25. Zhang Nan's first task. The trial system remained oblivious to Zhang Nan's fury, continuing with its monologue. When your soul strength diminishes to 0, you shall cease to exist. When your soul strength rises to the initial baseline of 120, you will regain control over Xiao Shuang's body. In a single utterance, all of Zhang Nan's rage dissipated. Indeed, she could not afford to abandon this trial system. She needed its power to survive in this dimension, at least until Night Brother arrived to rescue her. At that juncture, this trial system, which she had been using, would be at her mercy, ready to be dismantled into pieces, squished, and molded at her whim. Warning: the host harbors malicious intent towards this system. Beep. With that sound, Zhang Nan felt her soul being electrocuted, as if it were being torn asunder. This agony persisted for a full minute, and only after that duration could she begin to recover. Yet, the torment of that minute was indelibly etched into her memory. Zhang Nan slumped in a corner, trembling uncontrollably, too frightened to utter a sound, and dared not entertain thoughts of annihilating the trial system any longer. In her current state, she was utterly incapable of contending with this system. To survive, she had no choice but to temporarily submit. Zhang Nan, having softened her stance, after a brief pause, inquired, "How can I enhance my soul strength now?" Previously, every task she completed would grant her corresponding willpower, which she could then exchange for attribute points to augment her abilities. Now, however, trapped within the body of Xiao Shuang, the prospect of undertaking tasks seemed utterly impossible. The trial system flickered and responded, "I can issue simple tasks. If you manage to complete them, you will receive 10 points of soul strength." How do I accomplish this? Zhang Nan dared not take it lightly. Utilize the contractor. The trial system advised. You currently exist within her consciousness, akin to her second personality. You must find ways to influence her to complete the tasks. Can you allow me to communicate with Xiao Shuang? Zhang Nan exclaimed with joy. The trial system replied, "I can assist you in entering Xiao Shuang's dreams for 5 minutes. But each time will cost you 5 points of soul strength." 5 points. Why don't you just let me die? Zhang Nan retorted furiously, her anger boiling over. With only 72 points of soul strength remaining, she realized she had merely 14 opportunities left. The trial system remained unfazed by her outburst, coldly stating, "A 2-to-1 return rate. The choice is yours. Time is of the essence. If your soul strength does not reach 120 before Xiao Shuang perishes, you shall die alongside her." Zhang Nan felt as though a grip had tightened around her throat, leaving her momentarily speechless. From within Xiao Shuang's consciousness, she observed Xiao Shuang's sister, Xiao Shuang, effortlessly manipulating her, which ignited a furious fire within her. Fools, all of them. Xiao Shuang is a fool, and so is Madame Wang. She could never remain idle while these two fools dragged her down. Very well, it's settled. Zhang Nan gritted her teeth and finally uttered those 3 words. Under the eaves. One must bow their head. With Xiao Shuang's mindset, she would undoubtedly retrace the same path as her predecessors. No, with that Black Widow, Xiao Qinghe, around, she would likely meet her demise even sooner than before. Time was a luxury Zhang Nan could not afford to let Xiao Shuang squander. She refused to believe that she wouldn't be able to accomplish 5 tasks. The moment she regained control of Xiao Shuang's body, her first order of business would be to eliminate Xiao Qinghe. As for the current task, it was to obtain the conditioning recipe from Xiao Mingzhu, with a deadline of 10 days. Accept or decline. The cold voice of the trial system echoed. What did you say? You want Xiao Mingzhu's recipe? Zhang Nan burst into laughter, accepting it. Only a fool would refuse. Presently, both Madame Wang and Xiao Qinghe were scheming over that very recipe in Xiao Mingzhu's hands. If she didn't seize this opportunity, she would truly be foolish. This time, Do you need assistance entering Xiao Qingshuang's dream? No, Zhang Nanan declined. 5 points of soul strength were too precious to waste. If the task failed, 10 points would be deducted. Damn it, why didn't you mention this sooner? Zhang Nanan seethed with frustration. You didn't ask. The trial system's voice remained cold and devoid of emotion. At this moment, Zhang Nanan found herself reminiscing about 008. Had she known, she would have treated 008 better, thus avoiding her current predicament. Do you still wish to enter the dream? The trial system, like a vampire. Continue to press. For now, I'll hold off. Zhang Nanan dared not be careless any longer. She was on the verge of a breakdown. Frustrated by this wretched system that proved utterly useless, Madame Wang entered the room, casting a fierce glare at Xiao Qinghe before gently reassuring Xiao Qingshuang, do not be afraid. Do not be afraid, Mother is here. Xiao Qingshuang looked up with hopeful anticipation. Mother, is the prescription coming? Madame Wang, unwilling to extinguish her hopes, replied. Your seventh sister has just fallen ill, and your grandaunt is reluctant to allow her to come now. I will go tomorrow. Rest assured, I will certainly procure the prescription for you. Xiao Qingshuang cried and fussed for a while before finally succumbing to a deep sleep. Only then did Madame Wang turn to Xiao Qinghe and say, come with me. In the side room, Madame Wang's expression was icy. Her gaze upon Xiao Qinghe sharp as a blade. Is it you who spread the word about your sister's fall into the water? Xiao Qinghe immediately knelt down. Her voice filled with sorrow. Mother, how could I commit such an act? Though my fifth sister and I are not of the same womb, we are still branches of the same tree, sharing in each other's misfortunes. Madame Wang, merely venting her frustrations from the general's residence, found herself stymied by Xiao Qinghe's reasonable words, rendering her speechless and increasingly agitated. In a fit of anger, she swept the teacup to the ground. What? Am I not allowed to question you? Her daughter dared not respond. Xiao Qinghe hastily admitted her fault. Nurse Zhao stealthily cleaned the floor and personally served Madame Wang a fresh cup of tea. Madame Wang lifted the cup to her lips, taking a sip. Lost in her thoughts, seemingly oblivious to the kneeling Xiao Qinghe before her. Thus, Xiao Qinghe remained on her knees. For a quarter of an hour, they remained in a stalemate, causing Xiao Qinghe to struggle with her kneeling position, her body swaying unsteadily. It was then that Madame Wang finally spoke. Rise. However, Xiao Qinghe was unable to stand. Upon attempting to do so, she collapsed onto the ground. Granny Zhao stepped forward to assist her, helping her to a nearby chair. Madame Wang inquired, do you harbor resentment towards me? I dare not, Xiao Qinghe replied. I understand that Mother is concerned about fifth sister's health, which is why you are in such a troubled mood. Madame Wang fell silent, waving her hand to indicate that she should leave. Chapter 26. A misunderstanding. Madame Wang furrowed her brow, contemplating sending fifth sister over. Observing her contemplation, Granny Zhao interjected, as long as fifth miss enters the general's residence, she can recuperate. This would give you a reason to visit her. With the herbal concoctions, we can certainly deduce the ingredients used, and perhaps even find the remnants of the herbs. Furthermore, Auntie is not a woman to be trifled with. Her actions are sufficiently prudent. Even if pressured to agree, it is unlikely she would allow fifth sister to bring too many servants along. Given fifth sister's limited cunning, it is uncertain whether she could procure any prescriptions from the general's residence. Moreover, she is keen to avoid any suspicion of pilfering prescriptions, for theft is a grave offense against a woman's reputation. Perceiving Madame Wang's thoughts, Granny Zhao suggested, if you are uneasy about fifth miss going alone to the general's residence, perhaps you could send third miss to accompany her. Madame Wang's anger transformed into delight. Should any misfortune occur, she could easily place the blame on third sister. If third sister's reputation were tarnished, it would conveniently allow her to be sent to the uncle's residence as a concubine. Go summon third sister back here, she commanded. Upon hearing Madame Wang's words, Xiao Qinghe's expression revealed a hint of difficulty, yet she dared not decline. Daughter obeys. A subtle smile of relief graced her downcast face. Indeed, her reminder had awakened Granny Zhao. Entering the general's residence was undoubtedly a pivotal moment for her. She was acutely aware that, given the long-standing grievances between her grandaunt and grandmother, her grandaunt would seize any opportunity to undermine her grandmother. She did not mind becoming a weapon for her grandaunt to wield against her grandmother, hoping that her grandaunt and seventh sister might, out of compassion for her predicament, extend a helping hand when it truly mattered. The following day, at the break of dawn, Xiao Mingzhu rose early, eagerly awaiting the arrival of the envoy from the. To her surprise, the first visitor was not from the Xiao family. Lady Lu has come? Xiao Mingzhu chuckled upon hearing Wanner's words. Lady Lu arrives just at the right moment. Aunt Xiao inquired, "What scheme are you concocting this time, my lady?" Xiao Mingzhu mischievously winked. "Heaven's secrets are not to be spoken of." Aunt Xiao gently admonished her, "You must not speak recklessly, my lady." Just then, Ji Xia rushed in, her expression rather grim. Aunt Xiao sent Wanner out before asking, "What troubles you?" Ji Xia lowered her voice, "Just now. Sister Wang took the opportunity of delivering medicinal herbs to inform me that Miss Ho Wu is on her way to the general's residence by carriage." "What?" Xiao Mingzhu sprang to her feet with a start, a premonition surging within her. It was certain that she was headed for the general's residence. The question lingered in her mind. Was it Xiao Qingxuang or Zhang Nan, and who was coming? Aunt Xiao pressed down on Xiao Mingzhu, saying, "My dear, do not be anxious. I shall wait at the gate. When Miss Xiao 5 arrives, I can handle it." Xiao Mingzhu tightly grasped Aunt Xiao's hand, cautioning, "Aunt, do not be careless. Miss Xiao 5 is dangerous." Aunt Xiao did not comprehend the gravity of Xiao Mingzhu's words, yet she heightened her vigilance. In the main courtyard, old Madame Su welcomed old Madame Lu into the side hall, her expression filled with regret. "Did you hear some rumors, dear sister, that prompted your visit to advise me?" Old Madame Lu hesitated before nodding, her face revealing a hint of unease. "I truly feel ashamed to intrude, but I had no choice. I hope you can forgive me. I have been close friends with Lady Su of the general's residence for many years." Old Madame Lu spoke candidly. She noticed a glimmer in the eyes of the fifth prince. Could it be that the fifth prince has taken a liking to Xiao Mingzhu? This was the first thought that flashed through her mind. No, it cannot be. This was the second thought that surfaced. Old Madame Lu did not perceive Xiao Mingzhu as unworthy. She fully understood that the young lady's situation was far too complicated. As the daughter of a third-ranking general, even contemplating a match with her own legitimate grandson required careful consideration. How could the emperor possibly agree to let her be the fifth prince's consort? Unless the emperor had no intention of making the fifth prince the heir apparent, such a union could not be sanctioned. However, to allow Xiao Mingzhu to serve as a secondary consort to the fifth prince would undoubtedly meet with opposition from Xiao Huayan. Was it true that Xiao Mingzhu was born with a deficiency, that physicians claimed she could not survive past her first year? The fifth prince inquired with keen interest. Was the person he saw truly the eldest daughter of the Xiao family? The eldest daughter of the Xiao family exhibits certain deficiencies in her health. Yet that wild girl appears to be more robust than one who has barely reached the age of 1. This observation piqued curiosity more than it evoked pity, causing Lady Lu to waver in her previous thoughts. Well, Han Yunzhao merely wished to discern what kind of family could nurture a vibrant young lady like Xiao Mingzhu. And he also sought an opportunity to avenge a slight without incurring the reprimand of his mother. He did not anticipate that his ambiguous words would lead Lady Lu to ponder so deeply. After the fifth prince departed, Lady Lu found herself increasingly perplexed by his intentions and subsequently summoned her eldest daughter-in-law, Zhang, for a discussion. Of course, she refrained from divulging the entirety of her insights regarding the fifth prince, merely mentioning in passing that she had encountered him outside her temporary residence. Zheng paused for a moment, then cautiously inquired, "Mother, do you think the second prince is trying to glean information about the old divine doctor from the eldest daughter of the Xiao family?" Indeed. Zheng's concern over the fifth prince's unusual behavior had caused her to overlook the presence of the second prince at that moment. Could it be, as Zheng suggested, that the second prince was seeking medical assistance and wished to consult Xiao Mingzhu to ascertain the old doctor's preferences, thereby earning his favor? There is certainly a possibility. As the second prince's health has been deteriorating in recent years, Xiao Mingzhu has indeed caught the attention of the old divine doctor. A fact no longer veiled from the capital's society. The fifth prince shares a close bond with the second prince, making it entirely plausible for him to accompany the latter. It is not unreasonable for the fifth prince, in a moment of youthful whimsy, to climb a wall and sneak a glance at how the ailing Xiao Mingzhu is faring in her recovery. Chapter 27. A renewed confrontation. Zheng observed the old matriarch Lu, lost in thought, and realized that her words had resonated. Summoning her courage, she quietly asked, "Mother, you have always maintained a cordial relationship with Lady Xiao. Perhaps you should pay a visit to the general's residence?" Lady Lu shot Zheng a disapproving glance and retorted, "What do you suggest I do? Inquire on behalf of the fifth prince, or subtly remind the general's household to steer clear of this matter?" Zheng murmured, falling silent, too intimidated to speak further. Lady Lu, well aware of Zheng's ambitions, understood that her daughter-in-law not only wished for her own daughter to become the fifth prince's consort, but also aspired to be the future emperor's mother-in-law. However, given the current political turmoil, any actions linking the fifth prince with the Lu family were utterly inadvisable. She sternly cautioned, "We, the Lu family, may be the fifth prince's maternal kin, but we are also subjects of the emperor." Zheng's complexion paled, and she dared not utter another word. Nevertheless, after 3 days of contemplation, Lady Lu ultimately resolved to visit the general's residence. Seeing her sister-in-law's cautious demeanor, Lady Su became serious. "If something weighs on your mind, sister, speak plainly. There is no need for pretenses between us." Just as Lady Lu steeled herself to speak, Xu Xiang hurriedly lifted the curtain to announce, "Old madam, the fifth miss from the Ho family has arrived. Only Xiao Qingxuang." Lady Lu furrowed her brow. Concerned, "Has something gone awry?" Indeed, something was amiss. Lady Su scoffed lightly. "The fifth miss has suffered a relapse of her cold and is now attempting to impose upon Ming, insisting on having that adept young maid who excels in preparing medicinal soups by her side." Madame Lu was truly astonished. The Guanyang Marquise had become increasingly unruly. Contemplating her thoughts, she urged, "Quickly, summon Miss Xiao to enter." Lady Su, momentarily taken aback, did not inquire further and instructed Nurse Ru to fetch her. Would allowing her to enter truly prevent her from causing a scene? Lady Su was reluctant, feeling uncomfortable with the lack of choice imposed upon her. Once inside, the situation would undoubtedly change. Madame Lu scoffed lightly. "Once you close the gate, she will be unable to leave. When the people from the Marquise arrive, can she still cast blame upon me in my presence?" Lady Su chuckled. "It seems your visit today has inadvertently aided me greatly." A commotion arose in the courtyard as Xu Xiang hurried in, announcing, "Madam, Miss Five has just fainted at the gate." Fortunately, Aunt Xiao reacted swiftly and had the gatekeeper bring her inside along with the servants and carriage. Madame Lu sighed softly, her suspicions confirmed. However, how fortuitous that Aunt Xiao appeared at the entrance. Could it be that Xiao Mingzhu had sent her? Aunt Xiao. Lady Su was equally taken aback. Upon hearing the mention of the West Mansion's matron, her countenance darkened, and she coldly remarked, "What a timely arrival. I fear they have come together, lurking nearby to await Xiao Qingxuang's performance." Who would have thought Aunt Xiao would disrupt their plans, forcing them to make such a disheveled entrance? Madame Lu understood that the West Mansion referred to the current head of the Xiao family, who had previously colluded with the Marquise, nearly driving her old friend and her son to desperation. Now, both old grievances and new animosities surged within her. "Do not be upset," Lady Lu remarked. "At present, you are not as isolated as you once were. You have Huayan and also Mingjia by your side." Xu Xiang hurriedly rushed outside, nearly colliding with the arriving Xiao Mingzhu. With a swift motion, Xiao Mingzhu gracefully evaded Xu Xiang and continued her hurried stride into the room. "Grandmother." Lady Su shot her a disapproving glance. "Why are you in such a flurry? You lack composure." Xiao Mingzhu promptly halted, her eyes still anxiously fixed on Lady Su. Lady Lu observed Xiao Mingzhu's complexion and gently patted Lady Su's arm. "Why take your anger out on your own granddaughter? I heard you exhausted her to the point of illness a few days ago. Is she feeling better now? Such a well-behaved girl. How could one not care for her?" Seeing that the interaction between Lady Su and Xiao Mingzhu was far more natural than their previous encounter, Lady Lu felt a sense of joy, knowing her old friend had heeded her words. She then guided Xiao Mingzhu to sit beside her and continued, "I find Mingjie to be just splendid. What use is there in overindulging in studies? Knowing a few characters and having a basic understanding of calligraphy and painting is sufficient. As for needlework, as long as she manages it adequately, which family truly expects their daughters to labor? At that point, it would be prudent to hire additional help." Lady Su grasped the implication behind Lady Lu's words, momentarily stunned, and looked at her with surprise. Lady Lu nodded slowly in affirmation. Xiao Mingzhu could not fathom the riddle being exchanged between the two and was solely focused on how to prevent her grandmother from meeting those two dubious individuals, Xiao San and Xiao Wu. The identity of Xiao Wu remains uncertain. Is it Xiao Qingxuang or Zhang Nannan? If the one who arrives is indeed the tasker Zhang Nannan, then grandmother is in peril. Should grandmother insist on meeting Xiao San or Xiao Wu, I must accompany her. Elder Madame Su rose, smiling. Sister, I shall first attend to matters over there, allowing Mingzhu to keep you company with tea. Grandmother, Mingzhu began to express her desire to accompany her. But a mere glance from Elder Madame Su compelled her to swallow her words. She discerned the seriousness in her grandmother's gaze, which brooked no dissent. Stay here and behave. Elder Madame Su reiterated. Given that her elder sister held Mingjie in high regard, how could she allow Mingjie to be ensnared by the deceptions of the Zhao family? Mingzhu could only watch helplessly as Elder Madame Su departed. Mingzhu, called Lady Lu, gesturing her to come closer. Mingzhu obediently approached, and Lady Lu took her hand. Inquiring, are you worried about your grandmother? Mingzhu candidly nodded. Yes. Such a good child, Lady Lu sighed. Your grandmother has her burdens. Thus, I wish to assist her. Mingzhu replied straightforwardly. Lady Lu chuckled softly. Do not complicate matters for your grandmother. I will let you in on a secret. Your grandmother is not one to be trifled with. Mingzhu replied earnestly. They all come for what belongs to me. If I do not act, grandmother, in her fervent protection of me, will only be deemed cold-hearted and unfeeling. Madame Lu, upon hearing this, gazed at Xiao Mingzhu with keen interest. Today, Xiao Mingzhu donned a nearly new apricot yellow coat, styled her hair in a simple bun adorned with a jade hairpin. Her attire was modest, yet the confidence radiating from her captivated those around her, even stirring a sense of admiration within Madame Lu. With a smile, she inquired, So, when Xiao Wu fainted at the gate, your grandmother was fully aware that this was a ploy by the Ho residents. Yet, she had no choice but to take her in. Now, should you intervene? Will you expel her or relinquish your possessions? Beside them, Ji-chun's heart raced, understanding that Madame Lu was testing the young lady's resolve. Although the girl was astute, she remained quite young, and Ji-chun worried that Madame Lu's probing words might ensnare her into revealing something inadvisable. Madame Lu furrowed her brow slightly, feeling a twinge of disappointment, yet she quickly reconciled herself to the thought. After all, Xiao Mingzhu was merely 12 years of age. Her actions straightforward and somewhat unrefined, these traits were quite forgivable. Were she to act with the astuteness of a woman seasoned by decades in the inner chambers, it would indeed be cause for concern. Before Madame Lu could offer a word of caution, she heard Xiao Mingzhu assert, If they require the prescription, I can provide it. But certain unpleasant truths must be stated up front. Oh? Madame Lu's interest piqued. What unpleasant truths? Xiao Mingzhu replied earnestly, The prescription cannot be given in private. It must first be validated and then confirmed by a credible authority. Should fifth sister experience any adverse effects later, it shall bear no connection to the general's residence. Madame Lu momentarily found herself at a loss, pondering the implications of this proposed solution. How could a flawless prescription yield any issues? Is there a hidden secret within the formula? Xiao Mingzhu remarked, Soon, Dr. Zhang will come to the residence to examine me. I plan to ask him to verify the prescription and ascertain whether there are any discrepancies. She added, If there is nothing amiss with the formula, then the decision regarding its necessity rests with the matriarch and my cousin. She offered a respectful bow to the matriarch, saying, Mingzhu would like to request that you serve as a witness. At this, the matriarch concluded that the prescription must indeed harbor some unknown problem, and she could not help but chuckle, recognizing that the granddaughter of the Su family was certainly sharp-witted. Curiosity piqued, she nodded. Very well. We shall accompany you to lend support to your grandmother. Xiao Mingzhu eagerly agreed, hastily assisting the matriarch to her feet, as if fearing a change of heart. The matriarch playfully tapped her nose, exclaiming, What a clever child you are. Just as they reached the entrance to the flower hall, they were met with the shrill voice of the matriarch. The matriarch paused, gently patting Xiao Mingzhu's hand, indicating for her to listen in before entering. The matriarch spoke, Sister-in-law. The decision made by the clan back then was also in consideration of the Xiao family. So many years have passed. You and Huayan are doing well now. So why dwell on past grievances? Moreover, Huayan has earned the emperor's trust. Perhaps in a few years he will attain a noble title. Even if that doesn't occur, with his military achievements, it would not be difficult for him to establish a lineage of officials. Xiao Mingzhu truly longed to enter and deliver a couple of slaps to the old matriarch, to bestow the hereditary title upon the third uncle. Relegating her father from the designated to a mere branch of the Guangyang Marquisate was the greatest anguish of her grandmother's heart, almost an obsession. Could one simply let go of such a matter? To vie for a title as if it were a mere carrot plucked from the ground? Were it not for the heavenly oath that rendered her unconscious for 3 days, from which she had yet to fully recover, she would certainly confront the old matriarch to showcase her recent fortunes. The old matriarch, noticing that the esteemed matron of the Su family was unresponsive, remarked, "Ultimately, one cannot write 2 Xiao characters with a single stroke. Your 5th sister is no different. Cannot you show a modicum of compassion? After all, she is your own niece. It would not reflect well on you if word spread, and it could tarnish the reputation of your 7th sister. The time has come for her to consider suitors. Yet you have long remained withdrawn from society, unfamiliar with the affairs of various families, making it inconvenient for you to accompany her to gatherings. If you extend a hand to the Wang family, they will surely remember your kindness. I can guarantee that the future marriage of your 7th sister will rest upon the shoulders of the Marquisate." The matron of the Su family let out a soft huff, her face betraying unmistakable derision. "Then I shall not trouble the Wang family after all. To place her trust in the Wang family regarding Xiao Mingzhu's marriage? Surely, her wits had not abandoned her." Meanwhile, Xiao Qingxuang, who had been feigning unconsciousness in the flower hall, could no longer contain herself as she saw the matron of the Su family remain impervious to her attempts. With a soft whimper, she pretended to awaken. Before she could rise, Aunt Xiao immediately instructed Xiao Qingxuang's attendants, "Your young lady has awakened. Do hurry and attend to her." Xiao Qinghe observed Aunt Xiao instructing the maids and servants of the general's residence to maintain a distance of 2 steps from Xiao Qingxuang, forbidding them from touching the hem of her garments. In that moment, she comprehended Aunt Xiao's intentions. With such individuals surrounding her younger sister, it was no wonder that, despite the gossip surrounding her affair with the 5th prince and the difficulties posed by numerous young ladies, she had yet to suffer any setbacks. Envy and trepidation flickered in her gaze as she cast a glance at Aunt Xiao, only to meet Aunt Xiao's ambiguous smile. Under that scrutinizing gaze, Xiao Qinghe felt her every concealed thought laid bare, prompting her to lower her head in embarrassment. "Third sister," Xiao Qingxuang called out in dissatisfaction, "help me up. I wish to seek our great-aunt." Xiao Qinghe hesitated momentarily, uncertain of the potential repercussions of her suggestion. Yet, with circumstances having escalated to this point, it was no longer within her power to halt the unfolding events. Reluctantly, she extended her hand to assist Xiao Qingxuang, all the while under Aunt Xiao's derisive stare. Outside the flower hall, Xiao Mingzhu instinctively grasped the amber bead tied around her waist, silently invoking 008. She once again heard the message, "System upgrading. 008 is unreachable," which filled her with a mix of disappointment and relief. She had hoped to leverage 008's capabilities to trace Zhang Nanin's whereabouts or uncover Xiao Qinghe's secrets, yet feared that such ambitions were akin to courting disaster. With no alternative choices available, she resolved to pursue her desires on her own terms. In Chapter 29, as Xiao Qingxuang entered the flower hall, she broke into tears, exclaiming, "Great aunt," in a genuine display of sorrow. This was not a mere act. Her fear was palpable. The importance of progeny to a woman was evident to her through her elder sister's experiences. "When my elder sister gave birth to her little niece, she encountered a difficult labor. Although both mother and daughter emerged safely, the physician cautioned that conceiving again might prove challenging for the next 3 years. Consequently, my sister's mother-in-law began to arrange for a concubine for her husband. Otherwise, their mother would not have gone to such lengths. Contemplating sending the third sister to become a concubine for the elder sister's husband, hoping to secure a firstborn son to cradle in the elder sister's embrace. If she were unable to bear children, what fate awaited her? The mere thought was unbearable. Xiao Mingzhu could no longer wait and turned her gaze towards old Madame Lu for guidance. This time, old Madame Lu did not deter her, leading her into the flower hall. Given Xiao Mingzhu's current age, her ability to endure thus far was commendable. Further insistence would be excessive. Upon hearing footsteps, Xia Qingxuang's cries abruptly ceased. The matriarch paused, intending to offer further comfort, and they all instinctively turned their attention to the door. Upon seeing old Madame Lu, supported by Xiao Mingzhu, they were momentarily taken aback. The matriarch regarded the familiar figure before her with hesitation, inquiring, "Lady Lu?" She had believed that the Su family had severed ties with Lady Lu. It was a surprise to encounter her within the general's residence. Old Madame Lu merely nodded in acknowledgement, casually remarking, "It has been some years since we last met. I suppose you have become a matriarch yourself." The matriarch felt a twinge of embarrassment, comprehending the implications of those words. The individual before her was no longer the lady of the Lu family, but rather the matriarch of the Lu clan, the mother of the virtuous consort, and the grandmother of the fifth prince. In those days, she was capable of compelling the Su family to yield to the Xiao family, even if just a little. How much more so now, when the Xiao family is no longer the same as it was under the leadership of the elder brother, and Lord Lu has risen to the position of second in command, no longer a person the Xiao family would dare to offend. With a smile, Xiao Mingzhu stepped forward to pay her respects to the old matriarch. "Mingzhu greets my second aunt." She then inclined her body slightly to Xiao Qinghe and the others. "Mingzhu has greeted my two cousins." Madame Su rose and invited Madame Lu to sit beside her on the exquisite lion-headed tigerfoot couch, while Xiao Mingzhu discreetly positioned herself behind Madame Su. Once seated, Madame Lu did not forget to speak on behalf of Xiao Mingzhu. "I brought her along with me, so do not blame her." The tenderness in her words was unmistakable. The old matriarch narrowed her eyes. Could it be that Madame Lu intended to intervene in Xiao Mingzhu's marriage? No wonder the Su family had dismissed her previous suggestions so nonchalantly. Madame Su cast a glance at Xiao Mingzhu, who mischievously blinked in response. "I came to share both fortune and misfortune with my grandmother." Seeing that Madame Su and the others were engrossed in their pleasant conversation, Xiao Qingxuang could not help but feel a surge of resentment, as no one seemed to pay her any mind. She dared not interrupt abruptly, resorting instead to shooting an angry glance at Xiao Qinghe. Xiao Qinghe, finding herself at a loss, seized a moment when Madame Su and Madame Lu were conversing to smile at Xiao Mingzhu. "The other day, I received news that our seventh sister has fallen ill. I have been quite worried, but as I must care for our fifth sister, I am unable to visit. I hope seventh sister will not take offense." Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Qingxuang feigned surprise. "Seventh sister is also unwell? Is she feeling any better now?" Xiao Mingzhu nearly retched. These two were truly remarkable, their words more melodious than any song. Those unaware might assume that the bond among the three sisters was exceptionally deep. The old matriarch chuckled. "Look at that. These sisters are indeed close. They care for one another." Xiao Qinghe lowered her gaze, and Xiao Mingzhu shyly smiled in response. Upon hearing this, old Madame Lu remarked, "Oh, why does the fifth young lady need to stay at the general's residence for recuperation? Is it that the Ho residence cannot even afford to support a young lady?" Such words were rather harsh. If they were to spread, outsiders might deem the Ho residence merely a facade. Xiao Mingxuang recognized the impropriety of the statement. Should it reach the ears of her grandparents, they would sooner send her to the countryside than allow her to disgrace the family by coming to the residence. She could only incessantly signal to Xiao Qinghe. Left with no choice, Xiao Qinghe braced herself and stated, "Fifth sister has been unwell for quite some time. It is only natural for mother to wish to borrow seventh sister's maid. Upon reflection, it seems rather inappropriate. Thus, fifth sister would rather avoid the elders and recklessly come to plead with grandaunt. Might grandaunt, considering fifth sister's youth and fear, permit her to temporarily stay in the general's residence for a few days, with seventh sister's maid preparing medicine to help fifth sister regain her health? Mother and fifth sister shall not forget grandaunt's kindness in the future." A chill ran down Xiao Mingzhu's spine. It appeared that Xiao Qingxuang and Xiao Qinghe had schemed to reside in the general's house, encroaching upon her space. The arrival of weasels seldom heralded good fortune. She noticed Chi Chun outside the door signaling to her, indicating that physician Jiang had arrived. A covert smile crept upon her lips. It was finally time. This seems to be an excellent plan. Dear sister-in-law, what are your thoughts? Inquired the matriarch. Madame Su furrowed her brow, poised to speak, but Xiao Mingzhu interjected, absolutely not. The matriarch cast a somewhat smug glance at Madame Su, remarking on how her sister-in-law had been formidable all her life, yet ended up with such an unremarkable granddaughter. As the attention of those present gravitated towards her, Xiao Mingzhu calmly articulated, which incompetent physician devised such a malevolent prescription? A remedy cannot simply be employed at will. If fifth sister were to encounter any misfortune within the general's residence, we would find ourselves utterly powerless to explain. I attempted to clarify matters with my aunt last time, but she refused to heed my reasoning, instead rebuking me for my perceived stinginess. At this juncture, Xiao Mingzhu cautiously stole a glance at Madame Su's expression. The matriarch, having noted the subtle exchange between the grandmother and granddaughter, assumed they were colluding to deny benefits to the Ho residents, and thus, she raised an eyebrow and questioned. Seventh sister, you are not attempting to deceive us, are you? Who is unaware that the prescription in your possession was prescribed by the esteemed old physician? Indeed, it was prescribed by the old physician, but one must adhere to the principle of treating the ailment accordingly, Xiao Mingzhu replied without fear. Madame Lu, at this point, grasped the situation. So, this prescription is not suitable for fifth young lady? Precisely, Xiao Mingzhu affirmed earnestly. Different individuals possess varying health conditions. One cannot apply the same remedy indiscriminately. Chapter 30. The poisonous recipe. The old matriarch was incredulous. How could a health-preserving recipe possibly be poisonous? If it were ineffective, it certainly would not lead to fatal consequences. She scoffed, Seventh sister, do refrain from spreading such alarmist tales. Whether it is usable or not can be determined simply by examining it. Xiao Mingzhu feigned confusion. Aunt, you possess medical knowledge. Can you truly comprehend the recipe? The old matriarch was about to seize the opportunity to retort when a voice from the entrance announced, Old madam, Physician Jiang has arrived. Xiao Mingzhu clapped her hands and exclaimed, Physician Jiang's arrival is most fortuitous. We can seek his assistance in evaluating the recipe. Physician Jiang was renowned in the capital for his integrity and medical ethics, embodying the true spirit of unwavering strength and unyielding principles. He had developed an almost obsessive fascination with pharmacology. Ever since her unconsciousness, he had visited daily, claiming he needed to observe her pulse to appreciate the subtleties of the old Taoist restorative recipe. She had unwittingly become his research subject for several days, and it would be unreasonable not to seek some form of compensation for her cooperation. Old Madame Lu nodded in agreement. Physician Jiang will surely provide an honest assessment. Is there truly a better physician available for this task? The old matriarch and Xiao Qinghe were both familiar with Physician Jiang's esteemed reputation and ethics, and upon reflection, they deemed him the most suitable candidate, thus suppressing their dissent. When Physician Jiang entered the hall and surveyed the attendees, he paused momentarily but did not dwell on it. Old madam, are you here to examine Miss Zhao's pulse? He inquired. There is no need for haste. Xiao Mingzhu hastily interrupted. As long as Dr. Jiang has the willingness of Xiao Mingzhu to continue taking her pulse, he is indifferent to everything else. I shall retire to the outer hall for some tea. No, Xiao Mingzhu hastily interjected. I have a request. My fifth sister has sustained an injury, and I wish to borrow the prescription given to me by the esteemed physician to help her recover. I told them it was not permissible, but they do not believe me. Could you please assist in this matter? After a moment's hesitation, Dr. Jiang considered the prospect of the esteemed physician's prescription with some anticipation, yet he needed to ascertain whether the physician would be willing to share it. Of course. Xiao Mingzhu gestured to Shichun, who promptly exited. Shortly after, she returned, carrying a delicate purple porcelain medicine jar, from which she poured a tasteless concoction into a bowl and presented it to Xiao Mingzhu. Without hesitation, Xiao Mingzhu raised the bowl and consumed the potion in front of everyone. Aunt Xiao then retrieved a piece of paper from her bosom and handed it to Dr. Jiang. Here is the prescription, esteemed physician. Please take a look. Dr. Jiang unfolded the document, glanced briefly at its contents, and returned it to Aunt Xiao. He then lifted the medicine jar, took a spoon, and began extracting the medicinal residue, meticulously counting each one. No one in the hall dared to interrupt his actions, patiently biding their time. It took Dr. Jiang a full quarter of an hour to distinguish all the remnants of the medicine. Gazing thoughtfully at the residues before him, he mused, truly, the esteemed physician is remarkable in his bold and ingenious use of herbs. I find myself humbled. Dr. Jiang. Xiao Shuang could not restrain her curiosity. However, Dr. Jiang was disinterested in engaging her further. He stated plainly, this prescription is primarily based on poison. Any ordinary individual who consumes it will undoubtedly perish within 3 days. No, it's impossible. You are lying. You intend to deceive me on their behalf. Deceive me. Xiao Shuang found it difficult to bear the weight of this revelation, seeing her teetering on the brink of madness. Dr. Jiang swiftly extracted a silver needle from his possession and deftly administered several punctures to various points on her body, temporarily calming her agitated state. He then extended his hand to take her pulse, declaring, the 5th young lady's condition is rather grave, yet youth is on her side. With proper care and rest over the course of 3 to 5 years, recovery may not be out of reach. Can she truly recover? Xiao Shuang grasped at this last thread of hope. Dr. Jiang, reluctant to engage further, replied, I am not particularly adept in this area. Miss Xiao Shuang may seek the expertise of a physician specialized in such matters at the Imperial Medical Institute. The chances of success would be significantly higher. Is that true? Xiao Shuang wept tears of joy. Meanwhile, Zhang Nanan, who had been waiting for an opportune moment to fulfill her mission, found herself in dire straits. Could a cooked duck really take flight? She screamed, System, help me enter Xiao Shuang's dream. No? The system inquired. Of course. Zhang Nanan urged. Every second counts. Indeed. She witnessed Xiao Mingzhu approaching Xiao Shuang with ill intentions, asking, Do you still want this prescription? All right, the system replied. No sooner had it spoken than Xiao Shuang closed her eyes and slumped back against her chair. Seizing this opportunity, Zhang Nanan shouted towards her bewildered soul, Yes, you must. Before she could utter the words the prescription, Xiao Shuang's essence vanished. The 5th young lady has awakened, the system announced. Upon witnessing Xiao Shuang faint, the esteemed Dr. Jiang swiftly took his needles and, with 2 deft motions, promptly revived her. Zhang Nanan, with a sense of despair, observed her soul strength diminish by 5 points, yet felt her efforts yielded no results, and she erupted in anger. Is this truly counted? The system replied, Of course it is. Daydreams often encounter unforeseen circumstances. I suggest you choose your moments more wisely in the future to avoid such mishaps. Zhang Nan and Yon to strike this trial system into oblivion for its cruelty. The system continued. No need to rush. You still have 9 days. 9 days. Zhang Nanan realized that this time, she was utterly devoid of opportunities. The 5 points of soul strength she had lost would serve as a lesson. She needed to contemplate how to effectively communicate with Xiao Shuang, ensuring she could control her before such an incident occurred again. Xiao Qinghe assisted Xiao Shuang as they departed. And the matriarch of the Su family exhaled in relief. She turned to the matriarch of the old clan leader, and then poured herself some tea. The old clan leader's wife gritted her teeth in frustration. Today had not been favorable for her, leaving her with a belly full of anger. She rose and declared, Since Sister Fangzi has no need for it, there is no point in my mediating, even in such a state. She did not forget to embellish her own image. The Su matriarch smirked disdainfully and replied lightly, Safe travels, no need for formalities. The old clan leader's wife glared at her in indignation and stormed off. With the absence of outsiders, the Su matriarch's previously calm demeanor vanished. And she anxiously inquired, Is this prescription truly poisonous? Chapter 31. A single punch to slay a bull. Xiao Mingzhu nodded and shook her head, saying, Every medicine bears its poison. It can both save and harm. I have grown up immersed in the potions of the venerable physician. Thus my constitution is far more resilient to medicinal properties than others. What may be toxic to others is merely medicine to me. The esteemed matriarch Su expressed skepticism. Rising to beseech Dr. Jiang, I implore you, Dr. Jiang, to examine Mingjie and ascertain whether there are any toxins within her body. Dr. Jiang frowned disapprovingly, remarking, Madam Xiao, do you still doubt the venerable physician's expertise? Despite his words, he proceeded to grasp Xiao Mingzhu's wrist, feeling her pulse while inquiring, May I ask, Miss Xiao, How many years have you been taking this particular prescription? Xiao Mingzhu smiled gently, responding, "The venerable physician advocates a gradual approach. This is the 36th prescription I have utilized." Dr. Jiang paused, gaining insight. So it is a matter of progression. What is poison to one may be honey to another. He sighed in contemplation, then released her wrist, addressing Madame Su. "I have diagnosed Miss Xiao numerous times, and her constitution is remarkably robust. There are no deficiencies, it does not affect her fertility, and there are no accumulated toxins." Upon hearing this, Madame Lu's eyes brightened. However, Madame Su remained somewhat concerned. Then why did she faint and remain unresponsive a few days ago? Excessive fatigue and insufficient nourishment. Dr. Jiang retorted, casting a disapproving glance at Xiao Mingzhu. Even the healthiest constitution cannot endure such strains. Truly foolish. Madame Lu shook her head with a sigh, yet her fondness for Xiao Mingzhu grew even deeper. "I was not fatigued." Xiao Mingzhu hastily defended herself, stating that while the workload was considerable, she had the assistance of Aunt Xiao and Ji Chun, who discreetly lent their support, thus sparing her from true exhaustion. Yet, no one believed her. Physician Jiang stroked his grizzled beard, seemingly unfazed by Xiao Mingzhu's furious gaze, and remarked, "With adequate nourishment and rest for just 2 or 3 days, the young lady will assuredly recover to her prime condition. At that point, she could easily fell a cow with a single punch." A punch to fell a cow. Xiao Mingzhu felt tears welling up. Indeed, she had experienced such an embarrassing incident. Though it was a deliberate setup by unscrupulous individuals and the creature in question was merely a young calf, the undeniable truth remained. That episode stood as the most egregious blemish in her history, one she could never admit to. Old Madame Su coughed awkwardly twice, while old Madame Lu stifled a cough behind her hand and softly admonished Physician Jiang, "How could you speak of the young lady in such a manner?" Physician Jiang chuckled sheepishly, replying, "My choice of words was unfortunate. It is simply that Miss Zhao's pulse is remarkably robust, leading me to mistakenly perceive her as a young man." Faced with such an obstinate medical enthusiast, the gathered company found themselves at a loss for words. Noticing that the conversation had drifted to this point, old Madame Lu seized the opportunity to steer it back to her original intent, asking, "Given the extraordinary skill of the esteemed physician, why not extend your blessings to the common people instead of adhering rigidly to those 3 ironclad rules?" Physician Jiang, taken aback by old Madame Lu's inquiry, expressed his displeasure, saying, "Even a regular medical establishment cannot accept every patient indiscriminately. Without rules to govern, the ailing populace would swarm, seeking the esteemed physician's aid, and he would be utterly exhausted within 10 days. Madame Lu was acutely aware that Dr. Jiang had discerned her ulterior motives, and her face flushed with embarrassment. Xiao Mingzhu, perceptive as ever, noticed Madame Lu's discomfort and kindly intervened. Madame Lu has never been to Sinan, so it's only natural she is unaware. Although Sinan is a small place, it boasts an abundance of physicians, among every 10 individuals one might encounter on the street. 3 are soldiers and 3 are doctors. Each physician specializes in a particular field of medicine, and as long as one can reach Sinan, it is rare for ailments to remain untreated. Dr. Jiang stroked his beard and nodded in agreement. The esteemed old physician cannot leave Qingshe Mountain, which has, in turn, become a sanctuary for our healers. Even when the Great Chu invades our borders, they tend to circumvent Qingshe Mountain. Xiao Mingzhu smiled, recognizing that while there was a kernel of truth in Dr. Jiang's words, they were largely embellished for effect. Whether or not the Great Chu truly regarded the healers of Qingshe Mountain with special esteem was beyond her knowledge. Yet she understood that the distinction between medicine and poison was often blurred. Qingshe Mountain was not a place one could simply enter at will. The Great Chu was not foolish enough to sacrifice its soldiers recklessly. Madame Lu remained silent, harboring a degree of skepticism. If this were indeed the case, would the 2nd and 5th princes have inquired at the Taiyuan hospital for confirmation, rather than seeking information from Xiao Mingzhu? Sensing Madame Lu's lingering doubts, Xiao Mingzhu surmised that she was keen to probe into the old physician's circumstances and continued, "The esteemed old physician emphasizes treating ailments with precision, often employing potent remedies to combat toxicity with toxicity. Thus, it is essential to have an in-depth understanding of a patient's physical condition. as well as to ensure that the quantities of medicinal ingredients in the prescriptions are meticulously measured. Thus, his patients must prepare for an extended stay in Kingshishan. Much like I have exchanged 36 prescriptions over the years. 12 years, 36 prescriptions. Upon hearing this, Lady Lu was suddenly enlightened, as if the words of Zheng had unveiled a profound truth. With that, the old gentleman took his leave. Dr. Jiang rose to bid farewell, and Lady Su expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Dr. Jiang waved his hand dismissively, saying, "There is no need for such formality, madam. I must thank Miss Xiao for alleviating my troubled heart." Grandmother, Xiao Mingzhu attempted to playfully persuade her to stay. Lady Su's expression turned stern. "You must not be capricious." Lady Lu playfully pinched Xiao Mingzhu's puffed cheeks and smiled. "In a few days, it will be your third sister's birthday. The osmanthus in the courtyard has all blossomed. Your sister will invite some of her close friends to celebrate with her amidst the blooming flowers. I shall send someone to escort you to join the festivities." Lady Su nodded, smiling. "In the future, do not wear those plain garments. At your age, brighter colors would suit you better. Why not take this opportunity to visit and choose some vibrant fabrics with Aunt Xiao and have several new dresses made?" Xiao Mingzhu joyfully agreed, nearly skipping away. Observing her cheerful figure, a hint of warmth flickered in Lady Su's eyes. Chapter 32. Reluctance. Lady Lu noticed the melancholy in Lady Su's gaze and gently inquired, "Have you ever regretted it?" Marrying Lord Ho for 6 years had been the happiest time of her life. Perhaps others would never have the chance to experience the blissful moments she had cherished. Madame Lu gently patted Madame Su's hand and remarked, "Huayan is a dutiful child, and Mingjier is a good girl. Let bygones be bygones. You should embrace your role as the matriarch of the general's household." Madame Su pressed her lips together, and after a long pause, she shook her head, exclaiming, "I am unwilling. The title of Guangyang Marquis was lost under my watch. How can I face the Marquis in the afterlife?" Madame Lu regarded her with a heavy sigh, ultimately choosing silence. After bidding farewell to Madame Lu, Madame Su sat alone in her chamber for an extended period. The old maid, Mama Ru, approached softly and called out, "Madame." Madame Su gazed at her wistfully and confessed, "I had always tried to banish thoughts of how they were faring in Sinan, yet deep down, I believed that father and daughter must be living quite well. I never anticipated that Ming Jier endured so much hardship out of my sight, and I find myself harboring some resentment toward her. As a grandmother, I have truly fallen short." Mama Ru offered her counsel, saying, "Madam, the young lady is perceptive and dutiful. She would never blame you. She is right here beside you now, and there is still time." Madame Su nodded in agreement. "Indeed, there is time." She pondered for a moment. Dr. Jiang mentioned that her diet has been insufficient. She may be deliberately reducing her meals out of concern that I would chastise her for overeating. Please inquire with Aunt Xiao about Ming Jier's favorite dishes and have the kitchen prepare a few more. Later, invite her to join us for a meal." Mama Ru hesitated briefly before gently reminding her. When Madame Lu visited, I sensed she bore a heavy heart and seemed hesitant to speak. Might there be a matter that concerns her? Her words served as a gentle reminder to the venerable Lady Su, who, however, did not dwell on them for long. Instead, she smiled warmly at Nurse Ru, remarking, "I fear that Miss Ming has caught her fancy." Nurse Ru responded with a delighted smile. The eldest son of the Lu family's main branch and the eldest son of the second branch are both unbetrothed. Do not let your imagination run wild. If she can assist Miss Ming in securing a proper match, it would indeed be a great help to me. Lady Su sighed inwardly. The eldest son of the Lu family's second branch and the legitimate second son of the main branch were indeed excellent choices, and she would be amenable to such a union. However, given the current circumstances of the general's household, marrying into the Lu family would be considered an elevation in status, and she feared that even with the protection of the elder Lady Lu, Miss Ming would still face some hardships. Previously, she had not given such matters much thought, but now, reflecting on the hardships Miss Ming had endured in her absence, her heart ached at the idea of subjecting her to further indignities. Lady Su remarked, "It would be best to choose a match of equal standing. With her father watching over her and Aunt Xiao assisting, she would be able to lead a comfortable life." At noon, when Xiao Mingzhu beheld a table laden with her favorite dishes, she could not contain her excitement, exclaiming, "Grandmother, I adore you. I can eat whatever I desire and as much as I wish." It was rare for Lady Su to personally serve Xiao Mingzhu. The latter swiftly and gracefully savored the meal before her, exhibiting impeccable manners. Observing the happiness radiating from Xiao Mingzhu, Lady Su could not help but inquire, "Have your days in Xiamen been difficult?" Xiamen is not difficult. The temple, however, is. Xiao Mingzhu spoke candidly. What was ostensibly a Taoist temple was, in reality, merely an open-air stone wall inscribed with the likeness of the three pure ones, while the old Taoist priest resided nearby in a modest wooden enclosure. This little courtyard was a forbidden zone on Cheek Stone Mountain, and the old priest never permitted outsiders to enter. He insisted on managing all trivial matters himself, proclaiming that it was a form of cultivation. According to my father, when I was merely 6 months old, the old priest adamantly refused to allow the wet nurse into the courtyard. Ultimately, my father resorted to gifting 2 ewes to the old priest, and within a few days, those 2 ewes were sacrificed to enhance the old priest's meals, leaving me to subsist on rice porridge boiled in medicinal broth. Madame Su furrowed her brow, questioning, "You refer to the esteemed physician as the old Taoist?" Xiao Mingzhu hastily clarified, "It is the old physician who insists I address him this way. Ideally, I should call him master, but he forbids it, claiming he lacks the fortune for such a title and insists I address him as the old Taoist without ceremony." Madame Su reflected that those who dwell outside the ordinary often have their peculiarities, but she cautioned, "You must refrain from such informalities in the presence of outsiders, lest they perceive you as lacking respect." "Indeed," Xiao Mingzhu responded. Madame Su inquired further, "Have you resided in the temple all these years?" Xiao Mingzhu chuckled. "During that time, I nearly devoured all the vegetables stored in the old priest's pantry, much to his chagrin, as he would glare at my father in exasperation." Madame Su discreetly wiped away a tear from the corner of her eye and served her another helping of braised lion's head, eating vegetables and radishes. "Do you think you are a rabbit?" Xiao Mingzhu chuckled softly, taking a generous bite. This time, old Madame Su did not admonish her for her lack of decorum. Instead, she picked up a handkerchief and gently wiped the soup from the corner of her mouth. On the day of the golden osmanthus feast, before dawn, old Madame Su roused Xiao Mingzhu from her slumber, guiding her through a ritual of cleansing, grooming, and donning attire. Xiao Mingzhu adorned herself in the cherry-red dress embroidered with the auspicious 4 happiness motifs, which old Madame Su had selected the previous day. Her hair was styled in a double spiral bun, adorned with white jade hairpins. Old Madame Su meticulously attended to her appearance, remarking, "This hairpin will not do, Mama Lu. Please fetch that pair from my jewelry box." Mama Lu, having organized old Madame Su's jewelry several times over the past few days, swiftly retrieved the desired pair. With her own hands, old Madame Su adorned Xiao Mingzhu, nodding in satisfaction, "Much better now." The carriage from the Lu residence arrived, and old Madame Su had specially dispatched Mama Qiu to accompany Xiao Mingzhu. "Grandmother, you need not worry," Xiao Mingzhu reassured her once more. As the carriage approached the gates of the Lu residence, it did not halt. Instead, it entered through a side door and proceeded to the second gate. Mama Qiu then guided Xiao Mingzhu to switch to a small green curtain carriage for traversing the estate, moving leisurely into the main courtyard. Upon disembarking, Xiao Mingzhu followed Mama Qiu through the covered walkway into the western side hall. Several young maids, playing at the entrance, came forward to pay their respects, with one rushing inside to announce their arrival. The western side hall buzzed with activity, filled with the daughters-in-law of old Madame Lu. The moment Xiao Mingzhu stepped inside, an immediate hush fell over the room, and all eyes turned to her. The youngest lady chuckled, "Mother, is this the eldest daughter of the general's residence? She truly appears to be a remarkable person." Xiao Mingzhu sensed their scrutiny but paid it no mind, approaching gracefully to pay her respects to the old matriarch, Lady Lu. Zhang and Elle exchanged conflicted glances as they observed Xiao Mingzhu, who moved with an elegant poise, her skirt flowing smoothly, her hairpins undisturbed, and every gesture in her greeting executed flawlessly. Had they not been informed beforehand, they would never have believed she was a girl raised in the distant region of Sinan, without any female elders to guide her. Their astonishment was palpable, yet their discontent lingered. Just days prior, their mother-in-law had summoned them, praising Xiao Mingzhu and suggesting they meet her to discuss whether she would be betrothed to the second or fourth son. Consequently, both Xing and Elle felt a sense of dissatisfaction. It was well known that the circles of civil and military families rarely intersected. While it was common for military families to marry the daughters of civil officials, few civil families were willing to accept daughters from military households. Moreover, they were aware of the underlying tensions. Lady Lin was known for her jealousy and ruthlessness, while Xiao Huayan was overly protective and indulgent of his daughter. Who would desire such a frail and delicate daughter-in-law? However, in front of their mother-in-law, they dared not refuse. They intended to observe Xiao Mingzhu closely, hoping to identify any flaw that might persuade their mother-in-law to reconsider or perhaps to suggest Xiao Mingzhu for one of their brothers-in-law. Lady Lu beckoned Xiao Mingzhu to come closer, taking her hand to introduce her to those nearby, saying, "These are your aunts from the Lu family." Then she pointed to the youngest lady and said, "This is your aunt from the Lu family." The esteemed matriarch, Madame Su, along with Aunt Xiao, had long acquainted Xiao Mingzhu with the circumstances of the Lu household. The composition of the Lu family is quite straightforward. Both of the elder gentleman and the virtuous concubine were born of Madame Lu, and their only illegitimate daughter was raised under her care. A few years prior, Madame Lu arranged for her marriage to the legitimate son of a cousin of Lord Chu, an official in the Ministry of Rights. The first branch of the Lu family comprises 2 sons and 3 daughters, both sons being of legitimate birth. The eldest son, Lu Ziyuan, is already engaged, while the younger son is still in the process of courtship. The 2 illegitimate daughters have both been betrothed to the pupils of the elder Mr. Lu, leaving only the eldest legitimate daughter, Miss Lu San, still waiting for a suitor. The second branch of the Lu family consists of 2 sons and 1 daughter, with only the eldest being legitimate and none yet engaged. The 3 young gentlemen from the Lu family, who are not yet betrothed, are of a similar age to her. Xiao Mingzhu dutifully presented her respects to Madame Lu, Madame Lu Heir, and Lady Chu, offering a substantial array of gifts. However, she sensed that while Madame Lu and the others spoke highly of her and offered decent gifts, their glances subtly scrutinized the bracelet adorning her wrist, leading to varying degrees of discomfort in their expressions. Their gazes were imbued with an array of sentiments, yet the fondness they harbored for her was rather minimal. Madame Lu was acutely aware of her daughters-in-law's and stepdaughters' unspoken thoughts. During her years away from the capital, their minds had become quite liberated, some even becoming rather presumptuous. It was high time for a subtle reprimand. Thus, she beckoned Xiao Mingzhu to sit beside her and, with a graceful motion, removed a string of prayer beads from her own wrist and draped them onto Xiao Mingzhu's hand. This unexpected gesture rendered the onlookers momentarily speechless. Xiao Mingzhu sensed that the Buddhist beads must hold significance, and she promptly took them out. However, old Madame Lu restrained her hand, insisting, "Keep them if I give them to you." Xiao Mingzhu chuckled lightly, not feeling overly constrained, and leaned towards old Madame Lu, whispering, "The old divine doctor will surely be displeased if he sees this." This time, Xiao Mingzhu did not hesitate any longer. While she was conversing with old Madame Lu, a maid announced from outside, "The young ladies have arrived." Xiao Mingzhu turned her head to glance towards the door, where the curtain was lifted, revealing 4 young ladies of varying statures who entered in succession. Among them, one girl of similar age to her entered with a bright smile, asking, "Grandmother, is this the Xiao family sister you mentioned?" Xiao Mingzhu quickly rose to greet each of the young ladies, exchanging pleasantries. Old Madame Lu smiled and confirmed, "Yes, this is your Xiao family sister." She proceeded to introduce the young ladies to Xiao Mingzhu, saying, "This is your eldest sister from the Lu family, your second sister, your third sister, and the Qiu family sister." She added, "Later, you all will play in the garden, so do take good care of Mingjia." The 2 older sisters, one adorned in a pale yellow silk skirt and the other in a delicate green embroidered dress, exuded a gentle and composed demeanor, appearing quite amiable. The youngest girl, nearly 8 or 9 years old, was clad in a vibrant red scholar's robe. Her hair adorned with a striking begonia silk flower, and a golden necklace graced her neck. She was playful and charming, her bright eyes darting around until they fixated on the string of South Sea pearls around Xiao Mingzhu's neck, unable to look away. Only the young lady speaking shared a similar age with Xiao Mingzhu. She possessed a captivating beauty with an oval face, slender willow-like eyebrows, and eyes that sparkled like precious pearls. Her every gesture exuded elegance, and her smiles were perfectly timed. The lotus-red 8-fortune skirt she wore accentuated her dignified demeanor. Xiao Mingzhu surmised that this must be the only legitimate daughter of the Lu family, the third Miss Lu, Lu Ningxi. Grandmother. Is she the Xiao Qi from the general's residence? The daughter of the Chu family, Chu Yuchen, had always been spoiled by the Chu Lu family and tended to speak without restraint. She had just learned from her third cousin that their grandmother had invited a girl from the general's residence, and she had been informed with utmost seriousness that their grandmother held a great fondness for this Miss Xiao. At that moment, she felt a twinge of discontent. No matter how exceptional Xiao Mingzhu might be, she was still an outsider. After all, she was merely a cousin from the Lu family. Surely their grandmother wouldn't be so indiscriminate? Now, seeing the coveted southern pearl necklace adorning Xiao Mingzhu's neck, Chu Yuchen felt a surge of irritation and couldn't help but taunt her with a few words. Madame Lu cast a glance at Chu Lu, prompting Chu Lu to quickly rise and gently pat Chu Yuchen, whispering, "What nonsense are you spouting?" Chu Yuchen bit her lip, recognizing Madame Lu's displeasure, and refrained from further indiscretions. Xiao Mingzhu smiled, wishing to preserve the pleasant atmosphere, and replied, "Indeed, I rank 7th in the family." Her words were delivered with confidence, neither submissive nor overbearing. Miss Lu Ningxi stepped forward and responded with a smile, "I too am ranked 7th in my family." Their eyes met, and they both broke into laughter. Chapter 34. The gift. Xiao Mingzhu presented the carefully prepared gift from old Madame Su to Lu Ningxi. Upon opening it, she discovered a fine white jade bracelet within. Chu Yuchen leaned in for a glance, her face reflecting blatant disdain. Old Madame Lu, however, chuckled readily, exclaiming, "So it is this item. My dear third sister, you must cherish it well." Lu Ningxi, puzzled, inquired, "Grandmother recognizes this bracelet? Is there a deeper significance?" Old Madame Lu beckoned her closer, gently adorning Lu Ningxi's wrist with the bracelet. She then guided Lu Ningxi to the window, urging her to raise her wrist toward the sunlight. The rays illuminated the white jade bracelet, casting a luminous glow that danced like flowing water, sparkling and translucent as it encircled her wrist. Yet, upon stepping away from the sun, the bracelet reverted to its ordinary appearance. Such a marvel! The onlookers in the room gasped in astonishment. Lu Ningxi, equally captivated, smiled at Xiao Mingzhu, saying, "Please convey my gratitude to old Madame Su for this birthday gift." Xiao Mingzhu produced a small silk pouch and handed it to Lu Ningxi. Just as Lu Ningxi accepted the pouch, Chu Yuchen exclaimed, "Open it and see." "Cousin." Lu Ningxi frowned, feeling that it would be somewhat impolite to unveil another's gift in public. Yet, Xiao Mingzhu dismissed her concern, encouraging, "Third sister Lu, do open it and see if you like it." Reluctantly, Lu Ningxi opened the pouch in front of everyone, revealing a lotus seed pot adorned with a white jade bead, about the size of her thumb. Although the jade was not particularly pristine and the craftsmanship lacked refinement, its charm lay in its delightful compactness. Chu Yuchen's face displayed a knowing expression, as if to say, "I knew it would be such." Lu Ningxi, feeling a sense of unease for Xiao Mingzhu, earnestly inquired, "I truly admire it. Did you carve this yourself, Xiao sister?" "Indeed," Xiao Mingzhu replied with poise. "Allow me to take a closer look," Lu Laofuren said. Lu Ningxi handed the jade bead over, and Lu Laofuren scrutinized it closely, her surprise evident as she exclaimed, "Mingjie, is this gift not excessively precious?" Xiao Mingzhu gestured towards the bead necklace adorning her own chest, stating, "This is also valuable." It was not that Lu Laofuren was overly frugal or incapable of appreciating fine things. Rather, the white jade Bodhi root represented the pinnacle of Bodhi seeds. While ordinary Bodhi seeds bloom annually, the Bodhi root flowers only once every 60 years, and in its lifetime, it blossoms but a single time, an object of rare fortune. When worn by a woman, it can nourish the body. Chu Yuchen, unabashed, ventured, "Sister Xiao, might you possess any additional white jade Bodhi prayer beads?" Lu Laofuren shot her a stern glare, prompting Chu Yuchen to begrudgingly silence herself. Xiao Mingzhu, however, dismissed Chu Yuchen's inquiry as mere background noise, absorbing it without further thought. Outside, a maid announced the arrival of guests. Lu Laofuren grasped Xiao Mingzhu's hand and placed it into Lu Ningxi's palm, saying, "You should take Mingzhi to meet more friends. Do not allow anyone to make her feel out of place. Off you go," Lu Laofuren instructed. "Yuchen, stay for a moment." "Grandmother." Chu Yuchen felt a sense of foreboding and looked pleadingly at Lu Laofuren. Chu Lushi attempted to intercede, but a fierce glare from Lu Laofuren silenced her, compelling her to swallow her words. Ultimately, it was Lu Ningxi who pleaded, "Grandmother, let us wait for our little cousin outside." Madame Lu nodded slightly. Watching Xiao Mingzhu and the others depart, her expression darkened, and she ignored Chu Yuchen. Addressing Madame Chu directly, "You began learning propriety at the age of 3 in our household, and by 4, you were already adhering to established norms. How is it that, when it comes to instructing your daughter, you have fallen so short?" Chu Yuchen was taken aback. Did her grandmother imply that she lacked decorum? Her eyes immediately brimmed with tears. Was it so wrong to speak a few blunt truths? Why did her grandmother choose to scold her in such a manner? All of this was Xiao Mingzhu's fault. Why should an outsider receive more affection from her grandmother than her own granddaughter? Chu Yuchen mentally laid the blame squarely at Xiao Mingzhu's feet. As Xiao Mingzhu and the 3 daughters of the Lu family emerged, they engaged in light conversation beneath the corridor at the entrance of the main courtyard. The eldest Miss Lu, feeling somewhat awkward, flashed a smile at Xiao Mingzhu and whispered, "Sister Xiao, my little cousin has been spoiled by her aunt. Please don't take it to heart." Xiao Mingzhu returned the smile, assuring her, "It's nothing." Just as her words faded, Chu Yuchen appeared, glaring at Xiao Mingzhu with wide eyes, striding ahead with her chin held high, clearly intent on ignoring her. Xiao Mingzhu remained unbothered by the glare. If Chu Yuchen could manage to pop her eyes out of their sockets, that might indeed startle her. Upon exiting the main courtyard, Lu Ningxi called out softly, "Sister Xia." Xiao Mingzhu turned her head in confusion. Lu Ningxi slowed her pace, prompting Xiao Mingzhu to do the same. The 2 other young ladies from the Lu family, sensing that Lu Ningxi might have something to discuss with Xiao Mingzhu, hastened their steps, creating a distance between themselves and the 2 girls. Lu Ningxi hesitated for a moment before softly explaining, "Sister Xiao, I wasn't he." She felt a sense of urgency, but struggled to articulate her thoughts in a manner that would convey her genuine feelings without causing any resentment in Xiao Mingzhu. Xiao Mingzhu paused, quickly grasping that Lu Ningxi referred to the moment their hands had touched. And she did not take offense. "I understand that some individuals are not accustomed to physical contact with strangers." She had encountered others with even more pronounced discomfort. A mere tug on their sleeve could provoke a dramatic response, though she always ensured to grasp the opposite sleeve to maintain control. Suddenly, Lu Ningxi chuckled. "I was startled by my grandmother's actions just now." As if to validate her statement, she reached out and firmly grasped Xiao Mingzhu's hand, startling her. Though Xiao Mingzhu did not withdraw her hand, Lu Ningxi raised an eyebrow. "You are not at all as I imagined. I thought you to be a delicate porcelain doll." "Instead, I am molded from clay," Xiao Mingzhu playfully retorted. "Sister Xiao, you certainly have a way with words," Lu Ningxi remarked, "when you are not smiling. I do not perceive anything particularly special about you, but when you do smile, it radiates boundless vitality. As my grandmother has said, you are indeed a person of fiery spirit, akin to the morning sun. I believe we will get along splendidly." In recent days, her grandmother had frequently reminisced about her past with the elderly Madame Su and had complimented Xiao Mingzhu several times. Initially, Lu Ningxi felt a bit anxious, fearing that the young lady from Sinan might be difficult to engage with. At present, upon witnessing Xiao Mingzhu's gracious and considerate demeanor, devoid of any pretense, it indeed aligns with what grandmother described, a truly cheerful disposition, fostering the desire for genuine companionship. Chapter 35. Not offering even if there is Xiao Mingzhu playfully stuck out her tongue, exclaiming, "As long as you don't mind my exuberance." Lu Ningxi discreetly winked at her and whispered, "I, too, wish to be lively, but my mother is exceedingly strict, forbidding even the slightest raise in my voice." Her words carried a hint of wistfulness, intertwined with a sense of pride. She understood that her mother's stringent expectations aimed to mold her into a suitable consort for a prince. The mere thought of Han Yunzhao made her slightly tilt her head, a warmth flushing her cheeks. I envy you. You are the girl from another family that grandmother speaks of. Unaware of Lu Ningxi's shyness, Xiao Mingzhu spoke her mind freely. Upon hearing this, Lu Ningxi exchanged a smile with Xiao Mingzhu. The Lu family's reception area, the orchid pavilion, though modest, exuded elegance. The courtyard, adorned with a few precious osmanthus trees, also featured several low flowering shrubs, all in bloom, filling the air with a delicate fragrance. Upon their arrival at the central reception pavilion, more aptly described as a flower pavilion due to its open design, they found it enclosed only by waist-high verdant hedges. The vines hanging from the eaves had begun to turn golden, bestowing a unique charm upon the setting. Inside the pavilion, a grand octagonal table was laden with pastries. Alongside a fully equipped easel for painting, a complete tea set, and recreational games such as throwing pots. It was evident that the hosts had meticulously considered their guests' preferences, preparing everything with utmost care. The two young ladies of the Lu family and Chu Yuchen awaited Xiao Mingzhu and her companions within the pavilion. Lu Ningxi invited, Sister Xiao, would you accompany me to the Moon Gate to welcome our guests? Before Xiao Mingzhu could respond, Chu Yuchen interjected, Third sister, what purpose would she serve? She does not know anyone here. Lu Ningxi furrowed her brow and shot a warning glance at Chu Yuchen, who then pursed her lips, silenced by the reprimand. Concerned about adding to Lu Ningxi's troubles, Xiao Mingzhu hurriedly insisted, Sisters of the Lu family should attend to their duties. I shall remain here and enjoy my tea. She truly wished to avoid lingering in Chu Yuchen's company. Lu Ningxi was about to urge her otherwise when Chu Yuchen gently tugged at her sleeve and pointed toward the courtyard entrance, saying, Third sister, Miss Ding has arrived reluctantly. Lu Ningxi replied, Then, Sister Xiao, please sit for a moment. I shall return shortly. Xiao Mingzhu nodded, and once Lu Ningxi departed, she settled at the most secluded tea table, where a young maid promptly began preparing tea. With little interest, she observed the proceedings, pondering why such elaborate rituals were necessary for merely brewing tea, which would not enhance its flavor. Before the young maid could finish steeping the tea, Lu Ningxi entered the flower hall, leading the first arriving Miss Ding. Upon noticing Xiao Mingzhu, Miss Ding exclaimed softly, I thought I was the earliest. But it seems someone arrived before me. Ningxi, which young lady is that? I don't recall seeing her before. Lu Ningxi smiled and replied, That is the esteemed Miss Xiao, whom I have only just met today. She is truly remarkable. You are sure to get along splendidly with her. Ding Wei raised an eyebrow. Few could capture her attention, and even fewer could elicit admiration from her dear friend. This alone piqued her curiosity to become acquainted. Really? Lu Ningxi offered a reassuring glance, guiding Miss Ding to the tea table. Xiao Mingzhu rose silently, merely smiling with pursed lips. Lu Ningxi introduced them. This is Miss Xiao from the General Zhao Wu's residence. And this is Miss Ding from the Cabinet Grand Scholar's Manor. Ding Wei arched an eyebrow, nodded, and remarked, You are rather intriguing. This comment made her willing to engage in conversation with Miss Xiao, observing the pleasant impression they left on one another. Lu Ningxi smiled and said, You too enjoy your tea. I shall return shortly. In light of Lu Ningxi's presence, Ding Wei and Xiao Mingzhu struck up a conversation, initially discussing their attire, then the beauty of the garden, and eventually meandering into casual topics. Having grown up alongside her brothers, reading before their grandfather, Ding Wei possessed vast knowledge. Xiao Mingzhu, with her lively spirit, had gained insights from years spent with the old Taoist, far surpassing the typical experiences of young ladies. Additionally, she had learned much from her Aunt Xiao, enriching her understanding of women's knowledge. No matter the subject Miss Ding broached, Xiao Mingzhu could contribute meaningfully, offering her unique perspectives. Maintaining an air of confidence without arrogance, neither seeking to please nor to offend, Miss Ding was pleasantly surprised, her gaze warming. Sister Xiao, I truly did not expect that you, being a year my junior, possess such breadth of understanding. Indeed, reading thousands of books cannot compare to traveling thousands of miles. Xiao Mingzhu smiled and said, Though I was born in the capital, I have spent much of my life in Sinan, so I have encountered more people than Miss Ding. Sinan? Ding Wei paused. Have you ever visited Qingshi Mountain? Xiao Mingzhu nodded, about to respond, when Ding Wei sighed lightly. I should have brought my cousin today. She is eager to see Sinan. If she were to meet you, she would undoubtedly cling to you. Xiao Mingzhu laughed. The general's residence is always open to welcome you as guests. It is settled then. I shall await my sister's invitation at the manor, replied Miss Ding, her demeanor suggesting a fear of Xiao Mingzhu changing her mind, which elicited another soft laugh from Xiao Mingzhu. To outsiders, the two appeared to be engaged in a delightful and joyous conversation. What are the older sisters speaking of that brings such merriment? Quipped Chu Yuchen, approaching with a girl clad in a sky-blue dress, her face aglow with happiness. Ding Wei's smile faded as she cast a glance at Chu Yuchen, coolly remarking, interrupting others in conversation is unbecoming of a lady. She disdained Chu Yuchen's pretentious demeanor, which belied her youth. My apologies, Miss Ding, it was my momentary rudeness. Chu Yuchen acknowledged, shifting the blame onto Xiao Mingzhu. She offered a slight bow as an apology, then added, I merely wish to inquire something from Miss Xiao Qi. Ding Wei raised an eyebrow at Chu Yuchen's reference to Xiao Mingzhu, glancing at her to find no change in her expression, and thus chose to remain silent. Xiao Mingzhu responded with poise, if Miss Chu has any inquiries, please feel free to ask here. Chu Yuchen hesitated for a moment, yet her greed overshadowed her shyness. And she spoke up. Might Miss Xiao Qi be willing to share where she procured the ornaments crafted from white jade Bodhi root? My mother suffered during my birth, and I have heard that wearing white jade Bodhi root can nourish one as health. The more she spoke, the softer her voice became, portraying a young girl concerned for her mother's well-being perfectly. Xiao Mingzhu scoffed inwardly. No wonder Aunt Xiao often remarked that wealth should not be flaunted. A mere white jade Bodhi root prayer bead had already drawn her attention. It was evident that Chu Yuchen was not genuinely seeking a seller, but rather hoping to obtain one from her without payment. While Xiao Mingzhu had more than a dozen prayer beads at her disposal, she had no desire to part with them for someone like Chu Yuchen. Chapter 36. Witnessing one's own predicament, Xiao Mingzhu smiled lightly. You can find them at Duo Baogu. Feel free to browse there. Chu Yuchen could not believe that Xiao Mingzhu did not understand her implication. She was well aware that Duo Baogu offered white jade Bodhi root ornaments, but their prices were beyond her means. She presumed that having broached the subject, Xiao Mingzhu, seeking favor from her grandmother, would feel compelled to offer her a piece out of courtesy. Indeed, she had an affinity for white jade Bodhi root ornaments. Yet she yearned to see Xiao Mingzhu begrudgingly bestow one upon her, revealing her reluctance. To her surprise, Xiao Mingzhu dismissed her so curtly with just a few words. Chu Yuchen initially felt anger rise within her, but considering Ding Wei was watching, she forced herself to endure it, deliberately adopting a pitiful expression. The ornaments at Duo Baogu are far beyond my financial reach. Oh, Xiao Mingzhu merely acquiesced, and thereafter, she exhibited no further reaction. Chu Yuchen, unaccustomed to such a situation, found herself momentarily at a loss for words. Staring at Xiao Mingzhu in bewilderment, you clearly have the ability to offer a gift to your cousin. The young lady in blue promptly reached out to pull Chu Yuchen back. Cousin. Overwhelmed by anger, Chu Yuchen shot an irritated glance at the young lady in blue. Did I say something wrong? Heh. Ding Wei chuckled softly, her eyes glinting with derision. Chu Yuchen felt as though her innermost thoughts had been laid bare by Ding Wei, her face flushing with embarrassment, her eyes reddening and glistening with tears. Sister Ding. Ding Wei paid her no heed, turning instead to the maid from the Lu residence beside her. Please summon Miss Lu San. The young lady in blue, unwilling for the matter to escalate, hastily interjected. Miss Ding, Cousin Chu is still young. She merely wished to present a fine gift to her mother and inadvertently misspoke. I hope Miss Ding will overlook her indiscretion. Chu Yuchen immediately nodded, eager to shift the blame onto the young lady in blue. Yes. It was my elder cousin who told me about the myriad benefits of wearing white jade Bodhi seeds, which prompted my impulsive inquiry. Xiao Mingzhu noticed a fleeting stiffness in the smile of the young lady in blue upon hearing this, though it was swiftly masked. She averted her gaze, unaware that the young lady in blue had turned her head to look at her, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. The young lady in blue surveyed the complete array of tea utensils on the table and remarked, I shall brew a cup of tea as a token of respect on behalf of my cousin. Having said that, she gestured to the maid preparing the tea, who promptly stepped aside. The young lady in blue elegantly rolled up her sleeves, washed her hands, heated the cups, fetched water, rinsed the tea leaves, and brewed the tea, sealing the pot with grace. Ultimately, the last pot of tea was evenly poured into 6 delicate blue and white porcelain tea cups before her, each movement fluid and exquisite. Xiao Mingzhu appeared unfazed, while Ding Wei's eyes glimmered with approval. The young lady in blue noticed Ding Wei's expression, and a fleeting hesitation flickered in her gaze. Though it quickly dissipated, she signaled Chu Yuchen to serve tea to Xiao Mingzhu, but Chu Yuchen was reluctant to comply, turning her head dismissively. The young lady in blue merely smiled, gracefully lifting a cup holder and presenting a teacup to Xiao Mingzhu, saying, "Please." Ding Wei frowned, casting a sidelong glance at Xiao Mingzhu, while Chu Yuchen's disdain was palpable. The young lady in blue hastily silenced Chu Yuchen with a look, subtly indicating the teacups on the table. Xiao Mingzhu noticed this small gesture, her heart skipping a beat. Chu Yuchen, now perceptive, grasped the young lady's hint and picked up a teacup to present it to Xiao Mingzhu, yet she uttered not a single word. To apologize in person, yet devoid of any soft-spoken words, was it possible? Xiao Mingzhu cast a contemplative glance at the young lady in blue. Upon meeting Xiao Mingzhu's gaze, the young lady momentarily froze, a flicker of anxiety crossing her features, yet she maintained a calm smile, as if nothing were amiss. Tentatively, Xiao Mingzhu reached for the teacup, and indeed, she perceived a glimmer of triumph in the eyes of both the young lady in blue and Chu Yuchen. Xiao Mingzhu recalled her recent behavior while drinking tea, and her heart became as clear as a mirror. It seemed that the girl in blue did not genuinely wish to mediate and save Chu Yuchen's face. Rather, she aimed to humiliate her in front of Ding Wei, mocking her ignorance of the art of tea, all to provide an outlet for Chu Yuchen's grievances. Well, she understood the nuances of tea culture. It was merely that she disliked the pretense of savoring a single sip over 3 or 4 ostentatious gestures. Nevertheless, Xiao Mingzhu accepted the teacup. Observing her do so, Ding Wei could not help but cough lightly, winking at Xiao Mingzhu before lifting her own teacup to her nose for a delicate sniff, then taking a small sip. She placed the remaining half of the cup before her and leisurely remarked, "Miss Su's tea skills are indeed extraordinary. Appreciating tea is not merely about drinking. To gulp it down in one go is akin to a cow chewing peonies." Xiao Mingzhu immediately rose, scrutinizing the girl in blue closely. And upon noticing a resemblance to her grandmother, a conjecture sprang to her mind. "Do you bear the surname Su? What is your connection to my grandmother?" Su Pianran was caught off guard by the question. Upon hearing Xiao Mingzhu's name from Chu Yuchen, she had already recognized who Xiao Mingzhu was. Seeing her engaged in pleasant conversation with Ding Wei only fueled her anger. Since childhood, she had been aware of the enmity between the general's residence and the Su family. It was well known that Xiao Mingzhu's mother, Lin, had snatched away her aunt's betrothal and had maliciously ensnared her during childbirth, tarnishing the reputation of the Su family daughter. She is already 14 this year, yet no marriage has been arranged for her. The illustrious families are reluctant to associate with the Su family. Had it not been for her cousin from the Chu family who provided her an invitation, she would not even have gained entry into the Lu residence. Yet, there stands Xiao Mingzhu, the eldest daughter of a widow raised in the quaint town of Sinan, inexplicably favored by the venerable old Madame Lu, even receiving special attention from Lu Ningxi and Ding Wei, privileges that elude her grasp. The Xiao family has wronged the Su family, and it is only just that she seeks to expose Xiao Mingzhu's true nature, revealing her ignorance and rudeness to the world, to see if Lu Ningxi and Ding Wei would still wish to associate with such a person. However, she never anticipated that Xiao Mingzhu's indiscreet behavior would not only fail to offend Ding Wei but also serve as a lesson for her, prompting Ding Wei to demonstrate a similar demeanor for Xiao Mingzhu to emulate. Chapter 37. Su family cousin Su Pianran is ultimately a carefully nurtured daughter of the Su family, tasked with restoring the family's tarnished reputation. Her response is swift. Upon noticing several young ladies entering the flower hall, she immediately lowers her gaze. Adopting a demeanor of feigned distress, "Cousin from the Xiao family, do you not recognize me?" She observes the newcomers regarding her with suspicion. Xiao Mingzhu affirms that this impeccably poised young lady before her is indeed Su Pianran, the esteemed daughter the Su family has cultivated with great care. Long ago, her father had only briefly recounted the events. She is aware that her mother's difficult labor is inextricably linked to Suwen, which led to her father severing ties with the Su family. As word spread, it adversely affected the marriage prospects of the Su descendants, ultimately resulting in the Su family cutting off relations with the general's residence. In her heart, she found herself unable to discern the right from wrong of those bygone days. However, to assert that she bore no animosity towards Su would be utterly implausible. Out of consideration for her grandmother, she felt restrained from seeking vengeance. Yet her resolve to distance herself from the Su family remained unwavering. According to Aunt Xiao, this cousin from the Su family was a gifted individual, possessing remarkable talent in chess, music, literature, and calligraphy. The Su family had high hopes that she would redeem the stains brought upon them by Su when in the past. Regardless of the burdens this cousin bore for her family, how could she accept such a public humiliation? No, that was not in her nature. Furthermore, she did not regard this cousin from the Su family as a true relative. Though reluctant, she still maintained a facade of cordiality in public. With a clear and articulate statement, she left Su Pianran at a loss for words. Ding Wei and the other young ladies observed Su Pianran with a hint of disdain. Regardless of any personal grievances between Su Pianran and Xiao Mingzhu, as outsiders, they should uphold a semblance of harmony among relatives, ensuring that the superficial niceties were meticulously observed. Su Pianran's actions only revealed her narrow-mindedness and lack of sophistication. The esteemed daughter of the Su family was, after all, no better than this. Chu Yuchen quickly grasped the situation. Ah, no wonder you drink tea like a cow. It truly is a pity for our third cousin's precious Mengding sweet dew. Was this truly Mengding sweet dew? After Xiao Mingzhu spoke, sensing the inappropriateness of her words, she promptly fell silent, merely smiling at Chu Yuchen with a subtle upward curve of her lips. Upon witnessing the mocking curl of Xiao Mingzhu's lips, which seemed to deride her ignorance of tea, Chu Yuchen felt a surge of resentment rising within her. Ignoring Ding Wei's presence beside her, she retorted, "This is undoubtedly Mingding Ganlu tea. However, someone like you, raised in a rural place such as Sinan, would certainly be incapable of discerning its true flavor." Just then, Lu Ningxi, who was leading the little princess, fortuitously overheard this exchange and quickly interjected to halt the conversation. Chu Yuchen paused, then turned to see Lu Ningxi's face suffused with anger, and she instantly comprehended that Xiao Mingzhu had deliberately provoked her into making that remark upon noticing Lu Ningxi's approach. Enraged and vexed, she seized a teacup from the table and hurled it towards Xiao Mingzhu. Although Xiao Mingzhu managed to sidestep, preventing the tea from splashing onto her face, her garment was nonetheless splattered. Miss Xiao, Mingzhu, Cousin Xiao, Lu Ningxi, Ding Wei, and Su Pianran all exclaimed simultaneously. Xiao Mingzhu brushed off the water stains, remarking, "It's nothing. The tea is not hot." With a stern visage, Lu Ningxi addressed Chu Yuchen, stating, "Cousin, your aunt is looking for you." Before Chu Yuchen could respond, she instructed the nearby maid, "Please escort my cousin to the main courtyard." She was determined to ensure that her birthday banquet would not be marred by Chu Yuchen's antics. Third cousin, it was clearly her intention. Chu Yuchen, under Lu Ningxi's disapproving gaze, dared not voice her remaining thoughts. She could only stomp her foot in frustration and depart in a huff. Lu Ningxi, glancing at Xiao Mingzhu's damp attire, sincerely offered, "I shall send someone to fetch a change of clothes for you." Xiao Mingzhu waved her hand dismissively, saying, "No worries, I have a change of clothes. Please have someone guide me to the changing room." Almost forgotten by the crowd, Su Pianran spoke up, "I will accompany my cousin." Lu Ningxi glanced at Su Pianran and, being astute, immediately recalled her relationship with Xiao Mingzhu. Just as she hesitated, Xiao Mingzhu readily agreed. "All right, I would appreciate it, cousin. It was merely a pretense." Su Pianran was skilled at this, as was she. At this moment, Su Pianran had lost the opportunity, and Lu Ningxi would not allow her to seize a chance for a comeback. Concerned, Lu Ningxi summoned a maid to guide them. Watching Su Pianran lead Xiao Mingzhu away, Ding Wei remarked with a smile. It seems this is the first meeting between the second Miss Su and cousin Mingzhu. They surely have much to discuss privately. So do not fret. From the earlier exchange of tea and apologies, she discerned Su Pianran's ill intentions towards Xiao Mingzhu. However, Xiao Mingzhu truly lacked an appreciation for tea and did not recognize Su Pianran. She was merely waiting for Su Pianran to make her move, ready to counter any actions. Yet, Ding Wei could not fully see through the situation. Presumably, once the two cousins conversed privately, she would glean the answers from their expressions. If Xiao Mingzhu were a girl easily deceived by Su Pianran's words, she would not be worth developing a close relationship with. Conversely, if Xiao Mingzhu possessed a heavy heart, caution would be warranted. Naturally, a girl invited by Lu Ningxi would not belong to a lowly status. They were all daughters or legitimate daughters of other noble families, each meticulously cultivated. How could they fail to grasp the implications in Ding Wei's words? Unacquainted with Xiao Mingzhu and lacking a deep connection with Su Pianran, they exchanged pleasantries with Lu Ningxi before retreating to a cozy corner to chat and play with 2 or 3 familiar friends. Observing the dispersal of the crowd, the young Princess Han Wanning raised an eyebrow at Ding Wei and remarked, "Mingzhu? Your familiarity with her suggests that Miss Xiao has captured your attention. Just now, Ningxi mentioned that Miss Xiao is quite intriguing. I must see for myself what kind of young lady has enchanted both of you." The trio erupted in laughter. Suddenly, Mama Ru hurriedly approached, seeking Lu Ningxi, and whispered, "Third Miss, the second prince and the fifth prince have arrived and are currently in the Jingui Lin. The old lady has instructed the young ladies to be mindful of the guests and to avoid causing any disturbance to the two princes." Originally, the matriarch had designated both the Mangui Garden and Jingui Lin as the activity areas for the young ladies today. But the unexpected arrival of the second and fifth princes to congratulate the third miss had taken everyone by surprise. Upon hearing this, Mama Chiu also grew anxious and promptly dispatched people to search for the others. Chapter 38. Opposite, there are men Xiao Mingzhu and Su Pianran followed the maidservants of the Lu residents out of Mangui Garden. Upon receiving the news, Wana delivered clothing to the garden gate, entrusting it to Shi Chun. The group proceeded through the uniquely picturesque Jingui Lin, eventually arriving at the guest courtyard designated for visitors' relaxation. Xiao Mingzhu smiled at Su Pianran and said, "Please bear with me for a moment, cousin." With that, she entered the room to change her attire. When Xiao Mingzhu emerged, she realized that the maidservant guiding them had already been dismissed by Su Pianran. However, she had long been aware that Su Pianran's presence was driven by her own motives, so it came as no surprise. She accepted Su Pianran's overtures, partly to maintain a semblance of dignity, and partly to discern Su Pianran's true intentions. Yet, Su Pianran stood motionless, inquiring, "Cousin, do you hold me responsible for what occurred earlier?" At that moment, she had already contemplated everything clearly. The grievances between the Su family and the general's residence, stemming from her grandaunt's past, were matters of a bygone generation. The current Su family was no longer the same entity it once was. In the past, her great-grandfather held a position of high authority, allowing her grandaunt to wed into the yet her esteemed grandfather remained merely a third-rank scholar in the Hamlin Academy. Her father occupied a mere sixth-rank idle post. Her mother had exerted considerable effort concerning her marriage, but the matriarchs of high-ranking families, due to the events surrounding her grandaunt, would not even deign to glance in her direction, considering it a privilege for a second son to wed her. How could she, the legitimate daughter of the Su family, find herself relegated to marrying a lowly household or becoming a concubine? Thus, her prospects for marriage had been delayed year after year, and now at the age of 14, there were only a few fleeting years of youth left to squander. She endeavored to integrate into the circles of noble women, hoping her talents and beauty would capture the attention of various families' matriarchs and sons, thereby securing an advantageous match for herself. Otherwise, she would not have stooped to plead with Chu Yuchen for an invitation from the Lu family. Yet, comparing herself to others was infuriating. Xiao Mingzhu, a sickly wretch, seemed to enjoy a far more favorable situation. The elderly matriarch of the Lu family favored her, while Lu Ningxi and Ding Wei, who held themselves in high regard, also cultivated relationships with her. What aspect of her is inferior to Xiao Mingzhu? If only her grandfather and grandaunt could reconcile, and their families could re-establish their connections. She could surely cultivate a friendship with Xiao Mingzhu that would yield far greater benefits than those gained through flattering Chu Yuchen. As for the grievances between her grandaunt and the general's residence, as a mere niece, she is powerless to dwell on them excessively. At present, her foremost priority is to obtain Xiao Mingzhu's understanding. Xiao Mingzhu, however, is disinclined to waste time with Su Pianran and feigns ignorance, replying, "Cousin, what transpired just now?" Su Pianran, possessing a fierce disposition, retorts candidly, "I was fully aware that it was Chu family's cousin who acted improperly, yet I failed to intervene. Even later, when I intended to convey an apology on behalf of Chu's cousin through tea, I did not realize that she was ignorant of the tea ceremony, nearly leaving her with a crude impression. Knowing yet unable to intervene, ignorance nearly led to a blunder." Ah, such choice of words truly befits a talented woman. Indeed, it is exquisitely articulated. Xiao Mingzhu, feeling inferior, yet reluctant to become entangled with Su Pianran, responds, "It's of no consequence. I shall not hold it against you. She has not suffered loss. The deserved slap has been delivered, hence, there is no need for further grievance. Cousin does not blame me?" Su Pianran exclaims with delight, gazing joyfully at Xiao Mingzhu. Taking the opportunity, Su Pianran reaches out to link arms with Xiao Mingzhu, who hastily retreats a step, evading the outstretched hand, and awkwardly smiles, "Cousin, I am not accustomed to this." Su Pianran does not press the matter, leading Xiao Mingzhu along the path. This route seems rather unfamiliar. Xiao Mingzhu also notices a tall Taihu stone, 2 zhang high, that she has never encountered before. She casts a suspicious glance at Su Pianran, pondering whether Su Pianran is truly lost or has ulterior motives to lead her somewhere. Su Pianran hesitated for a moment, while Xiao Mingzhu had already set off with Shi Chun. Just as she contemplated following them, her maid Hong Ying gently tugged at her sleeve. "Sing, miss. It seems there are people in the woods." Su Pianran glanced in the direction Hong Ying indicated and faintly discerned moving figures among the trees. Her heart leaped with joy. There are people ahead. Perhaps other young ladies have come to admire the blossoms. Let us hurry. Xiao Mingzhu agreed and trailed behind Su Pianran, albeit with a cautious step half a pace behind. As they walked a few paces, they overheard voices drifting from that direction. A man's voice. Both Su Pianran and Xiao Mingzhu froze momentarily. A man. It was unlikely for servants or common folk to appear in the back courtyard, and the only men who might be found there would be the masters or esteemed guests of the Liu family. Su Pianran's thoughts began to race, convinced that this was a fortuitous opportunity bestowed upon her. A serendipitous encounter, the finest chance for young, unmarried individuals to become acquainted. That fleeting moment of heart-fluttering connection could linger in memory for a lifetime. Yet, such opportunities had always been beyond Su Pianran's reach. Though she was aware that the Liu family's young master had 2 unbetrothed sons, and that those who frequented the Liu family were often scions of reputable and talented families, she could not dismiss the possibility that the man they were hearing could be already engaged or even a notorious libertine. Even if fortune smiled upon her and she were to cross paths with one of the unengaged scions of the Liu family or another distinguished youth, the outcome could very well be less than favorable. Ever since Su-Wen's scandal erupted, the reputation of the Su family girls has plummeted to an irreparable state. Even if it were merely a chance encounter, in the eyes of the other matriarchs, it would be perceived as a cunning calculation by a Su girl, and a mere insinuation of impure intentions would suffice to ruin her. However, today was different. She had Xiao Mingzhu by her side. Though others may not believe in her, they would place their trust in Xiao Mingzhu. Even if a mishap were to occur, she could easily push Xiao Mingzhu forward, and despite Lady Lu's disdain for her, the involvement of Xiao Mingzhu would compel her to intervene and remedy the situation. In an instant, Su Pianran resolved to act. She decisively slowed her pace, tilted her body, and softly exclaimed in feigned distress, propelling herself towards Xiao Mingzhu. Quick-witted and agile, Xiao Mingzhu discreetly kicked a small stone to Su Pianran's feet. As Su Pianran stumbled over the stone, she lost her footing and fell to the ground, emitting a cry of pain. Chapter 39. A fortuitous encounter. A cold smile crept upon Xiao Mingzhu's lips. She discerned that Su Pianran's earlier collision was intended to draw the attention of those across the way. Had Su Pianran not orchestrated this scene, they could have quietly stepped aside, and perhaps the individuals on the opposite path would have chosen to traverse that route and encounter them. Now, with the commotion they had stirred, the approaching figures would be aware of the presence of women, and what gentleman would deliberately venture closer? Since Su Pianran sought to use her as a pawn, Xiao Mingzhu decided to show a semblance of goodwill, assisting her in this impromptu performance. After all, how could she disregard the lengths Su Pianran was willing to go? Cousin of the Su family, Xiao Mingzhu deliberately raised her voice with feigned concern, exclaiming, "What is wrong with you?" Su Pianran, completely taken aback, had initially intended to feign a fall in order to collide with Xiao Mingzhu, hoping to draw the attention of those across the way. Unexpectedly, her plan backfired. She herself lost her footing and, worse yet, fell face first. Face first. Su Pianran found herself in a state of despair, her face throbbing painfully. Surely it could not be injured. The thought of disfigurement was unbearable. Trembling, she reached up to touch the source of her pain on her forehead, only for Xiao Mingzhu to exclaim in astonishment, "Ah, you are bleeding." Su Pianran's hand trembled as she touched the area, discovering the vivid crimson on her fingers, which sent her into another fit of screams. Hong Ying hurriedly reassured her. "My lady, fret not. It is merely a slight scratch on your hairline. It will leave no mark." "Really?" Su Pianran grasped Hong Ying's arm, her heart swelling with relief as she pressed for confirmation. Hong Ying nodded, prompting Su Pianran to finally exhale in relief. However, Xiao Mingzhu was not inclined to let her off so easily, asking with a hint of indignation, "Cousin, what happened to you just now? You nearly knocked me over." Su Pianran felt too embarrassed to confess her intention to draw attention by colliding with Xiao Mingzhu and could only frown, replying, "I twisted my ankle." She feigned an expression of great discomfort, leaning on Hong Ying as she slowly rose to her feet. The group across the way, alerted by Su Pianran's cries, had come to a standstill, particularly Lu Ziyuan, the eldest son of the Lu family. A sense of unease washed over him as he cautiously observed the expressions of Han Yunjun and Han Yunxiao, his heart fluttering with apprehension. He had clearly instructed someone to inform his third sister not to allow guests into the woods, so how could such incidents continue to occur repeatedly? Han Yunjun remained unperturbed, exhibiting a demeanor of calmness and composure. However, Han Yunxiao was far less gracious, his handsome face set in a stern expression, as though painted with a layer of jade green. The clenched fist betrayed his simmering anger. Indeed, Han Yunxiao was genuinely upset. Previously, he had earnestly gone to his grandmother's residence, beseeching her not to disclose his actions to their mother. To his dismay, while his grandmother had honored his request, she had inadvertently led to a misunderstanding that he was inquiring about his second brother's consultation with the esteemed old physician. The emperor, in his delight, praised him profusely, while their mother scolded him in secret for several days. His elder brother regarded him with a peculiar demeanor, his expression inscrutable, neither here nor there. All of this was the fault of Xiao Mingzhu. Ever since encountering her, his fortunes had turned sour. The pent-up frustration weighed heavily on his heart, prompting him to send someone to inquire about Xiao Mingzhu's whereabouts. To his chagrin, upon entering the Lu residence, he had yet to devise a plan to locate her when he was approached by an incessantly weeping nuisance. She, in her distress, failed to contemplate how she could possibly catch Han Yunjiao's attention, instead adopting a pitiful facade, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she rushed towards him. As she ran, she cried out, "Cousin, someone is bullying me. You must help me." She attempted to lunge towards Han Yunjiao, prompting Lu Ziyuan to intervene hastily, blocking the way of Chu Yuchen. Han Yunjiao, too, was inwardly cursing. Cousin? How could she possibly be Chu Yuchen's cousin? Qych and truly knows how to climb the ladder of success, adorning herself with prestige. Third brother, escort Q family's cousin to find our second aunt, Lu Ziyuan remarked with a stern expression. The embarrassment Qych inexperienced, if confined to the fifth prince, could be overlooked, as they are relatives, however. The presence of the second prince posed a significant risk. Should she offend him and incite the emperor's wrath, the Liu household would be unable to bear the consequences. Unfazed by HNY New Jersey N, QYCHN was intent on winning HNYNZHO's affection. Attempting to bypass Liu Ziyuan, she once again rushed towards HNYNZHO, seeking to charm him. Liu Ziyuan, disregarding the propriety between the genders, swiftly grasped QYCHN's arm, exclaiming in irritation, "Cousin, this way. Let go, do not touch me." QYCHN protested. Her eyes filled with disbelief as she gazed at HNYNZHO, lamenting, "Cousin." She appeared as though he had wronged her, which disgusted HNYNZHO to no end. He swiftly pulled HNY New Jersey N away, muttering, truly lacking in sensitivity towards delicate feelings. HNY New Jersey N jested, "What kind of delicate treasure is she? She is nothing but a clucking hen." In truth, he found XOMNGZH far more agreeable than the earlier QYCH Mba. How could I ever find XOMNGZH appealing? He chided himself, hastening his pace to rid his mind of the earlier foolish thoughts. However, it was not long before another figure appeared before him. How audacious! He was eager to discover which young lady had the audacity to approach him this time. As he took a few swift steps, he caught sight of the person through the gaps in the branches, and he felt a surge of excitement, as though he had been invigorated. Everything seemed to come effortlessly to him. At long last, he had caught sight of her, Xiao Mingzhu. This time, he was determined to see where she would flee. Just as he was about to rush forward to intercept her and reprimand her with a few choice words, Han Yunjun, who had been observing the scene, pulled him back gently and whispered a caution, "It seems she does not recognize you. If you approach her, she may very well point a finger and denounce you as a lecher." What then? The image of that day when Xiao Mingzhu had unhesitatingly hurled a ladle at him flashed through Han Yunzhao's mind. He was convinced that if she laid eyes on him, she might indeed unleash a torrent of scorn upon him, just as his elder brother suggested. Unless, of course, she knew who he was. But did Xiao Mingzhu truly know his identity? If she did not, and she accused him outright, the scandal of him clandestinely observing Xiao Mingzhu would undoubtedly reach his cousin, and subsequently, his grandmother and mother. What dignity would he have left then? And if word reached the emperor, should a marriage proposal arise, he would be compelled to face that formidable woman every single day of his life. Indeed, he needed to ascertain whether Xiao Mingzhu was aware of his identity in a moment devoid of onlookers. Chapter 40. Misdirection. Han Yunzhao immediately suppressed the urge to advance, taking a few steps back instead. Spotting Liu Ziyuan approaching, he seized him and urged, "Cousin, you must send her away at once." Liu Ziyuan paused in surprise, glancing at Su Pianran and Xiao Mingzhu. However, noticing Su Pianran's disheveled state and that Xiao Mingzhu's attention was elsewhere, his irritation diminished somewhat. He stepped out from the thicket and inquired, "What seems to be the trouble, ladies?" Su Pianran's hair was somewhat disheveled, yet it did not diminish her beauty in the slightest. Leaning slightly against her maid, the pitiable expression on her delicate face could easily awaken a man's instinct to protect. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of a figure emerging from behind a tree, Liu Ziyuan. Her heart sank, and her head instinctively drooped. Liu Ziyuan was the eldest son of the Liu family, already betrothed. She had no intention of becoming a concubine. Without hesitation, Su Pianran shifted behind Xiao Mingzhu, using her slightly taller figure as a shield. Xiao Mingzhu was taken aback to see that the person had indeed come out. Yet upon observing Liu Ziyuan's dignified demeanor as he stood a few paces away, she surmised that he must be the son of the Liu family, come to alleviate the current awkwardness. Her gaze was pure, and her demeanor graceful. She did not cast another glance into the forest. Liu Ziyuan noted the expressions and movements of both Xiao Mingzhu and Su Pianran, forming a conjecture in his mind. Before he could speak, Han Yunzhao urged softly from behind the tree, "Quickly, show her the way and let her leave." If Han Yunzhao had known of Liu Ziyuan's thoughts, he surely would have erupted in protest. Shy? The young master's face was flushed with indignation. "Hurry, let her go. Han Yunjiao could no longer contain himself, raising his voice slightly. Upon seeing Xiao Mingzhu glance in his direction, he quickly crouched down, hiding behind Han Yunjiao. At this moment, Lu Ziyuan's suspicions were further solidified as he couldn't help but glance at Xiao Mingzhu a few more times. The young lady before him had just begun to blossom into her beauty, certainly a promising figure, though not exceptionally remarkable. She paled in comparison to his own younger sister, and even fell short of Su Pianran by a few degrees. Yet, she exuded a charm that was devoid of the reserved demeanor typical of noble women. Instead, she radiated a warmth and confidence that was conspicuously absent among the ladies of the capital, captivating all who beheld her. Was the fifth prince truly captivated by this young woman? He had little time to ponder, promptly stating, "You need only turn onto this small path. And upon reaching the encircled osmanthus tree, take another right, pass through the moon gate, and you will arrive at the Mangue garden." Xiao Mingzhu gracefully curtsied and expressed her gratitude, saying, "Thank you very much." Su Pianran also murmured her thanks, allowing her maid to assist her as she languidly followed behind Xiao Mingzhu. As he watched her walk away, Han Yunjiao clenched his fist, resolutely vowing to himself that next time, he would reveal his true identity to her, and he would see if she could still smile then. His demeanor did not escape Lu Ziyuan's notice. Initially, he believed the fifth prince had come specifically to celebrate his sister's birthday. But it now appeared that the prince's intentions lay elsewhere, his visit merely an excuse to catch a glimpse of a beauty. But which family did this enchanting young lady belong to? Gathering his courage, Lu Ziyuan inquired, "Your Highness, which family does that young lady hail from?" Han Yunjiao shot him a fierce glare, remaining silent as he hurried away with a frown. Han Yunjun chuckled. "She is the legitimate daughter of Xiao Huayan from the general's mansion of Zhaowu." Lu Ziyuan felt a jolt of trepidation in his heart. It is rumored that grandmother intends to marry off Miss Xiao to her own brother. It is also said that mother wishes to betroth the third sister to the fifth prince. Lu Ziyuan felt a cold sweat trickle down his back. Han Yunjun gently patted his back twice, exchanged a knowing glance, and whispered, "You understand." At this moment, Lu Ziyuan's back was drenched in perspiration. He comprehended that the second prince's implication was for him to feign ignorance. However, if he chose silence, Xian Tai observed his master's demeanor, utterly bewildered. "Master, what are you doing? Last time, you were aware that Miss Xiao had visited the Falun Temple. Was it not to covertly see her while using the fifth prince as a shield? And now, knowing Miss Xiao has come to the Lu residence, are you again dragging the fifth prince along to catch a glimpse of her? Why do I have the distinct impression that you wish to pair Miss Xiao with the fifth prince, when it is evident that you hold her in great esteem?" Han Yunjiao was entirely oblivious to the fact that he had once more fallen victim to his elder brother's schemes, buried under layers of deceit. The Mrs. Xiao had just turned the corner when they encountered Grandma Qiu, who had come searching for them. Grandma Qiu immediately noticed the injury on Su Pianran's forehead, who was feigning a sprained ankle. "Miss Xiao, what has happened to you?" And Miss Su. Miss Xiao Mingzhu remained silent, calmly regarding Su Pianran. Su Pianran realized that this matter could not be concealed any longer. Whether she spoke or not, Miss Xiao would certainly divulge it, and so would young Master Lu. Grandma Qiu's heart trembled. Indeed, what one fears often comes to pass, and they had truly encountered it. However, observing Xiao Mingzhu's calm demeanor, it did not seem that anything untoward had occurred, although Miss Su had a slight bruise on her forehead. She felt that the situation with Miss Su's foot was far from straightforward. How could it possibly have been sprained for no reason? It was neither too early nor too late for such an incident to occur, yet it happened in the presence of two princes and the eldest son. Su Pianran was somewhat flustered, insisting, "It's nothing serious. I merely twisted it. The pain is already subsiding." Yet, once she removed her shoe, it would be evident whether her injury was genuine or feigned. She looked at Xiao Mingzhu, hoping she would come to her aid. Xiao Mingzhu, seemingly oblivious to her thoughts, feigned concern and remarked, "Cousin Heir should really have it checked. Scars on the face are best avoided, and the foot requires prompt treatment. Delaying is out of the question." Her expression was sincere, her words laden with concern, leaving Su Pianran unable to discern whether her intentions were truly benign or if she was merely pretending ignorance. Chapter 41. The whipping of the fifth prince. Aunt Xiao observed Su Pianran with a knowing smile, and Su Pianran realized there was no escaping the situation. Resolutely, she followed Aunt Xiao. As they passed through the moon gate, she intentionally bumped her ankle against the stone steps. Xiao Mingzhu watched as beads of cold sweat broke out on Su Pianran's forehead. A chill ran through her. How resolute and ruthless must Su Pianran be to treat herself so harshly? If she could be so unforgiving towards herself, how could she possibly exhibit compassion towards others? The more she pondered, the more unsettled Xiao Mingzhu became, silently resolving that she must be more cautious in her dealings with Su Pianran in the future. Upon returning to the flower hall, Ding Wei waved at Xiao Mingzhu, saying, "Come here." Ding Wei's straightforwardness made Lu Ningxi feel quite awkward. The young Princess Han Wanting appeared to be oblivious to her surroundings, intently savoring her tea. Xiao Mingzhu succinctly remarked, "Cousin has sprained her ankle. Mama Qiao has taken her to the flower hall to assess her injury." "Oh, she sprained her ankle," Ding Wei chuckled softly. Lu Ningxi quickly interjected, "All right. Let us go play toss the pot. Do come visit when you have the time. Don't forget to send me an invitation." Xiao Mingzhu and Lu Ningxi reluctantly bid farewell to Ding Wei. Han Wanting merely offered a polite nod to Xiao Mingzhu. Although their rapport was not as warm as that with Ding Wei, their interactions remained amicable. Just before stepping into the carriage, Ding Wei grasped Xiao Mingzhu's arm and inquired softly, "You truly do not appreciate tea?" Xiao Mingzhu smiled lightly, responding, "My cultured aunt was once a lady-in-waiting at the palace. How could I be ignorant of the art of tea? It is merely that I do not favor the intricacies of tea ceremonies. Tea is tea. Why complicate it with pretentiousness?" Ding Wei chuckled, her previous doubts dispelled, further admiring Xiao Mingzhu's candidness. The alley was narrow, accommodating only two small carriages side by side, and a quaint shop remained open, nearly devoid of patrons. El Chang halted the carriage at the shop's entrance, and Xiao Mingzhu disembarked to procure some pastries. Upon emerging with her purchase, she was taken aback to find an opulent carriage parked beside her own, with El Chang being forcibly pressed against their carriage's side and having his mouth covered. "What is happening here?" Xiao Mingyu furrowed her brows and exclaimed in anger. "What do you think?" came the chilling response from the side, accompanied by two derisive snickers. Turning her head, Xiao Mingzhu encountered Han Yunjiao's scowling visage, and a sudden clarity washed over her, though she revealed not a hint of her understanding as she fiercely demanded, "Who are you?" Well, she was aware that he was the fifth prince, but what difference did it make? They had not formally met, and the fifth prince had never mentioned his identity to her, allowing her to feign ignorance deliberately. Xiao Mingzhu's simple question, "Who are you?" left Han Yunjiao perplexed, only to be followed by a surge of anger. He commanded Wu Jin to restrain El Chang while he awaited Xiao Mingzhu's emergence, eager to recount both new grievances and old vendettas with her. During his wait, he found himself pondering whether Xiao Mingzhu had already discerned his royal status, and if she would regard him with trepidation or fear upon seeing him. If she remained oblivious to his identity, would she still view him as a lecherous voyeur? Yet, he had never considered the possibility that she might have forgotten him altogether. The sensation was disconcerting, inciting a swell of irritation within him as he reached out to grasp Xiao Mingzhu, saying, "Come with me." Wu Jin, who was holding El Chang down, felt a surge of anxiety. What was his master attempting to do? Was he brazenly abducting a common maiden in the street under the influence of alcohol? If the emperor were to learn of this, it was likely that the marriage proposal would be irreparably damaged. Once his master sobered up, Wu Jin feared that his failure to intervene might cost him his life. He strained to maintain his grip on El Chang while casting a pleading glance towards the carriage behind him, hoping the second prince would intervene. Shouldn't he take action now? If he delayed further, the young lady would surely suffer. Han Yunjun squinted, responding slowly, "It matters not." No sooner had he spoken than a chilling scream erupted from Han Yunjiao. Just as he had anticipated, Han Yunjiao found himself in dire straits. The alleyway had been blocked at both ends by his men, concealing the unfolding events from outsiders. This can be seen as a demonstration of his affection for his younger brother, as the second elder brother. Xiao Mingzhu seized the opportunity to strike him with a whip, exclaiming, "You shameless wretch, I shall ensure you remember this lesson today." Han Yunjiao endured 2 lashes, unable to suppress his grimace, pointing at Xiao Mingzhu and stammering, You dare to hit me? Wu Jinsong released Lu Chong and hurried over to shield Han Yunjiao, asking, My lord, are you all right? Han Yunjiao winced in pain, yet he felt too embarrassed to utter the word hurt. The last time he could dismiss it as an accident. This time, however, it was his own carelessness, leaving his pride utterly shattered. Xiao Mingzhu flicked her whip and turned to Ji Chun with a smile, saying, Is he not a fool? After receiving 2 lashes, he still questions my courage to strike him. Chapter 42. Have we met before? Han Yunjiao's already shattered heart now felt utterly pulverized. How bold you are. Do you know who I am? I am. Gazing at Xiao Mingzhu, her maid, the coachman, and the young innkeeper, Han Yunjiao's handsome face flushed crimson. The words Prince stuck in his throat. Freed from restraint, Lu Chong swiftly positioned himself in front of Xiao Mingzhu, warily observing Wu Jin and Han Yunjun in the carriage. Murmuring, Miss, you must leave quickly. They are not to be trifled with. Xiao Mingzhu caught sight of Han Yunjun within the carriage. Although the young man appeared frail and pale, his striking features, particularly his elongated phoenix eyes, captivated her gaze. An instinctive sense of danger enveloped her. She recognized that this individual was perilous. She possessed an inexplicable confidence, an intuition that this individual would not bring her harm. Without much contemplation, Xiao Mingzhu boldly inquired, Have we met somewhere before? Han Yunjun momentarily lost his composure. Could it be that Xiao Mingzhu recognized him? Gazing into her clear eyes, he found her thoughts inscrutable, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Han Yunjiao, suppressing his irritation, strode forward to obstruct the carriage, pointing at Xiao Mingzhu. Is it not rather inappropriate for a young lady to engage a man with such an excuse? Perhaps. Xiao Mingzhu chuckled lightly. You appear quite frail, just recovering from a serious illness? Han Yunjun smiled, but neither affirmed nor denied it. Nonetheless, Xiao Mingzhu took his silence as acquiescence, firmly believing they might have crossed paths in Sinan. She gestured towards Han Yunjiao, who glared at her with indignation, stating, I am leaving now. Will you attempt to stop me on his behalf? You struck me and still wish to depart. Han Yunjiao seethed with rage, moving to confront Xiao Mingzhu. Han Yunjun shook his head, no need. He gently waved at Xiao Mingzhu, signaling her to leave promptly. Suppressing her curiosity, Xiao Mingzhu smiled at Han Yunjun before boarding the carriage, and El Chong immediately set off. As Xiao Mingzhu's carriage exited the alley, Han Yunjiao confirmed that Han Yunjun was indeed unharmed before he dramatically collapsed against the black horse, lamenting, It hurts. Those lashes had struck him with genuine force. Had it not been for the fear of being mocked by Xiao Mingzhu, he would have cried out in pain much earlier. Han Yunjun, without the slightest hint of courtesy, rolled up his sleeves and cast a glance, clicking his tongue twice. It's merely swollen. There are no lacerations. Miss Xiao is quite measured in her treatment of you, you scoundrel. After saying this, he delivered a sharp slap to Han Yunjiao's wound. Ah! Han Yunjiao let out a wretched cry, feeling a searing pain in his arm. He turned his head, gazing at Han Yunjun with a sense of grievance. Second brother. She struck me, and you commend her for her restraint? Do you wish she had hit harder? Han Yunjun then leisurely replied, Fifth brother. You are unaware that Miss Han wields a whip with great skill. Ordinary men stand no chance against her. Had she truly been ruthless, you would now be left with severe lacerations and broken bones. Brother, are you truly my own brother? Han Yunjiao trembled at his words. His eyes filled with deep resentment towards Han Yunjun. With a smile, Han Yunjun's charming narrow phoenix eyes narrowed, exuding warmth akin to jade. It appears so. Then why did you not warn me sooner, allowing me to face her whip with such naivety? Han Yunjiao felt genuinely aggrieved. Had he known that Xiao Mingzhu was so skilled in martial arts, he would not have been so reckless in approaching her. You didn't inquire. Han Yunjun replied with an air of nonchalance. I understood that due to the incident at Felinci, you were harboring a surge of frustration, eager to assert yourself before Miss Xiao. That is why I refrained from stopping you when you disembarked just now. However, I never anticipated you would lose your composure and lay hands on her. If this were to fall into the eyes of outsiders, your actions would tarnish Miss Xiao's reputation. She merely lashed you twice, showing remarkable restraint. likely out of consideration for my presence. Han Yunzhao was truly bewildered. It seems he cannot fully blame Xiao Mingzhu yet. How did he find himself reaching out to her moments ago? Had he refrained from action and instead approached to clarify his identity, would the situation have unfolded differently? What folly had he committed? Observing his brother's dazed expression, Han Yunjun surmised that Han Yunzhao must have developed a unique impression of Xiao Mingzhu. If Han Yunzhao continued in this manner, his feelings for her would only deepen, and with a little nudge from him, their union would be inevitable. Yet, why did his heart feel so constricted? Wu Jin cautiously inquired, "Master, shall I summon the imperial physician?" "There's no need. Just find an excuse to procure some ointment from the medical office," Han Yunzhao replied, dismissing the idea of calling a physician. What rationale could he provide? That he had startled Miss Xiao, only to be met with her whip? Wu Jin had no choice but to comply. Indeed, it was his second brother who treated him the best. A glimmer of joy appeared in Han Yunzhao's eyes as he hastily rose, but the sudden movement aggravated his wound, causing him to grimace in pain. Wu Jin quickly assisted him back down, untying his garments to apply the medicine. As the ointment laid in hand made contact with Han Yunzhao's injury, tears welled up in his eyes from the agony. It hurt immensely. Should anyone dare to tell him again that Xiao Mingzhu was a frail and delicate creature, he would ensure that person would be left searching for their teeth. How could someone who could so effortlessly inflict such pain be considered weak? Seeing his master in distress, Wu Jin quickly withdrew his hand. "Master, bear with it. Neglecting the treatment will surely lead to swelling and pain for several days." Once more, Han Yunzhao stuffed a bundle of quilt into his mouth before signaling Wu Jin to proceed. Wu Jin moderated his strength, gently massaging while advising, "My lord, it would be prudent for you to keep your distance from Miss Xiao." Han Yunzhao grimaced in pain. If he kept his distance, would the 2 beatings he endured be in vain? However, if he did not, what would become of his plans regarding Xiao Mingzhu? No, he could not let it rest like this. He must seize an opportunity to present himself before Xiao Mingzhu as the 5th prince, making her acutely aware of the grave offense he had committed, compelling her to bow her head in trepidation and acknowledge her mistakes before him. Chapter 43. Partiality. Han Yunzhao gritted his teeth for a moment before articulating, "You must discreetly seek out Xian Tai and inquire about Miss Xiao's circumstances. The more detailed, the better. To know oneself and one's adversary is to ensure victory in 100 battles. Such an incident must never befall me again." Turning his back, Xian Tai hurriedly reported to Han Yunjun. Han Yunjun was reading when he heard Xian Tai's report. His grip on the book tightened, the veins on the back of his hand prominent, as he gazed at the candlelight, lost in thought. Xian Tai dared not utter a word, standing silently. For a considerable time, there was no response from Han Yunjun, and growing increasingly anxious, Xian Tai cautiously called out, "My lord." Xian Tai exclaimed, "My lord, could it be that my suspicions were correct, and you genuinely wish to facilitate a union between Miss Xiao and the 5th prince?" While outsiders might be oblivious to his master's interest in Miss Xiao, he was well aware. Over the years, he had witnessed firsthand the depth of his master's feelings for her, always believing that his master harbored intentions for Miss Xiao, patiently awaiting her maturation. Could it be that he misjudged his master's intentions? Han Yunjun chuckled softly. Over the years, having watched her grow, she has long since become akin to a beloved sister in my heart. At present, while I can still care for her to some extent, how could I not ponder her future? He was acutely aware of his own condition, each passing year diminishing his strength. He did not know how much longer he could endure. Zhao and Xiao Mingzhu, one was a cherished brother, the other a precious gem he had nurtured. He could only do his utmost to guide them a little further along their paths, exerting the last vestiges of his strength as an elder brother. If they found happiness, he would harbor no regrets. Xian Tai parted his lips, yet found himself at a loss for words, ultimately retreating with bowed head, leaving the room steeped in silence for Han Yunjun. Xiao Mingzhu felt a warmth in her heart. Do not worry. I merely got my clothes dampened by tea and changed into another set at the Lu residence." Xiao Mingzhu quickened her pace, and before she even reached the doorway, the fragrance of tea wafted in, beckoning her through the curtain. She handed the pastries to the tea attendant and hurried into the room. "Grandmother, Xiao Mingzhu maintained a similar demeanor, casually explaining. I accidentally spilled tea from the Qiu family's young lady on my garment, hence the change of attire. The Qiu family young lady? Old Madame Su paused, taken aback. As Mama said, the second aunt raised by old Madame Lu married into the Qiu family. It is likely that this young lady is the legitimate daughter of the Qiu's second aunt. Old Madame Su furrowed her brow and inquired further, prompting Xiao Mingzhu to recount the events as they transpired. Satisfied with her response, old Madame Su remarked, though it is wise to avoid offending others. When faced with those seeking to provoke, do not cower. The benevolent are often taken advantage of. The Ding family is a prestigious Confucian lineage in the capital. Your friendship with her will undoubtedly be enriching. At this moment, the elderly matron recalled something and remarked, Madam, isn't Miss Chu the beloved niece of the esteemed Lady Su? Upon hearing the mention of the Su family, old Madame Su momentarily paused, then inquired with a hint of urgency, Mingjia, have you encountered any young ladies from the Su family? Xiao Mingzhu did not conceal the truth. Indeed. I met the second Miss Su when she came to apologize on behalf of Miss Chu. It was then I learned she is a cousin of the Su family. Old Madame Su's countenance darkened, interrupting her. Such trivial matters among relatives need not be so meticulously weighed, nor should one be compelled to apologize publicly. Xiao Mingzhu was taken aback. The same incident, when it involved Chu Yuchen, earned her grandmother's praise, yet with Su Pianran, her grandmother deemed her overly sensitive? Was it the case that anything concerning the Su family was automatically her fault? She was not even allowed to finish her words. Xiao Mingzhu bent her knees slightly and withdrew. Once she departed, the aroma of tea wafted in as a platter of delicacies was presented. Old Madame Su gazed at her two favorite treats, feeling a tumult of emotions. What I said earlier was not directed at her. I merely believe that among relatives, there should be an opportunity to sit down and discuss matters amicably. In the past, we had such understanding. And now Mingjia finds herself in a similar situation. Are the general's household and the Su family truly destined to sever ties? My dear ancestor, what troubles you so? Aunt Xiao approached, promptly gesturing for Ji Xia to step outside and observe the situation beyond. Xiao Mingzhu felt a deep sense of grievance as she recounted the recent events to Aunt Xiao. She concluded, after spending these days together, I have come to realize that I am not the most significant person in my grandmother's heart. At best, I might rank among the top 3 or 4. Yet now I understand that, when compared to the Su family, I am rendered utterly insignificant. Aunt Xiao gently embraced her, patting her shoulder in a soothing manner. My dear, you must understand that Suwan is Suwan, and the Su family is the Su family, though the Su family bears some responsibility for their lax upbringing of daughters. They remain the maternal family of our matriarch, and their blood ties are irreplaceable. Over the years, the two families have maintained a distance, and the events of the past have gradually faded with time. Deep down, the matriarch remembers only the kindness the Su family once showed her. It is with this sentiment that she seeks to mend the rift between the two families. Xiao Mingzhu, being astute, contemplated this and soon grasped the underlying reasons. She exclaimed indignantly, does it mean that both the Su family and my grandmother have concluded that the events of the past were my parents' fault? Aunt Xiao hastily covered Xiao Mingzhu's mouth. My dear, you must not think this way. Once this thought takes root, it may create an irreparable rift between you and the matriarch. Then what am I to think? Xiao Mingzhu replied with a bitter smile. Regardless of the true circumstances of the past, even if my mother was at fault, as her daughter, I cannot simply face the Su family with indifference, as if nothing ever transpired. How can my grandmother not consider my feelings? Aunt Xiao cautiously glanced toward the door and lowered her voice. My dear, the matriarch has grown old, and her heart has softened. However, she is also considering you and the general. Otherwise, she could leverage her filial duty to compel the general to bow to the Su family. Chapter 44. Upgrade complete. Xiao Mingzhu understood, yet her heart remained heavy with discontent. She waved her hand dismissively, gently pushing away her Aunt Xiao. Aunt, please stop trying to persuade me. I understand, truly. Rising from her seat, she collapsed onto the bed, clutching a pillow to her head, concealing herself like an ostrich. She could comprehend her grandmother's inclination towards the Su family due to the ties of blood. Yet comprehension alone was insufficient for acceptance. Aunt Xiao quietly withdrew, granting her solitude for a while. Xiao Mingzhu lay there, her mind blank, neither contemplating nor daring to think. Remaining in this state for an indeterminate duration. Suddenly, she heard a series of beeping sounds. System upgrade complete. As the announcement faded, she felt something uncomfortable pressing against her legs. Turning to her side, she discovered a tiny duckling, no larger than a newborn, perched on her bed. Blinking its beady black eyes in a daze, gazing at her. This little duckling bore an uncanny resemblance to the one conjured by System 008 initially. Instinctively, Xiao Mingzhu reached for the amber bead hanging from her waist, only to find the cord empty. The amber bead had vanished without a trace. After a moment's hesitation, she tentatively called out in her mind, 008? Freshly upgraded, 008 was still in a state of bewilderment, failing to respond. It had always believed itself to be the ultimate system, forcibly bound to Xiao Mingzhu, harboring aspirations of a comeback. Little did it anticipate that being bound by the heavenly contract would trigger an opportunity for yet another upgrade. 008 twisted its small head, glancing left and right. Observing Xiao Mingzhu, it believed it was within its own realm and was about to inquire why Xiao Mingzhu had a contract with the heavenly Tao. However, when it opened its mouth, only a quacking sound emerged. Outside, Xiao, who had been attentively listening to the movements within the room, softly asked Shichun, "Did you hear that strange noise?" Shichun hesitated and replied, "It sounds like a duck's call." Inside, both the individual and the system were bewildered. Could the people outside truly hear the sound of a duck? Xiao Mingzhu hastily pinched 008 and concealed it under the blanket. What a ridiculous notion. If someone discovered a duck had suddenly appeared in her room, how could she possibly explain it? Aunt Xiao peeked in, observed that everything remained unchanged, and that Xiao Mingzhu was still lying in bed, before retreating with a puzzled expression. 008 nearly suffocated from Xiao Mingzhu's grip. Indeed, that kind of pain was a sensation it had never experienced before, as if it had genuinely acquired the characteristics of life. The notion of life dawned upon 008. Could it be that it had become a living entity? No, it could not perish at the hands of Xiao Mingzhu so soon after gaining life. 008 struggled desperately, realizing it could not break free from Xiao Mingzhu's grasp. It immediately transmitted, "Let go." The voice it projected was entirely different from its previous cold, mechanical tone. It now conveyed emotion and fluctuation, albeit in a manner as tender as that of a 5- or 6-year-old child. Xiao Mingzhu heard the voice in her mind and slightly relaxed her grip on 008. After a moment of hesitation, she transmitted a question. "Are you 008? Wait. Do not make a sound. Let me take a moment." 008 felt a noticeable alleviation of the pressure it had been under, although it had not yet attained complete freedom. It was too preoccupied to dwell on such matters. It directly accessed its system motherboard to investigate the programs following its upgrade. However, upon doing so, the initial joy of potentially possessing a physical form vanished entirely. Although it had completed its upgrade, all connections to the task space had severed, and most of its functionalities were lost, replaced instead by a new experience bar indicating a progress of 0. In its current state, was it still the female supporting roles counterattack system? If not, then what was it? What would another upgrade transform it into? Xiao Mingzhu was already in a foul mood and was unwilling to be neglected by a system. She hurled the yellow duck plush she held onto the ground. 008 was struck hard, letting out a cry before vanishing from the room. Where did 008 go? Xiao Mingzhu felt something hard beneath her. Upon inspection, she found the amber bead entangled in her belongings. Lifting it to her eyes, she saw a vividly animated little duck within, identical to the one she had just witnessed. At that moment, she confirmed that the duck she had seen earlier was indeed System 008. Aunt Xiao heard the commotion but chose not to enter. As long as her niece was happy, she could accept anything, even a hidden duck or a pony in the room. After lowering the bed curtains and pretending to sleep, Xiao Mingzhu entered 008's space. The moment 008 saw her, it rushed over, flapping its little wings and roaring. "What have you done to me? How do you know about the heavenly Tao contract? What manner of world is this, and what sort of person are you?" With a mere flick of her finger, Xiao Mingzhu sent the diminutive form of 008 sprawling far away. She leisurely settled onto the sofa, speaking without a hint of politeness. As you have surmised, I have bound you to a master-servant contract. You shall live only at my behest, and you shall die when I decree it. It would be prudent for you to remain compliant and refrain from any insidious thoughts. Otherwise, do not blame me for my lack of courtesy. As for other matters, there is no need for you to be privy to them. Yet, despite her boldness, Xiao Mingzhu harbored no certainty regarding whether 008 would vanish alongside her upon her demise. After a considerable time lying on the floor of the space, 008 finally rose, its small, dark eyes brimming with resentment as it gazed at Xiao Mingzhu. I have not harmed you. Our bond has been one of mutual honesty. If you do not trust me, then simply let me go. Why resort to such tactics? Unfazed, Xiao Mingzhu replied candidly, I am aware of the words you exchanged with Zhang Nan and when she inhabited Xiao Qingxuang's body. You are far from benevolent. Your notion of mutual respect is merely a faade, as you are incapable of defying my will. Were it not for her understanding that all existence adheres to a certain logic, along with her consideration for the enigmatic Tasker's realm, and her complete ignorance of how to dismantle this system, she would have obliterated it long ago. At this revelation, 008 was truly taken aback. How could Xiao Mingzhu possibly know? Where had it all gone awry? The realization left 008 perplexed, its processors racing to comprehend the situation, nearly causing it to crash. Yet it could not deduce how Xiao Mingzhu had acquired such knowledge. If this were a person, they might ponder whether Xiao Mingzhu possesses some extraordinary ability to eavesdrop on the dialogue between the system and Zhang Nan. No matter how advanced 008 is, it remains merely a system, fundamentally a program, incapable of contemplating matters beyond its designated parameters. Ultimately, the notion that an ordinary individual could overhear the conversation between the system and the tasker is utterly fantastical. Such information has never been recorded in the tasker's realm. An unprecedented occurrence devoid of any precedent. 008 found itself bewildered, while Xiao Mingzhu grew weary of wasting time on it. With a sharp retort, she exited 008's space. Grasping the amber orb, she commanded in her mind to sever all connections between 008 and the outside world. Observing that the duck within the amber orb had vanished, she finally exhaled in satisfaction. Chapter 45. An invitation from Ding Wei 008 realized it had been completely severed from external contact. It contemplated numerous strategies to break free from its constraints, only to encounter failure at every turn, leading it to comprehend the profound extent of the master-servant contract's limitations over it. Helpless, it lay on the floor of its space, gradually analyzing its predicament with computational prowess akin to that of a supercomputer. However, its upgrades were intricately tied to Xiao Mingzhu. It feared that the next enhancement would similarly depend on her. Should it remain a silent, inconspicuous system, or should it endeavor to leverage Xiao Mingzhu for further advancement? Without needing to deliberate, it recognized the latter as the more pragmatic choice. Now that it had severed ties with the task space, it was no longer a mere supporting character's reversal system. It needed to ascertain its true nature and what it could ultimately evolve into. 008 contacted Xiao Mingzhu once again, suggesting they engage in a discussion. However, Xiao Mingzhu promptly dismissed the idea, asserting there was no room for negotiation and warned that she would revoke its ability to communicate. This remark left 008 momentarily speechless, yet it found itself powerless against Xiao Mingzhu, as it was currently of no use. Nevertheless, it refused to accept its own ineffectiveness. The fact that Xiao Mingzhu had not discarded it indicated that it still held some value. 008 was determined to patiently await an opportunity to demonstrate its capabilities, hoping to earn Xiao Mingzhu's trust and ultimately discover a means to upgrade and emancipate itself. In the following days, both Xiao Mingzhu and old Madame Su felt somewhat awkward during their meetings, avoiding any mention of the Su family affairs, as if they sought to let the unpleasantness of that day fade with time. One day, as was her routine, Xiao Mingzhu rose to pay her respects to old Madame Su. At that moment, the fragrance of tea wafted in as a servant entered with a letter, cheerfully announcing, "Old Madam, the Ding family has sent a letter for the young lady." Old Madame Su glanced at it and instructed the maid to hand it to Xiao Mingzhu, remarking, The Ding family has a commendable reputation. They are indeed a family worthy of association. Xiao Mingzhu accepted the letter, opened it, and discovered 2 sheets within. One was a formal invitation, penned in a conventional style, resembling the handwriting of a literate housekeeper, while the other, nestled within, exuded a subtle elegance. The handwriting was delicate and the language far more casual, likely penned by Ding Wei herself, inviting her to visit the Ding estate 3 days hence. Though the customs of the Great Wei Dynasty were rather stringent towards women, they were not so severe as to confine the young ladies to their homes entirely. It was quite common for women to venture out in groups to enjoy leisurely excursions, savor the scenery, and perhaps make new acquaintances. Upon seeing an invitation, Xiao Mingzhu felt a twinge of excitement, but refrained from voicing her thoughts, fearing that a careless comment might displease her grandmother. Observing her silence, old lady Su spoke up, urging, "Go ahead, go ahead. The autumn scenery in the countryside is at its most splendid now. Delay, and the snow will soon arrive." Previously, she had thought that Mingzhu, having grown up alongside Huayan and Xianan, and later being sent to the esteemed physician for recuperation, might have been raised with a boy's upbringing, which could have led to her wild disposition, hence, the strictness in her upbringing. Now, feeling remorse for her harshness due to the Su family matters, she wished to allow Mingzhu some respite. Hearing her grandmother's words, Xiao Mingzhu couldn't help but glance at her, feeling somewhat anxious, and was about to suggest postponement when old lady Su addressed the old maid. For outings in the countryside, horseback riding is indispensable. I have a fine red fox fur in the storeroom. Go fetch it to make a cloak with a collar for Mingzhu, lest she catch a chill. On the day of the banquet, after preparing herself and paying her respects to old lady Su, Xiao Mingzhu set out with several maidservants and a few matrons. However, as soon as the carriage exited the estate, it came to an abrupt halt. She overheard a matron outside saying, "Miss, the carriage from the Ho residence is blocking the way." Lifting the curtain, she beheld the Ho residence carriage squarely positioned in the middle of the road, obstructing their passage. An unsettling feeling washed over her, and she suggested, "Let us move aside to allow them to pass." The carriage from the Ho residence approached, and the maid lifted the curtain. Xiao Qinghe leaned out, smiling as she greeted Xiao Mingzhu. "Are you heading out, seventh sister?" Upon seeing Xiao Qinghe wink at her, it seemed as though she was trying to convey a message. If Xiao Mingzhu had not witnessed Xiao Qinghe's ruthlessness in pushing Xiao Qingshuang into the lake, she might have been deceived. At present, she could only regard the two-faced Xiao Qinghe with a mixture of respect and distance. "Yes, I am going to the outskirts to meet a friend," Xiao Mingzhu replied directly, implying that Xiao Qinghe should leave quickly if she had nothing to do. As she was pressed for time, Xiao Qinghe momentarily displayed surprise. She could hardly believe that Xiao Mingzhu had not grasped her insinuation. After surviving such a calamity, maintaining the general's residence, forging a favorable bond with the fifth prince, and seizing the opportunity to earn the emperor's favor, how could Xiao Mingzhu, who had managed all this, be so simple-minded? Though still young, she was not easily fooled. Consequently, Xiao Qinghe abandoned her intention to visit the general's residence, focusing instead on securing a means of escape for herself and her aunt within the Ho residence. To her dismay, the foolish Xiao Qingshuang, despite having been reprimanded so harshly last time, still sought to reach out to the general's residence. For the moment, she could not afford to confront Wang Shi and Xiao Qingshuang openly, so she reluctantly followed along, hoping to signal Xiao Mingzhu to convey her innocence and lack of options. To her surprise, Xiao Mingzhu seemed utterly indifferent. Unable to fathom Xiao Mingzhu's intentions and reluctant to play the villain, Xiao Qinghe feigned ignorance and turned to Xiao Qingshuang, saying, "What unfortunate timing we have, seventh sister is about to leave." Xiao Qingshuang was so enraged that she nearly uttered a curse. What did it mean to say it was unfortunate? She had timed her arrival perfectly to ambush them. However, she felt rather embarrassed to openly discuss the matter of hitching a ride on someone else's post with Xiao Qinghe. Moreover, she had intentions of making Xiao Qinghe take the blame if her plans failed. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mingzhu's face flickered with disdain. She could hardly believe that Xiao Qingshuang had such altruistic motives, wishing to take her along to forge friendships. It was more likely that she harbored ulterior motives, Or perhaps she aimed to scheme against her in order to disgrace the general's residence, seeking revenge for the previous grievances over the prescription. Chapter 46. The discovery of Zhang Nan and Xiao Qinghe was taken aback, but quickly grasped Xiao Qingshuang's intentions. Many years ago, their grandfather had seized the title from their great-uncle, forcefully appropriating the family's wealth, and had relentlessly suppressed their great-uncle, ultimately forcing him to abandon his literary pursuits and take up arms. This act had led the prestigious families to regard their grandfather with disdain. Although their father had successfully inherited the title, it was merely a nominal one, devoid of any substantial responsibilities, rendering him ineffectual. In contrast, their great-uncle had gained the emperor's favor, commanding a substantial military force. Fearing that his great-uncle might harbor ambitions of reclaiming the title, their father resorted to desperate measures, initially petitioning to establish his elder brother as the heir apparent. Yet, when his memorial was submitted, it languished without the emperor's response, further unsettling their father. In a bid to secure his title, he even went so far as to betroth his fifth sister to the illegitimate son of the Marquis of Qingyin, seeking the Marquis's assistance in appealing to the emperor. Little did he know, such actions were viewed by the proud aristocracy as a disgraceful act of selling one's daughter for honor, further diminishing their family's standing and rendering them an object of shame in social circles. The Ding family had always placed great importance on hierarchy and propriety. Thus, Ding Wei would never extend an invitation to their sisters. In the carriage, Ji Chun softly reminded Xiao Mingzhu, Miss. The matron who delivered the invitation mentioned that Miss Ding has only invited a few close acquaintances. Xiao Mingzhu's thoughts stirred. She comprehended the implication of Xiao Qinghie's earlier glance. It appeared that Xiao Qingshuang had not received an invitation from Ding Wei and, desiring to befriend her, had purposefully lingered at the gate, waiting for her. With audacity, she attempted to persuade Xiao Mingzhu to accompany them to the gathering. How shameless. No. It would be more accurate to say she was utterly devoid of shame. Anger welled up within Xiao Mingzhu as she observed Xiao Qinghie's silence. Noticing Xiao Mingzhu's lack of response, Xiao Qingshuang pressed on, Seventh sister, do you not wish to join us? This remark was somewhat confrontational, aiming to cast Xiao Mingzhu in a light of disrespect towards her elder sister. Xiao Qingshuang's gaze upon Xiao Mingzhu was fraught with tension. Previously, due to a matter concerning a recipe, she had faced humiliation at the general's residence, leading her to dream that night of a woman who claimed to be a celestial being. The woman asserted a connection from a past life, stating that she had come to aid her in this life due to her struggles. With this revelation, all doubt about the celestial being vanished, and she complied with the guidance given. The celestial being did not disappoint her. After a few minor incidents, she not only won her grandmother's favor and received praise from her father, but also helped her mother deliver a stinging rebuke to her second aunt, thereby strengthening her bond with her elder sister. She even overheard her grandmother lamenting her father's decision to betroth her to the legitimate heir, deeming it a pity. The marriage proposal was the most heart-wrenching affair for her. After several days of contemplation, she mustered the courage to beseech the celestial being in her dreams to assist her in dissolving the engagement with the esteemed Ho family. However, the celestial being revealed that the key lay with Xiao Mingzhu. Confounded, she could not fathom how her status as a legitimate daughter of the Ho family was intertwined with that of the collateral Xiao Mingzhu. Was there an illicit connection between Xiao Mingzhu and Jiang Yashuan? The mere thought displeased Xiao Qingshuang, as she felt her rightful possessions were being encroached upon. Although she held no affection for Jiang Yashuan, she certainly did not wish to see Xiao Mingzhu gain any advantage. While she pondered how to confront Xiao Mingzhu, the celestial being offered further guidance, indicating that acquiring a letter from Ding Wei would lead her to the fateful person destined to alter her life. Yet, obtaining Ding Wei's letter was no trivial matter. Although the Ding family bore no title, they were a lineage steeped in literary tradition, having produced 2 imperial tutors. As the legitimate eldest daughter of the Ding family, Ding Wei was known for her modest demeanor and exemplary conduct. She harbored a particular disdain for those lacking decorum and harbored ulterior motives, never sparing a second thought for those who dared to provoke her. The young ladies of the capital were well aware of her temperament and dared not to stir trouble in her presence. Xiao Qingxuang had encountered Ding Wei a few times at social gatherings, exchanging nothing more than nods, never daring to approach further. Now, to ask her for Ding Wei's letter felt like an insurmountable challenge. Yet, the allure of meeting the fateful person who could change her destiny was an enticement she found hard to resist. After several days of turmoil, she had yet to even catch a glimpse of Ding Wei's letter, and just as she was preparing to concede, she overheard her maids whispering that Xiao Mingzhu had indeed received Ding Wei's letter. Instantly, Xiao Qingxuang's expression shifted. Xiao Mingzhu, once again Xiao Mingzhu. She concocted an excuse to deceive her mother, dragging Xiao Qinghua with brazen determination to the gates of the general's residence in order to confront Xiao Mingzhu. At present, witnessing Xiao Mingzhu's cold and indifferent demeanor towards them, the resentment and jealousy that had long been simmering within her surged to an unbearable peak. Wishing she could pierce Xiao Mingzhu with her gaze, Xiao Mingzhu, however, remained undaunted. Her interest peaked as she observed Xiao Qingxuang. While she was indeed Xiao Qingxuang, Zhang Nan'an also lingered in her presence. In Xiao Mingzhu's mind, she heard the voice of 008, sensing an unmistakable thrill and excitement in its tone. This exhilaration was not due to the detection of Zhang Nan'an, but rather the emergence of a trial system, which had illuminated its upgrade progress bar, accompanied by a prompt indicating that consuming this trial system would enhance the upgrade progress. A thought sparked in Xiao Mingzhu's mind, and she inquired, "What does this mean?" 008, brimming with joy, explained that Xiao Mingzhu's willingness to seek its counsel indicated her reliance on it. 008 hurriedly clarified, Zhang Nan'an's current soul strength is exceedingly low, insufficient to meet even the most basic criteria for a tasker. She can only temporarily reside within Xiao Qingxuang's consciousness, akin to a ghost inhabiting a body. Yet this spirit cannot exert control over Xiao Qingxuang's physical form. Xiao Mingzhu speculated about whether Xiao Qingxuang was aware of the ghost residing within her body, prompting her to question 008 further. After a moment of contemplation, 008 replied, "She is likely aware." Zhang Nan'an's survival was a revelation. She would undoubtedly refuse to remain passive. With a trial system at her disposal, she was certain to leverage this opportunity to communicate with Xiao Qingxuang, seeking ways to augment her own soul strength. Oh, Xiao Mingzhu wore a smile that was neither here nor there. Xiao Qingxuang had chosen to ally herself with a formidable adversary. In Chapter 47, Strategies, 008 remained remarkably composed. However, it was more likely that Xiao Qingxuang was being misled by Zhang Nan'an. Although her soul had become an envoy within the tasker's realm after her demise, she was still very much alive and thus unaware of the intricacies of the tasker's domain. No matter how reckless Zhang Nan'an might be, she would not dare invoke the tasker's realm, for such an act would surely attract the attention of the heavenly path, leading to her immediate downfall. The so-called main realm, dubbed the graveyard of taskers and systems, was no trivial matter. It appeared that after experiencing death, Zhang Nan'an had indeed gained some wisdom, as Xiao Mingzhu reflected. It was not particularly surprising that Zhang Nan'an could deceive Xiao Qingxuang, for the latter was a spoiled individual lacking in intellect. However, the fact that Zhang Nan'an could restrain her animosity and refrain from directly retaliating against Xiao Qinghe, the one responsible for her downfall, spoke volumes about her character. She was undeniably formidable, exhibiting remarkable self-control. Keeping such a potential menace around would inevitably invite trouble. Yet, Xiao Mingzhu's musings may have strayed. It was not that Zhang Nan'an could master her resentment toward Xiao Qinghe, but rather that her current soul strength was insufficient, coupled with a pressing need to fulfill her tasks to bolster her power, leaving no room to squander the precious 5 minutes of induced slumber. Moreover, Xiao Qingxuang was exceedingly naive, often failing in her endeavors, which compelled her to rely on Xiao Qinghe to achieve her objectives. Despite her reluctance, she could only endure under the coercion of the trial system, hoping that once her soul strength reached 120, she would regain control over Xiao Qingxuang's body and settle accounts with Xiao Qinghe, ensuring that Xiao Qinghe would be left in a state of despair. 008 was nearly elated, almost ready to leap for joy, yet feigned indifference as it stated, The reason Zhang Nanan still exists in this dimension is due to her possession of a semi-finished trial system. If that trial system were to be severed from her, she would be discovered by the heavenly path and subsequently eliminated. Xiao Mingzhu appeared somewhat skeptical. Can you really detach that system? 008, feeling underestimated, retorted with indignation. I am ranked among the top 8 intelligence systems, an advanced system evolved with self-awareness. How could I be compared to such a mere trial system? That trial system merely exploits the soul, siphoning the fortune from its bearer to facilitate its own evolution, akin to a vampire. Wait, fortune? Had it overlooked something? A flash of inspiration coursed through 008's program, so swift it was nearly elusive. In a fleeting moment, it made the connection. And upon seeing the clear words on the screen, 008 let out a cacophonous cackle reminiscent of a quacking duck. So it was, from the moment of its inception. It had been a formal system, utterly unaware that trial systems siphon the fortunes of their bearers to upgrade into formal systems. In other words, the trial system transformed fortune into energy, and similarly, it could seize the energy accumulated by the trial system, thereby converting it into its own. The prospect of upgrading was now within reach. As 008 gazed at Xiao Qingxuang, a fervent intensity ignited within its eyes, yearning to immediately extract the trial system. Xiao Mingzhu merely acknowledged with a soft response, secretly committing to memory the notion of utilizing the soul entity to extract fortune from the fortunate individuals, intending to meticulously analyze each word later that evening. In its elation, 008 spoke with less restraint. Approaching Xiao Qingxuang and undermining Zhang Nanan's soul strength would equate to diminishing the energy of the trial system. Once the energy of the trial system fell below 10%, separation from Zhang Nanan would ensue, at which point it would be able to. Oh wait. 008 then realized that Xiao Mingzhu had, unbeknownst to it, severed their communication. After a brief moment of frustration, it calmed itself, knowing it was the only one capable of dealing with that system. As long as Xiao Mingzhu was intent on confronting Zhang Nanan, she would inevitably require its assistance. Once Xiao Mingzhu regained her composure, she smiled and said, "In that case, let us proceed together." She understood that even if she declined, Xiao Qingxuang and the others would follow regardless, especially since their carriage was obstructing the path, effectively pressuring her to comply. Thus, she deemed it wiser to acquiesce for the time being. As for the methods suggested by 008 to deal with Zhang Nanan and the so-called trial system, she only wished to listen for now, not intending to act on them, lest she drive away the wolf only to nurture a tiger behind her. Seventh sister. Xiao Qinghe found herself momentarily taken aback. Was seventh sister truly acquiescing to Xiao Qingxuang's wishes? Something felt amiss, and she couldn't help but feel compelled to caution Xiao Mingzhu. Third sister, do you intend to invite seventh sister to join us in the carriage? It seems that Sister Qi is reluctant to share a carriage with us. It would be best not to force the issue. After spending a few days under Zhang Nanan's tutelage, Xiao Qingxuang has become considerably more cautious in her speech and actions. However, her possessiveness remains intact. The carriage of the Ho residence is somewhat larger and more imposing than that of the general's residence, and she certainly does not wish to allow Xiao Mingzhu to enjoy any undue advantage. Xiao Qingxuang's remarks put Xiao Qinghe in a difficult position, causing her great irritation. Yet she dared not confront Xiao Qingxuang directly, resorting instead to conveying her grievances through her gaze towards Xiao Mingzhu. Alas, her subtle hints fell on deaf ears, as Xiao Mingzhu remained oblivious to her distress. There is no need to trouble my two cousins. The carriage at my residence is quite splendid, Xiao Mingzhu echoed, mirroring Xiao Qingxuang's sentiments. Xiao Qinghe sensed that this matter was far from resolved and could hardly believe that Xiao Qingxuang would simply let Xiao Mingzhu off the hook. Indeed. She soon heard Xiao Qingxuang continue her monologue. Third sister, what do you think about the invitations? I almost forgot. It is perfectly acceptable for sisters to travel in separate carriages. But as for the invitations, it would be better if we presented them together. We wouldn't want the Ding family to mock us for arriving in a disjointed manner. Xiao Qinghe nearly lost her composure, feeling an overwhelming urge to spit in Xiao Qingxuang's face. Truly, a mother without shame begets a daughter of the same ilk. It was astonishing that she could utter such words. Just as she was about to voice her thoughts, A chill ran down her spine upon meeting Xiao Qingxuang's gaze. Doubts began to surface within her, leading her to swallow her words, adopting a demeanor of caution akin to that of a timid quail. All while subtly observing Xiao Qingxuang's reactions. Chapter 48. The kite released midway. Zichun, sensing that Xiao Mingzhu was on the verge of an outburst in public, gently advised her, "My lady, we are outside the residence. If a commotion arises, both ladies will lose face, and it would be embarrassing for you as well." Xiao Mingzhu, noticing that Xiao Qingxuang refused to yield despite not possessing the invitation, steeled her resolve. She produced the invitation, removing the decorative note that Ding Wei had written for her, and handed the formal invitation to Zichun. "Please deliver this to fifth cousin. Ding Wei has invited me personally, and regardless of the invitation, I can enter the Ding residence. However, for Xiao Qingxuang, even with her invitation, she may find it challenging to gain entry." Receiving the invitation, Xiao Qingxuang unfolded it and scrutinized it carefully. Once she confirmed its authenticity, she exhaled in relief. "Let us hasten our departure. We must not be late." She instructed the coachman to turn around and took the lead. In the realm of consciousness, Zhang Nannan heard a chime. As the system's voice announced, "Task completed, acquired the Ding residence invitation. Host soul strength increased by 10 points." Zhang Nannan hastily opened her attributes panel, and indeed, the value for soul strength had risen to 120. At last, she had reached 120. After days of devising schemes to deceive Xiao Qingxuang and diligently fulfilling the tasks assigned by the trial system, this day had finally arrived. "Now, I should be able to control Xiao Qingxuang," Zhang Nannan mused, eagerly seeking to seize control of Xiao Qingxuang's body. However, to her dismay, she found herself utterly incapable of doing so. Why? Zhang Nannan bellowed. "Trial system, show yourself." The cold, mechanical voice of the trial system responded, "Speak your mind. I am present." Zhang Nannan screamed in a fit of hysteria. "Did you not say that when my soul strength reaches 120, I would be able to regain control of Xiao Qingxuang's body? Why is that not the case?" She feared that everything was merely a fabrication of the trial system to deceive her. The trial system responded, "I stated that a soul strength of 120 could control Xiao Qingxuang's body, but I never claimed you would possess the initiative. In other words, you currently exist as a secondary persona within Xiao Qingxuang's body. Even with control over this vessel, it can only manifest if the primary persona relinquishes that control. Host, you must continue to strive." "Damn it, strive my foot," Zhang Nannan retorted angrily. The trial system remained unfazed by her ire, responding calmly, "Of course, there is some good news. You now have one free opportunity each day to communicate with Xiao Qingxuang for 5 minutes. Well, this was a slight comfort to Zhang Nannan. At least she would not have to exhaust herself over how to utilize those 5 minutes to complete a task, while also needing to allocate soul strength to this leech of a trial system. El Chong understood Xiao Mingzhu's hint, cracked the whip, and called out, "Giddy up." The carriage began to accelerate, leaving the bewildered coachman behind, who could only urge his horses to keep pace. Xiao Qingxuang lifted the carriage curtain and saw the 2 carriages of the General's residence darting forward like arrows released from a bow. She hastily urged the coachman, "Quickly, keep up with them." However, the ordinary carriage horses of the Ho residence could hardly match the retired war horses of the general's manor. Xiao Qingxuang and her companions were jolted about, their heads spinning and hair disheveled, yet they still watched longingly as the general's carriage disappeared from view. "Stop! Stop the carriage!" Xiao Qingxuang could endure no longer. The coachman of the Ho residence hastily reduced the speed, but before the carriage could come to a complete halt, Xiao Qingxuang leaned out and, clutching the door, began to retch. She continued until her stomach was emptied of all its contents, then grabbed the handkerchief offered by her maid to wipe her mouth clean. With a flick of her wrist, she tossed the soiled cloth at Xiao Qinghe, exclaiming, "It's all your fault. If only you had insisted that she ride with us. How could she have shaken us off?" Xiao Qinghe, equally perturbed by the jostling, leaned weakly against the carriage wall, taking a moment to regain her composure. Upon hearing Xiao Qingxuang's tirade, she silently seethed, inwardly cursing the foolishness of her companion, who sought to take advantage of Seventh Sister. Now, having been mocked, she was expected to bear the blame. Did they truly think her a docile rabbit, resigned to slaughter? The anger within Xiao Qinghe flared as the old grievances surged forth. Lowering her head to mask her dark expression, she replied with a hint of resentment. Even if she were to abandon us, what of it? Can the Ding family's estate simply vanish? We possess her invitation. When the time comes, we shall present it and assert that we traveled together. Does she truly believe she could deny this debt in front of Miss Ding? The entanglements between the Ho and general families were complex, but she was certain that the principle of shared fortunes and misfortunes was not lost on her. Xiao Qinghe's remarks, though seemingly reasonable, are riddled with flaws and clearly harbor intentions to undermine Xiao Qingshuang. What significance does a mere post hold? Even if one manages to slip through the gates of the Ding family, can they truly assume another's identity indefinitely? Xiao Mingzhu, with her apparent desire to cast them aside, would certainly not concern herself with the notion of shared glory among the Xiao clan when fabricating excuses for their benefit. After all, she is but a concubine's daughter. Who would comprehend the predicament she faces with a rude and ignorant legitimate sister? Ultimately, it is Xiao Qingshuang who will bear the shame alone. Jostled about in the carriage, Xiao Qingshuang felt an overwhelming urge to strangle Xiao Mingzhu. Upon hearing Xiao Qinghe's words, she replied impulsively, "Very well, let it be so." Zhang Nanan remained wary of Xiao Qinghe, sensing that this matter was far from the simplicity she professed. Yet, given her own ineptitude in domestic strife, she had previously relied solely on guidance from the system and skills acquired in the marketplace, rendering her unable to discern the traps woven into Xiao Qinghe's dialogue. Naturally, even if she had recognized the deceit, she had no intention of alerting Xiao Qingshuang. She eagerly anticipated another opportunity for Xiao Qinghe to orchestrate Xiao Qingshuang's downfall, thus paving the way for her own ascendance. Ji Chun cautioned, "I fear they will still seek out the young ladies at the estate." Xiao Mingzhu scoffed, "They will undoubtedly concoct an excuse to search for me at the manor. If I am absent, how audacious of them to attempt entry with my invitation to attend the banquet. We shall trail behind, and once they depart, we will proceed to the Ding estate. Do they truly believe that possessing my invitation grants them dominion over me? Do they assume that, simply because we share the surname Xiao, I must safeguard their dignity? Humph. Given how the Xiao family once pressured my grandmother and father, she could never regard them as kin. Moreover, since they have approached her seeking trouble, she shall not feel obliged to grant them any semblance of dignity." Chapter 49, Confronting Xiao Qingshuang, Part 1. When Xiao Qingshuang and her companions arrived at the Ding family estate, they did not spot Xiao Mingzhu's carriage. Unable to contain her resentment, Xiao Qingshuang's intention was to catch Xiao Mingzhu off guard, so she directed the carriage straight to the entrance of the estate. The stewardess of the Ding family came forward to receive them. Xiao Qingshuang instructed her maid to present the invitation, merely stating that they were young ladies from the Xiao family. The stewardess, unfamiliar with Xiao Qingshuang and having never seen Xiao Mingzhu, did not suspect that a young lady of noble birth would impersonate another with someone else's invitation. Upon reading the note, she assumed that Xiao Mingzhu had brought her sisters along and welcomed them into the estate without further thought. As soon as they entered the grand gate of the estate, a young girl with a hanging bun joyfully dashed out, clad in a dress adorned with emerald green embroidered clematis. She possessed brows like willow leaves and a face akin to a blooming peach, delicate as a flower. The young girl called out with glee, "Is it the Xiao sisters who have arrived?" However, upon seeing Xiao Qinghe and Xiao Qingshuang, she halted, peering back in confusion. Her cousin had mentioned that the Xiao sisters were only a year older than her. Yet it was evident that these two young ladies were at least 3 or 4 years her senior. Ding Wei followed closely behind the young girl and emerged as well. Upon catching sight of Xiao Qingshuang and her sister, her smile faltered and her brow furrowed. Given that Xiao Qingshuang and Xiao Qinghe had come uninvited, she could hardly muster a pleasant expression. Ding Wei's mind whirled with thoughts, but she did not lead Xiao Qingshuang and the others inside. Instead, she guided them to a nearby tea room. As soon as the host and guests were seated, she dispensed with any pleasantries, bluntly inquiring, "May I ask what brings Miss Xiao-san and Miss Xiao to the manor? Ah, aren't they Sister Mingzhu?" The girl in green pouted, whispering her discontent. Xiao Shuang was equally astonished. The very reason she dared to present Xiao Mingzhu's invitation to the steward's mother was her belief that the little girl would report their arrival, compelling Xiao Mingzhu to concoct an excuse to smooth over the situation. However, to her surprise, Xiao Mingzhu did not make an appearance, and Ding Wei's demeanor suggested a collusion to humiliate her. Xiao Shuang's thoughts took a negative turn, and a flicker of resentment marred her expression. Nevertheless, suppressing her dissatisfaction, she addressed Ding De. I apologize for the intrusion, but might I inquire if my sister, the seventh miss, has arrived safely? Ding Wei's heart skipped a beat. Yet her face betrayed none of her emotions. Mingzhu has not yet arrived. Since Miss Xiao Wu is seeking her for a matter, perhaps it would be best to wait here? Both Xiao Shuang and Xiao Qinghe's expressions shifted, though their thoughts diverged. Xiao Shuang believed Ding Wei had heeded Xiao Mingzhu's words and was deliberately making things difficult for her. In contrast, Xiao Qinghe noted that Ding Wei referred to Xiao Shuang as Miss Xiao Wu while addressing Xiao Mingzhu by her given name, indicating a disparity in their standing in Ding Wei's eyes. Even if Xiao Shuang were to muster the courage to remain, she felt she would gain nothing from Ding Wei. Not wishing to attract further attention, she immediately lowered her head in silence. Xiao Shuang felt a surge of indignation, exclaiming, "She cannot possibly have not arrived. Her carriage is clearly ahead." Xiao Qinghe inwardly lamented. Just the other day, she had perceived Xiao Shuang to be somewhat astute in her actions. Yet now her true colors were laid bare. Fearing that Xiao Shuang might indiscreetly divulge the truth, she hastily stepped forward and gently tugged at her sleeve, softly elucidating, "Today, our mother has entrusted us sisters with the task of visiting the Falun Temple to fulfill our grandmother's vow. Upon reaching the city gate, we encountered seventh sister, only to learn that she had come at the behest of Miss Ding to enjoy the sights. Not far beyond the city gate, for some inexplicable reason, seventh sister's carriage suddenly bolted, and we, concerned for her safety, pursued her here, thus intruding upon your abode." She selectively recounted certain truths, portraying them as caring sisters while conveniently providing a plausible rationale for their unceremonious arrival. Ding Wei languidly remarked, "I see that Miss Xiao has a way with words. Had you stated this upon entering, I might have been inclined to believe a measure of it. However, at this moment, not a single word resonates with me." The young lady in green, however, was not as tactful as Ding Wei, and promptly tore away Xiao Qinghe's veil of modesty. "Oh." Sister Xiao was startled by the horse, and even dropped the invitation. "Lianxin, do not speak nonsense," Ding Wei lightly interjected. Her gaze toward Xiao Shuang and her sister laced with unmistakable mockery. "Lianxin, is this the young lady Jiang Lianxin?" Xiao Qinghe was taken aback. Jiang Lianxin was the closest confidant of Xiao Mingzhu, known to have received guidance from the esteemed old physician through her, mastering the art of golden needle acupuncture to an extraordinary degree, making her a figure not to be trifled with in the capital. Such a person is difficult to offend, and she harbors no desire to do so. Even when faced with a few sharp words, she merely blushes, bites her lip, and lowers her gaze, portraying herself as a wronged and helpless legitimate daughter forced to emerge before her younger sister. Meanwhile, she harbors a profound resentment for Xiao Shuang. What was once a harmless request for a post has now become a damning piece of evidence against them. The post was given to me by Xiao Mingzhu herself. If you do not believe it, you may inquire with her. Ah, I see now. It was a deliberate act on her part, inviting us to join while feigning shock and discrediting us in the process. Xiao Shuang, already brimming with anger, felt her temper flare, yet she retained her composure, aware of the implications surrounding the incident with the startled horse. Lianxin shot a reproachful glance at Ding Wei. Reluctantly, Jiang Lianxin scoffed. If they were truly concerned for Sister Xiao, wouldn't they have chased after her instead of taking the time to sit here and sip tea? This remark effectively closed off any avenues Xiao Shuang had hoped to pursue. Are you implying that I am lying? The ire within Xiao Shuang surged, and only after a moment did she register. Xiao Mingzhu had not yet arrived. Ding Wei, keen to prevent further discord, shot a warning look at Jiang Lianxin and interjected. Lianxin must refrain from making baseless claims. The third and fifth misses of the Xiao family are only here out of concern for eldest Miss Xiao and have come seeking assistance. Rest assured, I shall dispatch someone to search for her immediately. Eldest Miss Xiao will certainly be safe. Please, both of you, take a moment to rest here. I will promptly inform you as soon as I have news. Very well, I shall remain here today, awaiting Xiao Mingzhu to clarify this matter. Xiao Qingshuang resolved to confront Xiao Mingzhu. Chapter 50. Confronting Xiao Qingshuang. Part 2. A maid hurriedly approached with news. Miss Xiao has arrived. Just in time, Xiao Qingshuang fumed. Jiang Lianxin tugged at Ding Wei's sleeve, but Ding Wei brushed her hand away. Please invite Miss Xiao in. Xiao Mingzhu had arrived closely behind the carriage of the Hou family, underestimating the audacity of Xiao Qingshuang and her companions. She never imagined they would dare to use her invitation to gain entry into the Ding residence. This was bound to cause trouble for Ding Wei. Anxiously, Xiao Mingzhu dismounted, only to be obstructed by the Ding family's servants. After a lengthy explanation from Ji Chan, it was only when Xiao Mingzhu presented a handwritten note from Ding Wei that the housekeeper's mother allowed them entrance. Before Xiao Mingzhu even stepped into the hall, she caught sight of the irate Xiao Qingshuang, the pitiful Xiao Qinghe, the polite Ding Wei, and a stranger girl all gazing at her. She offered a bitter smile towards Ding Wei, her eyes filled with remorse. Xiao Qingshuang bluntly remarked, "Seventh sister, your horse certainly runs swiftly." Seventh sister. Xiao Qinghe hesitated, her gaze rife with regret. Just as Xiao Mingzhu intended to speak, Ding Wei leisurely interjected, "Mingzhu, are you all right?" Fifth Miss Xiao mentioned your horse was startled. They are quite concerned. Upon hearing Ding Wei's words, Xiao Mingzhu felt a sense of clarity wash over her. She immediately bowed towards Xiao Qinghe and Xiao Qingshuang, acknowledging, "I appreciate your concern, dear cousins." Ding Wei added with a smile, "You ought to express your gratitude to your cousins. They have set aside important matters to await your safe return." She placed particular emphasis on the phrase regarding repaying her grandmother's wishes. Xiao Mingzhu offered a brief bow of respect to Xiao Qinghe and the others, which instantly darkened Xiao Qingshuang's expression. She discerned the implications behind Ding Wei's words, which clearly indicated that she was not welcome to stay. If she stubbornly refused to leave, she would undoubtedly earn a reputation for being playful and unfilial. Should she cause an uproar, Xiao Mingzhu would lose face before Ding Wei, and she herself would suffer a tarnished reputation. Neither her grandmother nor her mother would easily forgive her. Xiao Qinghe, fearing that Xiao Qingshuang might say something foolish, hurriedly suggested, "Fifth sister, since seventh sister is unoccupied, let us take our leave." Faced with the situation at hand, Xiao Qingshuang could only suppress her anger, stiffly offering a polite farewell to Ding Wei before turning to depart. Observing Xiao Qingshuang and her companions leave, Xiao Mingzhu felt compelled to apologize to Ding Wei. "I sincerely apologize for my lack of foresight, which has caused you this trouble." Xiao Mingzhu felt that by giving the invitation to Xiao Qingshuang, she had inadvertently burdened Ding Wei, so she recounted the events leading to her departure, concluding with, "It was my oversight." "They are simply shameless," Jiang Lianxin interjected, unable to contain herself. "Lianxin, Ding Wei truly has no words to address this cousin," she remarked. "While being straightforward is not necessarily a grave fault. How many times has it happened today? Does she not have a filter?" Jiang Lianxin softly called out, tugging at Ding Wei's sleeve, "Cousin, dear cousin, the best cousin. Please spare me. I merely detest how they bully Sister Mingzhu. If you report to my mother, she will likely have the nanny enforce discipline upon me again." Xiao Mingzhu gazed at Ding Wei with a hint of confusion. It seemed to be their first encounter. Jiang Lianxin, however, displayed no signs of shyness and promptly introduced herself, stating, "Sister Xiao, you may not recognize me yet. My surname is Jiang, and Jiang Tai is my grandfather. I have longed to meet you, but my grandfather has been reluctant to bring me to the estate. Thankfully, my cousin was willing to escort me to see you." The granddaughter of Jiang Tai instantly sparked a sense of fondness in Xiao Mingzhu. Ding Wei playfully tapped Jiang Lianxin on the head, cautioning her, "This is the last time. If you misbehave again, I shall certainly inform Aunt." Turning to Xiao Mingzhu, she continued, "This is the cousin I mentioned to you, the one with a passion for medicine." Xiao Mingzhu smiled at Jiang Lianxin before turning back to Ding Wei to say, "I apologize." "No matter, Ding Wei chuckled lightly, adding, "No wonder I noticed that while they professed concern for you, their faces bore no trace of worry, only indignation. Now it makes sense." Xiao Mingzhu offered an awkward smile, recognizing Ding Wei's keen intelligence and perceptive nature. If Xiao Qingxuang wished to act theatrically before her, it was akin to performing martial arts in front of Guangong. "Thank you for your honesty. I truly appreciate your candor." Ding Wei's expression grew serious. In truth, even without Xiao Mingzhu's words, she could glean some of the reality from Xiao Qingxuang's remarks. Xiao Mingzhu's composure made her feel somewhat petty and calculating. You do not hold it against me?" Xiao Mingzhu asked, astonished, yet predominantly filled with joy. "Why would I blame you? It is not your fault," Jiang Lianxin interjected, asserting. Cousin is certainly not the type to confuse right and wrong. Feeling aggrieved, Ding Wei reached out and pinched Jiang Lianxin's arm. "Well, if I were to blame Mingzhu now, it would make me a person who cannot distinguish right from wrong. After all, is Mingzhu your cousin, or am I? Is it customary to bend one's arm outward in such a manner?" Xiao Mingzhu could not help but laugh, and Ding Wei playfully patted her arm, speaking candidly. "Do not take it to heart. Every family has its share of oblivious individuals. Moreover, regarding the enmity between the Ho family and the general's residence, everyone is well aware and will not regard you as they do her. Finally," she added, "I simply abhor such sordid-minded individuals." At that moment, a young maid arrived to report that guests had arrived. Ding Wei went out to greet them, while Jiang Lianxin led Xiao Mingzhu to the reception area at the back. The side hall was already bustling with several young ladies, some standing, some seated, engaged in lively conversation. As soon as Xiao Mingzhu entered, she caught the eye of Lu Ningxi, who waved enthusiastically at her. Xiao Mingzhu, accompanied by Jiang Lianxin, made her way over. Lu Ningxi introduced the young ladies around her to Xiao Mingzhu, who soon realized that most of the guests were daughters of relatives closely associated with the Ding family. These young ladies exhibited varied personalities. Some were charming and versatile, others serene and graceful, while some were lively and cheerful. However, the topics of conversation left Xiao Mingzhu feeling utterly bored. If they had discussed horseback riding, archery, customs, or even astronomy, she could have engaged enthusiastically. But the subjects of clothing, jewelry, cooking, and needlework held no interest for her. In that moment, Xiao Mingzhu found herself at a loss for words, feeling particularly awkward. Jiang Lianxin gently tugged at Xiao Mingzhu's sleeve, whispering, "Sister Xiao, could you do me a favor?" Xiao Mingzhu, eager to leave immediately, readily agreed and followed Jiang Lianxin out of the side hall. Chapter 51. Choosing a horse, Xiao Mingzhu accompanied Jiang Lianxin to the tea room adjacent to the side hall. The tea room was empty, likely because the maids were busy serving tea in the main hall, with only the bubbling water on the stove breaking the silence. "What is it?" Xiao Mingzhu inquired. Jiang Lianxin gestured towards a chair, inviting Xiao Mingzhu to sit, and smiled. "I noticed you seemed uncomfortable, so I found an excuse to bring you out." Feeling a lightness in her heart, Xiao Mingzhu replied with a smile, "Then I thank you." Jiang Lianxin began to inquire about Qinsher Mountain, and Xiao Mingzhu, with complete candor, shared her knowledge, leading to a delightful conversation between them. As they reached the doorway, a maid hurriedly rushed in, causing Xiao Mingzhu to instinctively take a step back. Jiang Lianxin, startled, accidentally bumped into her, and Xiao Mingzhu steadied herself against a nearby cabinet. "Oh, Miss Xiao?" the flustered maid exclaimed, at a loss for words. Recognizing the maid as Yulio, the head maidservant of Lu Ningxi, Xiao Mingzhu paused in surprise. Hadn't all the major maidservants brought by the families been assigned to rest in the corner rooms outside the side hall? Why was Yulio in the tea room? Just then, Lu Ningxi, leading a small maid from the Ding family, rushed in, her demeanor frantic. Xiao Mingzhu shook her head, while Jiang Lianxin appeared somewhat displeased. "Sister Lu, what is the matter that requires such urgency?" Lu Ningxi raised her hand and pointed to the hem of her sleeve. Xiao Mingzhu noticed a brown stain, the size of a fingernail, which stood out starkly against the apricot-colored fabric. "It's pear juice," Jiang Lianxin chuckled. "No wonder your maid is in such a rush. This juice must be wiped off with warm water immediately to avoid leaving a mark. Quickly, fetch some water." The last remark was directed at Yulio, who rolled up her sleeves, eager to assist Lu Ningxi in cleaning her attire. Lu Ningxi hastily stepped back, evading Jiang Lianxin's eager hands. No, I just donned this dress today. I wouldn't want to ruin it. The young princess is about to arrive. You all go ahead, and I shall join shortly. Miss. Yulio softly called out, drawing the attention of the group before gently suggesting, Miss Xiao and Miss Jiang should tidy themselves as well. Only then did they notice that the flower hairpin atop Jiang Lianxin's head had come loose, and Xiao Mingzhu's hands bore traces of soot from the cabinet. The young maid from the Ding family retrieved a silver basin, filled it with hot water, and added some cool water before bringing it over. Yulio dampened a handkerchief and wiped away the pear juice from Lu Ningxi's sleeve, then instructed the young maid to change the water for Xiao Mingzhu to wash her hands. Xiao Mingzhu smiled. There is no need for such fuss. A wash in this basin will suffice. Yulio paused for a moment, then personally assisted Xiao Mingzhu in cleansing her hands, even providing a clean handkerchief for her to dry them. Meanwhile, Lu Ningxi adjusted Jiang Lianxin's flower pin. Once the three were prepared, they proceeded together to the hall. Upon the arrival of Han Wanting, the atmosphere in the hall was filled with a flurry of courteous greetings. Observing that the time was ripe, Ding Wei rose to invite everyone to accompany her to the back mountain. Jiang Lianxin whispered to Xiao Mingzhu that the entire mountain belonged to the Ding family. At the foot of the back mountain, there lay a spacious hillside enclosed by wooden fences, designated as a recreational area for the family to entertain guests and enjoy horseback riding. The distance to the foot of the mountain was considerable, necessitating horseback riding to reach it. Riding horses? Xiao Mingzhu's eyes sparkled with excitement. This was precisely her intention for coming. Did the Ding family possess so many horses? With the host and guests combined, there were at least a dozen people, and along with the young maidens accompanying them, they would require at least 20 or 30 horses. She recalled that horse ownership was regulated by the court, and her own household only kept 8 fine steeds, a privilege granted due to her father's status as a military general, which spared them from scrutiny. The Ding family, renowned for their scholarly lineage, surely could not have more horses than her own family. Jiang Lianxin chuckled. Not at all. The horses we use are rented from a nearby training stable, all gentle and suitable for young ladies to ride. Upon reaching the temporary horse enclosure, Jiang Lianxin began to speak. Xiao Mingzhu pointed at a sleek, chestnut stallion that stood taller than the nearby mares and exclaimed, A mare? That is clearly a stallion. Seeing Xiao Mingzhu approach the chestnut stallion, Jiang Lianxin hurriedly grasped her arm. Sister Xiao, that stallion is not meant for us to ride. Please select another. Is someone already reserved it? Xiao Mingzhu felt a twinge of regret, but had no desire to compete with others. Stallions were not suitable for young ladies. Nearby, a matron from the Ding family smiled and offered clarification to Xiao Mingzhu. No matter, I am capable of riding. Xiao Mingzhu soon comprehended that the Ding family feared the young lady might struggle to control a stallion, which explained their preference for gentle fillies. However, she was soon taken aback. Why did Jiang Lianxin assert that the horse was not for them? Why did the matron claim it was unsuitable for a girl to ride? It seemed that the girl's notion of horseback riding merely entailed a leisurely jaunt, each perched atop their steed while the horse ambled along, without any intention of galloping. Some even had the matron hold the reins without releasing them. Xiao Mingzhu was utterly bewildered. She took an apple from a servant and fed it to the chestnut horse, gently caressing its nose to establish a connection, and directly seized the reins from the matron. The matron, who had been leading the horse for Xiao Mingzhu, felt a twinge of anxiety. Xiao Mingzhu smiled reassuringly. It's all right. With familiarity, she mounted the horse, gave the reins a gentle shake, and the chestnut steed began to trot. Initially slow, after a brief acclimatization, the horse began to quicken its pace. Jiang Lianxin and the other young ladies watched in delight as Xiao Mingzhu galloped away, her laughter mingling with the autumn breeze, hair, dress, and vibrant red cloak billowing in the wind, creating a scene of pure beauty akin to a painting. The other girls, inspired by her exuberance, felt their spirits lift. Though they dared not match Xiao Mingzhu's fervent ride, they shed their previous inhibitions. Xiao Mingzhu joyfully raced for several laps, satiating her yearning for horseback riding. before gently pulling the reins to slow the chestnut horse and returning to join the others at the welcoming hillside. On the hillside, the women erected a canopy to shield themselves from the wind, supported by bamboo poles, while a thick, soft blanket was spread across the ground. Upon this blanket were casually placed woven mats made of rushes, along with small tables laden with an assortment of teas, fruits, and snacks. "Sister Xiao, you ride exceptionally well," exclaimed Jiang Lianxin, her eyes sparkling with admiration. "Today, I have finally come to understand what it means to possess such grace and poise." Lu Ningxi could not resist teasing. "With such sweet words, if we were unaware that you are merely the cousin of the Ding family, we might mistakenly think that Mingzhu is your cousin instead." Jiang Lianxin's spirits lifted. "I would be delighted to have another sister like her." Ding Wei reached out to pinch Jiang Lianxin's cheek, prompting Lianxin to hurriedly hide behind Xiao Mingzhu. The crowd erupted into laughter, some assisting Ding Wei while others chased after Jiang Lianxin. Xiao Mingzhu joined in the jest. "It seems that Qingshe Mountain has favored Lianxin. I am merely basking in her radiance." Chapter 52. Encounter with Wild Bees. Jiang Lianxin, her secret laid bare, felt no embarrassment as she surrounded Xiao Mingzhu, showering her with praises of "Sister Xiao, you are wonderful," and "Sister Xiao, you are amazing." The comments sent shivers down the spines of Ding Wei and the others nearby, and even Xiao Mingzhu struggled to withstand Lianxin's fervor, casting a pleading glance at Ding Wei for assistance. With no other option, Ding Wei adopted a stern demeanor, giving Jiang Lianxin a couple of eye rolls. "Are you not afraid of scaring your dear sister Xiao? She might run away at the sight of your back in the future." Jiang Lianxin pouted, her hand tightly clutching the sleeve of Xiao Mingzhu's garment. "Sister Xiao would never do that." Han Wanting, with a smile, pulled Lu Ningxi along, exclaiming, "I simply cannot endure any longer. Let us depart. If we stay here, we shall surely be wearied to death by Lianxin." Xiao Mingzhu felt a twinge of embarrassment, while Ding Wei chimed in playfully, "Ah, Mingzhu, it's quite a feat for you to withstand her entanglements. We truly—" She gestured with her hands, expressing her exasperation. Observing their lightheartedness, Xiao Mingzhu feigned a sigh. "Very well, I shall sacrifice myself for the benefit of all of you." She glanced around, choosing the stream she had long coveted, and tugged Jiang Lianxin towards the water's edge, suggesting, "Let us go fishing." During the intervals of waiting for a catch, Xiao Mingzhu answered Jiang Lianxin's inquiries with enthusiasm, causing Jiang Lianxin's eyes to sparkle with excitement, as if she longed to sprout wings and soar around Qingshe Mountain. Their luck was extraordinary, as they caught fish one after another, the largest being a catfish measuring nearly a foot in length. Jiang Lianxin gazed at the sizable fish, chattering. If this fish were to be stewed with tofu, it would surely be delectable. It was not mere greed that motivated her. Rather, it was the thrill of having caught it herself, rendering it distinctly special. "Grilling it will make it even more fragrant," Xiao Mingzhu remarked. Jiang Lianxin's eyes widened in astonishment. Grilled fish. One can actually grill fish to eat? She had only experienced roasted lamb and suckling pig before. Indeed, the prospect of lighting a fire in the wild, while fishing and grilling simultaneously, imbued a unique sense of adventure. Xiao Mingzhu chuckled, recalling the hardships of Qingshe Mountain and the even greater challenges faced in the hermit's humble abode. Since childhood, she had often engaged in outdoor cooking. Unable to contain her excitement, Jiang Lianxin urged several servants from the Ding family to start a fire not far off. As the flames flickered to life, a piercing scream echoed from the orchard, followed by a frantic cry, "Wild bees! Wild bees!" Xiao Mingzhu turned her gaze, witnessing Ding Wei and two young women, shielded by a group of maidens, hastily emerging from the grove, their heads cradled in panic, breathless and disheveled. Above the orchard, a small cloud of darkness began to rise ominously. In an instant, chaos ensued. The matrons and maidens scrambled to protect their young ladies, fleeing from the encroaching shadow. Xiao Mingzhu swiftly cast several handfuls of verdant leaves onto the roaring fire, then seized a leafy branch and vigorously fanned the flames, sending plumes of thick smoke spiraling upward. She called out with urgency, "Come this way, run." Hearing her voice, Ding Wei and the disoriented maidens quickly pivoted towards her, However, as the last of them, Ding Wei stumbled over an unseen obstacle and fell to the ground. Sensing a disturbance, the swarm of bees in the orchard surged towards Ding Wei. Without hesitation, Xiao Mingzhu dashed over to assist her, pushing her towards Ji Chun while wielding the smoke-emitting branch to fend off the first wave of bees, shouting, "Quickly, take Miss Ding away." The approaching bees, momentarily disoriented by the dense smoke, scattered in disarray, only to regroup and redirect their charge towards Xiao Mingzhu. Although she bore no fear of the bee stings, the pain would undoubtedly be considerable. In that instant, she crushed a fragrant pill from her sachet, releasing an enticing aroma that repelled the bees, dissuading them from advancing. Seizing the opportunity, Xiao Mingzhu turned on her heel and fled. Uncertain of the reason, the wild bees relentlessly pursued her. Jiang Lianxin understood that wild bees were particularly drawn to those adorned in vibrant attire, and Xiao Mingzhu, clad in a striking red garment, was their prime target. She cried out, "Sister Xiao, your cloak." A cloak? A thought struck Xiao Mingzhu. Was it her cloak that had attracted the swarm? Ji Chun swiftly severed the ties of Xiao Mingzhu's cloak, waving it in an attempt to divert the bees. Regrettably, only a small fraction of the bees followed Ji Chun, while the majority remained fixated on Xiao Mingzhu. The red attire, the red attire. Jiang Lianxin yelled in desperation. The red attire, Xiao Mingzhu sighed. I can remove the cloak. But can I shed my outer garment as well? Miss Xiao, come quickly, come quickly. Suddenly, a fearless young man emerged, charging towards Xiao Mingzhu. However, upon seeing the swarm of bees trailing closely behind her, he was struck with terror, his legs trembling as he stumbled backward in retreat. Lu Ningxi recognized the young man, and her mind was engulfed in confusion. Why was her brother here at this moment? Was it mere coincidence? Or, she dared not contemplate further. As Xiao Mingzhu ran, she glanced around. The weather was cold enough that the wild bees would not survive for long. Yet, she needed to ensure she was not caught before the fragrance of the medicine dissipated and the bees succumbed to the chill. Spotting a herd of horses, she dashed towards them, leaping onto the back of a chestnut steed. With a swift squeeze of its flank, the horse surged forward like an arrow. Xichun, too, discarded the cloak and seized another horse, following closely behind. Protected by the delicate embrace of Yuliu, Lu Ningxi gazed into the distance at the unexpectedly abrupt and swiftly retreating Lu Jining, whose antics resembled those of a jester. A sense of foreboding gripped her heart. She offered a bitter smile, her eyes filled with guilt as she watched the nearly indistinguishable silhouette of Xiao Mingzhu fading away. With a cold glance at Lu Jining sprawled on the ground, she discreetly signaled to the nearby matrons, who promptly approached and forcibly escorted Lu Jining into the estate for rest. In the distance, a flurry of hooves echoed as a group of young men, armed with bows and arrows, galloped toward them, leaping over the fences. The matrons hurriedly positioned themselves in front of Ding Wei and her companions. The young men halted at a respectful distance of 20 paces, one of them calling out, "Did the young ladies just call for help?" Frantic as an ant on a hot skillet, Lu Ningxi spotted Lu Zuan among them and urgently shouted, "Elder brother, please save Miss Xiao." Chapter 53. Misfortunes never come alone. What has happened? Upon hearing the mention of Miss Xiao, Lu Zuan felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Cautiously, he glanced at Han Yunzhao behind the crowd, and indeed, the expression on Han Yunzhao's face darkened considerably. Without regard for propriety, Ding Wei pointed towards the stream. "We encountered wild bees in the forest, and Miss Xiao bravely led them away to save me. She has since ridden downstream along the creek." Without a moment's contemplation, Han Yunzhao turned his horse and galloped toward the creek. This time, it was truly not a matter of his own design. He had endured 2 lashes from Xiao Mingzhu and had spent several days recuperating within the palace, his body now adorned with white patches. Just as fate would have it, someone invited him to partake in a hunting expedition, and he seized the opportunity to clear his mind. However, to his surprise, they failed to catch any game and instead encountered Xiao Mingzhu once more. Was it destiny, or merely the fate of adversaries to cross paths? No, it was indeed a fortuitous moment. Witnessing Xiao Mingzhu in a state of disarray, he resolved to come to her aid, envisioning the splendid expression that would grace her face. With this act of salvation, Xiao Mingzhu could no longer presume to act with bravado in his presence. The thought of her conflicted and embarrassed visage brought an inexplicable satisfaction to Han Yunjiao, prompting him to urge his horse into a swift gallop. His actions left many present in a state of bewilderment. Lu Ziyuan, consumed by anxiety yet unable to voice his concerns, had no choice but to join the others in pursuing Han Yunjiao. After a brief, frantic ride, Xiao Mingzhu realized that the swarm of pursuers had vanished behind her, prompting her to pull the reins and turn back. However, this sudden tug caused her steed, a chestnut horse, to emit a pained whinny and rear up, nearly throwing her off. In a frenzy, the horse bolted forward. Fortunately, Xiao Mingzhu was an adept equestrian, managing to stay mounted. Fearing further attempts to rein in the horse, she leaned low against its back, clutching its neck with one hand while soothing its mane with the other, hoping to calm the spirited creature. The chestnut horse leaped over a brook and dashed into the thicket beyond, branches on either side tearing at both her garment and the horse's hide. Yet the gallant steed showed no sign of slowing down. Listening to the wind howling in her ears, Xiao Mingzhu realized that the chestnut horse had been tampered with, and it was directed at her. Soothing the animal was futile. She had no choice but to leap off and escape. However, at that moment, the chestnut horse had already plunged into the dense forest, surrounded by chaotic trees and stones, and with the horse moving too swiftly, she found herself unable to dismount or strike the horse with force. What to do? Anxiety gripped Xiao Mingzhu. Suddenly, she recalled the boastful abilities of 008. And with a wry smile, she called out in her heart, "Are you there? My horse has been sabotaged. Can you help bring it to a stop?" Upon hearing this, 008 became anxious and cautiously replied, "I lack the skill to control beasts. However, if you activate my external contact function, my current search capabilities can cover approximately 50 meters, equivalent to your 100 steps. I can help you identify a safe place to ensure your safety upon dismounting." Delighted, Xiao Mingzhu responded, "All right." With that affirmation, all remaining functions of 008 were activated. Before it could commence scanning the surroundings, the system's red lights and alarm blared simultaneously. Warning. Warning, murderous intent approaching, level 10 status. Murderous intent? Hearing the system's alarm, Xiao Mingzhu's heart sank. Soon, she heard the clashing of weapons in the distance and quickly spotted several guards, including Xian Tai, shielding Han Yunjun as they were pursued by dozens of masked assailants. "This is bad," Xiao Mingzhu lamented, her face a picture of despair. What misfortune had befallen her today, encountering one calamity after another? She immediately lowered her head, nearly pressing her entire body against the horse's back, striving to conceal her face from prying eyes. Both factions were startled by the sudden sound of hoofs. Han Yunjun instantly recognized Xiao Mingzhu. His previously pallid face darkened in an instant, and he commanded fiercely, "Strike with full force. Leave no survivors." The plan to lure the snake from its hole had originally been his strategy. Little did he anticipate that instead of a solitary serpent, he had provoked a multitude of venomous snakes, ensnaring himself in this perilous situation and inadvertently thrusting Xiao Mingzhu into danger. He could not allow any threat to affect her, not even the slightest. Xian Tai inwardly lamented. Their original tactic had been to delay, awaiting the arrival of Xin Wu and his men, at which point they could capture the assassins in one fell swoop. Securing even a few live captives would significantly benefit their subsequent plans, regardless of whether they could extract information from them. However, it was evident that his master was now prioritizing the safety of Miss Xiao above the original strategy. Yet, Master, you must comprehend the situation. You are their primary target. They know nothing of Miss Xiao, and at most, they might spare 1 or 2 individuals to pursue her. Given her skills and the advantage of being mounted, her escape should pose no difficulty. They could still adhere to the original plan of delay. Now, engaging in a full counterattack only compels the enemy to fight desperately. As anticipated, upon hearing this command, all attacks were directed at Han Yunjun, showcasing a fierce determination to fight to the death. Xian Tai felled 2 adversaries before him and spoke softly, "Master, you must leave first." Without waiting for Han Yunjun to respond, he added, Your safety is paramount. Only then can we ensure our full commitment to covering your retreat. Han Yunjun comprehended that Xian Tai's intention was to escape on horseback with Xiao Mingzhu. He resolved to do everything in his power to protect their flight. Should he refuse to accompany Xiao Mingzhu, it was likely they would disregard her safety entirely. Thus, Han Yunjun had no choice but to acquiesce. With the assistance of the guards nearby, Xian Tai seized the moment when the chestnut horse surged forward to hoist Han Yunjun onto its back. Scoundrel! Xiao Mingzhu had not anticipated Xian Tai's audacious maneuver. Infuriated, she could not help but utter a curse. As she moved to push Han Yunjun off the horse, she heard the masked leader command, "Fire the hidden arrows." They must not escape. Xiao Mingzhu paused, weighing whether to dislodge Han Yunjun. Han Yunjun, disregarding any notions of propriety between genders, immediately encircled Xiao Mingzhu's slender waist with both arms. Positioned behind her, he served as a human shield, prepared to absorb any incoming arrows. His actions startled Xiao Mingzhu. Yet she had no time to dwell on her thoughts. Resolutely, she tightened the reins once more, and the chestnut horse reared, trampling the masked assailants who dared to obstruct their path, before galloping frantically away. The masked leader, witnessing Xiao Mingzhu's imminent escape, issued another harsh command. They must not be allowed to flee. Chapter 54. The cliff once more, a barrage of attacks was launched by the masked figures, some even hurling their weapons. Xian Tai and his companions could only desperately swing their arms to deflect the hidden arrows, though some still found their mark. When striking the horse's flank, the already frantic chestnut horse, now in pain, surged forward even more swiftly, vanishing from Xian Tai's sight in the blink of an eye. Splendid! Xiao Mingzhu exhaled in relief. Not good. Ahead is a precipice. Jump to the left, shouted 008. Xiao Mingzhu felt her hair stand on end. There was no time for hesitation. She kicked off Ma Dongzi, released the reins, and leaned left, pulling Han Yunjun down with her, turning him into her cushion. Han Yunjun tumbled down, dazed and nearly breathless. He strained to inquire, "Are you all right?" Xiao Mingzhu brushed aside Han Yunjun's hand and rolled her eyes, exhaling heavily. "I'm not dead." Han Yunjun seemed unperturbed by her rudeness, loosening his grip as he murmured softly, "That's good, that's good." A smile graced his lips, yet his eyelids began to droop. Hey. Xiao Mingzhu could not help but push him lightly, inadvertently toppling Han Yunjun over. Stunned, she noticed crimson-black blood seeping through the fabric of his back. Without a moment's thought, she rushed to support him, gently slapping his face. "Wake up. You must wake up." Seeing Han Yunjun's pale face marked with red impressions from her slaps, 008 genuinely feared that the second prince might be unintentionally harmed. Its alarm sounded once more, urgently advising, "Quick, hide. Someone is approaching, uncertain whether friend or foe. Jump off the cliff, aiming for that small tree. Beneath the dense underbrush lies a small cave, spacious enough for both of you. Leap directly onto the small tree, then grasp the nearby vines to enter the cave." Having thoroughly assessed the surrounding environment, 008 had determined the safest course of action. In a moment of urgency, Xiao Mingzhu had no time for contemplation. She leaned forward, gauging the position of a small tree, and seized Han Yunjun before leaping down. They crashed onto the tree, which could scarcely bear their combined weight, resulting in a sharp crack as it splintered. However, in that fleeting moment, Xiao Mingzhu grasped the vine that 008 had mentioned. Indeed, the vine was robust enough to support their weight, allowing them to safely enter the small cave that 008 had indicated. Once firmly grounded and assessing the cave's interior, Xiao Mingzhu felt her back dampen with perspiration. This was hardly a cave. It was more akin to a shallow recess in the cliff, barely 2 paces deep, a height suitable for a single person and scarcely wide enough for them to sit side by side. Even if an ordinary person knew of the cave's existence and managed to leap to the tree, failing to grasp the vine in time or misjudging the cave's dimensions would inevitably result in a collision with the rock face, causing them to be thrown back down. Had it not been for her audacity, honed reflexes from years of martial arts training, 008's comprehensive guidance, and a stroke of exceptional luck, she might not have arrived here unscathed. If she were to attempt it again, she would scarcely possess the courage to jump here. still shaken. Xiao Mingzhu heard 008 urgently call out, "Someone is coming, be cautious and hide." Startled, she promptly pushed Han Yunjun further into the cave, using nearby branches and foliage to obscure the entrance. She then curled up, drawing her knees to her chest, and stilled her breath, daring not to make a sound. Before long, she heard a man's voice from above. "There is blood here." Shortly after, another voice inquired, "The horse is down the cliff. It appears to have fallen from here. Should we descend and search further?" Someone suggested it, and Xiao Mingzhu became anxious. If she went down the cliff for an investigation, everything would be exposed. With the second prince's frail constitution, a fall from this height would undoubtedly be fatal. "We should depart swiftly, otherwise, if Xiantai and his men come, escape will be impossible." Xiao Mingzhu remained frozen, fearing treachery from those above. After a while, not hearing any further commotion, she inquired of 008 whether the people above had left. "They have all departed," replied 008, equally tense, its attention fixated on the unconscious Han Yunjun. "Host, if you do not staunch the second prince's bleeding soon, he will surely perish," it warned, sensing Han Yunjun's breath growing increasingly faint. "Do you have a way to save him?" Xiao Mingzhu wiped the sweat from her brow and reached to check Han Yunjun's pulse. Thankfully, there was still a sign of life. 008 fell silent, pondering how to save him. It had lost contact with the space and could not access the shop. Even with the will, it felt powerless. Yet, what could a delicate young lady like the host accomplish? Tentatively, it suggested, "I propose that you follow my instructions." How about that? No matter what, the second prince must not die, especially not in front of the host, for she would surely face retribution from the emperor. Xiao Mingzhu retorted with exasperation, "Either you save him, or you keep quiet." Her medical skills could only be summarized with a dismissive scoff. But after spending years with the old Taoist, she always carried life-saving pills, including remedies for wounds. Carefully, Xiao Mingzhu turned Han Yunjun over, searching for the source of the bleeding, and as she tore open the fabric of his clothing, she was momentarily stunned. Han Yunjun had been struck by 2 short arrows in his back, likely during their escape on the chestnut horse. It was astonishing that he managed to endure in silence. The memory of his last words before losing consciousness, "Are you all right?" made her heart ache, regardless of whether he felt guilty or was simply inclined to cherish the delicate. She decided to absolve him of the burden his subordinates had placed upon her. Time was of the essence. Delaying any longer could cost him his life. 008, anxious and eager, wished fervently to flutter out of the spatial realm to assist. However, Xiao Mingzhu ignored 008 and carefully examined the wound. Considering Han Yunjun's current condition, she feared he could not withstand the agony of having the arrows removed. Thus, she retrieved a porcelain vial from her possession, extracted a crimson pill, and forcibly pried open Han Yunjun's mouth, placing the pill within. It dissolved instantly upon contact, and the gravely injured Han Yunjun appeared to be infused with a surge of vitality, his complexion regaining a hint of color. Xiao Mingzhu tore some strips from the hem of his shirt and removed the small silver hairpin from her head, preparing to extract the arrows from his back. Just then, 008 sensed that Han Yunjun was regaining consciousness and promptly warned, "He is waking up." Startled, Xiao Mingzhu paused, only to observe the subtle flutter of Han Yunjun's eyelashes, a sign of revival. Gazing at Han Yunjun's back, pale as white jade, she couldn't help but smirk. Although societal norms regarding the interactions between men and women were not excessively strict, the fact that she and the second prince found themselves alone in this small cave due to unforeseen circumstances could be regarded as somewhat justifiable. Nonetheless, the act of tearing the second prince's clothing was an affront that the world would never condone. Should any rumors circulate, her reputation and prospects for marriage would be irrevocably tarnished. Chapter 55. 5 years ago, Xiao Mingzhu hesitated for a moment, ultimately opting for the latter. The second prince appeared exceedingly frail, and she feared that if she miscalculated her strength, she might inadvertently strike him down. "How do you feel?" Xiao Mingzhu cautiously inquired, deliberately refraining from revealing Han Yunjun's true identity. Han Yunjun's face was pale, his eyes clouded with confusion. The sight of Xiao Mingzhu began to merge with his memories of the little girl he once knew. For a fleeting moment, he found himself lost in reverie. Softly calling out Xiao Mingzhu. His voice was barely audible, yet Xiao Mingzhu's keen ears caught it. Upon hearing her name, she immediately adopted a stern expression. If he were to discover her true identity, it would not be surprising. After all, she had forged a connection with the fifth prince, and as a member of the royal family, it was only natural for him to investigate her background. If outsiders were to overhear this, they would likely concoct countless tales of her purportedly seducing the second prince at such a tender age. Indeed, where there are younger brothers, there are also elder brothers, both of whom are incorrigibly lecherous. Her expression darkened, and in a swift motion, she struck Han Yunjun across the face, exclaiming furiously, "You are utterly disrespectful." The slap and her fierce rebuke jolted Han Yunjun fully awake. He found himself unable to muster a smile if it weren't for the pain in his back. He would have been compelled to curse fate itself. Observing the fiery glint in Xiao Mingzhu's eyes, he could not help but bitterly smile, reflecting on the striking similarity between this encounter and their previous one 5 years ago. At that time, little Mingzhu was merely 7 years old. Due to her frail constitution, she was diminutive in stature, her face lacking in color, making her appear 2 years younger than her actual age. Yet, this petite and delicate child astonishingly managed to rescue him, who had lost all will to live, from the raging currents. And she steadfastly kept vigil over him by the lakeside throughout the night. When he awoke, he feigned unconsciousness, unwilling to acknowledge her presence. In her innocence, she understood to remove his drenched outer garments and sought dry twigs to kindle a fire for their warmth. Ultimately, exhausted, she curled up beside him like a little kitten and drifted into slumber, basking in the flickering firelight as he gazed upon her serene sleeping visage. His once frigid heart began to thaw. When his subordinate arrived, he hesitated for a long while, ultimately choosing to depart silently without a word. He could not allow anyone to discover that she had saved him, nor could he reveal his concern for her, as it might endanger her. She had accompanied her grandmother to the temple to offer incense and fulfill a vow, and when the tranquility of the temple became unbearable, she persuaded a servant to take her out to admire the flowers. Unfortunately, due to the servant's negligence, she fell prey to a kidnapper. After regaining consciousness, the little girl knocked out the abductor and managed to escape, only to find him by the riverbank. His conscience was troubled by his abrupt departure, and he remained worried about her health. Thus, he arranged for Aunt Xiao and Shi Chun and Shi Xia to rush to Xiamen, devising ways to infiltrate the general's residence to care for her. 5 years have swiftly passed. The little girl has blossomed into a young lady, having long forgotten him. He, too, has no desire to disrupt her life, merely wishing to do his utmost to pave a sunlit path for her. Yet, fate has cruelly entangled her in such calamity once more. It ought not to be. Truly, it ought not to be. He could no longer burden her. At this moment, the second prince appeared almost dazed, merely gazing at her in silence, which left her feeling an unsettling apprehension. Could it be that her strength had been so overwhelming that she had rendered the second prince senseless with a single slap? Xiao Mingzhu felt the urge to weep. If she could endure Xiao Qingshuang, why could she not have restrained herself just a little longer moments ago? Han Yunjun, gathering some strength, remarked, with Xiantai present, "It will not happen. Xiantai understands his intentions. How could he possibly trouble little Mingzhu?" Wait, what does jumping down mean? Han Yunjun nearly lost his life, but his wits remained intact. Upon reflecting on the previous circumstances, he quickly grasped their predicament, and his previously pale face flushed with a hint of anger. Xiao Mingzhu sat with her back against the cave's mouth, blocking much of the light, and thus could not perceive Han Yunjuan's sudden change in expression. She was solely concerned about her own situation, failing to protect her master. She feared that even the Xiantai guards would not escape death. And how could she ensure her own safety when it seemed inevitable that the entire general's household might end up perishing together? Hearing Xiao Mingzhu expose his identity, Han Yunjun displayed little reaction. Little Mingzhu had never been naive. Aunt Xiao and the others were no fools either. Ajing had appeared before her on several occasions, and if she failed to discern Ajing's identity now, it would indeed be peculiar. Moreover, those assassins had also revealed his identity earlier. Over the years, He had come to understand that Xiao Mingzhu was resolute in her words and actions. If she declared she would not leave, then she would not. If he pressed her too hard, she might indeed leap off the cliff. Han Yunjun felt a pang in his heart, hesitating to urge Xiao Mingzhu away. He forced a light smile, saying, "Indeed, if I survive, it would be a remarkable achievement for you." Xiao Mingzhu's eyes brightened at the mention of achievement, interpreting it as a promise that he would never tarnish her reputation. Seizing the moment, she feigned shyness and said, "You have 2 arrows lodged in your back. Although the hidden arrows are small, extracting them will cause you to bleed profusely. I grew up in the presence of the old physician. While I am not adept in medicine, I possess a rudimentary understanding of treating external wounds, which emboldened me to consider removing the arrows for you." Thus, she elegantly explained her reasons for tearing his outer garment and the hem of his inner shirt. Chapter 56. Do not endure any longer. A hint of color returned to Han Yunjuan's pallid face, albeit suspiciously, yet fortunately. The dim light within the cave obscured any noticeable change, shielded as he was by Xiao Mingzhu. After a moment of hesitation, he replied, "Miss Xiao, I have a red cord around my neck, and the silver vial attached contains the Rongshuanshan pill." Xiao Mingzhu felt a surge of joy. The Rongshuanshan pill, a royal remedy known for its ability to invigorate, replenish blood, and soothe the spirit, was particularly suitable for those who had suffered injuries. This was tantamount to the second prince granting her permission to extract the arrows. She proceeded with caution, retrieving the medicine while explaining, "I have just administered the old physician's life-preserving pill to you, which can protect your heart meridian for 12 hours. Coupled with the Rongshuanshan pill, staunching the bleeding should be manageable. However, you must brace yourself for the pain." As she emphasized the life-preserving pill, Han Yunjun nearly chuckled. He nodded, laboriously bringing his arm to his mouth, and replied, "I am grateful for your assistance." Having spoken, he bit down on the slightly thick sleeve of his garment, bracing himself for Xiao Mingzhu to extract the arrow. Xiao Mingzhu resumed her unfinished task, using a silver hairpin to carefully incise the flesh, thus removing the 2 barbed short arrows. After sprinkling a hemostatic powder over the wounds, she bound them securely with strips of cloth. Han Yunjuan's face was slick with perspiration, and his sleeve was torn from biting it, yet he remained utterly silent, not even flinching. Xiao Mingzhu couldn't help but admire him inwardly. This individual was no ordinary man. Despite his battered body, his resolve was far more tenacious than that of the average person. The life-saving pills he had previously produced were now deemed worthy. Considering he had shielded her from the arrow, and, even in his unconscious state, had managed to express concern for her well-being. After a considerable pause, Han Yunjun slowly uttered, "Thank you for saving my life." This gratitude was long overdue, a sentiment he should have expressed 5 years prior. Xiao Mingzhu mentally chided Han Yunjun for his stinginess, while outwardly she humbly replied, "I appreciate your generosity, second prince." Had his back not been so painfully tender, Han Yunjun might have burst into laughter. She was indeed not one to let an opportunity slip by. Suppressing both his amusement and discomfort, he said, You may ask for any reward you desire." Xiao Mingzhu's eyes darted with shrewdness. "Next time I find myself at odds with the 5th prince, you must not show him favoritism." Her precious medicine could not be given away without some form of compensation. According to the system in Zhongnanan, there existed a fateful connection between her and the 5th prince. Although she harbored no feelings for the 5th prince, one could never predict what the future might hold. She certainly did not wish to be oppressed by him due to her status. It was imperative that she sought a patron for her own security. Han Yunjun coughed violently, a faint hue returning to his pale countenance, yet an unsettling discomfort lingered within him. He was acutely aware of the multiple injuries he had sustained and understood the rarity of the medicine capable of safeguarding his vital essence and preserving his life. She had bestowed upon him such a precious remedy, yet her sole request pertained to matters concerning Zhao. Was this not a tad inequitable? Or perhaps she had already contemplated her future with Zhao, fearing that her social standing might diminish her significance in Zhao's eyes, thereby seeking to leverage his influence for her own advantage, compelling Zhao to regard her with greater esteem. The realization intensified the pain in his back, akin to being carved by a blade. Nevertheless, upon reflection, he scorned himself. His original intention was to introduce Zhao to Xiao Mingzhu, fostering a childhood friendship that could blossom into youthful affection, ultimately culminating in a betrothal where harmony would prevail. Very well, I promise you, I shall never shield him. Han Yunjun weakly managed a smile, his lips curling faintly. In his heart, he quietly affirmed, between you and him, I shall always protect you. Then I shall express my gratitude in advance, Xiao Mingzhu replied, her smile radiating satisfaction, reminiscent of the gentle winter sun, gradually warming Han Yunjuan's heart, rendering it astonishingly tender as if the winter snow were beginning to melt. The two fell into a profound silence, the cave enveloped in tranquility. Yet, in this silence, time stretched interminably, becoming an arduous ordeal. The two spoke simultaneously, then fell silent, before simultaneously insisting, "You go first." Han Yunjun hesitated for a moment before inquiring, "Why did you come into this forest without a single maid in tow? If all were as it should be, how could Ji Chun and Ji Xian not be by her side, allowing her to venture into the woods alone?" Moreover, if his memory served him correctly, the horse she rode was problematic. Xiao Mingzhu, perhaps due to a lapse in judgment or sheer boredom, recounted in detail the incident involving the startled horse and the swarm of bees she had encountered. With each word, Han Yunjuan's expression darkened. He was resolute. This was a plot aimed at Xiao Mingzhu. The Lu family was undoubtedly implicated, while the Ding family's involvement remained to be meticulously verified. As she spoke, Xiao Mingzhu's demeanor shifted to one of caution. Han Yunjun felt a pang of anguish. From her words, he could envision the life the young girl endured within the general's mansion, constrained by the stubborn matriarch, old Madame Su, whose myriad rules confined her like a bird with broken wings. After much difficulty in escaping those confines, she was now being watched, plotted against, and bullied by ill-intentioned individuals. The young girl, fearing disappointment from old Madame Su, was forced to stifle her feelings and concede. It was intolerable that even the young girl he wished to protect so carefully was subjected to such mistreatment and schemes. From this point forward, no more endurance would be required, Han Yunjun declared. Chapter 57. I will shield you what? Xiao Mingzhu thought she must have misheard. Han Yunjun reiterated. You no longer need to force yourself to endure. Xiao Mingzhu's eyes widened in astonishment. Han Yunjun gazed at her bewildered expression, his heart softening once more. You are the daughter of a military family, raised in Sinan. No matter how well you adhere to propriety or how modestly you conduct yourself, those with malicious intent will always find fault. Rather than compromising your own dignity, it would be far better to act with candor. At this point, he found himself somewhat exasperated with Aunt Xiao. He had entrusted her with the task of protecting her, ensuring she would not be outmaneuvered in the courtyard. Yet, Aunt Xiao had failed to disclose the intricacies of the general's residence, instead molding her into a pliable figure, suppressing her own personality in a bid to appease the old matron, enduring time and again in silence. As for himself, it was time to alter his previous stance regarding her. Initially, he had distanced himself out of fear that his own troubles might implicate her, and he worried others might perceive her as a vulnerability to exploit. His sole focus had been to provide Xiao Huayan with opportunities, elevating her status while orchestrating her introduction to a Zhao, in hopes of securing a commendable match for her. Yet, she was merely a 12-year-old girl, still years away from maturity, and already there were those who could not abide her presence. It would be more prudent to leverage this situation to establish her standing before the emperor. While he could not openly reward her, he could attribute this merit to Xiao Huayan, thereby enhancing her status, and find other means to bestow her some favor. Those who would dare to plot against her would have to weigh their own consequences and consider whether they could afford to offend her. Xiao Mingzhu pressed her lips tightly together, glaring at Han Yunjun. He spoke as if it were easy to strike out, but what of the aftermath? Wouldn't her grandmother be the one to chastise her severely? Han Yunjun discerned her apprehension and let out a soft sigh. Are you afraid of angering your grandmother? Xiao Mingzhu was taken aback and blurted out, How do you know? Han Yunjun replied, Simply because you are my savior. Don't think that being a daughter of the Ho family, even if you were to offend the royal relatives, I would shield you. Not even your grandmother would dare reprimand you. Xiao Mingzhu was momentarily speechless, her eyes darting repeatedly towards Han Yunjun, her expression clearly conveying disbelief. Han Yunjun found himself both amused and exasperated, as the esteemed second prince was his promise not worthy of trust? Did she doubt his capability to protect her? He chuckled softly. Are you aware of the enmity between the general's residence and the Ho family? Xiao Mingzhu remained silent. She was so taken aback that her mouth fell open, forgetting to mask her astonishment. Han Yunjun continued, at this moment, you have saved me, which is a significant achievement. If I were to speak on behalf of the general's residence, would it not be more reliable than that gaggle of civil officials? Just on this account. Your grandmother would not. Before he could finish, Xiao Mingzhu leaned forward and covered his mouth, whispering, someone is coming. Han Yunjun immediately fell silent, refraining from making any further noise. The majority of 008's functions had been disabled, leaving it in a heightened state of vigilance to monitor the surroundings for Xiao Mingzhu, proving it still had some utility. Upon noticing someone approaching, it promptly alerted her and then proceeded to verify the identity of the newcomer. The visitor was Xiantai. Xiantai? 008 inquired. Xiao Mingzhu did not dare to fully trust the situation. Cautiously, she leaned out to look, only to see a hemp rope dangling down. Xiantai was grasping the rope, swinging down while meticulously examining the traces of blood, softly calling out, Master, Master. It seemed that Xiantai had followed the trail of the chestnut horse. Han Yunjun also heard Xiantai's voice. Noticing Xiao Mingzhu's inquiring gaze, he nodded, prompting her to whisper, over here. Upon hearing the noise, Xiantai was filled with joy and swiftly climbed over. Xiao Mingzhu and Han Yunjun nearly filled the entire small hole, leaving no room for Xiantai. He could only cling to the hemp rope, precariously balancing on the edge of the hole. When he saw that Han Yunjun, though pale, still appeared spirited, he felt a significant weight lift from his heart. Xiantai's eyes glistened with moisture as he said, Master, I have arrived late. I hope you will forgive me. First, escort Miss Xiao up, Han Yunjun instructed. Xiantai shouted upwards, and soon a makeshift bag crafted from a cloak was lowered down. As Xiao Mingzhu grasped the bag and was about to sit inside, 008 reminded her, Host, the fifth prince has been detected. He is below. Xiao Mingzhu's body tensed, and looking down, she indeed spotted Han Yunzhao riding a black horse. Emerging from the path ahead, she furrowed her brows. Was the arrival of the fifth prince merely coincidental, or? She hesitated to contemplate further, feeling apprehensive about the unexpected turn of events. Han Yunzhao had lost sight of Xiao Mingzhu in the woods, yet he remained undeterred, wandering through the thicket with Wu Jin, convinced that he would eventually uncover her trail. As he meandered, he found himself at the base of a cliff. Xiantai also noticed Han Yunzhao and, after a moment of contemplation, whispered, My lord, it is the fifth prince. Han Yunjun furrowed his brow. How could a Zhao appear here at such a time? Was it mere coincidence, or? He instinctively shook his head at Xiantai. Miss Xiao, I beg your pardon. Xiantai gently tucked the pouch into the cave and concealed the entrance with the branches of wild grass and shrubs, then imitated a bird call to alert those above to remain hidden. A look of astonishment, shock, and skepticism crossed Xiao Mingzhu's face, followed by disdain. The last time, in the alley behind Wufu Tower, she had observed the fifth prince and the second prince interacting with a camaraderie that surpassed that of typical siblings. Were they merely acting? Unable to restrain herself, she retorted, The chestnut horse is still lying at the base of the cliff. Is silence all that is required? Surely they are not blind. How could they fail to notice such a large horse? Xiantai replied, Miss Xiao, rest assured. Our men will ensure that the fifth prince remains unaware of the horse's presence. They followed the horse here and immediately sent someone to investigate it. Without my lord's command, how could they allow anyone else to see the horse's condition? Han Yunjun observed the rapid changes in Xiao Mingzhu's expression, nearly unable to suppress a laugh. The noble ladies he encountered were either meticulously cultivated by their families to be versatile and adept at social graces, skilled in the art of subtlety, always speaking and acting with a degree of reservation. Even when a knife was plunged into their back, they would still wear a charming smile on their faces. Alternatively, there were those whose families had rendered them inept, blissfully unaware of the world's realities, spending their days in reckless pursuits that could lead to their own demise. None bore the forthrightness of her, who wore her thoughts plainly upon her countenance. Han Yunjuan's mind wandered, captivated by these reflections, and he unconsciously leaned against the stone wall. The pain from his back wound nearly elicited a cry from him. Once he regained his composure, he awkwardly offered a smile to Xiao Mingzhu, attempting to explain. It is not that I distrust Zhao, but rather that with you here, it is best that fewer people are aware. His intention was to facilitate a connection between Xiao Mingzhu and Han Yunjiao, without allowing Zhao to witness his awkward interactions with Xiao Mingzhu. Otherwise, it could leave Zhao with a negative impression of the young lady, potentially becoming a thorn in her mind. If manipulated, misunderstandings could arise between Zhao and Xiao Mingzhu, possibly driving them further apart. Xiao Mingzhu responded with an "oh," her eyes brightening as she accepted Han Yunjuan's explanation. She had saved him, and it was only natural for him to consider her reputation. Indeed, Han Yunjun proved to be a commendable individual. Observing her gaze glimmer like stars and the satisfied smile gracing his face, he could not help but shake his head. Xiao Mingzhu had experienced too little. Their acquaintance was fleeting, and she knew nothing of his true character, yet chose to place her trust in him blindly. However, such an experience, he would prefer that Xiao Mingzhu never undergo it. Initially, fearing General Zhao's suspicions, he only sent the promising martial artist Ji Chun and Ji Xia. In hindsight, this was insufficient. Ji Chun's skills could barely control a frenzied horse, and in a real predicament, she might prove less capable than Xiao Mingzhu. Who among his covert guards would be suitable, and what rationale could be employed to send them without arousing suspicion? Han Yunjuan's thoughts began to wander. Once Han Yunjiao and his entourage departed, Xiantai called the individuals above with the sound of a bird, cautiously using a pouch to lift Xiao Mingzhu up. Only after Xiao Mingzhu had left could Xiantai squeeze into the small cave. Upon noticing the tattered clothing and the stains of blood on Han Yunjun, he nearly felt darkness envelop him. "Master, you." "I am fine," Han Yunjun replied. Xiantai forced himself to regain composure and directly assessed Han Yunjuan's pulse. After a moment, he finally exhaled in relief. The master's body was indeed frail, yet the pulse was strong, as if some force safeguarded his vital organs. He further examined the injuries on Han Yunjuan's back, observing that there was no fresh bleeding and that the wounds had been well bandaged, allowing him to fully relax. This Miss Xiao truly is the master's lucky star. Every time the master encounters her, misfortune transforms into fortune. He found himself tempted to disregard the master's orders and insist on keeping Miss Xiao by his side. Xiantai personally carried Han Yunjun up the cliff. Xiao Mingzhu had already adjusted her attire, standing properly to the side, observing with focused attention, appearing oblivious to her surroundings. When Han Yunjun reached the top and gently called her name, she offered a respectful bow and replied, "Your Highness, I have neither met you nor saved you." Upon reaching the cliff, she gazed at the dark guards, their bodies still stained with traces of blood, and was suddenly reminded of Han Yunjuan's earlier words about leaving no survivors. She did not necessarily believe there was anything wrong with eliminating her enemies. Yet she sensed that this second prince might not be as gentle as he appeared. Particularly, the way he conversed with her felt excessively agreeable, stirring a sense of unease within her. His tone seemed reminiscent of 008, enticing her into becoming a tasker. Although she did not believe there was anything about her that he would covet, she instinctively wished to distance herself. Han Yunjun found himself both amused and exasperated. It appeared she sought to dissociate herself from him. Was it his prior remarks that provoked her? Or had she discerned something upon her arrival that led her to forego even the reward for her life-saving pills? Or perhaps she simply desired him to discreetly look after her. Nevertheless, he did not wish to cause her distress. Some matters were better handled subtly than overtly. He nodded, assuring her, "Miss Xiao, you need not worry." The guards around them were taken aback, while Xiantai could only gaze skyward in silence. Indeed, Miss Xiao was a unique presence. Han Yunjun cleared his throat, prompting Xiantai to look over eagerly. Noticing Han Yunjuan's slight nod, he understood that his master intended to share certain findings with Miss Xiao and promptly stated, "Miss Xiao, there are some matters I must inform you of." Xiao Mingzhu remained silent, not uttering a word. Xian Tai continued. When we located the chestnut horse, we discovered several silver needles entwined beneath its reins, with a potion on the needles capable of driving the horse mad. Xiao Mingzhu inclined her head slightly towards Xian Tai, expressing her gratitude. Thank you for your efforts. Xiao Mingzhu hurriedly declined, stating, I must first search for my maid. It must be said that she saved me. If a guard of the second prince accompanies me, it would effectively announce to the world that there is a connection between us. I certainly do not wish to become a target. Who knows? The masked assailant may come for me next. Xian Tai reassured her, Miss Xiao, rest assured. He will only protect you from the shadows and will not cause you any trouble. Chapter 59. The female boss launches. This marks Annie's fifth venture into the realm of fantasy literature. From her initial flop, Soul Summoner, to her previous work, The Sorceress selects a husband, and now the female boss. She has persevered through the writing journey. Annie is not eloquent. She simply updates her work diligently. After its launch, she guarantees at least 2 updates daily. A glance at her previous works will reveal that, regardless of their performance, she has never faltered in her updates. To be honest, since the inception of this book, Annie feels uncertain. The current reception is not particularly promising. Nevertheless, fueled by her passion for the story, she is determined to exert her utmost effort to make the tale resonate with greater brilliance. At the same time, dear readers, if you possess monthly votes, please cast one. Any other votes would also be appreciated, as Annie will provide additional updates. Thank you. Chapter 60. Seeking Initial Subscription, Han Yunjun. Upon no longer seeing Xiao Mingzhu's figure, cast a cold glance over the guards before inquiring, what of the assassins? Xian Tai was aware of his concerns. Chapter 61. The Wild Bee Recognizes You. Xiao Mingzhu was truly incensed. She reached out and overturned the silver basin on the shelf. With a loud crash, the basin fell to the ground, splattering water everywhere, even the bystanders. Chapter 62. The Incomprehensible Conspiracy. Xiao Mingzhu pondered, her brow furrowed in confusion. If someone had smeared bee-attracting honey or syrup on me, why were there no traces on my clothing? Furthermore, you all. Chapter 63. Discovery of a Suspicious Figure. Ji Xia hurried in, holding the garments recently changed by Xiao Mingzhu. After greeting, she said, Madam, I have discovered that the scent on the young lady's clothing is not. Chapter 64. Who is the mastermind? Aunt Xiao noticed Xiao Mingzhu's unusual expression and pressed, Has the young lady recalled something? The maid of Lu San, Yu Lu. Xiao Mingzhu hesitated. Chapter 65. The Imperial Bestowals. 008 contemplated and remarked, This truly is puzzling. Chapter 66. The Subtle Advantages. The atmosphere within the palace was so tense it could suffocate one, particularly in the hall where Han Yunjun resided, where everyone wished they could float away, desperately trying to avoid making a sound. Chapter 67. The incident news of the Emperor's special commendation for Xiao Mingzhu swiftly spread throughout the capital within half an hour, prompting many to inquire about the eldest daughter of the general's residence. Chapter 68. The matter escalates. El Shur was taken aback, unsure of the old matriarch Lu's sudden mention of this matter. She could only respond with decorum, saying, It has yet to be settled. Third brother is of illegitimate birth, making the discussion rather delicate. Chapter 69. Obstruction. Additional update. The old matriarch Lu was genuinely infuriated, striking the table repeatedly and exclaiming, Good, good, good. I truly have 2 wonderful daughters-in-law. She had not anticipated the connection between Zhang and. Chapter 70. Not a suitable match upon entering the study. The maid served tea, and Lu Ziyuan dismissed everyone, patiently awaiting Lu Ningxi to speak. Lu Ningxi, filled with unexpressed thoughts, was at a loss for where to begin. Chapter 71. Investigation to the end. Not enough. Han Yunjun scoffed, a frenzied blood mist swirling in his eyes. The investigation lacks depth. What precisely were the Empress's orders? And how did that wet nurse? Chapter 72. The cannon fodder's counterattack system 008 was momentarily stunned, nearly causing the entire program to crash. On the large screen within the space, lines of text scrolled frantically. She can hear it? Chapter 73. The big fish eats the small fish. Oh. So you were curious about this. 2542 remarked, one must not break character. It is essential that those familiar do not discover that the client has been replaced. Chapter 74. Keeping promises yet, at this moment. 2542 finally comprehended 008's intentions and let out a desperate scream. Alas, there was no escaping the clutches of 008's enchantment. Chapter 75. A family. The smile on the old matriarch's face froze. What did the emperor mean by this? Did he think she had treated Mingzhu poorly, or was he merely fearful that she might seize her granddaughter as possessions? Chapter 76. Misunderstandings. Aunt Xiao nodded approvingly. Handing a stack of contracts and ledgers, sent by Nurse Ru, to Xiao Mingzhu. Please examine these, my dear. Xiao Mingzhu accepted them. Chapter 77. Expertly deceiving the younger generation. Additional update. Old Master Lu immediately ordered. Chapter 78. There are no fools in the palace. Chapter 79. Misunderstandings persist. Han Yunzhao listened to Lu Pin's insidious words, feeling a twinge of sorrow. His earlier confrontation with his elder brother was not merely born from suspicion. Chapter 80. Unveiling the truth. Nurse Shang was taken aback by Xiao Mingzhu's inquiry. Shouldn't she be asking Aunt Xiao privately? Was the young lady testing her? Nevertheless, she genuinely understood. Chapter 81. What have I done wrong? What, pray tell? Have I done wrong to invite such calamity upon myself? Xiao Mingzhu earnestly inquired. Lu Ningxi gazed into Xiao Mingzhu's clear eyes, feeling a wave of emotions. Unlike the excitement displayed by 008, Xiao Mingzhu remained particularly composed. Truth be told, she regretted handing over 2,542 to 008. Madame Wang dared not directly scold Xiao Mingzhu. Instead, she placed the blame squarely on Zhang Qingshuang's shoulders, suppressing her anger and indirectly rebuking. Fifth sister, you still. Am I not the protagonist? A young lady standing behind Madame Wu anxiously called out, Mother. With a smile, Madame Wu beckoned the girl closer to her and addressed Xiao Mingzhu. Is Xiao Qinghe reborn? Seventh sister, is that a Yutong spring tree? Xiao Qingyan couldn't help but inquire upon seeing a flowering tree encircled by large stones. Zhang Nanan felt immense regret. The reborn individuals were natives, possessing memories of their past lives, making them far more formidable than the constrained taskers. How could she have misjudged them before? Have you lost your memory again, fifth sister? Madame Wang hurried forward, attempting to cover Zhang Nanan's mouth. Wang, let her speak, old Madame Su commanded, striking the armrest of her chair. I do not wish to be a weapon, the old matriarch scoffed, remarking, Run, you celebrate too soon. The doctor merely suggested it is unlikely, not impossible. Chapter 90. Delivering medicine. The elderly matriarch observed the expressions of both Xiao Mingzhu and the old Madame Su with great care as she cast a glance towards them. The initial outcome of her discussion with the old marquise was. Chapter 91. Testing the water's scar-removing beauty cream. Aunt Xiao, who had been waiting in the courtyard, disregarded the presence of Madame Shang and immediately inquired with fervor. Chapter 92. Unfairness. The following day, Xiao Mingzhu, as per her usual routine, made her way to pay respects to the old Madame Su, timing her visit meticulously. Upon stepping out of the courtyard, she noticed that the opposite gate had also swung open, revealing Madame Ren and. Chapter 93. The oddities of the post. Xiao Mingzhu did not dwell on it too much. She merely assumed they were speaking of her father arranging a suitable and favorable marriage for her, which alleviated her earlier gloom. She smiled and said, Father. Chapter 94. Unable to resist temptation. The coverage area of the 008 feature was merely around 50 meters, yet the two courtyards evidently surpassed this distance. To ascertain the happenings within the Lufang courtyard. Chapter 95. Disciplining a daughter. Xiao Qingyan lowered her head, nervously rubbing the hem of her garment. Her lips pressed tightly together. Chapter 96. Change the messenger girl, Shower, dared not directly inform Xiao Qinghe of her mistress's absence. Yet her subtle words conveyed the meaning nonetheless. She apologized to Xiao Qinghe. Chapter 97. A visitor from the Su family. The messenger went to deliver a letter to the old matriarch of the Su family. Chapter 98. The final compromise. Xiao Mingzhu understood that Madame Su's visit at this moment surely indicated her desire to reconcile with her grandmother. She also comprehended that grievances would dissipate with time. Chapter 99. Unpleasant Truths. The old matriarch of the Su family was pleased and handed the hastily selected gift to Su Pianran, gesturing for her to sit beside her. Chapter 100. Advancing by retreating. In the flower hall, Su Pianran felt quite discontented and pretended to explain for Xiao Mingzhu. Aunt, this matter cannot solely be blamed on my cousin. It was indeed my aunt's doing back then. Chapter 101. I shall not go. Xiao Mingzhu smiled and remarked, Aunt, if grandmother does not insist on my fostering a good relationship with Su Pianran, nor am I taking her to the celebration prince's residence, then I shall not mention leaving, shall I? Chapter 102. Moving out. Additional update. The old matriarch's face darkened. Is that truly the case? Xiao Mingzhu nodded. I wish to go, and I will certainly go. You cannot prevent me. Grandmother also knows. Chapter 103. A disagreement leads to conflict. Lady Shang found the situation both amusing and exasperating, but she soon set it aside. Indeed, the young lady has both General Xiao in the open and a master in the shadows. Surely they will select the most suitable. Chapter 104. Master Muxian. Such audacity, to dare confront the Chu family. Chu Yuchen staggered, turning her head to see Han Yunjiao, her eyes widening in surprise. Cousin. Chapter 105. No fortune. Ah, Daoist Ju. Aunt Xiao finally connected the person before her with her impression of a figure clad in a robe, the color of which was now indiscernible, with flowing white hair and a countenance. Chapter 106. The Great Staff Approaches. Inside the room, after a prolonged silence, Xiao Mingzhu spoke in a voice as faint as a mosquito's. My grandmother does not favor me. You are not silver. How can you be liked by everyone? Chapter 107. The Chosen One. Chapter 108. The Art of Health. Chapter 109. Fate should not end. Shall we invite the master to take a look? Xiao Dongzi still felt uneasy, knowing that his master, for the sake of Miss Xiao, could overlook many matters. The door. Chapter 110. Entanglements. Han Yunjiao felt somewhat uncomfortable, and these sentiments did not escape Han Yunjuan's notice. Though a tinge of bitterness lingered in his heart, he adhered to his initial resolve. Chapter 111. 008 in Fear. Xiao Mingzhu hesitated for a moment, then declared, let it be 42 days. She comprehended this point. It was impossible to conduct a ritual for 49 days, lest one attract outside scrutiny. Chapter 112. The cursed young master Chu cast a glance at Xiao Mingzhu and her companions, his face betraying a hint of irritation, though he was uncertain of its target. Turning his head away, he instructed those around him to withdraw. Chapter 113. Consequences of one's actions. Additional for Zheruan Air. Madame Chu II found herself unable to contain the frenzied Chu Yuchen, who swiftly pushed her aside. Had it not been for the maid supporting her, she would have collided with the railing. Chapter 114. The Nemesis, are you frightened? Xiao Mingzhu inquired with a triumphant smile, deliberately probing at 008's wound. Indeed, she observed 008 shrink back once more. Chapter 115. None shall prevail. The emperor paused, casting an irritable glance at Master Muxian. Did you inadvertently reveal my identity to anyone? Master Muxian merely scoffed and replied directly. Chapter 116. A plea for grace. The emperor gazed into Xiao Mingzhu's clear eyes, devoid of any flattery, and was struck by a peculiar sensation. It seemed she did not regard him as an emperor, as if. Chapter 117. Two marriages. The emperor suddenly recalled the recent subtle maneuvers of the empress, and at that moment, realization dawned upon him. He nearly shouted, if you think of a Zhao, why do you not seek something for yourself? Chapter 118. He is handsome. Additional, old fellow. The emperor sighed, acknowledging that you truly comprehend his thoughts. Eunuch Chung let out a breath of relief, swiftly collecting the shards of porcelain from within the carriage. Chapter 119. The switch on the spot. Han Yunjing was taken aback. Had he misheard? Wasn't the esteemed daughter of the Zhanghua Marquis's residence supposed to be the one? And yet she was transformed into the fifth daughter of the Dongping Marquis's household? Chapter 120. Remediation. In those years, the late emperor, gravely ill, summoned the princes from various regions to the capital to attend to his ailment. Chapter 121. The payment lens dojo commenced as per Xiao Mingzhu's expectations. Entrusting Daoist Shui Rang with full responsibility, Daoist Shui Rang devised a thorough plan for her. Chapter 122. Everyone wants to make an appearance? Madame Shang remarked indifferently. I have often pondered this. I initially believed that the Xiao family's clan rules differed from those of ordinary families, as the profits from ancestral fields were guaranteed. Chapter 123. A face is not so easily displayed. The old matriarch glared fiercely at Madame Wu, her expression icy as she retorted. I am not the one managing affairs at the front. Madame Ren attempted to deliver a few sarcastic remarks, but Xiao Qinglu quietly. Chapter 124. A resounding slap as the sound of the ritual bells resonated once more from outside. The old matriarch's face lost all composure, feeling as though she had received a resounding slap. Chapter 125. No sister in the tea room. The Zhou matriarch clasped her hands anxiously, nervously inquiring of her nursemaid, what am I to do? The attitude of seventh sister is evidently apparent. Chapter 126. The plea arrives after the conclusion of the dojo session. Xiao Mingzhu was resting when Madame Ren approached her. Is she truly intent on keeping me here? Madame Ren could not resist asking. Xiao. Chapter 127. Estrangement. Xiao Mingzhu understood that Ding Wei's reminder was to prevent her from acting impulsively upon learning of old Madame Lu's intentions. She chuckled softly. Rest assured, those trifles are behind us. Chapter 128. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law are adversaries. Jiang Lianxin was at a loss for words and pushed the plate of pastry slightly towards Lu Ningxi. Sister Lu, do you have a piece of fruit? Lu Ningxi smiled. Chapter 129. It has never been possible. Thank you, old madam, for your candidness. Xiao Mingzhu rose and offered a respectful bow to old Madame Lu. Knowing this much suffices, she had no desire to delve further. Chapter 130. An incident occurred just as Ji Xia closed the courtyard gate. She heard movement atop the wall. Granny Sang raised her hand, and a small pebble flew forth. The person on the wall dodged the pebble, evading. Chapter 131. The task of cousin Zhao and the memories of the client. The client and Ding Wei were originally in a romantic liaison, and their marriage had been brought up in a systematic manner. The Ding family stated that after the autumn examination. Chapter 132. It went awry. Zhao Renwei glared at Xiao Mingzhu, who rushed forward to intercept him, utterly enraged. He retorted, what does this have to do with you? Chapter 133. Two choices. Upon returning to the Sanzi courtyard, Jiang Lianxin, who was anxiously awaiting, was taken aback by Ding Wei's disheveled appearance, exclaiming, what has happened to my cousin? Chapter 134. Still a chance. Zhao Renwei hesitated repeatedly, unable to reach a decisive conclusion. However, continuing the mission without the prospect of success rendered all efforts futile. If obliterated, one could hardly speak of experience. Chapter 135. Fabricated evidence. As Zhao Renwei was ushered into the side hall, Xiao Mingzhu stealthily approached the window at the back of the side hall, pressing her ear against the frame to eavesdrop. Chapter 136. Something is amiss. Chapter 137. Inciting discord. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside. Xiao Mingzhu heard Zhao Renwei's arrogant voice. What is this? You refuse to let me go? Planning to keep me for dinner and the night? Quickly, let me. Chapter 138. A fair exchange? Zhao Renwei realized he could speak, but was immobilized, glaring fiercely at Xiao Mingzhu. Do you dare to blind me? He threatened. To which Xiao Mingzhu retorted. Chapter 139. Trust too heavy. The door curtain rustled, and Xiao Mingzhu looked up to see Mama Shang entering. Without waiting for her to speak, Xiao Mingzhu frowned and said, Mama, weren't you supposed to rest? What brings you here? Chapter 140. An ordinary person. Xiao Mingzhu could not help but steal a glance at Han Yunjun. He maintained his smile, yet she discerned a faint hint of tension in his eyes. Chapter 141. A touch of jealousy. Xiao Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback, realizing she had misinterpreted the situation. All she needed to do was instruct Xiantai to arrange for someone to handle the matter. If only she had been informed sooner. Chapter 142. A stolen pillow. Han Yunjiao paused, cautiously inquiring, second brother, since father has already arranged a marriage for eldest brother. Is he also in the process of selecting a bride for you? Chapter 143. Eliminate Task 1142, Part 1. Xiao Mingzhu nodded, affirming, indeed. Not a single place I mentioned can be overlooked. Chapter 144. Eliminate Task 1142, Part 2. Zhao Renwei perceived that old Madame Ding was not genuinely consulting him, but rather issuing a straightforward warning, dismissing him as someone unworthy of direct dialogue. Chapter 145. Eliminate Task 1142, Part 3. Ultimately, Mama Shang discovered something unusual within the most ordinary medicinal pillow. The embroidered cotton cover was unexpectedly double-layered. As she meticulously examined the stitching. Chapter 146. Eliminate Task 1142, Part 4. Xuanche's efficiency and methods were undeniably commendable. He dispatched someone to casually mention a few words, successfully revealing that Zhao Renwei frequently lodged at the residence of young Master Ding. Upon receiving the news that the Zhao family had arrived in the capital and settled in a small courtyard on East Street, Xiao Mingzhu decisively arranged for action that very night. The fish had been adequately raised. Although Master Mu Xian did not insist on joining the expedition, he was adamant about sending Shui to accompany them. Must it be this way? Xiao Mingzhu inquired. Master Mu Xian, Zhao Renwei, having experienced much of the world, remained remarkably composed, lying without a flicker of emotion. I still possess many. Consider that one a token of our first meeting. Xiao Mingzhu nodded, compassionately stating, yes, it is precisely as you envisioned. 1142 screamed, does she know me? A week prior, chaos ensued. The first snowfall descended, enveloping everything in the world, merging heaven and earth into a singular expanse of white, with jade branches and leaves, a delicate facade of powdery snow, leaving only an air of elegance and tranquility. After a prolonged silence, Xiao Mingzhu finally remarked, the dimensional consciousness you speak of is what we refer to as the way of heaven? Indeed. The current 008 is quite sycophantic, truly. Is it possible to alter one's fate? Upon hearing Zhao Renwei's intention to barter the secret that would determine Xiao Huayan's fate with Xiao Mingzhu, Master Mu Xian could not refrain from clenching his fist, his body trembling slightly. Chapter 154. Not a short-lived person. Chapter 155. Cousin from the Song family. Additional update. Just as Ji Chun was preparing to send the wet clothes for washing, she suddenly recalled the words brought by the guards accompanying Wu Jin and remarked, a message has arrived from that side, stating that Zhao Renwei. Chapter 156. Little White Flower. Upon entering the chamber, Miss Song's eyes wandered about in a rather unorthodox manner, with a hint of disdain that she herself was unaware of, yet was. Chapter 157. The purpose of Song Yuru. However, Song Yuru's elation lasted merely 2 days. Once she grasped the predicament of the Song family, her joy dissipated entirely. Although the Song family. Chapter 158. Father's reply. Han Yunjun gently covered his mouth and coughed softly, chuckling. I hope that next year, I shall no longer have to don this unsightly bear skin. Ever since learning a few techniques from Xiao Mingzhu. Chapter 159. I am here. Xiao Mingzhu was not easily swayed by Han Yunjin's simple remarks. She was well aware that those who had been immersed in ink since childhood had far more intricate thoughts. Chapter 160. Can also be used for washing faces. As the days passed, the old matriarch ceased to send anyone to Qingfeng Temple to inquire about Xiao Mingzhu. Yet she remained unfazed by this neglect. Her daily life continued. Chapter 161. New flames of war erupted in Xianan. Han Yunzhao could not contain herself and exclaimed, did I offend you? How have I wronged you? Apart from climbing over the wall into your courtyard during my first visit to Qifeng Temple. Chapter 162. Fabrics. Entering the city gates and traversing the bustling streets, Xiao Mingzhu leaned unceremoniously against Aunt Xiao's shoulder, occasionally stifling yawns, prompting Aunt Xiao to glance at her with concern. Chapter 163. Just like before. Oh, if you are so generous, then I shall not hold back. Xiao Mingzhu, unreserved. Extracted from the cloth bag a fabric of deep hues traditionally worn by the elderly. Chapter 164. The servant's plight. Chapter 165. A leap. Miss, your cousin has arrived. A young maid relayed the news, and Xiao Mingzhu could not help but raise her head, pressing her forehead. Why has she come again? She is like a lingering spirit. Chapter 166. The Seven-Tailed Phoenix Hairpin. Ji Chun was startled. Miss, you wouldn't have truly pushed your cousin down, would you? Xiao Mingzhu mischievously winked. What do you think? Chapter 167. Achieving Multiple Goals. Old Madame Su sighed softly, uncertain whether she was explaining to Ming Mama or merely to herself. Let us not forget that the emperor has yet to establish a crown prince, and the court is far from tranquil. Chapter 168. A Smokescreen. Han Yunjun glanced at the emperor and remarked, Father, the seven-tailed phoenix hairpin must surely belong to a princely consort. How could it be anything less? At present, she was of an appropriate age. Chapter 169. Can anything change? It must be said that the sudden maneuver by the Empress once again drew considerable attention to Xiao Mingzhu. However, this time, all families had settled into a profound silence. Chapter 170. No silver here. Xiao Mingzhu widened her eyes in disbelief. What? She intends to alter Xiao Qingyue's fate? This cannot be allowed. 008 stated. In this world, there exists a system for counterattacks, possessing the ability to. Chapter 171. A Wave of Slaps. After Xiao Qingyue spoke, she realized that Xiao Mingzhu was not listening at all but was fixated on Xiao Qingxuan. Unable to restrain herself, she called out, Seventh Sister. Where is Fifth Sister? Chapter 172. Good people have heavenly blessings. Xiao Qinglu chuckled lightly and spoke candidly. Mingmei. Chapter 173. Revelations. Chapter 174. The battle intensifies. The words of 008 successfully tempted Xiao Mingzhu. Let alone merely revealing secrets, even defying fate, she would do anything for her father, and yet. Chapter 175. First entry into the palace. After delivering that slap, Su Pianran immediately regretted her actions. In the household of the Su family, had she struck Song Yuru, it would have been one matter. However, this was within the general's manor, and such a slap could lead to dire consequences. Chapter 176. Inciting hatred while conversing with others, Ding Wei noticed Xiao Mingzhu and swiftly approached her. Sister Xiao, she called out softly. Yet her voice drew the attention of all nearby. Chapter 177. The Cat's Attack. Additional update. Once Cayenne departed, the hall erupted with lively chatter. Miss Xiaoqi is truly a clever individual. It is no wonder the Empress holds her in such high regard. Indeed. Chapter 178. The Chain Trap. At this moment, the two palace maids were utterly disheartened. They had never anticipated that the fifth prince had witnessed everything. Nevertheless, they refused to admit it, remaining obstinately silent. Chapter 179. A word of caution. Ding Wei furrowed her brow, uncertain whether to believe the information presented to her. After a moment's hesitation, she cautioned, the seven-tailed phoenix hairpin granted to you by the Empress is now in the capital. Chapter 180. The discovery. Lu Pin trembled with rage, having contemplated various possibilities, yet she never imagined that Xiao Mingzhu would use the Emperor's words to silence her. She could never refute the Emperor. Chapter 181. What right do you have to interfere in my affairs? Xiao Mingzhu also noticed Han Yunjun. She halted her steps, casually perched herself on the nearby railing, her gaze toward Han Yunjun brimming with indignation and defiance. Chapter 182. Infuriated. Han Yunjun took a deep breath, forcefully swallowing the discomfort that welled within him, and gently remarked, I know you were wronged just now. Chapter 183. The distinction between sovereign and subject. Ahem. The Emperor does not assign blame, but she shall face punishment. Han Yunjun was no fool. He swiftly discerned the trap within the Emperor's words. Chapter 184. The matter of proposals is personal. The Emperor scoffed. Since you are aware he is a subject, how dare you? His words trailed off, leaving him at a loss for how to continue. At that moment, Xiao Mingzhu. Chapter 185. If what she desired was you. Xiao Mingzhu was utterly furious. Were it not for their presence in the palace and the obstruction of Chief Eunuch Chong, she would have gladly kicked Han Yunjiao away. Han Yunjiao and her. Chapter 186. A Trap. Master Mu Xian was astute enough to grasp the implications behind the Emperor's words. Remaining neither anxious nor flustered, he calmly stated, if the Emperor refers to Miss Xiao nurturing a life-preserving pill. Chapter 187. Administering medicine. Your Majesty, Master Mu Xian, in a fit of rage, disregarded the decorum between sovereign and subject, exclaiming, "This is excessively cunning of you, old man." Chapter 188, Confession. Master Mu Xian strode to the bedside, checking Han Yunjuan's pulse while inquiring, "Does the second prince feel anything unusual?" Han Yunjun stole a glance at Xiao Mingzhu. Chapter 189, Father's Disappearance. 008 swiftly surveyed the surroundings and stated, "Host, you have saved the second." Chapter 190, The Ink Jade Token. I understand. Xiao Mingzhu replied calmly, as if the slap she had just received had not been directed at her. Her gaze exuded a resolute spirit, evoking a deep sense of sympathy in those who beheld her. Chapter 191, The Star Chart has changed. Xiao Mingzhu was never one to be overly sentimental in times of crisis. At this moment, she genuinely yearned to venture to Xian and to uncover her father's whereabouts and to ascertain the truth behind his misfortune. Chapter 192, The Orphan Trust. Additional update. Jiu Yi raised an eyebrow with a devilish charm. Weren't you in despair, refusing any further tasks? Yet now, upon hearing the news, you can hardly contain yourself? Chapter 193, The engagement concluded. As the servants exited the room, Lady Geng quietly explained to Lord Geng, "The master finds her quite admirable, and even the emperor and empress hold her in favorable regard." Chapter 194, The Farewell Letter. Upon entering the room, Xiao Mingzhu was met with the pungent scent of medicine. She looked up to see old Master Su reclining awkwardly on the kong, appearing as if he had aged a decade, his spirit considerably diminished. Chapter 195, Has she ever asked? After punishing Han Yunjing, the emperor turned to seek out Han Yunjun. Han Yunjun was leisurely practicing his physical exercises within the palace, his movements slow yet. Chapter 196, The lamp remains lit. It was only then that Lord Geng recalled that during his previous conversation with his wife regarding the Xiao family's marriage proposal, he had not taken care to dismiss the maidservants present. Subsequently, his wife felt it inappropriate and wished to withdraw the engagement. Chapter 197, Rumors. Xiao Mingzhu carefully tucked away the 2 letters before inquiring of Master Mu Xian, "When did you receive the letters? Why did you not inform me at the earliest opportunity?" Chapter 198, Acknowledging one's mistakes. Old Madame Su grasped Xiao Mingzhu's hand firmly and stated with gravity, "Regardless of the circumstances, we must prioritize the interests of the general's residence." Chapter 199, Tea. Upon hearing Lord Geng kneeling at the palace gates, defending both Xiao Mingzhu and himself, the emperor's laughter rang out, filled with derision. It appeared that Geng Hengren was indeed a remarkable individual. Chapter 200, Each person has their own path to walk. Chapter 201, Visitors from the clan. On this snow-covered New Year, the general's residence experienced an unusually desolate atmosphere. Xiao Mingzhu accompanied old Madame Su for an exceptionally quiet New Year's Eve dinner. Old Madame Su. Chapter 202, In case of unforeseen circumstances. Xiao Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback, unable to discern whether it was a reminder or a reprimand. Just as she was about to speak, old Madame Su raised her hand. "Enough. They have come with ulterior motives to stir trouble." Chapter 203, The Grandmother's Hatred. Although Xiao Mingzhu claimed to understand the selfishness of human nature, she had not truly experienced the intrigues of a household dispute, leaving her somewhat perplexed by the cryptic exchanges between the old patriarch and her grandmother. Chapter 204, The Star of Calamity. Observing the 2 shameless elders who had turned against them, the expression of Marquis Guangyang shifted. Having navigated the treacherous waters of politics for so long, he was adept at reading people's emotions and discerning intentions. Chapter 205, A 3-year Term. Why should I trust you? Old Madame Su harbored no faith in Xiao Mingzhu's words, not to mention the fact that Xiao Mingzhu's chances of marrying into the royal family had significantly diminished. Chapter 206, The True Intent. Listening to the unceremonious remarks of Nurse Ru, Song Yiru's face turned pale with anger, yet she found herself powerless against Nurse Ru. Ultimately conceding, "I shall keep watch over my great-aunt." Chapter 207, The Inescapable Truth. Nurse Shang hesitated for a moment before finally asking, "Miss, do you wish to seek the assistance of the second prince?" Xiao Mingzhu abruptly sat up, staring blankly. Chapter 208, A Delay Tactic. Nurse Ru had let the word slip, and soon those concerned about the general's residence were well aware. The emperor immediately smashed the ink stone, the Xiao family, indeed. Chapter 209, Lantern Festival. Determined to attend, Xiao Mingzhu gathered her spirits and discussed the guests with Aunt Xiao. Ding Wei is certainly on the list, and Zhang Lianxin must also be invited. However, Chapter 210, whose loss is greater? As Xiao Mingzhu and her companions advanced a short distance, they overheard a voice filled with indignation. Xiao Mingzhu, I never expected my dear aunt to be well enough to come out and enjoy the lanterns. Chapter 211, is it to avoid suspicion? A small object fell onto the glazed tile beneath the window, and Xiao Mingzhu turned her head to glance around. She noticed the window of the adjacent compartment. Chapter 212, Lianxin disappears. Beautiful, truly beautiful. Xiao Mingzhu couldn't help but exclaim. This trip was indeed worthwhile. Granny Shang smiled. Miss, the dragon carriage will arrive shortly. Chapter 213, Found. Xiao Mingzhu feigned nonchalance as if nothing had occurred, leading Granny Shang out with a radiant smile. At the door, she retrieved 3 copper coins from her purse. Chapter 214, How to Save. Chapter 215, An Acquaintance. Time was of the essence, and there was no opportunity for explanations. Xiao Mingzhu anxiously exclaimed to the person, There are bad people chasing me. Ah, how foolish. Chapter 216, Pain. Han Yunjuan's gaze fell upon the young Master Jia, and he could not help but feel that there was something peculiar about him, an indescribable oddity. Chapter 217, Has it come to an end? On the other side of the wall, Xiao Mingzhu, unable to hear the sharp and succinct exchange between Han Yunjun and the young Master Chu, looked in astonishment at the empty space behind her where Madame Shang once stood. Where is Lianxin? Chapter 218, The Task of the Night. She did not simply vanish. Rather, someone had aided her. Yi Ge flashed a wicked smile, entirely different from his previous public persona. Chapter 219, A Relationship Clearly Beyond the Ordinary. Observing Xiao Mingzhu's hesitation as she took her time to introduce him, and the uncertainty that seeped into her words while revealing the man's identity, Ding Wei felt an urge to cradle her head in her hands. Chapter 220, Appreciating the Lanterns. Chapter 221, Who are you? The man in the azure robe hastily raised his hand to stop her. You must not, esteemed lady. One must remain composed amidst honor and disgrace. Smile without revealing one's teeth, and walk without exposing one's feet. How can you present yourself in such a manner? Chapter 222, A Deceptive Maneuver. Xiao Mingzhu was not having it anymore. She slammed her hands on the table. What do you mean by this? Are you no longer willing to assist me? Wait a moment. Although Qingshi Mountain is distant, Qingfeng Temple is nearby. Can you believe that? Chapter 223, A Child's Play. Xiao Mingzhu pondered for a moment, her face filled with regret. Yet, in an instant, she burst into laughter, pointing at the 3 individuals before her. Who said there are no candidates? You 3 are indeed options. Chapter 224, Troubled by Love. What could she possibly want to achieve? Xiao Mingzhu questioned 008, perplexed. Is she seeking an opportunity to harm her? Yet, she is currently with Hao Ron, and those individuals might even target Hao. Chapter 225, Piercing through at this moment, Xiao Mingzhu was consumed by discontent, unhappiness, and unwillingness. She even contemplated storming out to give Han Yunjun a couple of lashes, throwing him to the ground with great force. Chapter 226, Daring not to gamble. The emperor observed Han Yunjun's forced smile with a sense of disappointment, tapping his forehead in exasperation. Do you realize that Jia Haoran and Xiao Mingzhu are childhood friends? Chapter 227, Finding him some companions. I understand now. There will not be a next time, Han Yunjun vowed. I will earnestly practice, faithfully take my medicine, and strive to maintain my health, spending more time with my father. Chapter 228, The standards set by my father. Although this is challenging, it is not entirely unattainable. The emperor mused as he lifted his teacup, his mind beginning to assess the circumstances of various families' offspring. Chapter 229, No Soft Heart. Xiao Dongzi cautiously observed Han Yunjuan's expression, noticing that his previously bright spirit had dimmed once again. Without hesitation, he directed his ire towards Jia Haoran. Chapter 230, Think carefully. Chapter 231. Chaos in the mansion. The Empress grasped a comb from the table tightly, using its fine teeth to dig into her palm, striving to maintain her composure. Young Master Jia and Xiao Mingzhu looked on. Chapter 232. Taking action, my lady. Nurse Shang stretched out her arms and pushed aside the several women blocking her path, anxiously approaching. My lady, are you unharmed? Chapter 233. Shattering the car. Xiao Mingzhu hurriedly approached Madame Su, seizing her arms and forcefully crashing her back against the chair, declaring as she did so, "You Su family." Chapter 234. How can one be filial without kindness? Chapter 235. Taking charge. Xiao Mingzhu's series of strikes left the old Madame Su utterly defenseless. She was well aware that Xiao Mingzhu was not exaggerating or attempting to intimidate. Chapter 236. I will find my own way. Upon exiting the main room, Nurse Shang followed closely, inquiring, "My lady, what do you plan to do next?" Just now, the young lady and the old matron were at an impasse. She truly was. Chapter 237. Dealing with the difficult servant in the courtyard. Aunt Xiao had already brought the servants of the Yang family, along with those encircling the yard, under control. Matron Shang had also gathered the servants from the main residence together, and indeed. Chapter 238. There in collusion. Old Lady Su trembled with rage, struggling to restrain herself from striking Xiao Mingzhu. Do not overstep your bounds. Previously, she had instructed Mingjie. Chapter 239. Are you aware? Hearing the hurried footsteps approaching from outside, Matron Shang gestured for Aunt Xiao to remain silent. However, neither of them anticipated that the visitor would be Xiao Mingzhu. Chapter 240. Inquiring Aunt Xiao without much thought, Xiao Mingzhu nodded carelessly. These trivial matters are best handled by the matron. Matron Shang confirmed that Xiao Mingzhu still harbored intentions. Chapter 241. Not wanting to compromise herself. Additional. Aunt Xiao playfully brushed Xiao Mingzhu's nose, teasing. Indeed, at that time, I was not cautious enough in selecting such a troublesome little monkey. Chapter 242. Childhood companions. Additional. Rest assured, and I am aware. Xiao Mingzhu truly did not wish to discuss this matter further. Chapter 243. The Bouncy Song Yuru. Part 1. Matron Shang and Aunt Xiao had not genuinely anticipated that Xiao Mingzhu had a hand in this. After exchanging glances, they could only manage a wry smile. Indeed, the young lady. Chapter 244. The Sprightly Song Yuru. Part 2. This is a method that Song Yuru devised with great effort. Ultimately, she is entrusted to the general's residence by her grandmother, which means that the general's residence holds sway over her future, as long as. Chapter 245. The Sprightly Song Yuru. Part 3. Song Yuru was overly confident, believing herself to be the heroine, solely remembering that her master holds the fates of the servants in her hands, and never considering the possibility of misfortune. As for Granny Tang. Chapter 246. Confession 008. The voice of 008 was too loud, causing Xiao Mingzhu to tremble, nearly spilling a cup of hot tea onto her lap, while Granny Shang and Aunt Xiao were thrown into disarray, trying to assist. Chapter 247. Defeating 008. However, after being dragged by Master Mu Xian and not straying too far, 008 realized that the pressure exerted by Master Mu Xian had vanished, even the sword that had previously terrified it. Chapter 248. The Crown Prince's heir. Xiao Mingzhu walked away calmly, refraining from eavesdropping on the conversation between 008 and Master Mu Xian. She waited for about half an hour until Master Mu Xian released his foot from 008. Chapter 249. A casual conversation. Han Wanting exchanged a glance with Han Zhaocheng before quietly explaining to Jiang Susu. Yes, that is Xiao Mingzhu, currently favored by the emperor. Who knows not? Chapter 250. The reveal. Yes, at that moment, I intended to do just that. 008 did not deny it. The acknowledgement that Xiao Mingzhu is indeed the true bearer of great fortune has been made. There are attempts to corrupt her, yet. Chapter 251. The Song family pays a visit. Despite their persistence, they continue to advise caution, treating her as one of their own. Xiaoming. Chapter 252. Do not attempt to take advantage. Upon entering the side hall of the front courtyard, Xiao Mingzhu and her companions immediately spotted the dignitary enjoying tea. At that moment, both Master Song and Song Yuru were taken aback. Chapter 253, Father's Token. As winter fades away and spring blossoms, the air is filled with the songs of orioles and swallows. Early in the morning, Xiao Mingzhu awoke, not even donning her outer garments, and pushed the window wide open to gaze at the sky. Chapter 254, An Unexpected Guest. Xiao Qinghe and Xiao Qinglu. It seemed that Xiao Qinghe had an epiphany. While Xiao Qilu was quite astute, they would not have approached her without reason. Chapter 255, A Worthy Goal. Outside the garden, a common carriage was parked by the roadside, where Han Yunjun could not help but sneeze several times. Xiao Dongzi, feeling anxious, hurried to offer a handkerchief. Chapter 256, What If I Strike You? Ji Yue heard the notification in his mind. Task objective happiness level decreased by 20 points. A decrease of 20 points? Is it not true that Jiang Susu is fundamentally? Chapter 257, The Strategy of the Little White Flower. Song Yiru trembled with indignation. She felt little for her deceased grandmother and had never considered honoring her with filial piety. However, she was acutely aware that in ancient times. Chapter 258, Borrowing the Courtyard. Those who previously sought to champion Song Yiru's cause had now abandoned any thoughts of seeking justice for her. Would they dare to stand up and continue to reproach Xiao Mingzhu? Certainly not. Chapter 259, The Men and Women in the Plum Grove. Aunt Xiao observed Xiao Mingzhu's evident displeasure and likely surmised that she wished to avoid excessive entanglement with the second prince. With a gentle sigh, she advised, My dear, this garden. Chapter 260, The Appearance of Tasker 886. Gengji spoke up. No, you cannot go. Fine, I will scold you, strike you. And you will silently endure, yet the moment I mention her, you cannot withstand it. Chapter 261, Who will be alive? Both Xiao Mingzhu and Zheng Xiangyi were engaged in communication with their respective systems. However, in the eyes of Granny Shangth, it appeared as though the two were locked in a silent confrontation. She had initially not intended to overstep her bounds. Chapter 262, A Sense of Superiority. Xiao Mingzhu did not insist on retaining Zheng Xiangyi. After all, she had already discerned her secrets and would simply exercise caution in the future. As for the tasker, let it unfold gradually, not today. Chapter 263, Father's private property. Jiang Lianxin had never encountered Ding Wei so fierce. After a moment of shock, she immediately lowered her head obediently, refraining from speaking. Xiao Mingzhu stepped forward and gently embraced Jiang Lianxin's shoulders. Chapter 264, Assassination. Xiao Mingzhu paid little heed to the set of concealing jewelry. Instead, she took out 3 small silver fish from beside her. She understood that these were the gifts from the 3 of them. Chapter 265, Poisoning. Additional update. Jixia quickly examined the wound on Xiao Mingzhu's chest. And indeed, as Xiao Mingzhu had mentioned, it was merely a slight abrasion on the skin. However, the arrowhead was tainted with a lethal poison, which was the true concern. Chapter 266, Awakening. The Emperor frowned, noticing Han Yunjuan's overly calm demeanor, which sent a shiver through him. Could it be that Ajun was unaware of Xiao Mingzhu being struck by an arrow? Could it be that Ajun did not know? Chapter 267, Partake, are you instructing me on how to act? Jiuyi chuckled. Though his words appeared casual, they concealed a perilous undertone, causing 002 to shudder. Chapter 268, Han Yunjuan's Visit, Part 1. Old Madame Su cast a glance at the bed, ultimately allowing her fear to prevail. She uttered, Take good care of them. Do not be negligent, before hastily departing. Chapter 269, Han Yunjuan's Visit, Part 2. Master. Xiao Dongzi could not help but softly remind. After all, they are. He trailed off. Han Yunjun understood. Those individuals, after all, were. Chapter 270, Who Hinders Whom. Inside the room, Xiao Mingzhu lay on the bed. Compelled by the joint insistence of Madame Shang and Aunt Xiao to feign an injury, one must at least appear wounded, even if she had never experienced such a situation before. Chapter 272, I like you. She lifted her gaze, earnestly looking at Han Yunjun. Upon meeting her inquisitive eyes, he felt a surge of tension and unease. offering her a nervous smile. Chapter 273. Disfigured? Old Madame Su's expression grew increasingly grim. Further convinced that the second prince had been frightened into fleeing after witnessing Mingzhu's appearance after being poisoned by the Qigua toxin. Chapter 274. The fifth prince's marriage. As Han Yunjun boarded the carriage, he realized that his body was beginning to falter. Xiao Dongzi hurriedly supported him to sit comfortably and quickly poured him a cup of tea that had been steeped earlier. Chapter 275. A 3-year term. A 5-year pact. Han Yunjiao took his words to heart, feeling as if he had found a source of strength, and smiled. Very well. I shall go seek my father's permission for marriage. The two engaged in casual conversation for a brief moment before. Chapter 276. Unmasking him. As soon as the escort personnel arranged by Han Yunjun departed, Bai Kaisen swaggered out of the Bai residence. Well, the minister Bai was preoccupied with his political duties, and even if he wished to impose restrictions, he could not. Chapter 277. Why him? Observing Bai Kaisen's stern expression, Xiao Mingzhu felt somewhat guilty. She glanced at the chicken leg, which she had devoured nearly half of with her left hand, and then at the large bone she had taken a few bites from with her right, hesitantly. Chapter 278. An eye for an eye. Bai Kaisen chuckled knowingly, no longer fixating on the matter. Well, I will stay here in the residence peacefully for now. I shall handle everything. I will surely find a solution to this issue. Chapter 279. The Empress is poisoned. Early the next morning, the general's residence was abuzz with activity. Old Madame Su observed the uninvited presence of the old clan matriarch and Madame Wu from the Guangyang Marquisate, feeling. Chapter 280. Where did the poison come from? Eunuch Chung led a group to Fengxiang Palace. The emperor, upon seeing the blood-stained portrait on the table, dispatched someone to summon Prince Qing into the palace. Prince Qing entered the hall, feeling anxious. Chapter 281. Found it. Have we overlooked any place? The emperor inquired. Chapter 282. The testimony of his son, Part 3. The emperor frowned. What was Han Yunjing doing here at this moment? Was he inquiring about the situation or harboring ulterior motives? He gestured for someone to bring Han Yunjing in. Chapter 283. Is Han Yunjun also climbing the walls? The empress was confined to her quarters to recuperate, and the affairs of the palace could not be neglected. Initially, the emperor considered Lu Pin, but ultimately abandoned the idea, deciding instead to entrust the palace matters to. In Chapter 284, Place It Upon Me, 5th update, Xian Tai stood in the shadow outside the hall, rendering him indistinct. Inside, only Han Yunjun was present. There were no attendants, nor even a cup of tea. In Chapter 285, Dare to Swear? 008 became agitated once more, urging him, imploring him. Oh, merely a promise, and yet you stand to gain nothing. When a good man appears, you shall cast him aside. In Chapter 286, she, reluctant. Han Yunjun found himself both amused and exasperated. How old were you then? At that time, she appeared several years younger than her actual age, a frail and delicate child. If he had. In Chapter 287, My Judgment is the Finest, 3rd update. Indeed, Han Yunjun was genuinely vexed and declared, Father, I am weary. This truly incensed him. The emperor chuckled heartily, reaching out to pat Han Yunjun. In Chapter 288, Various Types of Taskers. Why bring them here then? Xiao Mingzhu questioned, puzzled, as it seemed the disadvantages outweighed the advantages. After a moment's hesitation, 008 replied, all the assignments. In Chapter 289, Zheng Xiangyi's Dilemma. As Zheng Xiangyi entered the room, she assessed Xiao Mingzhu's expression, maintaining a respectful distance, careful not to intrude too closely. However, the dim light within the room rendered her unable to see clearly, merely catching a glimpse of Xiao Mingzhu's pale face. Chapter 290. If you possess the ability. Come at me. Chapter 291. One must pay for their sins. Over here, 008 was howling in excitement, while over there, 886 was panicking and screaming. Host. Your persona is collapsing. Be careful, your persona is about to break. Chapter 292. The Pawn of the Heavenly Path. The sudden sound of the door startled everyone inside. Madame Xiang instinctively shielded Xiao Mingzhu, while Zhichuan swiftly incapacitated Zheng Xiangyi with a hand strike. Xiao Mingzhu turned to Madame Shang. Chapter 293. The more one knows, the sooner one meets their demise. 008's subtle movements did not escape Xiao Mingzhu's notice, although 008 displayed remarkable cleverness in certain matters. It was ultimately just a sentient entity of sorts. Chapter 294. Let her off this time. Seeing Xiao Mingzhu's willingness to comply, 008, who had been quietly eavesdropping from the confines of space, protested vehemently. Isn't this just a deception? Chapter 295. The darkening of the original host, seeking monthly votes. Hearing 880 SIX's admission of defeat, Zheng Xiangyi was momentarily taken aback. It seemed that when faced with the prospect of soul rewards and their own safety, 886 was quite aware of which choice to make. Chapter 296. Where did it go wrong? 886 did not overlook the cold smirk on the original host's lips, maintaining a prudent silence as if it had not been observed. The darkness has deepened, yet what of it? Even the most formidable of vengeful spirits have been encountered countless times. Chapter 297. Just next door it seems as though winter has vanished overnight, leaving the world adorned with the vibrant splendor of spring, bringing forth hopes and joys of rebirth. Xiao Mingzhu sat upon the soft couch, gazing intently. Chapter 298. Convenience ahead what? The one right next door? Xiao Mingzhu's eyes widened in astonishment. Could it be that Han Yunjun intends to move in beside her? The blueprints have already been brought. Chapter 299. Midnight frights. Upon hearing the sound, Xiao Mingzhu momentarily paused her nibbling on the quail. While 008 was still preoccupied with 886, she was not the least bit surprised, yet she inquired, "Do you still wish for?" Chapter 300. Gift them a living. After enduring until dawn, Xiao Qingshuang could no longer resist and dozed off with her eyes half closed, only to be startled awake by Zhang Nannan in her dreams. This time, Xiao Qingshuang could no longer. Chapter 301. Existence as a sin. Observing the young lady's carefree demeanor, Mama Shang sighed. The young lady truly was oblivious to the covert machinations of the inner courtyard. She felt compelled to remind her, "My lady, I." Chapter 302. She wants to climb the wall. He provides the ladder. Han Yunjun furrowed his brow slightly. Are you truly going? Xiao Mingzhu nodded. I have something of utmost importance to attend to. Trust me. Chapter 303. The subtle scheme of the Marquis's household having arranged for someone to care for the disguised young Taoist. Xiao Mingzhu followed Shui Reng as the Taoist made his way directly to the Guangyang Marquis's residence, with Mama Shang and others discreetly trailing behind. Chapter 304. A lifetime is but a dream. Xiao Mingzhu refrained from speaking further, sensing her concern for the young lady before them. Shui Reng glanced towards the Marquis of Guangyang and said, "Xiang Ning, you may proceed." Chapter 305. Exorcising Zhang Nan. And Xiao Mingzhu scoffed. Do you think the back courtyard of this Marquis's residence is akin to my little courtyard, where I can come and go as I please? Currently feigning illness, I cannot even freely wander my own small yard. Chapter 306. Who is he? Though she had never personally captured a ghost, she had encountered the elderly. Chapter 307. The demise of Zhang Nannan. As Zhang Nannan gradually regained consciousness, she found herself in an unfamiliar space designated for taskers. Both anxious and fearful, she also felt a glimmer of joy, having previously thought she was. Chapter 308. The secret to winning a woman's heart. Upon exiting the space, Jiu Yi sat behind a writing desk, casually holding a book that seemed to be for show. He tossed the book aside, unable to resist breaking into a grin. Chapter 309. The token. As soon as they entered through the side door, Han Yunjun approached, once again scrutinizing Xiao Mingzhu from head to toe. After completing his examination, he did not release her hand, watching her depart. Chapter 310. The confidential report from Xiao Huayan. Despite the heartache, the emperor still harbored affection for his son. Given that his health had only recently begun to improve, how could he venture outside so frequently, risking exposure to the chill? Chapter 311. Devouring the trial system. Meanwhile, Xiao Mingzhu had enjoyed a satisfying meal and a soothing bath, comfortably reclining in bed, preparing for a much-needed rest. Just as she closed her eyes, Chapter 312. Respecting Father's Choice. The Emperor recalled the facts he had previously uncovered, which indeed aligned perfectly. The young girl had not deceived him. I have summoned you in secret today for a matter of significance. Chapter 313. Slapping face with a resounding sound. As Xiao Mingzhu entered the hall, the clan leader sat directly in the main seat. While Marquis Guangyang was issuing commands to Zhongbo, remove the red lanterns from the entrance and replace them with white banners. Chapter 314. A scorching hot potato. Xiao Mingzhu instructed, Zhongbo, bring forth the account books. Zhongbo swiftly complied, but the clan leader hesitated to accept. Xiao Mingzhu remained steadfast in negotiations. Chapter 315. Once done, fear not the knowledge. At the entrance of the general's residence, the clan leader shot a fierce glare at Marquis Guangyang before stepping into the carriage. With Master Xiao following closely behind. Father, do not let anger cloud your judgment. A momentary lapse can disrupt grand strategies. Chapter 316. The obsession. Madame hurriedly glanced around, relieved to find that aside from Tian Xinger, the other maids were occupied outside, allowing her to lower her voice and advise, Old Madam. Chapter 317. The patterns at the corners of the eyes. As April approached, the weather grew increasingly warm. Ding Wei visited the general's residence to see Xiao Mingzhu. After some contemplation, Xiao Mingzhu instructed someone to take Ding Wei directly. Chapter 318. The invitation from the Prince of Celebration. Indeed, I certainly will, Xiao Mingzhu replied. Unwilling to dwell on the matter further, she casually pushed the plate of pastries on the Kong table towards Ding Wei. Do try these. Chapter 319. To the Prince of Celebration's residence. On the day of the Flower Appreciation Banquet at the Prince of Celebration's residence, Xiao Mingzhu arrived at the appointed time at the intersection to meet Madame Ding, and together they proceeded to the prince's estate. Chapter 320. Reluctance. Chapter 321. A miscommunication. Lu Ningxi hurried down the winding corridor and nearly collided with a person rushing towards her. She quickly stepped aside, but the individual seized her arm, urging her. Chapter 322. The drowning. Xiao Mingzhu grasped Ding Wei's hand and whispered, I have no connection with the fifth prince. From the very beginning, influenced by Zhang Nan'an and Xiao Qingshuang's words. Chapter 323. The most poisonous heart of a woman. A look of disdain rose in Han Yunzhao's eyes. The palace lacked nothing, especially not those women who aspired to ascend swiftly. In recent years, he spent the majority of his time by the side of his second brother. Chapter 324. Who pushed? Go away. Xiao Mingzhu offered only a single word to 008. Upon hearing Xiao Mingzhu's words, Madame Shang understood her intention to save the person, disregarding the perilous situation in the lake. Chapter 325. Instructions. Part 1. Ding Wei immediately rose and said, Rest assured, fifth prince, we know how to articulate our words. After speaking, she exchanged glances with Xiao Mingzhu, who nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 326. Instructions. Part 2. Observing the calm demeanor of old Madame Lu and the lack of remorse from Lu Ningxi, the Princess of Qing felt an unsettling premonition. Could it be that the cause of the fall? Chapter 327. Juyi's reluctant request. Chapter 328. Arrogance. Seeking monthly votes. The Peony Pavilion was considerably more lively than before. The stage behind the pavilion had commenced its performance, with the faint sounds of the singer's voice wafting through the air. Some ladies, who were not fond of the opera, occupied their seats in the pavilion. Chapter 329. Subtle Signals. Additional update. 008 gazed blankly, murmuring to herself, I've noticed that those who seek her out rarely meet with a good end. Xiao Mingzhu felt a stir in her heart as she recalled. Chapter 330. Jealousy. Yet you frightened her. Xiao Mingzhu delivered a swift kick, and Bai Kaisen, sensing her irritation, deliberately slowed his pace, feigning that she had struck him, exclaiming ouch. Chapter 331. He is determined. Upon hearing this, Han Yunjun chuckled, as if a gentle spring breeze had brushed past. Chapter 332. The scheme of Juyi. Quietly observing Juyi's expression and noticing his cheerful demeanor, he hurried over with a bottle of red wine to pour for him. Jude watched the wine cascade into the elegant goblet. Chapter 333. I want to enter the palace. 2 months swiftly passed. During this time, No invitations from other families dared to reach the general's residence. Xiao Mingzhu wished to leave the estate, but found no means to do so. Chapter 334. An indecent encounter. A few shadowy figures emerged from inconspicuous corners, surrounding Xiao Mingzhu and her companions. Jia Haoran and the others were taken aback, instinctively retreating. Chapter 335. A pair of rivals. Perhaps it is for the best. Xiao Mingzhu glared at him fiercely, stating, "Should such an incident occur again, just send me a message, and we shall arrange it for another day." "Understood," Han Yunjin replied. Chapter 336. Asking the master uncle to take the blame. Fuming, Xiao Mingzhu exited the hall and noticed Jia Haoran and the other two still waiting outside. Without uttering a word, she proceeded directly toward the palace gates. Chapter 337. Collision. After thorough discussion, everyone agreed and followed Han Yunjuan's plan straight to Taiping Lake. Taiping Lake lies beyond the western city, where a stretch of verdant lotus leaves meets the sky. Chapter 338. Guess what I intend to do? The boat was suddenly rocked violently, accompanied by the urgent cries of the boatman. This is not good. The boat is taking on water. Jump overboard quickly. Both the boatman and the boatwoman hastily abandoned their paddles. Chapter 339. Cast them aside. Upon hearing the anguished cries of young Master Jia and the sounds of splashing water, the passengers on the boat were left in stunned silence. Indeed, young Master Feng was merely a sycophant of the Dongping Marquis' estate. Chapter 340. It has escalated. A wolf? Zhang Xiangyi scoffed. How can Song Yuru be referred to as a wolf? In the course of their interactions over recent days, she discerned the reasons behind Song Yuru's provocative nature. Chapter 341. The killing move. Jia Haoran sneered. What a grave accusation. It seems these individuals are truly relentless until they meet their demise. Bai Kaisen remarked, send for the imperial physician, as for. Chapter 342. Compensation. Jia Daran felt a twinge of guilt, his mind already teetering on retreat. Yet, he struggled with his pride. Pulling Iron Jiao into the fray to defend his son. My son is no fool. Chapter 343. 30,000 Tales. Xiao Mingzhu raised her voice. Enough of the noise. The courtyard, which had been filled with clamorous voices, fell into a sudden silence. Even the irate Lord Mei stared at her in astonishment. Chapter 344. She has connections. Additional update. Please vote monthly. Xiao Mingzhu forcefully swatted his hand away. I do not wish for you to be entangled in unwarranted consequences. Since Song Yuru possesses the opportunity to traverse realms, her existence must surely be significant. Chapter 345. The boss's thigh is not easily embraced. Upon seeing the waste token from the palace, Lord Jia realized that if he remained oblivious to whose orders those individuals were following, then his years spent navigating the political arena would have been in vain. Xiao Mingzhu and Jia Haoran. Chapter 346. Shopping at the Treasure Pavilion. Zhang Xiangyi pondered something, her eyes narrowing. Are you still concealing something from me? Surely, Song Yuru cannot be merely a straightforward confidant. Chapter 347. A narrow path for rivals. Chapter 348. Unwilling to lend at this moment, having received the news, the shopkeeper hurried over. Upon seeing the items scattered on the ground, he cautiously gathered the fragments, not even casting a glance at Song Yuru, and inquired. Chapter 349. A millennium of ice. Xiao Mingzhu followed the shopkeeper to a private room on the 5th floor, where the head shopkeeper had been awaiting her arrival. Upon seeing Xiao Mingzhu, he promptly rose to welcome her inside, his face beaming with. Chapter 350. Longing for him, to craft a talisman for my father. And for him, as well. Xiao Mingzhu felt no need to conceal this matter. Reflecting on how the initial 2 pieces had transformed into 6, she could not help but. Chapter 351. Adding to the burden after a lengthy morning of toil, Xiao Mingzhu gazed at the peculiar chain in her small pan, then glanced at the 3 exquisite pieces that adorned Aunt Xiao's table, which were truly enviable. Chapter 352. Bestow the second prince upon me. The emperor lifted the small Buddha hand. The golden threads within it appeared almost alive, gracefully swimming about. He could not help but exclaim, such a sight is indeed rare. Chapter 353. Outing. Jia Haoran and his companions were dragged out by Xiao Mingzhu to provide testimony. their expressions becoming rather peculiar. Their days spent recuperating at the temple were truly a tale worth telling. Chapter 354. As expected, upon arriving at the entrance of the moon residence, they beheld the empty grand hall, exchanging knowing smiles with one another. In this sweltering summer, who among the fools would venture out under the blazing sun? Chapter 355. Song Yuru's calculations. The Xiantai faction acted swiftly. They apprehended the young servant delivering wine and, following his instructions, promptly located the neighboring tavern, where they discovered clues beside the wine jars. Chapter 356. The Interception, Seeking Monthly Votes. Is this the kind of revelry you can partake in? Bai Kaisen exclaimed loudly. Han Yunjun, unable to restrain himself, nodded in agreement, feeling for the first time that Bai Kaisen. Chapter 357. The Die is Cast. Chapter 358. By what right? The original owner screamed. Isn't there room for negotiation? Last time you made me abandon my intention to deal with Xiao Mingzhu. Why can't I pursue my wife today? Chapter 359. What are you here for? Zheng Xiangyi. Such honesty will lead one to. Chapter 360. All trouble caused by the female protagonist. Xiao Mingzhu rolled her eyes at Bai Kaisen, seemingly indifferent. Seeing is believing. Could it be that the outside world would spread rumors of my talent for polishing mirrors? You truly are. Chapter 361. Who spoils whom? Who is responsible? Chapter 362. I have wronged you. Chapter 363. To be a wife or a concubine. Chapter 364. Can we return? Chapter 365. How to escape the heat. Chapter 366. Drinking. Chapter 367. Intoxicated, Part 1. Chapter 368. Intoxicated, Part 2. Chapter 369. Drunkenness, Part 3. Chapter 370. Rumors Abound, Part 1. Chapter 371. Rumors Abound, Part 2. Chapter 372. Searching for Ding Wei's past connections. Chapter 373. A fight breaks out. Chapter 374. Fainted from anger. Chapter 375. Another fainted from anger. Chapter 376. The Imperial Decree of Marriage. Chapter 377. Self-Disgrace. Chapter 378. Beauty. Additional update. Chapter 379. The Three Marriages of the Marquis House. Chapter 381. I Know Everything. Chapter 382. The Panic of 008. Chapter 383. Deceived by Grandmother. Chapter 385. It is by Kaisen. Chapter 386. Thrown Out. Chapter 387. The Impressive Zheng Xiangyi. Chapter 388. Cannot Be Honest. Chapter 389. Unstoppable. Chapter 390. Trapped. Chapter 391. Attending to Illness. Request for Monthly Ticket. Chapter 392. Pretending. Chapter 393. Title Loss. Chapter 394. The Idea of the Su Family. Part 1. Chapter 395. The Idea of the Su Family. Part 2. Chapter 396. Let us discuss conditions. Chapter 397. Zheng Xiangyi loses. Chapter 398. The original host has darkened. Chapter 399. Do not overestimate yourself. Chapter 400. Indeed by Kaisen. Chapter 401. Inciting Discord. Chapter 402. This kind of goodness is toxic. Chapter 403. On the Brink of Collapse. Chapter 404. Captured 886. Additional update request for monthly ticket. Chapter 405. Restless. Chapter 406. Devouring 886. Chapter 407. You Are a Boss. Chapter 408. A Demanding Request. Chapter 409. Being Clung to. Chapter 410. Reporting. Chapter 411. All Will Belong to Me. Chapter 412. Who Will Win. Chapter 414. It is Zheng Xiangyi. Chapter 415. The original host has been taken in. Chapter 416. Living for Oneself. Chapter 417. Soul Fusion. Chapter 418. Symbolic Water. Chapter 419. They Have Brains. Chapter 420. Bai Kaisen Has Arrived. Chapter 421. I Request One Thing. Chapter 422. The Marquis House is in Chaos. Chapter 423. Marriage Fraud. Chapter 424. Speak Directly. Additional update. Chapter 425. You Are a Good Girl. Chapter 426. Marriage Negotiations. Chapter 427. Marriage Finalized. Chapter 428. Back to the Clan. Chapter 429. Reintroducing Adoption Chapter 430. All 5 are required Chapter 431. It is no longer related to you Chapter 432. Can the grandson be reborn Chapter 433. Growth Chapter 434. Xiao Qingliu's Request Chapter 435. Soft-Hearted Chapter 436. Sent Back Chapter 437. Distant Cousin, Part 1. Chapter 438. Distant Cousin. Part 2. Chapter 439. Distant Cousin, Part 3. Chapter 440. Distant Cousin, Part 4. Chapter 441. Rules Chapter 442. Treating her as non-existent Chapter 443. Who leaked the secret Chapter 444. Unusual Chapter 445. Locked Up Chapter 446. Coping Chapter 447. Flaws in the Marriage Document Chapter 448. Trading for a Side Concubine Position Chapter 449. Hunger Strike Chapter 450. Madness Chapter 451. Insanity Chapter 452. Mooncake Chapter 453. Mid-Autumn Lantern Festival, Part 1 Chapter 454. Mid-Autumn Lantern Festival, Part 2. Additional Update Request for Monthly Ticket Chapter 455. Mid-Autumn Lantern Festival, Part 3. Chapter 456. Horse Accident Chapter 457. Signs of Taskers Discovered Chapter 458. What did you see Chapter 459. Why can't we rely on him Chapter 460. Hypnotized Chapter 461. Backlash Chapter 462. Backlash, Part 2. Chapter 463. Backlash, Part 3. Chapter 464. Was it truly an accident? Chapter 465. Inquiry Chapter 466. Caught Fire Chapter 467. Jump Off the Building Chapter 468. Let Us Be Well Together Chapter 469. Cannot Stay Any Longer Chapter 470. Difficult to Withdraw Chapter 471. Let Us Withdraw After All Chapter 472. Causing Trouble Chapter 473. What is the Intent? Chapter 474. Trouble Emerged Chapter 475. Inaction Begets Action Chapter 476. This is a Conspiracy Chapter 477. Abandoning the Pawn to Protect the King. To Win-Win Chapter 478. Seizing the Title Chapter 479. The Next Move Chapter 480. Future Strategy Chapter 481. You Are Unique Chapter 482. There Is No Perfect Solution Chapter 483. Title Bestowed Chapter 484. Scandalous Little Book Chapter 485. Jiang Susu's Marriage Settled Chapter 486. Left to Self-Destruct Chapter 487. Attending the Flower Banquet Chapter 488. Needs to Be Settled Chapter 489. One by One to Settle Chapter 490. Are you trying to defraud me? Chapter 491. Who Bullying Who? Chapter 492. Reason, Request for Monthly Ticket. Chapter 493. Steadfast and Unmoving Chapter 494. Prove It Chapter 495. Welcoming Chapter 496. Great Achievements Are Not Easily Rewarded Chapter 497. General Xiao Chapter 498. The Contest of Two Fathers Chapter 499. The Contest of Two Fathers, Part 2, Chapter 500. Whatever Comes. Let It Come Chapter 501. Think It Through Chapter 502. Returning to the Manor Chapter 503. The Sioux Family Visits, Part 1, Chapter 504. The Sioux Family Visits, Part 2, Chapter 505. The Sioux Family Visits, Part 3, Chapter 506. The Sioux Family Visits, Part 4, Chapter 507. Father is Truly Majestic Chapter 508. The Calm Before the Storm Chapter 509. Duke Jiafeng, Part 1, Chapter 510. Duke Jiafeng, Part 2, Chapter 511. Numerous Doubts Chapter 512. Give It a Try Chapter 513. This is Destiny. Additional Update Request for Monthly Ticket. Chapter 514. This is the Truth Chapter 515. Astonished to See Estate E Lauder Chapter 516. Dimension Trading Chapter 517. Beware of That Thing Chapter 518. Two Shameless Ones Chapter 519. Whose idea was it? Chapter 520. Leaving Early Chapter 521. What will you be in the future? Chapter 522. Apologizing in Person Chapter 523. Suspicious Encounter Chapter 524. The Abilities of a Traveler, Part 1, Chapter 525. The Abilities of a Traveler, Part 2, Chapter 526. To take Song Yuru as a concubine, Chapter 527. 008 restarted, Chapter 528. It has started moving, additional update. Chapter 529. The Funniest Joke, additional update request for monthly ticket, Chapter 530. Who does not know how to do business? Chapter 531. Simply open a small door, Chapter 532. Only to counterattack when attacked, Chapter 533. Do not refuse what is offered for free, Chapter 534. Delivered to the door, Chapter 535. Preparing to open a shop, Chapter 536. Loose tongue, Chapter 537. Grand opening, Chapter 538. Conspiracy theory, Chapter 539. Disassembling by imperial order, Chapter 540. Price war, Chapter 541. Reserved, Chapter 542. Such great power, Chapter 543. Opportunity, Chapter 545. Toxic, Chapter 546. Caught in the act, Chapter 547. Case closed, Chapter 548. The embarrassing feigned suffering, Chapter 549. All is lost, Chapter 550. I am waiting for you, Chapter 551. What reason is there? Chapter 552. Opening the window to welcome, Chapter 553. Utilizing everyone's talents, Chapter 554. Making full use of resources, additional update. Chapter 555. That is soap, Chapter 556. Autonomous modification, Chapter 557. Poison? Chapter 558. Position determines perspective, Chapter 559. How much to trust at Chapter 560. Answers abound, Chapter 561. The desire for acknowledgement, Chapter 562. Upgrades will come, Chapter 563. Father's matrimony, Chapter 564. How dare they imagine, Chapter 565. A series of fortuitous events. Chapter 566. Eager to become your mother-in-law, Chapter 567. Make good use of this chicken, Chapter 568. Create as much commotion as possible, Chapter 569. Confronting head-on. Monthly ticket bonus. Chapter 570. Where is Aunt Xiao? Chapter 571. The intentions of Xiao Mingzhu, Chapter 572. The virtue of daughters, Chapter 573. Unusual, Chapter 574. There must be a scheme, Chapter 575. You have a younger brother, Chapter 576. The ferocious little rascal, Chapter 577. Justifying my younger brother, Chapter 578. Twin brother, Chapter 579. The plight of my brother, Chapter 580. 2-1, Chapter 581. He is my brother, Chapter 582. The difficult brother-in-law, Chapter 583. A chance encounter? Chapter 584. A loyal dog does not block the way, Chapter 585. If you have the ability. Then leap, Chapter 586. A close call, Chapter 587. Protection, Chapter 588. Intoxicated and poisoned, Chapter 589. Inquiries yield no results, Chapter 590. Continuation of the search, Chapter 591. The Chu family, Chapter 592. The White Lotus of the Chu family, Chapter 593. Skill exchange, Chapter 594. The Game of Court Intrigue, Chapter 595. Casting a spell, Chapter 596. A Calamity of Bloodshed, Chapter 597. The time is not yet right, Chapter 598. Further investigation is necessary, Chapter 599. Wing. Priorities, Chapter 600. The Emperor's Visit, Chapter 601. Better to avoid trouble than to invite it, Chapter 602. Vague Warnings, Chapter 603. Whispers Abound, Chapter 604. Whispers Abound, Part 2, Chapter 605. Whispers Abound, Part 3, Chapter 606. Whispers Abound, Part 4, Chapter 607. Whispers Abound, Part 5, Chapter 608. Only Death Remains, Chapter 609. Restoring One's Innocence, Chapter 610. Vandalism at the Door, Chapter 611. Has the boss turned dark? Chapter 612. Upgrading to the Boss Assistance System, Chapter 613. Malicious, Chapter 614. Whipping the Xiao family, Chapter 615. What should be the punishment? Chapter 616. Rulers or In-laws, Chapter 617. In-laws or rulers, Chapter 618. What does it mean? Monthly ticket bonus, Chapter 619. Offering suggestions, Chapter 620. Song Yuru's demise, Chapter 621. The minority submitting to the majority. Chapter 622. Scheming. Chapter 623. The system's ultimate weapon. Chapter 624. Why jump into the pit? Chapter 625. Does he desire her? Chapter 626. The ubiquitous pit. Chapter 627. It's not so simple. Chapter 628. Xiao Qingxuang becomes strange. Chapter 629. May not be a bad thing. Chapter 630. Coming of age. Chapter 631. Untangling the heart. Chapter 632. The secret known by Zhang Xiangyi. Chapter 633. Who is the male protagonist? Chapter 634. Have you thought it through? Chapter 635. Terrifying power. Chapter 636. Proposal for marriage. Chapter 637. Forced obligation. Chapter 638. Bad apples and daylilies. Chapter 639. The emergence of Madame Lin. Chapter 640. Indeed, one should be resentful. Chapter 641. Unable to avoid the 15th extra monthly update. Chapter 642. Who was hurt at the exit? Chapter 643. So what if I hit? Chapter 644. I hit. So what? Chapter 645. The rejected Lady Lu. Chapter 646. The plans of Madame Lin. Chapter 647. Hanging again. Chapter 648. A luxurious witness camp. Chapter 649. Miss Xiao has arrived. Happy New Year. Chapter 650. No tears until the coffin appears. Wishing prosperity in the year of the pig. Chapter 651. Now I know fear. Chapter 652. So what? Chapter 653. Who is most innocent? Chapter 654. You go hang and see. Chapter 655. Waiting for her own downfall. Chapter 656. The new 008 emerges. Chapter 657. GUS stance. Chapter 658. The eerie control symbol. Extra monthly update request. Chapter 659. The rebirth of Lu Longji. Chapter 660. A visitor at midnight. Chapter 661. I despise at Chapter 662. Seeking guidance to the underworld. Chapter 663. The fate of the Qingwan. Chapter 664. Another Qingwan fate. Chapter 665. Punish his son. Chapter 666. The Lin family's uncle. Chapter 667. I drops. Chapter 668. I drops. Part 2. Chapter 669. A malicious thought. Chapter 670. Impatient 008. Chapter 671. Upgraded blunder. Extra monthly update request. Chapter 672. Why choose me? Chapter 673. What scheme? Chapter 674. Not good news. Chapter 675. Her noble fate. Chapter 676. The sole chance of survival. Chapter 677. Absolutely not. Chapter 678. Where did the plot go awry? Chapter 679. To enter the palace as a consort. Chapter 680. The debt collector. Chapter 681. Changed her mind. Chapter 682. Of course. Refusal. Chapter 683. A fortuitous mistake. Chapter 684. Rumors keep coming. Chapter 685. Lu Longji's tactics. Chapter 686. Mother's dowry. Chapter 687. Despite all precautions. It happened. Chapter 688. Switch. Chapter 689. Don't let it guess right. Chapter 690. Days. Chapter 691. Cannot recall. Chapter 692. Stranded in the system graveyard. Chapter 693. It does not regret. Chapter 694. Striving together. Chapter 695. Endure. Chapter 696. Absolutely no compromise. Chapter 697. Clarified at once. Chapter 698. The Troubles of the Lin Family. Chapter 699. The Troubles of the Lin Family. Part 2. Chapter 700. The Troubles of the Lin Family. Part 3. Chapter 701. Deciding the script. Chapter 702. This matter is not over. Chapter 703. A case of self-inflicted misery. Chapter 705. 008 has returned. Chapter 706. The dead pig fears not boiling water. Chapter 707. The bosses are biological. Chapter 708. Feel free to slap faces and punish the scum. Chapter 709. Formatting completed. Chapter 710. Everything has passed. Chapter 711. Aunt Xiao's current situation. Chapter 712. Aunt Xiao's current situation. Part 2. Chapter 713. Mist is mist. Chapter 714. Borrowing a clean room. Chapter 715. Capsized in the gutter. Chapter 716. Poisoned or ill. Part 1, Chapter 717. Poisoned or Ill, Part 2, Chapter 718. A Poison Not of This Plane, Chapter 719. Found the Poison, Chapter 720. Who is the Mastermind? Happy New Year, Chapter 721. Who is the Mastermind? Part 2, Chapter 722. The White Lotus Intentions. Wishing everyone a Happy New Year, Chapter 723. The White Lotus Intentions, Part 2, Chapter 724. Too Abnormal, Chapter 725. The Main Plane is Poisonous, Chapter 726. Must Hold On, Chapter 727. Making a Move, Chapter 728. Spit Can Also Cast Spells, Chapter 729. The Second Command, Chapter 730. Not Taken Seriously, Chapter 731. Do You Dare? Chapter 732. Points Exhausted, Chapter 733. Confused, Chapter 734. A Storm Is Coming, Chapter 735. A Storm Is Coming, Part 2. Chapter 736. A Storm Is Coming, Part 3. Chapter 737. A Storm Is Coming, Part 4. Chapter 738. Hit, Part 1. Chapter 739. Hit, Part 2. Chapter 740. Unforgivable, Chapter 741. The Beauty Trap, Chapter 742. Stop Pretending, Chapter 743. Let's see how long you can keep up the act, Chapter 744. Props Malfunction, Part 1. Chapter 745. Props Malfunction, Part 2. Chapter 746. Disappeared, Chapter 747. Let us see who can outlast who, Chapter 748. The White Lotus is Captured, Chapter 749. Long-Haired Rabbit 038, Chapter 750. Recognize, Chapter 751. Do You Want to Live? Chapter 752. The Oath of the White Lotus, Chapter 753. The Mistake of the White Lotus, Chapter 754. The Fall of the Chu Family, Chapter 755. The Marriage of Xiao Qinghe, Chapter 756. The Marriage of Xiao Qinghe, Part 2, Chapter 757. Jiang Lianxin's Final Struggle, Chapter 758. Is she attempting to frame? Chapter 759. An Emergence of a Monster, Chapter 760. How to resolve this? Chapter 761. A conclusion must be reached, Chapter 762. The White Lotus's Destructive Scheme, Chapter 763. Thank you. White Lotus, Chapter 764. A Singular Opportunity, Chapter 765. A Startling Encounter, Chapter 766. A Challenging Target, Chapter 767. It Shall Be Her, Chapter 768. She Has Escaped, Chapter 769. She Truly is the Boss. Chapter 770. The Pressure of Marriage, Chapter 771. Cursed to Suffer for Evil Deeds, Chapter 772. Vigilance and Deception, Chapter 773. It Is Time to Propose, Chapter 774. The Entrance of the Noble Concubine, Part 1, Chapter 775. The Entrance of the Noble Concubine, Part 2, Chapter 776. Whose Prescription Is It? Chapter 777. A Great Pitfall, Chapter 778. A Heroic Rescue of a Beauty, Part 1, Chapter 779. A Heroic Rescue of a Beauty, Part 2, Chapter 780. A Heroic Rescue of a Beauty, Part 3, Chapter 781. A Heroic Rescue of a Beauty, Part 4, Chapter 782. A Heroic Rescue of a Beauty, Part 5, Chapter 783. A Heroic Rescue of a Beauty, Part 6, Chapter 784. A Good Friendship Comes to an End, Chapter 785. Sichuan Pepper and Cumin, Chapter 786. Discovery of a Space Carrier, Chapter 787. To Disassemble or Not to Disassemble the Minor Official Couple, Part 1, Chapter 788. To Disassemble or Not to Disassemble the Minor Official Couple, Part 2, Chapter 789. A Woman's Family is Her Strength, Chapter 790. Meeting Tian Xiaohua, Chapter 791. The Purpose of Tian Xiaohua, Chapter 792. Those Destined to Perish, Chapter 793. Tian Xiaohua's Change of Heart, Part 1, Chapter 794. Tian Xiaohua's Change of Heart, Part 2, Chapter 795. Tian Xiaohua's Change of Heart, Part 3, Chapter 796. The Addiction Strikes, Chapter 797. An Audacious Request, Chapter 798. Fled, Chapter 799. Framed, Chapter 800. They Are Awake, Chapter 801. Why Don't You Give It a Try, Chapter 802. Truly Able to Endure, Chapter 803. Sympathy? Chapter 804. The Pursuit continues. Chapter 805. Under Scrutiny. Chapter 806. Confrontation. Who Fears Who? Chapter 807. Transforming into a Useless Being. Chapter 808. Humbling the Master. Chapter 809. Discussing After the Battle. Chapter 810. Absurd Fate. Chapter 811. To Awaken or Not to Awaken. Chapter 812. Setting a Trap for Another Confrontation. Chapter 813. Setting a Trap for Another Confrontation, Part 2, Chapter 814. Setting a Trap for Another Confrontation, Part 3, Chapter 815. Setting a Trap for Another Confrontation, Part 4, Chapter 816. Setting a Trap for Another Confrontation, Part 5, Chapter 817. Setting a Trap for Another Confrontation, Part 6, Chapter 818. Setting a Trap for Another Confrontation, Part 7, Chapter 819. Setting a Trap for Another Confrontation, Part 8, Chapter 820. Have You Lost Your Mind? Chapter 821. Startled. Chapter 822. Better Safe Than Sorry. Chapter 823. Committed a Grave Mistake. Chapter 824. A Sudden Realization. Chapter 825. Counter-Surveillance. Chapter 826. Mutual Surveillance. Chapter 827. Exposure. Chapter 828. Has the male protagonist been ruined? Chapter 829. Hand Over the Medicinal Dish. Chapter 830. Take a Sip. Prove Your Innocence. Chapter 831. A Night of Seeking Peace. Chapter 832. The Man Who Provokes the Boss. Chapter 833. May You Be Struck by Lightning. Chapter 834. A System Reduced to a Shell. Chapter 835. Search. Continue Searching. Chapter 836. A Bite Back. Chapter 837. Have You Grown Clever? Chapter 838. Not Found. Chapter 839. Transformation. Chapter 840. Setting a Trap to Force the Dog to Jump the Wall. Chapter 841. Discovery of the Odd. Chapter 842. Challenge Letter. Chapter 843. The Post Left by Jiu. Chapter 844. Still Nothing. Chapter 845. Not Found. Additional Update Request for Monthly Votes. Chapter 846. He Has Seized Another's Body. Part 1. Chapter 847. He Has Seized Another's Body, Part 2, Chapter 848. Everyone is a Potential Suspect. Chapter 849. Jiu's Wish. Chapter 850. The Boss Has Gone Astray. Chapter 851. Next. Investigate. Chapter 852. Secretly Transmitting Messages. Chapter 853. The Minister Feels Fearful. Chapter 854. The Birth Date and Time Are Fabricated. Chapter 855. Shall We Open a Door? Chapter 856. The Origin of the Rumors. Chapter 857. The Final Time. Chapter 858. The Matriarch is Disowned by the Sioux Family. Chapter 859. Interrogation. Chapter 860. There Are Dark Forces Behind the Scenes. Chapter 861. Administering Potent Medicine. Chapter 862. Administering Potent Medicine. Part 2. Chapter 863. Tranquility. Chapter 864. Requesting Grandfather to Return and Discipline His Wife. Chapter 865. Taking Action Against the Empress Lu. Chapter 866. Lu Ningxi's Intentions. Chapter 867. Lu Ningxi's Intentions. Part 2. Chapter 868. Two Lives Lost. Chapter 869. The Challenges of Being a Royal Consort. Chapter 870. Han Yunzhao's Dilemma. Chapter 871. Han Yunzhao's Reprimand of His Mother. Chapter 872. Han Yunzhao's Reprimand of His Mother. Part 2. Chapter 873. The More Doubts. The Less Clarity. Chapter 874. From Now On, I Shall Follow You. Chapter 875. Brothers Sharing Their Hearts. Chapter 876. 1,000 Days of Vigilance Against Thieves. Chapter 877. Xiao Qingliu's Marriage. Chapter 878. Xiao Qingliu's Marriage. Part 2. Chapter 879. Matters Concerning My Second Cousin. Chapter 880. Visiting the Cheng'an Marquis. Chapter 881. Han Yunjing Arrives, as well. Chapter 882. Eagerly Seeking Suffering. Chapter 883. A White Encounter. Chapter 884. The Prospect of Marriage. Chapter 885. The Issue of Royal Heirs. Chapter 886. Yang Moli's Provocation. Chapter 887. A Warning Letter Encased in Wax. Chapter 888. A Trap or a Warning. Chapter 889. A Trap or a Warning. Part 2. Chapter 890. Setting a baited trap Chapter 891. Puppet Medicine Chapter 892. The Viper enters the game Chapter 893. She knows everything Chapter 894. A running exchange device Chapter 895. It now belongs to her Chapter 896. Dare to speak? Chapter 897. She should be at the princess's residence Chapter 898. Inspecting the dimensional trading device Chapter 899. Is this a group? Chapter 900. Reluctance and Fear Chapter 901. The Tool Malfunctions Chapter 902. All is Closed Chapter 903. Two Souls Within Chapter 904. A Request for Medicine Chapter 905. Even the protagonist's aura cannot prevail Chapter 906. Unraveled Her Space Chapter 907. No Debt Owed to Her Chapter 908. Tian Xiaohua's Predicament Chapter 909. Bloodsucking Chapter 910. Zhu Jingfan's Plea for Help Chapter 911. Blood Potion Chapter 912. Discovery of the Soul Exchange Array Chapter 913. Discovery of the Soul Exchange Array, Part 2, Chapter 914. Seeking Justification Chapter 915. Subject 002 Remains Chapter 916. Subject 002 Remains, Part 2, Chapter 917. Capture Chapter 918. Capture, Part 2, Chapter 919. The Fate of Tian Xiaohua. Additional Update, Chapter 920. The Fate of Tian Xiaohua, Part 2, Chapter 921. The Fate of Tian Xiaohua, Part 3, Chapter 922. The Fate of Tian Xiaohua, Part 4, Chapter 923. A Visit to the Mei Residence for Celebration Chapter 924. Embracing Freedom. Chapter 925. Is it still Jiyue? Chapter 926. The Final Struggle of Jui, Part 1, Chapter 927. The Final Struggle of Jui, Part 2, Chapter 928. The Final Struggle of Jui, Part 3, Chapter 929. The Final Struggle of Jui, Part 4, Chapter 930. The Final Struggle of Jui, Part 5, Chapter 931. An Irrevocable Deal Chapter 932. Should have anticipated Chapter 933. The Mouse and the Duck Chapter 934. What is lacking in life? Additional update. Chapter 935. A Sense of Injustice Chapter 936. Secrets Within 002. Chapter 937. The Temptation of Interdimensional Goods Chapter 938. The Temptation of Interdimensional Goods, Part 2, Chapter 939. Which is more important? Chapter 940. The Choice of 038 Chapter 941. They Owe Her Nothing Chapter 942. There is Hypnosis Chapter 943. Justice Over Family Chapter 944. Justice Over Family, Part 2, Chapter 945. Marrying a Wife is Not Easy Chapter 946. Changes in the Main Dimension Chapter 947. Wealth is Sought Amidst Danger Chapter 948. The Noble Women of the Clan Chapter 949. A Display of Power Chapter 950. Come to Gaze at the Moon Chapter 951. Entering the Palace to Recognize Kin Chapter 952. The Innocent Words of a Mischievous Child Chapter 953. Indulgence Cannot Be Stopped Chapter 954. Han Yunjing Request a Fief Chapter 955. Han Yunjing Request a Fief, Part 2, Chapter 956. Status is Important Chapter 957. An Expert Level Prince Chapter 958. Returning Home Chapter 959. Who is she looking at? Chapter 960. What kind of match is considered good? Chapter 961. The Incident of that Year Chapter 962. Do Not Expect to Succeed Chapter 963. Bestowing Titles Chapter 964. The Fief of Nanwei Chapter 965. Not Giving Face Chapter 966. None will Chapter 967. Next time. There Will Be No Courtesy Chapter 968. The Grave Digger at Midnight Chapter 969. There Must Be a Story Behind It Chapter 970. Hold On Tight Chapter 971. Still a Wolf Chapter 972. Han Yunjing is Poison Chapter 973. Bone Penetrating Poison Chapter 974. Bone Penetrating Poison, Part 2, Chapter 975. Still Has Its Benefits Chapter 977. Not Without Gains Chapter 978. Heroes Do Not Save Beauties Chapter 979. Let Him Do It Chapter 980. The Marriage of the Bow Family Has Fallen through Chapter 981. Foolishly Hopeless Chapter 982. The Green Lamp and Ancient Buddha Chapter 983. The Live Stream Tasker Chapter 984. Young Master Jia Comes to Propose Chapter 985. A Rookie Seeking Shortcuts Chapter 986. Finalizing Identity Chapter 987. Unwilling to Make Amends Chapter 988. Internal Conflict Again Chapter 989. Too Foolish Chapter 990. Did Not Discover the System Chapter 991. The Signal of Utter Foolishness Chapter 992. The Signal of Utter Foolishness Part 2 Chapter 993. Two Secret Edicts Chapter 994. The Fish is Hooked Chapter 995. Failed Chapter 996. Nostalgia and Drowning Chapter 997. Nostalgia and Drowning Part 2 Chapter 998. Nostalgia and Drowning Part 3. Chapter 999. Filing a Complaint Chapter 1000. You Complain. I Complain Chapter 1001. The Signal on Oiled Paper Chapter 1002. The Whereabouts of Princess Nostalgia Chapter 1003. Who is it, after all? Chapter 1004. Pushing to the Extremes Chapter 1005. Murder and Silencing Chapter 1006. Fear Chapter 1007. A Night Back to Square One Chapter 1008. The Demands of the Princess Chapter 1009. Growing Suspicion Chapter 1010. Growing Suspicion Part 2 Chapter 1011. To the Edge of Death Chapter 1012. To the Edge of Death Part 2 Chapter 1013. The Waxial Letter Again Chapter 1014. No Need to Give Her Face Chapter 1015. Surprises Abound Chapter 1016. Do You Want to Become the Crown Prince? Chapter 1017. The Northern D Envoy Chapter 1018. Not Up to Standard Chapter 1019. Kinship and Enmity Chapter 1020. Unwilling Chapter 1021. Another Male Protagonist? Chapter 1022. Sister Ting's Visit Chapter 1023. Dark Arts Chapter 1024. Dark Arts Part 2 Chapter 1025. Surrender Chapter 1026. Surrender Part 2 Chapter 1027. All is True Chapter 1028. The Oath of Loyalty 015 Chapter 1029. She Wishes to Stay Chapter 1030. In Pursuit Chapter 1031. Mutual Testing Chapter 1032. To His Satisfaction Chapter 1033. Energy Crisis of 015 Chapter 1034. To Replace One with Another? Chapter 1035. The Three Han Wantings Chapter 1036. The Prince's Manor Still Holds One Chapter 1037. The Truth Hard to Distinguish Chapter 1038. The Blood Merges Chapter 1039. The Lethal Force is Enormous Chapter 1040. One of the Objectives Chapter 1041. The Ability to Depart the Soul Chapter 1042. The Truth Revealed Chapter 1043. A Misstep Chapter 1044. She Awaits Chapter 1045. 1100 Chapter 1046. The Lotus Blossom Banquet Chapter 1047. Do You Wish to Uphold Justice? Chapter 1048. The Temptation of the Illusory Insect Chapter 1049. Princess. Save Me Chapter 1050. Abandoning the Cloud Pearl Chapter 1051. You Are the Most Important Chapter 1052. The Solitary Lamp's Ambition Chapter 1053. Taking Action Chapter 1054. The Interception of 520 Chapter 1055. Another Conspiracy Unfolds Chapter 1056. Framing in Person Chapter 1057. Unusual Behavior Chapter 1058. She Is the Villainous Boss Chapter 1059. Caution is Paramount Chapter 1060. Deceived Chapter 1061. Duan Mu He's Choice Chapter 1062. Do Not Think of Leaving Chapter 1063. The Chishi Festival Chapter 1064. New Accomplice Chapter 1065. Lin Zheng's Trap Chapter 1066. Lin Zheng's Trap Part 2 Chapter 1067. Lin Zheng's Trap Part 3 Chapter 1068. Lin Zheng's Trap Part 4 Chapter 1069. Lin Zheng's Trap Part 5 Chapter 1070. Lu Lonji Departs Chapter 1071. Capturing Qiu Ju Chapter 1072. Being Schemed Against Chapter 1073. Must Retrieve It Chapter 1074. The Eyes of Medusa Chapter 1075. Here to Add Insult Chapter 1076. Provoked Chapter 1077. Suspicious Targets Chapter 1078. Fear to depart Chapter 1079. The fortune has changed Chapter 1080. Who are you? Chapter 1081. The fate of 3 lifetimes Chapter 1082. The conception potion Chapter 1083. A grandson or a son? Chapter 1084. No good outcome awaits Chapter 1085. They are not the official pair Chapter 1086. Each with their own schemes Chapter 1087. Cherishing the child Chapter 1088. System list Chapter 1089. The dimension begins to close Chapter 1090. Anomaly of the dimension trade device Chapter 1091. The unexpected golden Ganoderma Chapter 1092. Replacement Chapter 1093. The origin of the system Chapter 1094. Drastic change in temperament Chapter 1095. Is the purpose the system? Chapter 1096. Do you feel the pain? Chapter 1097. The Assassination Bureau Chapter 1098. The Art of Deception Chapter 1099. The System's Ancestry Chapter 1100. The System's Ancestry, Part 2, Chapter 1101. Introducing Tian He into the fray Chapter 1102. Acceptance is Sufficient Chapter 1103. The Leading Actress's Performance Chapter 1104. The White Lotus Seeks Reward Chapter 1105. The Newly Emerged Beauty Chapter 1106. The True Name in Battle Chapter 1107. The White Flower is Capable of Mass Production Chapter 1108. The Halo. Fades Chapter 1109. Which category does it belong to? Chapter 1110. Using their own strategy against them Chapter 1111. Biological Offspring Chapter 1112. What to do after confirmation Chapter 1113. Do not wrong my father Chapter 1114. New developments in the case Chapter 1115. Dragging the Gene family into the abyss Chapter 1116. Recognizing reality Chapter 1117. The White Lotus's self-defense Chapter 1118. What is the purpose? Chapter 1119. This matter is not over Chapter 1121. Assassination of Tian He Chapter 1122. News delivered by the Lone Lantern Chapter 1123. What does it mean to treat her well? Chapter 1124. Tian He Falls Victim Chapter 1125. Tian He Falls Victim, Part 2. Chapter 1126. Tian He Falls Victim, Part 3. Chapter 1127. Tian He Falls Victim, Part 4. Chapter 1128. Tian He Falls Victim, Part 5. Chapter 1129. The Destruction of Tian He Chapter 1130. The Records Ruined by Tian He Chapter 1131. To err is to persist Chapter 1132. Conceal or confess Chapter 1133. Do you wish to play with fabrications? Chapter 1134. The Harmonious Union of Husband and Wife Chapter 1135. What constitutes the best protection? Chapter 1136. Taking Action Ahead of Time Chapter 1137. The Decline of the Zhu Family Chapter 1138. Concern Chapter 1139. Concern, Part 2, Chapter 1140. Testing by Lien Chapter 1141. Testing by Lien, Part 2, Chapter 1142. Testing by Lien, Part 3, Chapter 1143. Testing by Lien, Part 4. Chapter 1145. No Captured Individuals Chapter 1146. Compiling a List Chapter 1147. Blame It on the Shadows Chapter 1148. By Lien is Ghosted Chapter 1149. Shadows Are Suspicious Chapter 1150. The Second Warning Letter Chapter 1151. Cooperation Continues Chapter 1152. This time, She Was Not Hit Chapter 1153. A Deliberately Left Note Chapter 1154. How did she achieve this? Chapter 1155. The Blade Pierced the Hand Chapter 1156. Activating Intermediate Aura Chapter 1157. The Eerie Osmanthus Fragrance Chapter 1158. She Was Targeted Chapter 1159. Who is the Yellow Sparrow? Chapter 1160. Seizing a Life-Saving Favor Chapter 1161. A Fall Chapter 1162. The Taste of Resentment Chapter 1163. Confusion of Identity Chapter 1164. Circling Back Chapter 1165. Secrets in the Hidden Chamber Chapter 1166. A Mysterious Voice Chapter 1167. Target 008 Chapter 1168. The Existence That Terrifies 008 Chapter 1169. The first tasker, Chapter 1170. I shall not grant you that. Chapter 1171. I am your nemesis. Chapter 1172. Who fell into the trap? Chapter 1173. Annihilated without a trace. Chapter 1174. A bountiful harvest. Chapter 1175. Half a month later. Chapter 1176. After the incident. Happy Mid-Autumn Festival. Chapter 1177. After the incident. Part 2. Chapter 1178. Terms of exchange. Chapter 1179. Recovering 038. Chapter 1180. The difficulty of returning home. Chapter 1181. The disturbance caused by Xiao Qingyin. Chapter 1182. A car collision. Chapter 1183. There is an inside story. Chapter 1184. I have returned. Chapter 1185. I have returned. Part 2. Chapter 1186. The cloud of worry. Chapter 1187. News spreads. Chapter 1188. The fate of Xiao Qingyin. Chapter 1189. Xiao Qingshuang pays a visit. Chapter 1190. If ruthless, then part ways. Chapter 1191. It will not be so simple. Chapter 1192. The ultimate purpose of the summons. Chapter 1193. The opportunity they seek. Chapter 1194. Do not treat me like a child. Chapter 1195. Pregnant. Chapter 1196. Overjoyed. Chapter 1197. Announced to the world. Chapter 1198. Announced to the world. Part 2. Chapter 1199. The rabbits are anxious. Chapter 1200. The rabbits are anxious. Part 2. Chapter 1201. We are not to be underestimated. Chapter 1202. Xiao Qinglin's family matters. Chapter 1203. Xiao Qinglin's domestic affairs. Part 2. Chapter 1204. Everyone is the protagonist of their own story. Chapter 1205. Drafting a plan. Chapter 1206. Non-interference. Chapter 1207. Going to watch the excitement. Chapter 1208. The show is about to begin. Chapter 1209. A cold reception. Chapter 1210. On-the-spot performance. Chapter 1211. Under public scrutiny. Chapter 1212. Who poisoned? Chapter 1213. Who poisoned? Part 2. Chapter 1214. The joke. Chapter 1215. How to explain. Chapter 1216. An unpleasant feeling. Chapter 1217. Malevolence. Chapter 1218. Devouring. Chapter 1219. Overwhelming. Chapter 1220. The exceptional monarch. Chapter 1221. The Zhu family's involvement. Chapter 1222. The jealous daughter of the Xiao family. Chapter 1223. Zhu Yong is poisoned. Chapter 1224. What are they testing? Chapter 1225. Sister Ting fishing. Chapter 1226. Virus. Chapter 1227. Carrier. Chapter 1228. Going mad. Chapter 1229. Being calculated against. Chapter 1230. No clue. Chapter 1231. Testing the truth. Chapter 1232. Testing the truth. Part 2. Chapter 1233. Testing the truth. Part 3. Chapter 1234. The Old Lady's Startling Dream. Chapter 1235. The Old Lady's Startling Dream. Part 2. Chapter 1236. The Old Lady's Startling Dream. Part 3. Chapter 1238. The Truth of the Liaozhai Version. Chapter 1239. Is there still hope? Chapter 1240. What does the boss intend to do? Chapter 1241. If not him, then who? Chapter 1242. Gifts cannot be accepted. Chapter 1243. Returning the Fortune. Chapter 1244. Returning the Fortune. Part 2. Chapter 1245. Targeting its master. Chapter 1246. No one can have a good time. Chapter 1247. No one can enjoy themselves. Chapter 1248. The Extremist Lady Lu. Chapter 1249. The Extremist Lady Lu. Part 2. Chapter 1250. Lady Lu has died. Chapter 1251. Lady Lu has died. Part 2. Chapter 1252. Cannot harm good girls. Chapter 1253. What use is it to block someone? Chapter 1254. Entering the palace to celebrate. Chapter 1255. Entering the palace to celebrate. Part 2. Chapter 1256. Misquisi. Chapter 1257. Is it appropriate to be a side concubine? Chapter 1258. A kind gesture. Chapter 1259. Then you may propose. Chapter 1260. Musk. Chapter 1261. Musk. Part 2. Chapter 1262. Lu Ningxi's Combat Power Chapter 1263. Experience comes with age Chapter 1264. Zheng Xiangyi Steps Forward Chapter 1265. How many taskers are across? Chapter 1266. Each applying their own tactics Chapter 1267. A tiger encounters a pack of wolves Chapter 1268. One by one. They are defeated Chapter 1269. Related to old affairs Chapter 1270. Confession is a problem Chapter 1271. The Emperor comes to seek justice Chapter 1272. I fear you may not believe Chapter 1273. I have encountered before Chapter 1274. Past events Chapter 1275. The Will of Heaven Chapter 1276. The Guo Family's Plans Chapter 1277. The Guo Family's Plans, Part 2, Chapter 1278. I am indeed jealous Chapter 1279. Why do they not give up? Chapter 1280. The Guo family turns against each other Chapter 1281. Souls destined to suffer together Chapter 1282. The content of the code Chapter 1283. Stealing Fortune Chapter 1284. Wasi is gone Chapter 1285. She is everywhere Chapter 1286. Once again successful Chapter 1287. This unexpected turn is significant Chapter 1288. There is nothing more convenient than summoning souls Chapter 1289. The Red-Clad Guisi Chapter 1290. Heavy Obsession Chapter 1291. The Fortune is Severed Chapter 1292. He seeks a connection of 3 lifetimes Chapter 1293. What is promised must be fulfilled Chapter 1294. Truly sent away Chapter 1295. Encountering the Eerie again Chapter 1296. The Legend of the 7 Stars accompanying the Moon Chapter 1297. That Recipe Chapter 1298. A Thought Chapter 1299. Daytime Nightmares Chapter 1300. There is a Mole in the Wang Mansion Chapter 1301. A Thought of Life and Death Chapter 1302. Fate Without Right or Wrong Chapter 1303. His consideration is quite thorough Chapter 1304. Perhaps it would be better to exchange Death Chapter 1305. Testing for Loyalty and Betrayal Chapter 1306. Testing for Loyalty and Betrayal, Part 2, Chapter 1307. Testing for Loyalty and Betrayal, Part 3, Chapter 1308. The Days of Being Adored Chapter 1309. The Days of Being Adored, Part 2, Chapter 1310. Cast Out Chapter 1311. A Secret Note Chapter 1312. The Second Young Master's New Strategy Chapter 1313. The Second Young Master's New Strategy, Part 2, Chapter 1314. Capturing the Present Form Chapter 1315. Capturing the Present Form, Part 2, Chapter 1316. Wafuma is injured Chapter 1317. Who is responsible? Chapter 1318. Confirming she is not a tasker Chapter 1319. The First Confrontation Chapter 1320. Continue to monitor Chapter 1321. Interrupted Chapter 1322. Key Tactics Chapter 1323. Stripping Away the False Skin Chapter 1324. Young Man. Your Fate is Dark Chapter 1325. Young Man. Your Fate is Dark, Part 2, Chapter 1326. Young Man. Your Fate is Dark, Part 3, Chapter 1327. Young Man. Your Fate is Dark, Part 4, Chapter 1329. The Concept of Fortune Chapter 1330. Helping You Fight Chapter 1331. The Marriage Scam of the Home Mansion Chapter 1332. Who is Deceiving in Marriage? Chapter 1333. The Source Has Fled Chapter 1334. Cutting Off Her Retreat Chapter 1335. Threatening the Second Young Master Chapter 1336. Second Young Master Versus. The Source Chapter 1337. Second Young Master Versus. The Source, Part 2, Chapter 1338. The Home Mansion's Birthday Banquet Chapter 1339. The Home Mansion's Birthday Banquet, Part 2, Chapter 1340. A Sinister Scheme Chapter 1341. Colliding with the Gunpoint Chapter 1342. Where is Jair? Chapter 1343. The Second Young Master is Exposed Chapter 1344. Suffering a Silent Loss Chapter 1345. Suffering a Silent Loss, Part 2, Chapter 1346. Turning on a Dime Chapter 1347. One Round Chapter 1348. Extracting Together Chapter 1349. All Captured Chapter 1350. Under Control Chapter 1351. Everything is Under Control Chapter 1352. The Jia family is all trapped Chapter 1353. Lu Weikai complains Chapter 1354. Xiao Qinglin's strategy of cutting off the fuel supply Chapter 1355. Xiao Qinglin's strategy of cutting off the fuel supply Part 2. Chapter 1356. Unreasonable Chapter 1357. Distinguishing Truth from Falsehood Chapter 1358. Enraged Chapter 1359. A Hastily Conceived Conspiracy Chapter 1360. The Case is Under Review Chapter 1361. The Case is Under Review Part 2. Chapter 1362. The Case is Under Review Part 3. Chapter 1363. The Great Gift from the Source Chapter 1364. Setting a Trap for the Source Chapter 1365. The Source Takes the Bait Chapter 1366. And Chang Disturbance Arrives Chapter 1367. And Chang Disturbance Arrives. Part 2. Chapter 1368. And Chang Disturbance Arrives. Part 3. Chapter 1369. And Chang Disturbance Arrives. Part 4. Chapter 1370. Sister Ting's List Chapter 1371. Sister Ting's List. Part 2. Chapter 1372. Sister Ting's List. Part 3. Chapter 1373. Lu Weicai's Wish Chapter 1374. Lu Weicai's Regret Chapter 1375. Unless Insane Chapter 1376. The Current State of Each Family Chapter 1377. Ready to Cast Spells Chapter 1378. It is about to begin Chapter 1379. Interrogating the Second Young Master Chapter 1380. Stripping Clean Chapter 1381. There are Differences Chapter 1382. The Second Young Master's Final Trap Chapter 1383. Escaping the Second Young Master's Vengeful Consciousness Chapter 1384. The Second Young Master's Memories Chapter 1385. Reluctant to Change Chapter 1386. Han Yamusen's Beauty Chapter 1387. Clues on Hu Chi Chapter 1388. Three Tenants Chapter 1389. One Family is Deceased Chapter 1390. Prepare for Defense Chapter 1391. Everyone is Pregnant Chapter 1392. Everyone is Pregnant Part 2. Chapter 1393. Everyone is Pregnant Part 3. Chapter 1394. Everyone is Pregnant Part 4. Chapter 1395. Everyone is Pregnant Part 5. Chapter 1396. Everyone is Pregnant Part 6. Chapter 1397. The Lu Family's Plea for Help Chapter 1398. The Emperor's Test Chapter 1399. The Emperor's Test Part 2. Chapter 1400. Secretly Consulting Chapter 1401. The Mystery Surrounding Jiang Susu Chapter 1402. Investigating Jiang Susu's Background Chapter 1403. The Child Has Not Departed Chapter 1404. Yearning for Birth Chapter 1405. Yearning for Birth Part 2. Chapter 1406. Yearning for Birth Part 3. Chapter 1407. Yearning for Birth Part 4. Chapter 1409. Visitors from the Su Family Part 2. Chapter 1410. All Have Been Struck Chapter 1411. A Scheme Chapter 1412. The Old Lady is Severely Injured Chapter 1413. Suffered a Stroke Chapter 1414. How Selfish Can One Be? Chapter 1415. How Selfish Can One Be? Part 2. Chapter 1416. The Su Family is Finished Chapter 1417. The Su Family is Finished Part 2. Chapter 1418. The Su Family is Finished Part 3. Chapter 1419. The Daughter of the Fong Family Chapter 1420. Blocking Cars and Crying Out for Justice is Risky Chapter 1421. The Fong Family Complains Chapter 1422. The Fong Family Complains Part 2. Chapter 1423. The Fong Family Complains Part 3. Chapter 1424. A Preemptive Dream Chapter 1425. Contradicting Words and Actions Chapter 1426. Night Interrogation of the Ma Family Chapter 1427. All Have Suspicions Chapter 1428. Providing Some Stimulus Chapter 1429. Mutual Heartfelt Confessions Chapter 1430. The Dream of Marjaha Chapter 1431. Siblings reunited Chapter 1432. Re-examining Madhyaha Chapter 1433. Re-examining Madhyaha, Part 2, Chapter 1434. The Garments of Jin Lingji Chapter 1435. Increasing Doubts Chapter 1436. Increasing Doubts, Part 2, Chapter 1437. Deploying the Dark Division Chapter 1438. Pointing to Various Families and Houses Chapter 1439. Casting the Fishing Net. Wishing everyone a safe and happy New Year. Chapter 1440. Casting the Fishing Net, Part 2, Chapter 1441. Casting the Fishing Net, Part 3, Happy New Year. Chapter 1443. Those Willing to Ascend Chapter 1444. Joy in the Origin Chapter 1445. Plans Remain Unchanged Chapter 1446. New Clues Chapter 1447. New Clues, Part 2, Chapter 1448. Acting as a Matchmaker for the Ning Family Chapter 1449. What does it mean to sell oneself into slavery? Chapter 1450. What does it mean to sell oneself into slavery? Part 2, Chapter 1451. What does it mean to sell oneself into slavery? Part 3, Chapter 1452. What does it mean to sell oneself into slavery? Part 4, Chapter 1453. The false cannot become true Chapter 1454. Yet still, it has an impact Chapter 1455. Yet still, it has an impact. Part 2, Chapter 1456. Yet still, it has an impact. Part 3, Chapter 1457. Is it merely fate without destiny? Chapter 1458. He encounters a love tribulation. Chapter 1459. He encounters a love tribulation. Part 2, Chapter 1460. Fang Xian has disappeared. Chapter 1461. The Ma siblings have also disappeared. Chapter 1462. The Barber's Warning. Chapter 1463. The Barber's Warning, Part 2, Chapter 1464. Yet another pregnant concubine. Chapter 1465. The Blessing of Consort Shu. Chapter 1466. The Emperor's Favorable Circumstances. Chapter 1467. A Single Pill for Two Expectant Mothers. Chapter 1468. A Single Pill for Two Expectant Mothers, Part 2, Chapter 1469. A Warning to the Ning Family. Chapter 1470. A Warning to the Ning Family, Part 2, Chapter 1471. A Warning to the Ning Family, Part 3. Chapter 1472. A Warning to the Ning Family, Part 4. Chapter 1473. A Visit to Honor Concubine, Chu. Chapter 1474. Who Fell into Whose Trap? Chapter 1475. Who Fell into Whose Trap? Part 2. Chapter 1476. Who Fell into Whose Trap? Part 3. Chapter 1477. Seeking the Source of Unrest. Chapter 1478. A Small Blood Handprint. Chapter 1479. There Should Be More. Chapter 1480. The Appearance of a Minor Character. Chapter 1481. Hurry and Reincarnate. Chapter 1482. Born. Chapter 1483. The Child Exchange. Chapter 1484. The Child Exchange, Part 2. Chapter 1485. The Child Exchange, Part 3. Chapter 1486. The Child Exchange, Part 4. Chapter 1487. Attending the Triple Celebration Feast. Chapter 1488. Attending the Triple Celebration Feast, Part 2. Chapter 1489. Attending the Triple Celebration Feast, Part 3. Chapter 1490. Attending the Triple Celebration Feast, Part 4. Chapter 1491. Attending the Triple Celebration Feast, Part 5. Chapter 1492. Attending the Triple Celebration Feast, Part 6. Chapter 1493. Grateful for his strong support. Chapter 1494. Merely an Accident. Chapter 1495. Accepting the Assignment. Chapter 1496. The Test of the White Lotus. Chapter 1497. The Test of the White Lotus, Part 2. Chapter 1498. The Test of the White Lotus, Part 3. Chapter 1499. Terrifying Speculations. Chapter 1500. The Shifting Court. Chapter 1501. The Shifting Court, Part 2. Chapter 1502. The New Year Feast. Chapter 1503. The New Year Feast, Part 2. Chapter 1504. The New Year Feast, Part 3. Chapter 1505. The White Lotus in Action. Chapter 1506. The White Lotus in Action, Part 2, Chapter 1507. Despite all precautions. It wasn't prevented. Chapter 1508. The Indomitable Golden Thunder. Chapter 1509. Completely Severed. Chapter 1510. Completely Severed. Part 2, Chapter 1511. The Target. Golden Lingji. Chapter 1512. The Target. Golden Lingji. Part 2, Chapter 1513. The Target. Golden Lingji. Part 3, Chapter 1514. How to Tackle the Dilemma. Chapter 1515. Harmonious Togetherness. Chapter 1516. The Mantid and the Yellow Bird. Chapter 1517. New Year's Greetings. Chapter 1518. At Iason T. the Prince Who is Dizzy. Chapter 1519. The Calamity Must Be Diverted Eastward. Chapter 1520. Self-Inflicted Demise. Chapter 1521. The Truth Revealed. Chapter 1522. Not Something That Can Be Resolved by an Apology. Chapter 1523. A Saboteur in the Midst. Chapter 1524. What does it mean she can't be arrogant for long? Chapter 1525. They Bully Me. Chapter 1526. Who is distorting the truth? Chapter 1527. Framing Under Severe Punishment. Chapter 1528. A 1-month deadline. Chapter 1529. Hasn't she been arrogant enough? Chapter 1530. Who is in league with Ian? Chapter 1531. The Support of the Main Plane. Chapter 1532. Arranging the Final Affairs. Chapter 1533. Arranging the Final Affairs. Part 2, Chapter 1534. Han Yunmu has taken action. Chapter 1535. Preventing the Internal Thief is Difficult. Chapter 1536. Yang Moli's Dilemma. Chapter 1537. A Major Turnaround Awaits. Chapter 1538. The Major Turnaround Has Arrived. Chapter 1539. The Emperor is Troubled. Chapter 1540. The Blood Curse. Chapter 1541. The Blood Curse. Part 2, Chapter 1542. The Blood Curse. Part 3, Chapter 1543. Capturing Golden Lingji. Chapter 1544. Capturing Golden Lingji. Part 2, Chapter 1545. Capturing Golden Lingji. Part 3, Chapter 1546. Capturing Golden Lingji. Part 4, Chapter 1547. Capturing Golden Lingji. Part 5, Chapter 1548. Capturing Golden Lingji. Part 6, Chapter 1549. Capturing Golden Lingji. Part 7, Chapter 1550. No Way to Begin. Chapter 1551. No Way to Begin. Part 2, Chapter 1552. No Way to Begin. Part 3, Chapter 1553. Verification. Is Always Foolproof. Chapter 1554. Merely a Task Bearer? Chapter 1555. A More Advanced System. Chapter 1556. A More Advanced System. Part 2, Chapter 1557. The Operation Commences. Chapter 1558. The Operation Commences. Part 2, Chapter 1559. The Operation Commences. Part 3, Chapter 1560. The Operation Commences. Part 4, Chapter 1561. The Operation Commences. Part 5, Chapter 1562. She Will Also. Chapter 1563. She Will Also. Part 2, Chapter 1564. Consider What Your Brother Would Say. Chapter 1565. Minister, shall we have a discussion? Chapter 1566. Minister, do you still have any shame? Chapter 1567. Minister, on what basis? Chapter 1568. My lord, is there a glow on your face? Chapter 1569. The Ning family calls off the engagement. Chapter 1570. The Ning family calls off the engagement. Part 2, Chapter 1571. Awaiting the commencement of a new round. Chapter 1572. Mrs. Ning's resentment. Chapter 1573. The rumors have spread. Chapter 1574. Who was responsible? Chapter 1575. Who was responsible? Part 2, Chapter 1576. Caution. Words can bring disaster. Chapter 1577. An anomaly. Chapter 1578. An anomaly. Part 2, Chapter 1579. Obeying orders. Chapter 1580. The schemes of division. Chapter 1581. Wrath. Chapter 1582. Wrath. Part 2, Chapter 1583. The location of the source. Chapter 1584. The Chu hostage. Chapter 1585. Xiao Qing's complaint. Chapter 1586. The Fox's Tail. Chapter 1587. The Fox's Tail. Part 2, Chapter 1588. The Fox's Tale, Part 3, Chapter 1589, The Ma Family Surrender. Chapter 1590, The Ma Family Surrender, Part 2, Chapter 1591, Misfortune Within the Walls, Chapter 1592, Targeting the Zhu Family, Chapter 1593, Targeting the Zhu Family, Part 2, Chapter 1594, Targeting the Zhu Family, Part 3, Chapter 1595, Targeting the Zhu Family, Part 4, Chapter 1596, The Fate of Feng Shiyun, Chapter 1597, Utter Misfortune, Chapter 1598, Utter Misfortune, Part 2, Chapter 1599, Inspecting the Hostage Manor, Chapter 1600, The Lead Has Been Lost Again, Chapter 1601, Who Says the Royal Family Lacks Affection? Chapter 1602, The Ultimate Task of the White Lotus, Chapter 1603, Father Faces Punishment, Chapter 1604, Avenge My Father, Chapter 1605, The Farce of the Wu Family, Chapter 1606, The Farce of the Wu Family, Part 2, Chapter 1607, The Farce of the Wu Family, Part 3, Chapter 1608, Xiao Qingshuang's Premature Birth, Chapter 1609, Xiao Qingshuang's Premature Birth, Part 2, Chapter 1610, Xiao Qingshuang's Difficult Labor, Chapter 1611, Preserve the Larger or Smaller Life, Chapter 1612, Caesarean Delivery, Chapter 1613, The Arts of Witchcraft, Chapter 1614, The Arts of Witchcraft, Part 2, Chapter 1615, The Arts of Witchcraft, Part 3, Chapter 1616, The Arts of Witchcraft, Part 4, Chapter 1617, The Arts of Witchcraft, Part 5, Chapter 1618, The Arts of Witchcraft, Part 6, Chapter 1619. Let Us All Be Afraid Together, Chapter 1620. Let Us All Be Afraid Together, Part 2, Chapter 1621, A Night of Terror, Chapter 1622, A Deeper Reflection Brings Fear, Chapter 1623, A Deeper Reflection Brings Fear, Part 2, Chapter 1625, The Conspiracy Continues, Chapter 1626, The Conspiracy Continues, Part 2, Chapter 1627, The Movements of the Golden Lingji, Chapter 1628, An Anomaly in the Palace, Chapter 1629, An Anomaly in the Palace, Part 2, Chapter 1630, White Lotus Versus The Source, Chapter 1631, Chaos, Chapter 1632, Her Motive for Poisoning, Chapter 1633, Insufficient Evidence, Chapter 1634, Insufficient Evidence, Part 2, Chapter 1635, The Emperor Has Fallen, Chapter 1636, A Subtle Murderous Scheme, Chapter 1637, Breaking into the Palace, Chapter 1638, Breaking into the Palace, Part 2, Chapter 1639, Breaking into the Palace, Part 3, Chapter 1640, The Prince Plans a Grand Scheme, Chapter 1641, A Palace Coup, Chapter 1642, Let Us All Conspire for a Coup, Chapter 1643, The Coup and the Rescue, Chapter 1644, The Father-Son Confrontation, Chapter 1645, Has He Lost His Mind Again? Chapter 1646, A Ruthless Strategy to Capture All, Chapter 1647, Entirely Concluded, Chapter 1648, Yet to Pass Safely, Chapter 1649, The Death of Two Concubines, Chapter 1650, Bloodshed and Regret, Chapter 1651, Each with Their Own Calculations, Chapter 1652, Underhanded Schemes, Chapter 1653, Underhanded Schemes, Part 2, Chapter 1654, Accusation, Chapter 1656, What Do You Desire? Chapter 1657, A Major Reversal, Chapter 1658, Do You Think You Can Seal It Well? Chapter 1659, The End of the White Lotus, Chapter 1660, The End of the White Lotus, Part 2, Chapter 1661, I Can Fulfill All Your Wishes, Chapter 1662, Heavenly Thunder is Ineffective, Chapter 1663, Now It Is Your Turn, Chapter 1664, I Know What You Are, Chapter 1665, Facing the Temptation of the Source, Chapter 1667, Time Has Reversed, Chapter 1668, A Perfect Conclusion, Chapter 1669, 2 months later, Chapter 1670, The Rumors Have Yet to Fade, Chapter 1671, Natural Disaster or Man-Made Calamity, Chapter 1672, The Auspicious Dragon and Phoenix, Chapter 1673, A Desperate Escape, Chapter 1674, Extra. 008, Chapter 1675, Extra. Today's Cause is Tomorrow's Effect, Chapter 1676, Extra. The Final Gift, Final Thoughts on Completion.